Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 1. Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Feng City, the rogue cultivators market. As the sun set in the west, many of the rogue cultivators who had come to set up stalls were packing up and heading home. Xia Li was one of these rogue cultivators. He sold talismans, and at this moment, only 5 remained and sold on his small stall. He had prepared nearly 100 talismans just last night. But just as he was counting his spirit stones and preparing to close up shop, 3 fellow rogue cultivators approached him. "Brother Xia, looks like business was good today. We brothers are a bit short on funds lately. How about lending us some?" The 3 cultivators had clearly come with ill intentions. Their words were a thinly veiled demand to rob Xia Li of his spirit stones. Xia Li looked up at the 3 men. Although the rogue cultivators market had rules against robbery, he had unfortunately attracted the attention of those who enforced them. His talismans were of exceptionally high quality, leading people to suspect he possessed some kind of talisman crafting legacy. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. At only the first level of chi refining, he lacked the strength to protect his treasures. In others' eyes, he was nothing more than a walking opportunity. "Sorry, gentlemen. I'm out of spirit stones." To give them all to second brother Liu. Xia Li wasn't stupid. He wouldn't naively try to reason with them or pit his meager strength against the rules. So, he had found himself a backer. Not that his backer was any saint, but at least second brother Liu was more human than Steward Yang of the marketplace. Liu took less and had promised not to seize his talisman legacy. Of course, that was only temporary. The moment Xia Li showed any intention of leaving Feng City, his so-called backer would be the first to devour him whole. "Fine, didn't expect you'd gotten in with the Liu family's second young master. But that one's a man-eater who doesn't spit out bones either. Watch yourself. Oh, and if things get too rough, you can always go to Steward Yang. He says he only wants money, not lives." That second young master Liu, though, he's got plenty of blood on his hands. Seeing that Xia Li had invoked his backer, the 3 threatening cultivators didn't waste any more time. They left with a warning and departed. By now, night had fallen. Xia Li packed up his small stall and sighed. Nowhere is easy to survive. He was now trapped in Feng City. Even if he wanted to hand over his legacy to save his life, he couldn't, because he had no legacy to give. More precisely, his legacy could only be used by himself. No one else could use it at all. After all, he wasn't even from this world. He was a transmigrator from Earth after the spiritual revival era. Earth's cultivation traditions and this world's were almost entirely different branches. Earth had truly achieved technological cultivation. How could the people of this world possibly understand the power of spirit tech? Implanted in his lower abdomen was a spirit core, also known as an artificial dantian, a mechanized foundation, a miniature chi reactor, and in his head was implanted a heaven chip, also known as a second brain, a spirit brain. The reason his talismans were so well crafted was because the heaven chip worked in conjunction with the spirit core. It was a preset program written into the chip, essentially automated talisman drawing. What legacy could he possibly hand over? Crack open his skull and dig out the chip. But without a modification chamber, even if they extracted it, these people couldn't implant it anyway. Later, Xia Li returned to the small courtyard he rented on the city outskirts. His mood heavy. Walking into his bedroom, he picked up the martial arts manual from the table. He had been practicing for over half a month now, but felt nothing at all. In this world, mortals enter the Tao by first practicing martial arts, using internal force to break open the dantian. But I'm already a cultivator. The order is all wrong. Xia Li couldn't cultivate on his own. He had absolutely no talent for cultivation, not even the talent to practice mortal martial arts. He was thoroughly ordinary in body and soul, and his ceiling had already been fixed. The Earth spirit tech was excellent. Every item had varying quality. His spirit core and heaven chip were the worst available. After all, he was just a miner, the lowest of the low. What quality equipment would the company give him? His spirit core was probably some second-hand junk from hundreds of years ago, capped at the first level of chi refining. His heaven chip was an antique worthy of a museum display. The latest heaven chips were already 5th generation. I thought coming to a new world would be a fresh start. Never expected I'd be unable to take a single step forward. Xia Li let out a long sigh. He couldn't see any path ahead, and the excitement of arriving in a new world had long faded. His gaze fell casually on the bronze mirror at the edge of the table. His face was haggard, and on his right cheek was branded the company's slave mark, the barcode, signifying that he wasn't a person. He had no human rights, he was merely property belonging to the company. Just seeing the barcode on his face reminded Xia Li of that humiliation. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even a modern person from Earth. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. He was an ancient person from Earth. In the year 2030 AD, he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Coming from an ordinary family, his only option was to become a test subject for the human cryogenic preservation program. The cryogenic technology of that era was still immature. Whether he could be awakened in the future was unknown, and he hadn't really expected to be saved. Joining that program as a guinea pig was really just to give his family something to hold on to. Rather than being completely cremated, at least he could leave behind an intact body for his family. That was definitely a comfort. They could fantasize that he might return someday. But what happened next completely exceeded Xia Li's expectations from before his slumber. In 2100 AD, Earth's spiritual energy revived. Countless plants and animals became demons overnight. Yet the number of human cultivators was extremely scarce. Humanity could only barely hold on by carpet bombing with nuclear weapons. However, after spirit tech emerged, humanity surged ahead. With vast numbers of cultivators, they reclaimed their former position in a short time and regained their footing in the new era. But what followed was humanity's internal war over cultivation resources. World War III. Unlike the nuclear war people had imagined back in 2030, World War III turned out to be a war of Tao and magic. More than 500 years after he was frozen, the year 2532 AD, the research facility where he was stored was excavated from the wasteland by the company. He was awakened and forced to sign an indenture contract, becoming a living mining slave. Until death, he would mine for the company. The cost of awakening him and installing basic spirit core and heaven chip was much cheaper than purchasing a robot. The capitalists' calculations were ruthlessly precise. Ironically, the work robots invented to liberate human labor had lost out on cost-effectiveness. Whether oil or electricity, both were more expensive than the rat-tanned insect jerky that human laborers ate. So manual labor still fell to human cattle, while robots became the overseers instead. I wonder how things are at the mine now. Too bad I've just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. For freedom. He had participated in an organization's sabotage operation against the company's mine, helping them plant explosives. They had promised him freedom after the job was done. And then, the bomb had barely been planted when it exploded well before the promised detonation time, and he was buried in the mine. He had probably been used, but it didn't matter anymore. He couldn't go back anyway. When he woke up, he found himself already in this world. However, his transmigration probably wasn't without reason. Ring, oh ring, what kind of treasure are you? Is there an old grandpa inside? Save me. Xia Li opened his left hand and looked at the black iron ring on his ring finger. He clearly remembered that before he passed out, the ring had emitted a dazzling white light. He had found the ring deep in the mine and had casually put it on his finger. Sigh. No talent, no strength, no background. What good is transmigrating? What good was waking up in a new era? If given another chance to choose, he would never have joined the cryogenic program. He would rather have died in 2030, surrounded by his family, thinking of his loving parents, thinking of his mischievous and adorable little sister. His eyes couldn't help but grow moist. I miss you all. I really want to go back. He wanted to return to 2030. The spiritual revival had nothing to do with him. He had died long ago. Died the day he was frozen, but suddenly, the ring began to glow with white light. How? This? Before Xia Li could figure out what was happening, a flash of white light engulfed everything around him. When the light faded and Xia Li opened his eyes, he looked around in confusion. He was in a pit filled with rubble. The air still carried traces of gunpowder, and stone debris littered the ground. He recognized this place. This was deep in Mine Shaft 3, the place where he had planted the bomb. I returned to Earth. Xia Li stood frozen. After a long moment, he looked at the ring on his left hand. He now had a theory. The ring was an ancient immortal relic from Earth's primordial past. After the spiritual revival, archaeologists had proven that Earth once had an era of cultivation. After all, it was called a revival. There had to have been something before. And the ring's current function seemed to be cross-dimensional travel. Countless thoughts immediately flooded Xia Li's mind. Earning spirit stones on Earth was extremely difficult, but on the other side, he could casually set up a stall and earn amounts he wouldn't dare dream of on Earth. Cultivation was now possible. Spirit tech was renowned for its promise. With enough spiritual energy, even a pig could ascend to immortality, refine molecular chi, establish an energy foundation, form an electromagnetic golden core, condense an ionic nascent soul, transform into fusion divinity. Words could not describe the excitement in Xia Li's heart at this moment. Ever since he had awakened, he had been lost without any motivation to move forward, unable to see tomorrow or hope. After all, he was a man abandoned by time, an ordinary person who had lost 500 years. Xia Li immediately set off toward the mine exit. Although an explosion had occurred inside the mine, it had also unexpectedly opened up some new passages. Following the new tunnels, Xia Li walked for quite a while before suddenly hearing voices. This Spiritera ancient ruin appears to be a golden core level site. Judging from the formation structure, wait, someone's here. The voice cut off abruptly, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Even though Xia Li realized they had detected him, his first instinct was still to find somewhere to hide. But thinking that they had means to detect him, hiding would probably be useless. He immediately removed the ring from his left hand and bent down to hide it in his shoe. Soon, a group of people appeared before Xia Li. One look at their attire told him he had definitely returned to Earth. After all, some of the women were even wearing short skirts and black stockings, clothing that didn't exist in the other world. Young man, who are you? The elderly man leading the group looked at Xia Li, but before Xia Li could answer, a mature woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s stepped forward first. He's a miner from Kiming Mining. One of my contacts. He's the one who blew up this mine. Oh, one of ours. Didn't expect we'd have a little hero here. The old man's expression immediately softened. Their planned success was partly thanks to the miner's betrayal, and Xia Li was one of the key defectors. You flatter me, sir. I just wanted freedom. Xia Li immediately bowed. He could tell the old man was the leader of this group. Kiming Mining has no bottom line, reviving ancient people and forcing them into slavery. Such behavior is truly despicable. What a pity. Those bastards have been domineering for so long, thinking ancient people have no connections to the modern world, that their clean backgrounds make them easy to exploit. But they forgot that people are practical. The old man stroked his beard, sizing up Xia Li. Xia Li was a genuine ancient person, someone from before the spiritual revival. By the way, young friend, it's been over a month since the mine was blown up. Why are you still here? Didn't anyone find you? Well, I was buried under falling rocks. Luckily I had some food in my pocket, which helped me survive. You weren't injured. The old man still had some doubts about Xia Li. Xia Li knew the other party wasn't necessarily a good person either, so he needed to be as honest as possible about what he could explain. However, he remembered spending over 2 months on the other side. How had only 1 month passed on Earth? Was time flowing differently between the two worlds? I was badly injured, but thanks to these spirit stones. Xia Li opened his pouch, revealing about 30 odd spirit stones inside. The old man's expression immediately showed understanding. A lowly miner caught in an explosion and buried in a mine should have been dead for certain. But finding spirit stones changed everything. Even the most basic heaven chip had built-in healing techniques with spiritual energy. Most non-fatal injuries could be repaired with enough energy. Even fatal wounds could be survived. Lucky young man, finding rough spirit stones. Your cultivation must have improved too, right? Yes. I've reached the first level of chi refining. Surviving disaster brings good fortune. May your path ahead be bright. Xiao. You're heading back anyway. Take this young friend along and help him find a place to stay. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. The old man instructed the woman who had spoken up for Xia Li to take him away. Xia Li naturally agreed. Although an ancient ruin had been unearthed here, it was far beyond what he could currently involve himself with. All right, Elder Wang. Young friend, follow me. Okay. Xia Li nodded and followed immediately. The two walked through the mine tunnels in silence. Xiao didn't speak, and Xia Li didn't ask. Only after they emerged did Xia Li see the devastated mining site. Realizing a major battle must have occurred here a month ago, Earth's spiritual energy was currently scarce, and the competition for it was terrifyingly bloody. I remember your name is Xia Li, right? Lucky you survived. Also, the bomb going off early wasn't my idea. I couldn't go against orders from above. Xiao began explaining why the bomb hadn't detonated at the agreed time. I don't blame you. I have no right to. That they acknowledged him afterward and recognized his contribution was already quite good. When he had shown his spirit stones earlier, the others behind the old man had all shown greedy expressions. If the old man hadn't kept them in check, they would definitely have rushed forward to rob him. You're self-aware. That'll help you survive. So what's next? I'm heading to the lower district of Lingguang City. What about you? Do you have somewhere you want to go? Xiao asked if Xia Li had any plans. But what plans could he have? 500 years had passed. His home was long gone. His only residence had been a ramshackle wooden shack in a corner of the mining site. Then how do you plan to live? Since Elder Wang asked me to help you find a place, I need to follow through. Elder Wang is quite a pride. He remembers your contribution. I don't know either. I'll just take it one step at a time. Although Xia Li intended to pursue the path of cultivation, he truly didn't know where to start due to lack of information. But he knew clearly what his immediate priority was. Fine. Think about it slowly after you get to Lingguang City. As for your spirit stones, sister, take them if you want. Xia Li sensibly handed his pouch directly to Xiao. This thoughtfulness made Xiao feel strangely touched. Xia Li looked to be only about 18, still very young, in the era Xia Li had grown up in. The harmonious and prosperous times recorded in history books. Someone his age should still be a carefree child without any worries. I didn't say I wanted your things. I'm just giving you a heads up. Keeping these on you isn't safe. Use them quickly. Then I use them all for modifications. My spirit core and heaven chip are too outdated. Double quotes. Alright. In that case, just come to my place. I run a modification shop. I'll give you a discount. Xiao smiled at this. Why let the profit flow to outsiders? Whether Xia Li's spirit stones went to someone else or to her, someone would profit, so why shouldn't it be her? Okay, I'll follow sister's advice. Forget the discount. Even if you charged me extra, it would be fair. Yeah? Don't be so humble. You'll get bullied easily that way. But at least no one will want to kill me. Xia Li knew when to keep his head down. He could travel between two worlds. His potential was enormous. Earth lacked spiritual energy but not talent, while the other world lacked talent but not spiritual energy. He could play both sides, given time. Just by staying alive he could rapidly grow stronger. Why get worked up over momentary pride? Half a day later, Xia Li arrived at Lingguang City in Xiao's hover car. This was also the first time Xia Li had seen a city of the new era since awakening. He had been confined to the mining site with no way out. Fortunately, the company hadn't restricted the overseer robots from answering questions, allowing him to learn some basic knowledge from them. But the appearance of this newer city left Xia Li somewhat bewildered. The entire city was shaped like a massive character. Besides the dense buildings and streets on the ground, there was actually a sky city of equal size floating above. The sky city blocked out the sun, casting the ground city into shadow. Connecting the ground city and sky city was an enormous cylindrical structure, like a vertical dumbbell. Sister, are all cities in the new era like this? Or is it just Lingguang City? The appearance of new era cities completely exceeded Xia Li's imagination. Why would they build cities like this? They're all like this. Any city worth naming has this structure. Why? You should know some basic history, right? When spiritual energy first revived, humanity was weak. We could only fight those demon creatures with nuclear bombs. The consequence of overusing nukes was radiation everywhere, acid rain falling constantly, radioactive dust that could easily take lives. The surface became nearly uninhabitable, and underground wasn't necessarily safe either. So, humanity chose the sky. Later, as spirit tech achieved major breakthroughs, especially the invention of the Qi reactor and the Tao spirit computer, humanity surged back to the top, becoming even stronger than before. Xiao pointed at the enormous cylindrical pillar connecting the Sky City and Ground City. That's the Tao Spirit Pillar. At its base is the giant Qi reactor that supplies spiritual energy to the entire city, the city's heart. The middle and upper sections are Lingguang City's brain, a supercomputing array composed of 3,000 quantum computers, our newer supercomputer, named Heavenly Tao. Xiao's expression grew solemn as she introduced the pillar's function. It was humanity's crystallized tower of wisdom. The Spirit Core and Heaven Chip technologies were both derived from the Qi reactor and Tao Spirit computer, especially that supercomputer called Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, isn't that name a bit exaggerated? Xia Li had spent a month in the other world and knew that cultivators revered the Heavenly Tao above all else, an ineffable, indescribable great existence. But on Earth, it had been deconstructed by humanity through data, not exaggerated at all. If you ever cultivate to the point of facing tribulation, the Heavenly Tao computer can help you nullify the lightning tribulation, or intensify it, basically let you undergo tribulation however you want. And that's just one of countless applications. The Heaven Chip in our heads connects to the Heavenly Tao network formed by cities across the world. The Heavenly Tao computer is the server. Xiao's words made Xia Li, who had experienced the other world's cultivation traditions, feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Earth's cultivation tradition was far more formidable than he had imagined. While cultivators on the other side were still revering and speculating about the Heavenly Tao, Earth's tradition had already understood it and begun making it serve humanity. Implant a Heaven Chip. Join the Heavenly Tao network. And from then on become a child of the Heavenly Tao. Afterward, Xiao drove the hover car toward the lower district. The streets of the lower district gave off an overall chaotic feeling, somewhat like the old rural towns from Xia Li's era. Sisterk, why does the lower district feel so run down? If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Because the lower level wasn't originally meant for habitation. It was just the foundation supporting the upper city. Later, as the population exploded, the lower classes gradually migrated down here. I see. Xia Li leaned out of the car and looked up at the sun-blocking upper city. Living in the lower district meant you couldn't even see the sky. Worse conditions than the mining site. At least at the mine, he could occasionally see the sun. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a district noticeably more dilapidated than others, where pedestrians walked with their heads down. The atmosphere of this area made Xia Li feel uneasy. We're here. Get out. The hovercar landed in an open area. As Xiao and Xia Li stepped out, they immediately felt gazes from all directions. Sisterk, why are they looking at us? No reason. Let them look. This is Black Street, a paradise for crime and illegal trade. Also, my shop is actually an illegal modification shop. Xiao pointed at a nearby store called Red Crowbar that appeared to be a general goods shop. That's my place. Let's go. With that, Xiao grabbed Xia Li's hand and headed toward the shop. Xia Li wanted to ask if it was too late to back out, but didn't dare. Come to think of it, it made sense. What kind of organization would go around blowing up mining sites? Definitely some underground criminal organization. Xia Li had cooperated with them before simply to take a gamble for that slim hope of gaining freedom. After entering the shop, it appeared to sell only tools like wrenches and steel pipes along with other small items. But Xia Li knew there had to be more to this place. Xiao locked the door behind them, then led Xia Li to the warehouse. In one corner, she activated some mechanism, and the warehouse floor opened to reveal a descending staircase. Going down the stairs into the space below the warehouse, the first thing that caught his eye was various military equipment. Come over here. I'll pull up the catalog for you to browse. Don't let the fact that this is an illegal modification shop fool you. Our stuff isn't necessarily worse than what's on the market, and prices are usually cheaper. Plus, we have things you can't buy on the market. As for where they came from, maybe black market goods. Maybe they were running inside someone not long ago. But don't worry, the blood's been washed off and everything's been properly sterilized. Xiao spoke of the origins without shame, even with pride. Xia Li didn't mind either. This was the survival law of the underground world. Don't ask where the spirit core came from. Don't ask the heaven chip's origins. If it works, that's all that matters. Then Xiao activated the holographic display. A holographic screen immediately showed a dazzling array of items: spirit cores, heaven chips, prosthetics, weapons, artifacts, cultivation methods, techniques. Everything was available. Xia Li immediately began selecting what he wanted. And when he saw the prices, he finally understood just how stingy the company had been. The spirit core the company had given him could only reach the first level of chi refining. Yet a spirit core capable of reaching the fourth level cost only 5 spirit stones. The heaven chip the company had given him had only 1 storage slot and 1 technique slot. Yet any heaven chip selling for 1 spirit stone had at least 2 technique slots and 3 storage slots. Storage slots held pre-recorded techniques in the heaven chip. Switch one to a technique slot and you could use it directly. A cultivator's arsenal of techniques directly affected combat power, so more storage and technique slots were always better. Xia Li began carefully selecting his options. He now noticed that spirit cores and heaven chips came in various specifications. Spirit cores had different specs for capacity, output efficiency, conversion efficiency, elemental affinity, and precision control. Sister, could you explain the spirit core specifications? Xia Li currently had no idea what those specs meant or what they were for. Sure, capacity is the maximum amount of spiritual energy the spirit core can store. Higher capacity spirit cores typically have advantages in prolonged battles. Output efficiency is how much spiritual energy can be released in a given time. Higher output means stronger techniques. If you're going for one-hit kills, output efficiency must be high. Conversion efficiency is how fast you can refine spiritual energy absorbed from the environment. Higher conversion means faster replenishment. It's also an important reference for elemental spirit cores. For example, if you need fire attribute spiritual energy, a high conversion efficiency spirit core can complete the transformation quickly, working with the heaven chip to unleash powerful fire techniques. Elemental affinity is self-explanatory whether you prefer playing with fire or water. Unless you have innate talent or later awaken an elemental affinity, I'd suggest sticking with a non-elemental spirit core. Finally, precision control is the spec to consider when you need fine control over spiritual energy. If you're stingy with your energy, choose high precision to avoid any waste. It also has advantages in alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman making. Though nowadays, machines handle alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman making automatically. Unless you can't even afford the processing fee, you'd use the old methods yourself. In Xiao's view, precision control wasn't a priority spec. Capacity and output efficiency were the most universally useful. Got it. Now tell me about the heaven chip specs. Besides the self-explanatory technique slots and storage slots, the heaven chip had 4 other specifications: processing power, architecture, cache, and cores. These were all terms Xia Li could understand, electronic terminology that existed back in 2030. But what if there were differences? Processing power is the spec for how fast the heaven chip handles various tasks, analysis, technique usage, and anything requiring computation all rely on processing power. Put simply, you can think of processing power as what ancient cultivators called comprehension. Higher processing power means better comprehension. Architecture generally represents the chip's generation and underlying logic. Different architectures have different advantages. Cache significantly improves switching speed between storage slots and technique slots. In 3rd generation and above architectures, it can also enhance your neural response speed. Higher cache means greater enhancement to your brain. Cores are the spec for handling multiple data streams simultaneously. More cores mean more things you can do at once. You could have the chip handle combat automatically while watching a holographic movie in your mind, and simultaneously chat with others on the Heavenly Down network. After Xiao explained the various specs for spirit cores and heaven chips, Xia Li felt his scalp tingle. So Earth's cultivation tradition did have its challenges after all. The challenge was in one's configuration skills, how to balance various specs to achieve maximum effectiveness. By the way, don't rush to choose. Your spirit stones are still rough stones. Let me smelt them into standard spirit stone units first. Xia Li was momentarily stunned. So even spirit stones had different standards between Earth and the other world. Without a word, Xia Li silently handed his spirit stone pouch to Xiao. She beckoned for him to follow. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. The two came to a machine that looked like a furnace. Come to think of it, these rough stones seem to have been roughly processed. Did you cut them yourself? They were like this when I found them. Then they're probably spirit stones that leaked from the ruins. With that, Xiao poured all 30-odd spirit stones into the machine, which immediately began operating. Before long, as the machine stopped, it opened a slot and dispensed 2 rhombus-shaped spirit stones and 3 pyramid-shaped spirit stones. These are standard spirit stones. Don't be fooled by having 30-odd stones. They vary greatly in size and purity. Triangular ones are low-grade, rhombus ones are mid-grade, hexagonal ones are high-grade, and spherical ones are supreme grade. The exchange rate for upgrading is 10 to 1. Remember that. So, I now have 23 standard low-grade spirit stones. Xia Li nodded, thinking that Earth really had standardized everything, even spirit stones. And like the other world, where spirit stones came in all shapes and sizes, roughly within a weight range. Yes, you can go select now. Okay. Xia Li didn't linger and immediately ran to the holographic screen. He felt an indescribable sense of novelty, like configuring weapons and equipment in a game. After a full hour of selection, Xia Li finally chose what he wanted for the spirit core. I want the Yixu Type -3. For the Heaven chip. I want the Haisu Type 4. And I also want a military type to right arm prosthetic. Besides the spirit core and Heaven chip, Xia Li also wanted an arm prosthetic. This wasn't because he had nothing better to do. His right arm was already a prosthetic. His original right hand had been crushed by falling rocks in a mining accident. The company could have let him recover, but instead chose to amputate and replace it with cheap second-hand junk. Letting him heal didn't align with the company's interests, but with a prosthetic, he could continue mining the next day, as long as you weren't dead. The company had plenty of second-hand junk from who knows where. Slap it on and keep digging. Artificial organs were plentiful too. Want to rest? They probably wouldn't let you go until every brain cell was dead, and even then, they'd take your shriveled brain to use as demon beast bait, squeezing out the last bit of value. So Xia Li's hatred for the company needed no explanation. He didn't have the power to collect that debt now, but when he did, the company would pay dearly. Haisu Type 4. That model is indeed good, but for the same price, there's something better that you can't find on the market. Xiao walked to the holographic screen and stood with her eyes closed, as if undergoing some authentication. After a moment, more options appeared on the screen. How about this? Hidden Wing Type 2. A Heaven chip developed by our organization, using a reverse engineering-based architecture. It comes with cracking programs. You can bypass security and freely access any data rated security level 1 on the Heavenly Down network. Most importantly, the Hidden Wing Type 2 is a 5th-generation chip produced with neural bridge technology, and it comes with an intellect technique. Xia Li's curiosity was piqued. This sounded like an independent ability provided by the chip. That's right, it's called Mind-Brain Overclock. It can slow down your perception of time, letting you see bullet trajectories. Sounds pretty powerful. So what's the catch? Xia Li knew that everything in this world came with a price. How could such an internal benefit possibly fall to him? Simple. Just join us. Xiao directly began recruiting Xia Li. He had already completed one mission for them anyway. Since he had nowhere to go, why not officially join the organization? Facing Xiao's invitation, Xia Li fell into deep thought. It wasn't anything else, mainly that he had been badly burned before and really didn't want to casually get involved with any faction again. Xia Li, our organization is called Hidden Wing. Though we're a black market force, we have quite a few officials backing us. Our specialty is robbing other criminals, but we're much cleaner on the inside. Xiao explained the organization's background. They were a relatively rule-abiding underground force that also handled jobs for officials who couldn't act openly. Overall, they were essentially half-legitimate, an existence with connections in both the underworld and the establishment. What's the mission system like? Assigned or voluntary? No assignments except in emergencies. So basically free. Yes, Xiao nodded. Their organization had a dedicated mission posting network where members could decide whether to accept jobs. I'm in, Xia Li agreed. Why wouldn't he join a force with connections on both sides? Smart. The hidden wing type to heaven chip would cost at least 50 spirit stones on the market. Charging only 10 is an organizational benefit. Are there any benefit models for spirit cores? Unfortunately, no, but I can offer as a free upgrade to the Yixu Type 5. The cultivation ceiling is the same, but all other specs are fully upgraded. This was the hottest model back in the day. How did that slogan go? Right at Choose Yixu. No worries. Type -5 universal. Conquer the world. Even cats and dogs say it's good. Wait, cats and dogs say it's good. Xia Li was confused. That was quite a slogan. With their mouths. The Yixu Type 5 is so versatile that even cats and dogs can have it implanted. Holy shit. Xia Li couldn't help but blurt out an old era expletive. It really wasn't picky about users, it didn't even discriminate by species. I'll upgrade your prosthetic arm for free to use the military Type 1. Xiao indicated she could also authorize a better prosthetic for Xia Li. Wait, I chose Type 2. And you're upgrading me to Type 1. Is that an upgrade or a downgrade? Military models are different. Type 2 is a stripped-down version of Type 1, made cheaper for mass deployment. Type 1 uses better materials and has superior specs across the board. Alright, one last thing. Can you remove this barcode on my face? Of course. That's the freedom I promised you. Xiao nodded, then led Xia Li to the modification chamber deep in the underground facility. The chamber door was already open. This was Xia Li's second time seeing a modification chamber. He had awakened from one. Opening his eyes to see company personnel. They had worn suits and gold-rimmed glasses. Looking proper and reliable but actually insidious and despicable. Lying in the modification chamber. As the sedative gas was released, Xia Li gradually fell asleep. He had a dream he hadn't had in a long time. He dreamed of the garden in his family's residential complex in 2030. He dreamed of his parents taking a walk downstairs. His sister sat on the flower bed edge, holding her pet dog. Leisurely sunbathing beside him. Big bro, I want hot pot. How about tonight we? Then, consciousness suddenly cleared. Neural connection established. Comping data set brain bridge connected system starting. Hello, my master. I am your intelligent assistant. Please give me your orders. A voice sounded in Xia Li's mind. The tone was somewhat familiar, a voice he would never hear again in his memories. His sister's voice. Why is there a voice in my head? Xia Li sat up in panic from the modification chamber. Seeing his reaction, Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone who gets a 3rd generation or higher heaven chip for the first time reacts like you. 3rd gen and above chips all come with artificial intelligence. Don't underestimate this. It's equivalent to an operating system for old era computers. You've used a 1st gen chip, right? Wasn't it inconvenient? Having to mentally recite fixed commands for everything, stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Now you just tell it what you need, and it'll handle it. It also learns your habits and becomes more convenient over time. After Xiao finished, Xia Li was impressed. Newer technology was truly incredible. They had directly implanted AI into people's heads. But who was really in charge, him or the AI? I find this a bit scary. Won't the AI eventually take over? Xia Li's concern wasn't unreasonable. The heaven chip connected directly to the brain. If something went wrong, it could be very dangerous. You mean AI possession? That's an extremely rare occurrence. All I can say is, if you're not afraid, use it. If you're afraid, don't. Damn. So it has happened, AI possession. Seriously, your chip's architecture doesn't need to worry about that. It's only a side effect of open spirit architecture chips. Those are famous for having extremely human-like AI that can supposedly develop consciousness and emotions. If you work well with your host, you can achieve effects far beyond other chips. But if you don't work well together, Xiao chuckled, implying that poor compatibility could lead to AI possession. Afterward, Xia Li didn't continue chatting with Xiao. Instead, he began familiarizing himself with his new state. The Yixu Type 5 Spirit Core had a cultivation ceiling of the 7th level of Qi Refining, late-stage Qi Refining. The Qi Refining realm had 3 clear dividing lines. After level 3 was mid-stage. After level 7 was late-stage. and after level 9 was peaked. As for other specs, they were fairly average across the board. No aspects stood out, but there were no weaknesses either. For the Heaven chip, he had 3 technique slots and 10 storage slots, more than enough for his current needs. The 5th gen chip's technology was quite impressive, worlds apart from the antique 1st gen. Xia Li could now easily control his pupil dilation when looking at things. The Heaven chip also recorded everything that happened in the past 10 minutes, allowing him to review details at any time. Most importantly, the neural bridge technology was incredible. When chip processing power was insufficient, it could borrow brain power. When brain power was insufficient, it could borrow processing power. Long-term use could even develop the brain's latent potential. As for the right arm prosthetic, it had actually reached spirit artifact quality and came with a built-in offensive technique, Surge Fist. Xia Li was confident that once he reached the 7th level of chi refining in the other world, he could easily protect himself. If all else failed, he could run. Feng City was just a small city where rogue cultivators gathered. Peak chi refining was the strongest known combat power there. He hadn't committed any major offenses. With proper maneuvering, escaping would be no problem. Well then, sister, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Oh, where do you want to go? Just walking around, getting familiar with the area. Black Street isn't the place for casual strolls. How about this? If you can't find anything to do, go to the Monster Hunting Association. You can at least earn some pocket money. Your first level chi refining cultivation isn't high, but killing some low-level mutant beasts should be fine. If you encounter demon spirits, just run. Mutant beasts, demon spirits. Xia Li didn't understand the difference. Demon spirits were easy enough to understand, animals and plants that had cultivated to sentience. Low-level mutant beasts are just wild animals that ate too much nuclear waste. As long as you don't provoke high-level ones, you'll be fine. High-level mutant beasts, though, those are terrifying creatures that consume both nuclear waste and spiritual energy. Grotesque, extremely violent. They can only be described as demonic. So remember, don't mess with demons. Walking out of the Red Crowbar General Store, Xia Li had no intention of going to the Monster Hunting Association. Earning resources on Earth was too difficult. Earth was only suitable as a place to spend. As he walked, Xia Li connected to the Heavenly Down network, experiencing the technology of the new era. He first searched for what spirit cores and chips were available at similar prices on the market. The purpose was to see whether the Hidden Wing organization was genuinely sincere toward new members. After seeing the results, Xia Li was quite satisfied. This was the entry ticket he had earned by risking his life to blow up the mine. The spirit core he was now using typically cost 12 spirit stones or more on the market, but the organization had only charged 10. As for the Heaven chip, the organization's discount was truly substantial. Even the lowest spec 5th gen chip started at 30 spirit stones. The Hidden Wing type to the organization provided wasn't top tier in specs, but it was still a tier above the worst, definitely worth the 50 spirit stone market price. And he had only paid 10. This new era is quite interesting. Xia Li couldn't help but mutter to himself. Through online information, he discovered that not everyone could install 5th gen chips. 2nd gen chips could connect to the network. 3rd gen chips came with AI. The power of 4th and 5th gen chips clearly lay in combat enhancement. So most ordinary people used the affordable 3rd gen chips for the same price. Rather than buying an entry-level 5th gen, it was better to buy an advanced 3rd gen with visibly more technique and storage slots. Most ordinary people can only earn 1 spirit stone per month. My recent spending equals nearly 2 years of an ordinary person's savings without eating or drinking. Understanding this now, Xia Li also understood why people passed up the latest technology to pursue 3rd gen Heaven chips. No money. They were truly poor. Earth was overflowing with cultivators but severely lacking in spiritual energy. Ordinary people had to carefully calculate every bit of energy. And in Earth's environment, wanting to stand out came back to competing on talent. With the same spirit stone, someone with poor talent might only improve slightly, while someone talented could improve significantly. Because the floor had been raised so high, talent, which determined the ceiling, became especially important. But this had nothing to do with Xia Li. Even if his talent was garbage, he had a way to obtain spiritual energy. He could outcompete Earth's local geniuses. Next, Xia Li began selecting techniques. He had 13 technique slots total. One storage slot could be locked as a passive, typically used for cultivation method training. Higher grade heaven chips had multiple lock slots, and fortunately, his only had one, but it was enough. At least the first gen he had used before had 0 lock slots. He could only use the spirit core's built-in basic cultivation method. I need to earn spirit stones on the other side, and pills have the highest profit margin, so Xia Li began selecting cultivation methods that would help with alchemy, ones that allowed fine control of spiritual energy. He really wanted to just buy an automatic pill furnace, but the price made him balk. 100,000 spirit stones. This price meant many poor people could only honestly practice traditional alchemy. Since using major factions' automatic furnaces also required fees. Browsing while walking, Xia Li looked through both the public technique network and Hidden Wing's internal network, and the options truly dazzled him. In the other world, cultivation methods and techniques were closely guarded secrets with few acquisition channels. But on Earth, hundreds of thousands of methods and techniques were posted online for direct download. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Of course, better ones required spirit stones to unlock download permissions, and some were faction-exclusive techniques that verified heaven chip identity. Each faction's proprietary heaven chips served not only as internal benefits but also as authentication. Accessing internal networks and using faction-exclusive techniques all required heaven chip verification. This 1000 refinements art on Hidden Wing's internal network is good, focuses on precise spiritual energy control. That's settled for the cultivation method. As for techniques, Xia Li continued selecting. He even went to the public network and cracked one technique's download permissions. His heaven chip could crack security level 1 permissions. Unfortunately, this function had a cooldown, and he'd have to wait 10 days before using it again. After downloading all the cultivation methods and techniques, Xia Li ducked into an empty dark alley. Then he took out the mysterious ring from his waist pouch and put it on his left hand. Go. He began imagining the scenery of the other world, imagining the small courtyard he had rented. He still hadn't fully figured out how to activate the ring, but considering he had returned because of homesickness, wanting to go there should also work through intention. As the ring began to warm slightly, Xia Li understood this was working. He focused harder on his memories, remembering the bedroom from before he transmigrated, remembering the details of the room. Then, the ring glowed with white light. It worked. Xia Li prepared himself and closed his eyes. The crossing was very quiet, as if entering a completely silent, dead world. Only when he heard wind again, heard the rustling of leaves, did Xia Li reopen his eyes. And sure enough, he had arrived in the other world, back in the bedroom where he had been before transmigrating. So the arrival point for crossing is based on the previous location. Understanding this, Xia Li thought he should find a safer spot next time. If someone was present when he appeared, things could go very wrong. Now then, Xia Li prepared to begin cultivating immediately. A voice sounded in his mind. Detected current spiritual energy concentration at 2%. Cultivation method activation threshold met. Initiate automatic spirit core cultivation. His AI assistant reported that the current environment's spiritual energy concentration was high enough for automatic cultivation method training. Begin cultivation. Be the way. What was the spiritual energy concentration where I was before? Report. Linguang City Lower District spiritual energy concentration is approximately 0. Holy shit. Xia Li was speechless, only able to curse internally. On Earth, cultivation required either entering a spiritual energy chamber or using spirit stones. Absorbing spiritual energy from there was simply impossible. 0.01% concentration was barely enough to maintain spirit core operation and prevent cultivation from declining. This concentration had clearly been deliberately designed for real cultivation. This world was the place. Even a small city like Feng City, not built on any spirit vein, had 2% spiritual energy concentration. Xia Li didn't dare imagine how much concentration those sects built on spirit veins had. Of course, while this concentration was high, it still wasn't enough for the rapid cultivation Xia Li wanted. So he crawled under the bed, moved aside a floor tile, and retrieved a pouch. That was his little treasury, all the spirit stones he had earned over nearly 2 months. After necessary expenses and tribute payments, over 200 remained. With such high spiritual energy concentration combined with spirit stones, his progress would be terrifyingly fast. For the next full month, Xia Li only went out once to purchase fasting pills. The rest of the time, he remained in seclusion in his bedroom. The results were very gratifying. After 1 month and over 100 spirit stones, his cultivation had jumped directly to the 4th level of Qi refining. Didn't expect to reach mid-stage Qi refining so quickly. Xia Li couldn't help but marvel at his improvement speed. And this was even with his spirit core being somewhat lacking, preventing faster progress. Because the conversion efficiency was low. If conversion efficiency were higher, refining spirit stones would be faster too. While mid-stage Qi refining still wasn't enough to stand firm in Feng City, at least he now had some basic ability to protect himself. Time to go out. Xia Li took his spirit stones. He was heading to Feng City's Myriad Treasures Pavilion to buy a pill furnace and spiritual herbs. Half an hour later, outside Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the moment Xia Li walked in, he cursed inwardly, damn. There weren't many customers in the pavilion, but one of them happened to be his unreliable backer, second young Master Liu. Well, if it isn't Brother Xia, haven't seen you at your stall for over a month. Did something happen? As second young Master Liu spoke, he glanced at the bulging spirit stone pouch hanging at Xia Li's waist. He had been eyeing something but was short on spirit stones. How convenient that his wallet had delivered itself. Just secluded cultivation. After a brief moment of alarm, Xia Li quickly regained his composure. He didn't need to fear second young Master Liu anymore. As long as his plan went smoothly, he could break free from Liu's control today. Then let me check your cultivation. Cultivation. Second young Master Liu instinctively released his spiritual sense to probe Xia Li. But Xia Li's energy fluctuations gave him a huge shock. 4th level of Qi refining. Weren't you only at the 1st level a month ago? Tell me, how did you do it? Second young Master Liu's eyes immediately turned red. This was too shocking. This rate of progress was something only geniuses in major sects could achieve. For a rogue cultivator, it was nearly impossible. Xia Li must have some major secret for rapidly increasing cultivation. Secluded cultivation. Obviously. Anything else? If not, I have shopping to do. Wait, I advise you to share your secret with me. Otherwise, you'll never have peace from now on. Before, people were eyeing you just for making talismans. Imagine what it'll be like now. In Feng City, only my Liu family can protect you. Second young Master Liu deliberately made a scene in Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Other customers naturally began eyeing Xia Li with predatory gazes. 1 month from 1st level to 4th level of Qi refining, that speed was terrifying. Not necessarily. My master can protect me too. Your master. Second young Master Liu frowned. Did Xia Li have backing? Yes. Met him a month ago. My master thinks I have talent for alchemy. He not only helped raise my cultivation but also taught me the art of pill making. With that, Xia Li walked directly toward a counter displaying pill furnaces. Shopkeeper, I'll take this furnace. Xia Li didn't bother being picky. Qi refining level furnaces were just makeshift tools anyway. What treasure could he possibly find? Thank you for your patronage. Do you need spiritual herbs? Yes, Xia Li nodded. Then immediately listed the herbs he needed. However, he didn't specify exact names, only the medicinal properties. After all, Earth's pill formulas weren't compatible with this world's. He could only select herbs with similar properties. With the Heaven Chip's help, deriving a formula from available herbs wouldn't be difficult. Xia Li, it seems you think having a master means you don't need to respect me anymore. Second young Master Liu noticed the disdain in Xia Li's eyes. This infuriated him. Someone who had begged him like a dog just a month ago was now looking down on him. Second young Master Liu, I don't owe you anything. I've given you plenty of spirit stones. I hope you won't make a mistake. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Then you'd better bring your master out right now, otherwise. Second young Master Liu wasn't stupid enough to believe everything Xia Li said. Even if Xia Li claimed the sky was falling, as long as he couldn't produce this master, Liu would make his move. Even if Xia Li really had a master who later came to exterminate the Liu family, he'd accept it. Cultivation was all about seizing opportunities. Before opportunity, Everything could be sacrificed, especially an opportunity as great as Xia Li represented. After seizing the opportunity, he could simply flee Feng City. Who cared about the family's fate? His own fate was most important. Xia Li's master could do whatever he wanted. Second young master Liu. You seem a bit extreme. Xia Li took 2 steps back. The desperate look in second young master Liu's eyes put immense pressure on him. Something was wrong. This wasn't what he had expected. Why wasn't second young master Liu showing any fear? Did he really not care about his family at all? Xia Li immediately looked toward the Myriad Treasures Pavilion shopkeeper. But the shopkeeper wore an expression of not wanting to get involved. This was bad. He had underestimated how much people in this world valued so-called opportunities. Hand it over. I'll accept whatever your master does afterward. Hand over the secret, or I'll kill you right now. Second young master Liu dared to gamble to bet with his life. To bet with his whole family's lives. Myriad Treasures Pavilion apparently had no intention of intervening, showing no sign of sending anyone to maintain order. This made Xia Li angry too. Though he understood the principle of innocence invites guilt when holding treasure, being repeatedly bullied was something no one could endure. It seemed he had no choice but to take the second path. Xia Li stood still, simply watching second young master Liu. As expected, Liu couldn't hold back and attacked first, palm open, lunging at Xia Li. He thought with his 6th level Qi refining cultivation, taking down 4th level Xia Li would be simple. But this was exactly what Xia Li was waiting for. He needed Liu to strike first, even if Liu's family was unreasonable later. When reason could be discussed, he'd have justification. Mind-brain overclock. Xia Li immediately activated his Heaven Chip's intellect technique. This was his first real fight. He didn't dare be careless at all. Time slowed in his perception. He moved to meet second young master Liu, driving his right fist directly at Liu's open palm. The opponent had probably used some technique too, but it didn't matter. His right arm was a prosthetic forged from refined steel and mystic iron. Why would he fear a Qi refining cultivator's flesh and blood? Activating the prosthetic's built-in technique. Surge fist, overconfident fool. Seeing Xia Li actually daring to throw a punch to meet him, second young master Liu sneered. How dare he? He was using the ice claw technique. One grab and Xia Li's fist would shatter completely. Then the fist met claw. Second young master Liu squeezed hard. But what he grasped wasn't flesh and blood at all. It was incomparably hard mystic iron. What was happening? Was Xia Li's arm made of iron? In fact, Xia Li's arm really was made of iron. Before second young master Liu could figure out what was going on, a tremendous force transmitted from Xia Li's fist. Oh no. Second young master Liu realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Surge Fist, a military combat technique, a method Earth soldiers used to slay demons. Its specialty was destruction. One punch, and the force surged into second young master Liu's arm, twisting it into a pretzel. How dare you, I'll kill you. Second young master Liu howled in agony. This immediately drew the attention of countless passers-by outside Myriad Treasures Pavilion, and a crowd quickly gathered at the entrance. Xia Li's punch was devastating. After twisting second young master Liu's arm, the force surged into his body and caused considerable internal damage, leaving him temporarily incapacitated. He could only grit his teeth and crouch on the ground, glaring at Xia Li with hatred. Liu Fu, what happened? As luck would have it, among the onlookers outside Myriad Treasures Pavilion was someone from the Liu family. A middle-aged man immediately walked into the pavilion. Third uncle, catch him quickly. He has an opportunity. He went from 1st level to 4th level of Qi refining in 1 month. Second young master Liu immediately called for his family elder to act. What? Third uncle Liu's gaze immediately fixed on Xia Li. Seeing this, Xia Li simply spread his hands to show he wouldn't resist. Like bullying people. Do you? Fine, I accept it. I admit my master has urgent business and isn't in Feng City. Kill me or torture me, do as you please, Liu family. But when my master exterminates your clan afterward, don't say, I didn't warn you. Xia Li adopted a resigned attitude, but was already secretly gathering energy to flee. He had prepared a technique specifically for escaping. However, Xia Li's attitude actually made third uncle Liu hesitate. He had already figured out what was happening. Liu Fu wanted to seize someone's opportunity, but the other party had backing just temporarily absent. Seeing the Liu family member hadn't immediately attacked, Xia Li thought for a moment and spoke, "Senior, I told him this before, but he still chose to attack. There are things I shouldn't say, but I suspect he has reasons for daring to gamble. For instance, he doesn't care what happens to the family at all. He only cares about himself." At these words, third Uncle Liu immediately turned to look at Liu Fu. "You attacked without confirming his background, without any probing, I fool." Third Uncle Liu kicked Liu Fu directly, knocking him to the ground. "You lost the competition with your older brother because you weren't good enough. Now, for an opportunity, you're willing to risk the entire family's destruction. Is that it? Has the family ever mistreated you? You lose one internal competition, and this is how you treat the family." Third Uncle Liu was furious. Setting aside whether Xia Li actually had backing, Liu Fu's behavior was suicidal. Get it right and you profit. Get it wrong and the Liu family pays the price. This brat would definitely flee the moment he seized the opportunity. "Young friend, this was our Liu family's fault. I will severely punish him and give you a proper explanation." Third Uncle Liu had also probed Xia Li's cultivation. 4th level defeating 6th level Liu Fu. Ordinary rogue cultivators couldn't dream of it. Though the Liu family wasn't a major clan, they were still far superior to countless rogue cultivators. Liu Fu being defeated by the lower level Xia Li only proved Xia Li's background was truly unusual. At least he wasn't some destitute rogue cultivator. Then if there's nothing else, please don't waste my time. I have pills to make. Oh, young friend, you're also an alchemist. Third Uncle Liu immediately looked at Xia Li. He had observed earlier and hadn't noticed anything particularly complex. Barely counts, I suppose. Master says I have great talent. I don't know how great I'm about to find out. Then how about this? The Liu family will cover your expenses at Myriad Treasures Pavilion today, as compensation. Fine. Xia Li nodded directly. Now was the time to act arrogant, otherwise he wouldn't seem like someone with backing. Besides, he now knew this second young Master Liu apparently wasn't favored. Bullying powerless rogue cultivators was one thing, but encountering someone with real ability, the Liu family wouldn't let him court death. With third Uncle Liu's word, the shopkeeper quickly gathered everything Xia Li needed. Xia Li knew he had to start making pills immediately to prove himself. "Everyone, make way please." Xia Li carried the pill furnace outside Myriad Treasures Pavilion, set it down, and sat cross-legged, preparing to refine pills on the spot. This startled all the nearby onlookers. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Everyone knew alchemists needed a quiet environment free from disturbance. Some even had requirements about earth veins. Yet Xia Li was being so casual. Either he was truly skilled, or he was putting on an act and knew nothing about alchemy. Analyze herb components. Generate pill formula. Primary effect. Accelerate spiritual energy absorption. Xia Li took out the herbs from his pouch one by one, pretending to examine them with a professional air of sniffing and probing. Herb primary components satisfy surge sheet pill refinement conditions. Current formula completion approximately 64%. Confirm using these materials for the formula. The Heaven chip quickly completed the formula. However, compared to Earth's version, the resulting pill would only have about 60% effectiveness. This left Xia Li unsatisfied. This wouldn't be impressive enough to intimidate those with ulterior motives. Now wasn't the time to hide his abilities. So Xia Li continued examining herbs. "Shopkeeper, please bring out all the Tier 1 spiritual herbs Myriad Treasures Pavilion has for me to see." "Ha, you want to? My master only gave me half a formula and told me to complete it based on medicinal properties. He said it's a test." "All right." The shopkeeper immediately directed servants to fetch the herbs. Before long, hundreds of Tier 1 spiritual herbs were brought before Xia Li. His examination speed was fast, almost just a touch and a sniff before moving to the next. In less than an hour, all Tier 1 herbs available at Myriad Treasures Pavilion had been examined, and the Heaven chip had combined them into a completely new formula with 120% effectiveness. 20% better than Earth's version. Of course, this didn't mean Earth's formulation was inferior. Earth's pills prioritized not just effectiveness but cost efficiency. Following Earth's formula, materials might cost only 2 spirit stones, but with the Heaven chip's new formula, achieving that extra 20% might require 5 spirit stones in materials. By Earth standards, this formula was a pure loss. But this world was different. Spiritual herbs were relatively cheap here, while finished pills were much more expensive. The alchemist's skill commanded significant premium. After selecting the herbs, Xia Li immediately began refining. This required no thought on his part, just delegate to the heaven chip. He had already downloaded an alchemy technique. The technique's data volume was substantial, including extensive pharmaceutical data, occupying 3 of his technique storage slots. Open furnace, ignite fire, add herbs. Xia Li's movements were practiced and fluid, performed in one smooth sequence. He didn't look like a first-time alchemist at all, more like an old master who had studied the art for countless years. This was the terror of industrialized alchemy. Before automatic pill furnaces were invented, Earth's alchemy techniques had perfected every detail. There were no wasted movements. The one refining pills wasn't Xia Li. It was everyone who had studied the Tao of pills on Earth over the years. Their souls and wills had been digitized and manifested through Xia Li. 1 incense sticks time later, Xia Li opened the furnace. Pill fragrance wafted everywhere. 8 pills, white as jade and flawless, flew out from the furnace. Young friend Xia, may I ask what pill this is? Third Uncle Liu immediately stepped forward, gazing at the white jade pills. Just their appearance was better than any Tier 1 pills he had ever seen. Surge Chi pill, roughly 3 times the effect of nourishing Chi pills. But I've decided to price them at only twice the cost. What? 3 times the effect but only twice the price? Young friend, you are truly a blessing to our kind. Third Uncle Liu immediately patted Xia Li's shoulder warmly, then turned to glare fiercely at Liu Fu. If the Surge Chi pill really had such effects, the Liu family would quickly reach a conclusion. Kill Liu Fu to appease Xia Li. After Xia Li announced the pill's effects, many nearby still harbored doubts. However, this was right outside Myriad Treasure's pavilion, and the pavilion's alchemist had been observing Xia Li's refinement process. Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, may I appraise the pill? The Myriad Treasure's pavilion alchemist approached Xia Li. Xia Li sized him up, a white-haired elderly man who was quite a figure in Feng City. Feng City had only 2 alchemists, one from Myriad Treasure's pavilion and 1 guest alchemist at the marketplace. These 2 monopolized the entire city's pill business. Please, elder son. Xia Li humbly handed the pill to elder son. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon doesn't crush a local snake. His plan had never been to antagonize anyone or fight for dominance. Because the opportunity everyone sought, he already had it. May I consume one? Elder son's attitude was now very proper, showing no hint of condescension. Please. Xia Li made an inviting gesture. This pleased elder son greatly. Xia Li's alchemy skills were clearly superior to his, yet he remained so humble and courteous. When evaluating the pill later, he could afford to be generous. At his age, suppressing young talent wouldn't benefit him anyway. Better to curry favor and perhaps secure some benefits for himself. Swallowing the pill, a spiritual vortex immediately formed in his dantian and began continuously generating spiritual energy. The quantity aside, the key was the speed and intensity of generation. Excellent pill, marvelous pill. This pill generates spiritual energy at more than 3 times the rate of nourishing Chi pills. Most crucially, it has an effect nourishing Chi pills lack. It can temporarily enhance spiritual energy intensity, aiding in breakthrough. Elder son's words immediately caused a commotion. Everyone's eyes fixed on the pills in Xia Li's hand. In Feng City, everyone was a talentless, potential-less rogue cultivator. Precisely because they lacked talent, they needed external aids. For geniuses, breaking through Chi refining levels was naturally effortless, smooth sailing, water flowing to the sea. But for rogue cultivators, attempts to break through often failed due to insufficient spiritual energy intensity, and pills that aided Chi refining breakthroughs were extremely rare. After all, if you couldn't even pass the Chi refining hurdles, what business did you have cultivating? Nourishing Chi pills could nurture spiritual energy. Taking more before a breakthrough helped somewhat, but that help was negligible at best. The intensity is still increasing. It's progressive, not regressive. Elder son shouted in delighted surprise. The spiritual vortex in his dantian was generating energy at increasing intensity. Normal pills had diminishing effects over time, meaning the effect was strongest right after consumption, then gradually weakened. But Surge Chi pills were different. They actually grew stronger. This old man, This old man is about to break through. Elder Sun's face flushed red as he roared. The bottleneck that had been sealed for nearly 20 years due to his aged and weakened body finally shattered. A powerful aura erupted from within him. 9th level of Qi refining finally reached peak Qi refining. This old man might actually have hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Elder Sun was so excited he nearly jumped up, wanting to kneel and count out to Xia Li right there. This was a completely new pill with tremendous benefits for Qi refining cultivators. The other rogue cultivators watching immediately rushed toward Xia Li. 10 spirit stones. Give me 1. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I'll pay 15, 20. The rogue cultivators had abandoned all consideration of cost-effectiveness. A nourishing Qi pill typically sold for 2 spirit stones, doubled would be 4. But cultivation was about seizing the initiative. 1 step ahead meant every step ahead. Miss this batch. And who knew when Xia Li would refine the next? By now, improve yourself. And you'd have a chance to compete for the next batch. Quiet. A pill this wondrous 10 spirit stones is a bargain. This pill is flawless. Without cracks or impurities. It's definitely top grade quality. Top grade nourishing Qi pills cost 5 spirit stones each. But top grade surge Qi pills can't simply be priced at double. Elder Sun immediately spoke up. 10 spirit stones was far too cheap. He needed to help Xia Li raise the price so Xia Li would remember his kindness. No need. It can even be cheaper. 8 spirit stones each. I'm just covering costs. Xia Li immediately indicated no need for higher prices. Not that he didn't want to charge more. But these rogue cultivators couldn't afford it. Better to sell in volume. Besides, the profit margin was already huge. He had originally planned to sell at 4 spirit stones each. This, we thank Alchemist Xia. Alchemist Xia is truly a dragon among men. Alchemist Xia is a blessing to Feng City. The rogue cultivators were overjoyed. A pill with surge Qi pills effects at top grade quality. Even major sects might not have many. Third Uncle Liu now stood beside Xia Li with a beaming smile. Then, he suddenly grabbed the weakly sprawled Liu Fu and clamped his hand around his throat. From this day forward, Liu Fu is expelled from the Liu family. As a family criminal, I sentence him to death. Third Uncle Liu. Liu Fu's eyes filled with terror. He had known he was finished the moment Xia Li gained the upper hand, but hadn't expected it to happen so fast. Third Uncle Liu wasn't giving him any chance to survive. HMPH, a vicious wretch like you sparing you would be a disaster for both Alchemist Xia and the Liu family. With that, Third Uncle Liu squeezed out with a crack. Liu Fu's head went limp. This second young Master Liu, who had some reputation in Feng City, died just like that, killed by his own family in broad daylight. Xia Li noticed the commotion on Third Uncle Liu's side and was surprised by how decisively the Liu family acted. Alchemist Xia, your grudge with him has nothing to do with our Liu family. Please don't hold it against us. After killing his own nephew, Third Uncle Liu was still smiling at Xia Li. This was quite an eye-opener. Naturally not. I just didn't expect you wouldn't help second young Master Liu at all. From Third Uncle Liu's appearance until now, aside from an initially offensive glance, he had behaved extremely properly. Xia Li found this incredible. Alchemist Xia, did you really expect the young one to cause trouble and the old one to come finish the job? Our small family can't afford such drama. Third Uncle Liu knew what Xia Li meant and explained with a bitter smile. That kind of domineering behavior is what major sects enjoy. Small families and minor sects don't dare casually offend people. We do bully others. Yes, but we're just evil, not stupid. With that, Third Uncle Liu took out a transmission jade slip and said something into it. Then he looked at Xia Li with another smile. Alchemist Xia, Liu Fu's parents will also be executed shortly. Please don't hold any grudge against the Liu family. This Xia Li truly hadn't expected. The Liu family killed Liu Fu, and that wasn't enough. They weren't even sparing his parents. Was this really a family? The Liu family was naturally not stupid. The Liu family also gambled, but in a different direction than that fool Liu Fu. The Liu family bet on supporting Xia Li well and basking in his glory. News of what happened outside Myriad Treasure's pavilion spread through Feng City at lightning speed. Before long, people from the marketplace arrived as well. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Alchemist Xia is remarkable. I am Huang Yu, Grand Steward of the marketplace. We've also brought a gift. 3 people came from the Rogue Cultivator's marketplace. The 2 attendants behind the leader carried a not too large chest. Please accept this, Alchemist Xia. With that, Huan Yu signaled his people to open the chest. But inside weren't spirit stones or treasures, rather, several bloody severed heads. The heads of Steward Yang, who had bullied Xia Li, and the 3 rogue cultivators who had come to cause him trouble. Xia Li's expression shifted. Though he understood they were showing goodwill, this method was a bit extreme. This would cause him trouble. When the victim's friends and relatives came looking for answers, they'd definitely come to him. Thank you for Grand Steward Huang's kindness. But isn't this a bit much? Xia Li didn't kill anyone, but someone killed for him. Alchemist Xia is merciful, but your mercy is your business. You may choose not to kill, but we must show our sincerity. All right. Xia Li was speechless. This was truly his first direct encounter with this world's customs, indeed. Ruthless to outsiders and ruthless to their own. Bully the right person and reap rewards, everyone understanding tacitly. Bully the wrong person and die, blame yourself for being blind. Everyone was just evil, but no one was stupid. Now then, may we discuss shares? Huan Yu looked at Xia Li. This was what the marketplace truly cared about. Yes, we should. Let's find another place to talk slowly. Agreed. Since we're right outside Myriad Treasure's pavilion, let's just use one of their private rooms. Huan Yu suggested using Myriad Treasure's pavilion's private rooms. Xia Li nodded without objection. Then third Uncle Liu, older son, and Huan Yu, representing Feng City's 3 major powers, entered a private room to negotiate with Xia Li. Inside the room, Xia Li sat in the host's seat. After everyone was seated, he spoke first. I know what you want to ask. Let me explain my situation first. My master has more than just me as a disciple, and he believes in the law of the jungle. Unless something major happens, he won't come. But if he does come, it means my standing in his heart will drop significantly. Therefore, I've decided to give up half the profits and make the formula public to you. Xia Li immediately dropped a bombshell. Want profits? Then bind yourselves to him. He could share profits. But he needed corresponding protection and status. A very reasonable request. Our marketplace will take 15%. Leave all sales to us. Huan Yu nodded. This negotiation was going much smoother than expected. Xia Li was not only capable but also sensible and excellent partner. The Liu family will also take 15%. We'll handle any external threats with full effort. Third Uncle Liu held a transmission jade slip. His words represented the Liu family leadership's position. Then Myriad Treasure's pavilion will take the larger share of 20%. After all, we're the main supplier of spiritual herbs. And I can contact our larger branch to request protection. Older son, representing Myriad Treasure's pavilion, claimed the largest share. The negotiation went incredibly smoothly, mainly due to Xia Li's cooperation. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Xia Li had never thought he could safely earn spirit stones on his own, but by binding Feng City's decision-makers to his interests, he could produce in volume and actually earn more, and be safer. I think there is something off about this agreement. Xia Li spoke again. To be precise, I'll take 50% of what I personally refine. For what you refine yourselves, I'll only take 10%. Frankly, I don't think you can produce top-grade quality. Mid-grade would probably be difficult too. This addendum was also a concession, a reasonable one. Since the formula would be public, pills refined by others meant they did the main work. Taking a small cut was already quite good. Friend Xia is truly generous. But is the Surge Shi pill refinement process very complex? Elder son immediately looked at Xia Li. From his observation, it hadn't seemed particularly complex. Complex, not really. But it has strict requirements for precision and spiritual energy control. That's my personal talent. I see, that makes sense. If friend Xia had no special abilities, why would your master have taken you in? How many can you refine per month? 1,000. Xia Li calmly stated a number. He could reliably produce 8 per batch, 4 batches per day. That came to roughly 1,000 per month. If he fell short at month's end, he'd just do a few extra batches. Truly, you can maintain that quality consistently. Elder son was now very surprised. Alchemy consumed not just spiritual energy but mental focus. He felt strained refining one batch every 3 days. Yes, would my master have taken me in otherwise? I was born with an unusually strong soul, excellent material for alchemy. Good, good, good. That's 8,000 spirit stones of business per month. 15% comes to 1,200 spirit stones. Marketplace Grand Steward Huang Yu was now grinning so wide his face nearly split. The marketplace's previous monthly income was barely 1,000 spirit stones. This would more than double it. And this wasn't just the marketplace profiting, it was an opportunity to grow Feng City bigger and stronger. With Surge Sheepills, Feng City could become the central hub for rogue cultivators in the region. From now on, Friend Xia is an honored guest of our Liu family, a grand elder. Third Uncle Liu immediately showed sincerity. From now on, anyone who crossed Xia Li in Feng City would face the Liu family's full wrath. And a guest elder of our myriad treasures pavilion. Elder Son thought about how he had secured such a massive deal for the pavilion. The higher branch would surely reward him generously. Foundation establishment in this lifetime was truly possible. And a guest elder of our marketplace, just like that. Xia Li reached mutually beneficial agreements with Feng City's 3 major powers. Everyone obtained satisfactory terms. Xia Li had also risen to become one of Feng City's elite. The name Alchemist Xia spread through every street and alley within a single day. With the 3 powers operations, Surge Sheepills quickly sold to other cities, generating tremendous buzz. After all, the rogue cultivator's path was harder than ascending to heaven. The first realm of Qi refining alone could stall half of all cultivators. The appearance of Surge Sheepills was undoubtedly a blessing for the masses at the bottom. After stabilizing his position in Feng City, Xia Li focused on bitter cultivation besides his daily pill making, striving to reach his spirit core's cultivation ceiling as soon as possible. He also purchased various spiritual treasures to enhance his potential. After all, Earth's cultivation tradition could unlock whatever potential you had. There were no people without talent, only poor people who couldn't afford good spirit cores. 1 month passed. Xia Li had been cultivating intensely in the Xia residence that the 3 major powers had built for him. His cultivation had now reached the 6th level of Qi refining. 1 more level and he would hit the current ceiling of his spirit core. Suddenly, 3 knocks on the door pulled Xia Li out of his cultivation state. Although the spirit core could cultivate automatically, his active participation doubled the speed. Why wouldn't he take advantage of that? Come in. Xia Li allowed the visitor to enter. The door immediately swung open, and a rather pretty young woman who had clearly dressed herself up walked in. Behind her followed a refined-looking young man. And you are? I'm Liu Yan, the Liu family's eldest young master. She is Liu Ryan, the Liu family's 5th young miss. As soon as Liu Yan finished speaking, the young woman immediately shook her head frantically, waving her hands. Don't call me Liu Ryan. My name is Liu Xiao. I've already changed it myself, Ryan. What do you mean by this? Your name was personally given by a master when you were young. Please don't. I always feel like this name carries some unknown karmic burden. It's bad luck. Liu Xiao hated being called Liu Ryan. The name did carry some mysterious power that easily made people feel favorable toward her. But for some reason, it also gave her a sense of looking down on everyone. She could only say her fate couldn't bear this name. Continuing to use it might lead to a terrible death. Then alright. Liu Yan didn't bother pursuing the matter further. Seeing this, Liu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother Xia, we're here to deliver something to you. With that, Liu Xiao handed Xia Li an exquisitely crafted box. Xia Li accepted it and opened it. Inside lay a white ring. It was a storage ring, something precious even on Earth. In this world, it wasn't cheap either. The cheapest ones cost at least 1,000 spirit stones each. Most foundation establishment cultivators couldn't afford them and made do with easily damaged storage pouches. Only golden core cultivators had the wealth to use storage rings. Thank you both for personally delivering this. You're welcome. The spirit treasures you requested are also inside the storage ring, Liu Xiao continued. Then fixed Xia Li with an expectant gaze mixed with obedience. Xia Li immediately understood what she wanted. For someone of her status as a Liu family young miss to personally make this trip, she obviously wanted some special compensation for her efforts. Consider these 2 pills my thanks for your help. Xia Li was quite adept at social niceties. He immediately produced two cyan-colored pills and handed them to Liu Yun and Liu Xiaoxiao. May I ask what pills these are, Brother Xia? Cloud breath pills. For escaping they allow chi refining cultivators to briefly fly through the air. Isn't this essentially an extra life? Liu Yun immediately pocketed the pill. Xia Li really did have good stuff. Although Xia Li only publicly sold surge chi pills. With Liu Yun's status as the Liu family's eldest young master, he knew that certain special pills only circulated among the upper echelons. Thank you, Big Brother Xia. You're the best. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Go ahead. Remember to keep looking for spirit treasures usable at the chi refining stage for me. Absolutely. Liu Xiaoxiao happily dragged Liu Yun away. Liu Yun had wanted to stay and build more rapport with Xia Li, but couldn't resist Liu Xiaoxiao's insistence. After leaving the Xia residence gates, Liu Yun looked at his sister with some displeasure. Ryan, what are you doing? I told you not to call me Ryan. Fine. Then Xiaoxiao. Why did you drag me away? Know when to stop. Don't be too annoying. We're from different worlds. He doesn't care, so why should you? I was just. You saw he was being nice and wanted to take advantage. Enough already. Though Liu Xiaoxiao was only the Liu family's fifth young miss, Liu Yun owed much of his current position to her behind-the-scenes strategizing. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Liu Xiaoxiao could tell that Xia Li's warmth was only surface deep. Deep in his eyes lurked something she couldn't quite describe. Xia Li's background was definitely not simple. He might have terrifying origins. Therefore, they needed to know their limits and not presume familiarity. All right. Liu Yun reluctantly left with Liu Xiaoxiao. Inside the room, Xia Li picked up the storage ring and had his heaven chip begin analyzing it. Phase storage device detected. The heaven chip called storage rings phase storage devices are the official Earth term for storage treasures. Spaces independent from the outside world were called phase spaces on Earth. Size approximately 32.5 cubic meters. Contains 3 unknown spirit treasures. Please remove for analysis. This phase storage device has no imprint key set. Imprint. The heaven chip analyzed the storage ring's spatial size and contents. As for imprinting, that was how one claimed ownership of a storage ring. Xia Li could only say it was pathetic. Earth storage devices generally used 128-bit dynamic passwords combined with biometric authentication. Spirit energy imprinting as an encryption method. The heaven chip could crack it in seconds. This also made Xia Li realize a new revenue stream. Cracking storage rings of unknown origin. Looting enemies after killing them would be very convenient in the future. Imprint. Still, Xia Li didn't complain. When he had more money later, he'd switch to Earth storage devices safer and with anti-loss features. Because Earth storage devices usually came in sets. A main unit and subunits. Keep the main unit hidden. Losing a subunit while out wouldn't matter. After claiming the storage ring, Xia Li retrieved the 3 spirit treasures the Liu family had helped find. So-called spirit treasures were miraculous items that, once refined, would directly cause special changes in ACULTIVAT or. Their effects varied. On Earth, you might see 1 or 2 at an auction, but in this world, pay enough spirit stones and you could buy them freely. Because major powers had long been able to mass-produce low-grade spirit treasures. Fire tree firefly flower, astral wine crystal, body tempering spirit milk. Fire tree firefly flower increases the body's spiritual energy absorption rate. Astral wine crystal speeds up the Danshan's chi vortex rotation, enhancing the speed of controlling spiritual energy. Body tempering spirit milk can cleanse the meridians and refine the marrow. Xia Li examined the spirit treasures before him. These were expensive, each starting at 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. They were most effective when used at the chi refining stage. But what chi refining cultivator could afford them? Only disciples from major sects and great families had such privileges. But Xia Li had to use them. Otherwise, how could he create any gap between himself and fellow Earth cultivators? How could he take revenge on the company? He still had to operate on Earth. The truly good things in Earth's cultivation tradition required internal competition. Simply raising his cultivation was useless. Those upper-class disciples never lacked cultivation. The spirit core was just one factor. If a spirit core's base combat power was 10, Poor personal constitution would drag it down to only 8. But if personal constitution and talent were excellent, possessing certain spiritual qualities, and constitution could be rated at 5 points, then combined with the spirit core, combat power would be at least 15. Because the spirit core could significantly enhance those qualities, not just additive, but potentially multiplicative. The same spirit core could result in combat power differing by several times. Therefore, Xia Li had to work hard on his personal constitution and build a solid foundation during qi refining. Once he established his foundation, his base would be set. Improving fundamentals afterward would be difficult. Another month later, Xia residence, bedroom. Xia Li was flipping through a rare book that Myriad Treasures Pavilion had procured for him, his brow furrowing. This compendium of spirit treasures, qi refining volume, records a full 1800 types of spirit treasures. And this is just for qi refining. Yet most cultivators can only refine at most 3 spirit treasures per major realm. This book had arrived a bit late, as Xia Li had already refined for spirit treasures. Though this wasn't his limit, Xia Li still felt he'd lost out somewhat. Besides the 3 the Liu family had collected last month, he had also refined a spirit treasure called Danshan Fruit, which could strengthen the Danshan's qi. Looking through the book, the 4 he'd refined were all ranked in the top 100. The lower-ranked treasures either had excessive side effects, required combination with other treasures, or demanded specific constitutions from the cultivator, and their effects after refinement were often mediocre. It seemed those major sects weren't worried about finding buyers when they sold these. They were all top-ranked, universally applicable spirit treasures. Looks like the Liu family's attitude in handling matters is quite good. They didn't give me anything subpar. Xia Li now had a better impression of the Liu family. Among the 3 powers, the Liu family was closest to him, mainly because they didn't have their own alchemist. The other 2 powers hadn't made any moves yet, simply doing their jobs properly. But this attitude already showed they were the type to share in good fortune, but definitely not share in hardship. I just hope the crisis comes later rather than sooner. Xia Li understood his current danger. Major powers might shamelessly come to forcibly take over. In his view, it was only a matter of time. He had to assume the worst about human nature, defaulting to malicious intent. Only then could he prepare for the future. The marketplace was a rogue cultivator alliance's territory, and Myriad Treasures Pavilion was also a major power. These 2 probably couldn't wait for him to encounter insolvable trouble, so he'd have to beg them and join them. With this thought, Xia Li decided to raise the stakes and bet more on the Liu family. Taking out his transmission jade slip, Xia Li directly messaged third Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu, the Danshan fruit you brought last time was very useful to me. To thank your Liu family, I've already spoken with my master. He agrees to let me teach you alchemy. As for how much you can learn, that depends on the talent of whoever you send. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jie. I'll immediately have the clan convene a family meeting to decide the candidate. Xia Li mentioned the Danshan fruit being useful, but third Uncle Liu was no fool. He knew it couldn't be just about one fruit. It was because over these 2 months, Xia Li had seen their sincerity. By the way, fellow Taoist Jie, who do you think has more talent, actually? The candidate will most likely be either Liu Yun or Liu Ryan. You've met them both. Third Uncle Liu still called Liu Xiao by Liu Ryan, but that was their family matter and Xia Li didn't bother commenting. That's up to you. I'm confident I can teach anyone well, even you. So the candidate doesn't have to be from the younger generation. Your Liu family should seize this opportunity well. I understand. Third Uncle Liu ended the communication. On the other side, the Liu family was destined for a sleepless night. Xia Li's message made them sense an opportunity for the family's rise. The Liu family head was now grateful that he'd acted decisively enough 2 months ago. He'd bet correctly, without killing Liu Fu's family. How could Xia Li have forgiven them so easily and chosen them? Thus, a meeting concerning the family's fate was convened overnight. Early the next morning, someone came knocking on Xia Li's bedroom door. Come in. Xia Li allowed the knocker to enter. When the door opened, a cute young woman appeared. Liu Xiao. The Liu family had ultimately chosen her. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Oh, it's you. I thought it would be Liu Yun or some elder. Xia Li truly hadn't expected the Liu family to give the opportunity to Liu Xiao. She was only the 5th youngness. far below Liu Yan, the eldest young master in succession, who told me to have the best talent in the Liu family. If I weren't female, even Brother Yun would have to obediently be my subordinate. Liu Xiaoxiao was quite proud and happy that her family had made the right choice selecting based on talent rather than status. Alright, then I'll first transmit the cultivation method to you. This is a technique beneficial for alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman making. Xia Li tossed a jade slip to Liu Xiaoxiao. It contained the 1,000 refinements art, modified through his heaven chip and re-recorded. The original technique was from Hidden Wing's internal network, not meant for external transmission. Without a Hidden Wing heaven chip implanted, it couldn't be cultivated. To share it externally, certain parts had to be removed. But those parts didn't matter anyway. They were features for enhancing the spirit core and improving its performance. Cultivators in this world didn't have spirit cores in their bodies. Liu Xiaoxiao received the jade slip and immediately pressed it to her forehead. The 1,000 refinements arts cultivation method flooded into her mind after completing this transmission. The jade slip shattered. May I ask, Big Brother Xia, is this 1,000 refinements art perhaps a yellow grade technique? Liu Xiaoxiao's eyes went wide. The Liu family's best technique was only human grade upper tier. Cultivation methods and techniques were ranked in 6 grades: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, human, and mortal. Each grade was a world apart. The higher the grade, the more miraculous the technique. Mortal grade could barely touch the Tao. Human grade was passable. Yellow grade entered the gates of the Tao. In other words, yellow grade techniques were the true path of cultivation. After all, human and mortal grades spelled out mortal when reversed. It was the difference between immortal and mortal, yes. Xia Li didn't know how this world rated techniques, but Earth's cultivation tradition started at what they called yellow grade at minimum. The 2 grades above weren't even allowed on the public network. The Heavenly Tao computer would flag them as garbage. Earth's rating system was simpler and more direct. No nonsense, just 5 levels. Supreme, extreme, excellent, superior, functional. Functional meant usable. Superior meant decent. Excellent was excellent. Extreme was very good. Supreme was the best. The 1,000 refinements art was only functional grade, entry level on Earth. That it made it onto Hidden Wing's internal network meant it was probably among the better functional grade techniques. Though this technique has no preface, I can feel its yellow grade upper tier. If word got out, some minor sects would stop at nothing to seize it. Liu Xiaoxiao now understood the feeling of innocence invites guilt when holding treasure. The technique was good, but if leaked, it would bring disaster upon the Liu family. Then be careful. This technique cannot be transmitted until you've fully comprehended it. You understand my meaning? I understand. Only after comprehending it will I have enough strength to protect the family. Only then can it be transmitted. Thank you for your consideration, Big Brother Xia. Xia Li nodded. His main purpose was to avoid being implicated by the Liu family's foolishness. Liu Xiaoxiao was smart. She shouldn't do anything reckless. Go back and convert your cultivation method first. Come find me after you've finished converting your spiritual energy, and I'll teach you alchemy. I may disappear for a while, but not too long. I won't disappoint you, Big Brother Xia. Liu Xiaoxiao now wished she could formally become his disciple, but she knew very well that Xia Li didn't think highly enough of her, so she didn't overstep. If it were that fool Liu Yan, he'd probably already be kowtowing. That would only make things awkward for Xia Li. Lingguang City, Lower District. In a dark alleyway, a flash of white light passed, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Xia Li. He had returned to Earth. The mysterious ring had vibrated a few times last night. Xia Li guessed it meant he could cross dimensions again. After all, he had stayed on the other side for 2 months before returning last time. During that time, he had wanted to go home countless times, but none had triggered the ring's crossing mechanism. And this time was also 2 months. It seemed the ring's cooldown was 2 months. Entering signal zone. Reconnected to Heavenly Tao network. You have 5 unread messages Supin returning to Earth. The Heaven chip immediately notified him of the network reconnection. Xia Li quickly checked his unread messages. 5th generation Heaven chips could project virtual screens in one's mind, like a holographic display appearing before your eyes, except others couldn't see it. Xia Li, it's me. Did you make it to the Monster Hunting Association? Hello, why aren't you responding? Still alive? Dude, You're gone just like that. Rest in peace. I'll remember you." Seeing these 5 messages, Xia Li couldn't help but find them amusing. They were from Xiao. Apparently, she was quite concerned about this new organization member. Not dead, just was in a no-signal zone. Xia Li quickly composed a reply. Before long, Xiao responded, "Bullshit, no-signal zone. Don't you know the Heavenly Down Network's signal reaches all the way to Pluto?" "What?" Now it was Xia Li's turn to be shocked. The Heavenly Down Network's signal strength was that terrifying. Covering Pluto meant it probably covered the entire solar system. What did you think? There are human settlements on other planets in the solar system, though most are spiritual energy collection stations. As long as you're still in the solar system, you won't lose signal. You must have deliberately blocked your signal. Either that or you entered some phase space, or were in an area covered by a signal jammer. Tell me, where did you go and what were you doing? As the person who'd brought Xia Li into the organization, Xiao had been designated as his partner by default. She received a portion of any contributions Xia Li made to the organization. That's why she'd been so generous, helping him with various upgrades during his modification. Must have been in a jam zone. I went back to the mine. I'd actually hidden some spirit stones there that I didn't take. Xia Li made up a reasonable excuse. He figured if there was some ruin at the mine, they'd probably jam signals for secrecy. Damn, you're young but your scheming isn't. Not bad. Xiao accepted his explanation. The mining area where Xia Li had been was indeed currently a signal jam zone. Thanks for your concern, Sisk. When I get back, I'll send you 10 spirit stones. You're that rich. Then no need to come back, just find a spirit bank and transfer it to me. Alright, by the way, Sisk, I haven't had any conflicts with anyone yet. And I don't dare to. But if I ever have to fight, what should I watch out for? Xia Li recalled his confrontation with Liu Fu. He'd realized that crises could come very suddenly. He didn't like violent confrontations. He preferred peaceful solutions. And fortunately, some people were naturally violent and would attack at the slightest disagreement. He had to be prepared. Fighting cultivators from the other world didn't scare him much. He had cheats. But Earth cultivators were all cheaters too. It was basically a battle of gods. He was genuinely nervous about that. I don't really know how to explain it, but the Heaven chip will give you a rough assessment of danger. Kneel when you need to kneel. Either don't offend anyone, or if you do, go for the kill. Don't give them a chance. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. And either don't strike, or strike to kill. You never know what bizarre techniques the other person has loaded in their Heaven chip. This was the daily reality of combat between Earth cultivators. Everyone had wall hacks, aimbots, and auto-lock. It came down to who locked onto whom first. It felt just like the hacker battles in games back in 2030. In short, we don't encourage conflicts. Hidden Wing is a technical organization, not combat-oriented. But we do have our specialties. Hold on. After a short while, your friend Xiao has sent you a technique. Please proceed with caution to avoid data virus infection. If you're afraid of dying, learn this. It's called Divine Sense Hacking. It can interrupt, paralyze, or even melt the opponent's Heaven chip. Against poor bastards still using 3rd gen or lower Heaven chips, it's practically a guaranteed hit. Even against opponents with 5th gen chips like yours, hitting them with this at a critical moment can catch them off guard. Xiao shared Hidden Wing's signature technique with Xia Li. Is this still cultivation combat? This had gone beyond Dao and magic. It was electronic warfare. I told you we're a technical organization. Of course we use technical attacks. As long as you don't encounter those retro cultivators who don't use Heaven chips. This move is always effective. Alright, thanks Sisk. Don't forget the 10 spirit stones. Got it. Xia Li ended the communication. He now felt some sense of belonging to his organization. Hidden Wing really did have skills. And their methods specifically countered newer cultivt or a in the other world. It was cultivation combat. On Earth, it should be electronic warfare. Afterward, Xia Li opened his map and headed to the Lingguang City Municipal Bank in the lower district. Half an hour later, Xia Li walked into the bank and discovered that newer banks had no human employees, only mechanical attendants, guided by a mechanical robot. Xia Li first used a spirit stone recaster to convert his rough stones into Earth's standard spirit stone units, then deposited all his spirit stones, a total of just over 800 low-grade spirit stones. He'd brought over 1,000 back, but the conversion evaporated to 100. It hurt, but Earth had its standards. Xia Li had no choice. After depositing the stones, the mechanical robot actually approached him to pitch spiritual energy investment products. "Hello, sir. Are you interested in financial products? You might consider our industrial bonds. Buy now for an estimated annual return of 3%, plus a complimentary 3 gin of organic beef." No thanks. I don't do investments." Xia Li quickly fled. Earth had too many ways to drain your spirit stones. One careless move and you'd lose everything. His 800 stones weren't actually that much. By newer income standards, 800 spirit stones was roughly equivalent to about 1.5 million yuan in the old era. In the old era, that was about the price of an ordinary apartment in a second-tier city. In this new era, it could buy a decent place in the lower district, but couldn't even afford half a bathroom in the upper district. Shortly after, Xia Li transferred 10 spirit stones to Xiao, then prepared to go shopping in the upper district. Earth also had relatively accessible spirit treasures. They were enhancement serums with unique effects, but you could only take 1 injection per realm. Of course, unlike the natural spirit treasures of the other world, Earth's enhancement serums were full of technology and mystery ingredients. You never knew what they were synthesized from, but nobody investigated. If it worked, that was all that mattered. One shot and nobody complained. 1 hour later, Lingguan City Upper District. In front of the grand elevator, Xia Li stepped out of the observation elevator. The scenery before him was completely different from the dirty, run-down lower district. The upper district was a true future city where greenery and technology merged perfectly. Plants were seamlessly integrated into every corner of the city, but never dominated, only serving as accents. Almost all billboards were holographic projections. Between skyscrapers, 100-meter-tall holographic women danced. Various holographic images flew through the sky above the city: goldfish, dragons, and phoenixes, and things Xia Li couldn't even name. Compared to this, the lower district might as well be living 500 years in the past. Seeing the upper district's splendor, Xia Li couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the new era hadn't eliminated class divisions, it had widened the gap even further. Despite completely liberating productive forces, the lower classes lived even worse than 500 years ago. Lower district residents didn't even have the privilege of being exposed to wind, sun, and rain. Whatever. Thinking about this is useless. Better get my business done. Xia Li opened his map and began searching for his destination. Someone like him with no property in the upper district had to pay a fee just to be there. 1 spirit stone per day, deducted directly from his bank account. And the upper district's spiritual energy concentration wasn't even that high, just 0.1%, which was admittedly far ahead of the lower district, but couldn't hold a candle to Feng City. He quickly arrived at the upper district's department store and walked into a shop selling enhancement serums. The store's merchandise was dazzling. Various serums were displayed in glass cases, with manufacturers and effects clearly labeled. Walking to the Qi refining serum section, a well-dressed female attendant approached to ask what he needed. What surprised Xia Li was that she didn't look down on his shabby clothes. "What kind of serum are you looking for, sir? Specific enhancement or attribute constitution serums?" "Attribute constitution serums." Xia Li specified what he wanted. In the other world, so-called talent mostly related to spiritual roots and constitution. Spiritual roots. The spirit core was his spiritual root. He could swap at any time. As for constitution, inject serums. 1 shot and you'd have a fire spirit body, water spirit body, whatever you wanted. "What attribute would you like?" "I'd prefer a non-elemental spirit body. It can be weak now, but with high growth potential." Xia Li wasn't foolish enough to rush for a spirit body now, only to narrow his future path, limiting himself to techniques matching that element. After all, Earth's spirit bodies weren't natural. Natural spirit bodies gave bonuses for corresponding elements without penalties for others. Earth's serum-induced spirit bodies gave higher bonuses for corresponding elements, but severely weakened the effects of other elemental techniques. "Then I recommend these 3 serums. The attendant immediately led Xia Li to a display case. Spirit Nurturing Serum. After use, you'll gain a spirit nurturing body with all-round basic talent enhancement. The improvement isn't dramatic, but it won't alter your foundation. After introducing one, the attendant led Xia Li to another case. Mystic Meridian Serum. After use, it significantly widens your meridians and has a chance to open acupoints. It also benefits physical cultivation. If your goal is the martial path, I highly recommend Mystic Meridian Serum. Finally, there's Genesis Serum. Similar effects to Spirit Nurturing Serum, but with a chance to gain self-cultivation ability. You'd be able to cultivate without a spirit core or heaven chip. If your goal is to reach higher and farther realms that even spirit cores haven't reached yet, I strongly recommend this serum. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. The attendant was very professional, even knowing that realms beyond spirit core capability had been achieved by very few people globally. Selling the product was what mattered. Genesis Serum and Spirit Nurturing Serum had similar effects, but their prices differed by nearly double. Spirit Nurturing Serum sold for 300 Spirit Stones. Genesis Serum sold for 648 Spirit Stones. As for why 648 specifically, that traced back to a certain tradition from before the spiritual revival, supposedly a mystical number for verifying bloodlines. I'll take the Genesis Serum. Xia Li hesitated only briefly before decisively choosing Genesis Serum. Most people on Earth couldn't self-cultivate and had to rely on spirit cores. Though self-cultivators were still outclassed by spirit core users, this concerned the future. The highest realm spirit cores could currently reach was peak soul transformation, though news indicated that golden body stage spirit cores had been developed. Who knew when they'd hit the market? Golden body, a realm unique to Earth's cultivation tradition, corresponding to void refining on the other side. After soul transformation, Earth's tradition diverged from the other worlds, because realms beyond soul transformation were calculated by the heavenly Tao computer. Earth's ancient tradition only went to soul transformation. Everything after was explored by the new era. Genesis Serum. Is it? Would you like to use it now or have it packaged now? By the way, spending over 500 Spirit Stones in our store comes with a bonus. Add 50 Spirit Stones now for a bottle of Enhanced Surge Serum. Add it. Xia Li didn't hesitate. He was here to spend. Surge Serum. This was Earth's true Surge She pill. Earth had moved past the era of rolling pills. Now it was all about liquid serums, highly concentrated, fast-acting, easily absorbed, zero waste. Though not as convenient to store and transport as pills, they'd captured most of the market. One bottle of Surge Serum was more effective than 10 Surge She pills taken together. And taking 10 at once would make you explode, but injections wouldn't. Excess medicinal properties would accumulate in the body and release slowly. That was technology. Sir, I'm detecting that your spirit core's functionality is slightly insufficient. Would you like to give me a discount and I'll upgrade? Xia Li knew these small tricks. Want his spirit stones? Fine, just make the discount good enough. Of course. Your purchase today qualifies you for level 7 membership. I'd like to recommend the Speed Cultivation type for at a discounted price of 98 Spirit Stones. This spirit core has excellent conversion efficiency and supports up to foundation establishment. Thank you for your purchase. We'll also include a free spirit core modification. Would you like to proceed? Tell me about the modification options. Sacrifice performance in some areas to boost performance in others. Speed Cultivation type 4 doesn't currently support lossless modification. Then sacrifice capacity to further increase conversion efficiency. Xia Li figured as long as he could refine spiritual energy fast enough, smaller capacity didn't matter. He could just replenish frequently. Understood. Please proceed to payment. Cash, Spirit Stones, or Heaven Chip payment. Heaven Chip. With that, Xia Li activated his Heaven Chip's payment function, linked to the store's account, and transferred the Spirit Stones. Total: 796 Spirit Stones. This used up almost all of his prepared 800 plus stones. Payment received. Please wait. The attendant went to prepare. Though they weren't a Spirit Core specialty store, they had partnership arrangements with other stores. One contact and someone would deliver the Spirit Core immediately. Before long, the Spirit Core was delivered to Xia Li in a box. Xia Li immediately opened it to examine the contents. though he'd been using a spirit core and had seen them in holographic images. Those were just photos. This was his first time seeing one with his own eyes. The spirit core was a hollow sphere about the size of a ping-pong ball, shaped like an armillary sphere. Rings of varying sizes were nested inside one another to form the spherical structure. You can inject spiritual energy to test run it. If you're not satisfied, you can exchange it any time. The attendant beside Xia Li indicated he could try it outside his body. Xia Li immediately fed a wisp of spiritual energy into it. Upon contact with the energy, the spirit core rapidly activated, its nested rings beginning to spin at high speed. Xia Li could feel a force. No multiple forces: gravity, attraction, repulsion, magnetism. Various physical forces constrained the spiritual energy within the sphere through the ring's intricate rotations. This is my first time seeing a spirit core operating outside the body. Xia Li was amazed. He'd been something of a tech enthusiast in the past, fascinated by new technology, and fortunately, newer tech was completely beyond his comprehension. The spirit core's predecessor was the spirit fusion reactor, and the spirit fusion reactor's predecessor was the nuclear fusion reactor. Around 2020 AD, the mainstream experimental reactors were the tokamak device and the stellarator. The celestial sphere reactor appeared around 2080. However, the celestial sphere reactor was considered a failed nuclear fusion device at the time. No one expected that after the spiritual revival, it would be discovered to have unique properties for constraining spiritual energy. The attendant began explaining the spirit core's history and development. The spirit core wasn't something someone dreamed up on a whim. It was the culmination of humanity's technological heritage and accumulated knowledge. Even failed technology could become foundation and accumulation, one day suddenly becoming a shining star. From discovering nuclear energy to utilizing it, from fission to fusion, from thermal energy to spiritual energy, then miniaturizing it for human implantation to power the body. This was the crystallized effort of multiple generations, including Xia Li's own era. Those who developed the celestial sphere reactor in 2080 probably never imagined that while it couldn't be used for nuclear fusion, it could be used for spiritual energy containment. Beautiful, unique, strange, like nebulae, like the birth of galaxies and planets. Xia Li watched the nebula-like vortex gradually forming at the spirit core's center, his mind drifting to space documentaries he'd once watched. So, sir, are you confirming this model? UHA confirmed. Xia Li had gotten a bit lost watching the spirit core's operation. Please follow me. The attendant led Xia Li to the mall's premium modification chamber. Sir, since you've made a purchase at our mall, the modification implantation is free. However, I strongly recommend purchasing our modification services. The attendant started again more upselling. For just one spirit stone, you can enjoy our basic surface repair and beauty package. I notice your prosthetic is a bit outdated. For another spirit stone, you can get prosthetic maintenance service to make it look brand new. Sir, if you'd allow me to access your Heaven Chip's body skin data, I can design a perfect body damage repair service for you, guaranteed to restore you to peak condition. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Sir, since you're getting the Genesis serum injection, the better your body's condition beforehand, the higher your chances of gaining self-cultivation talent. The attendant chattered on with her sales pitch. Xia Li was numb by now. Even at the final modification stage, there was this much drama. They really wouldn't stop until they'd squeezed him dry. Fine, add it all. But Xia Li didn't refuse. Increasing the probability of gaining self-cultivation talent, that service was worth buying. Even if he didn't get the talent, at least he'd have gotten a full medical checkup. Then, Xia Li granted access to his body data. After connecting, the attendant quickly calculated the bill. Which package would you like? We have basic repair, advanced repair, deep repair, and perfect repair. First, tell me about my body's condition. Your heart is strained, with 89% cellular damage. Your lung health is below 40%. At your right arm prosthetic connection point, over 30% of nerves are necrotic. The attendant reported Xia Li's body damage in detail. The results surprised him. His body was already riddled with problems, sustained by spiritual energy. He really hadn't felt anything, or perhaps, he'd long forgotten what being healthy felt like. He'd been sickly before. And after getting the spirit core implant, feeling better made him think he'd recovered. He'd worked in the mines. Pneumoconiosis was his inescapable fate, and he'd been frozen due to late-stage lung cancer, though spiritual energy had healed some of his conditions. Staying at the mine meant he'd never truly recover. That's how the company had treated him, making someone with late-stage lung cancer dig in mines. And the prosthetic connection point was clearly done sloppily in a cheap modification chamber, just making the prosthetic functional without caring about nerve damage. How much for perfect repair? 32 spirit stones. The attendant quoted a significant figure, but fortunately Xia Li could still afford it. All right, perfect repair then. Very good. Sir, but may I ask, you clearly don't lack spirit stones. So why is your body in such poor condition? Got lost as a kid. Lived a hard life out there. Just recently reunited with family. Xia Li made up an excuse. Then you've certainly turned your luck around. Sir, please enter the modification chamber. When you wake up, you'll meet a more perfect version of yourself. All right. Xia Li didn't waste words and lay down directly. Coming to the upper district to shop had been the right choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to support his own people's business or go to Xiao's place, but now that he had spirit stones, he really wanted to use brand new equipment. Xiao's place was all black market and second-hand goods, and her modification chamber didn't have damage repair functions. Closing his eyes, modification begins. Xia Li dreamed again, the same dream as before, even a continuation of it. Under the sunlight, by the flower bed, his sister smiled at him, the puppy in her arms wagging its tail. Big bro, what if you're frozen for so long that it exceeds my lifespan? What if I still want to see you again? That was a few days before he joined the cryogenic experiment. If I really can't wait for you, then I'll join the **** experiment. Maybe there's a slim chance. His sister's voice suddenly became blurry. What experiment? He'd forgotten. Opening his eyes again, Xia Li awoke from deep sleep, his head still a bit foggy. His sister's smile from the dream seemed frozen in his consciousness, as if emphasizing something. Jiushu. His sister, influenced by him, the tech enthusiast. She'd chosen to study the hot new field of applied artificial intelligence science. He remembered her grades had been quite good, but why had he dreamed of his sister twice in a row? After 500 years. She must have passed away long ago. Sir, how are you feeling now? The mall attendant spoke to Xia Li, pulling his thoughts back to reality. He immediately stood up and tested his body. His condition was good. Extremely good. Unprecedentedly good, energetic, sharp-eyed and keen-eared. His body felt completely renewed, transformed from a machine about to break down into something fresh off the assembly line. Only, the clothes he was wearing had changed too. His pants and undershirt were now a black set made of new materials, and his outer layer had become a clean, proper gray trench coat. I feel great, but my clothes. Your clothes were too worn. Given that your purchase today reached a sufficient amount, our store is gifting you an outfit. However, gifts cannot be exchanged. The attendant smiled. But Xia Li understood this was probably her own gesture. She must have earned quite a commission from his purchase. Thanks, not at all. With your financial means. Sir, what's one outfit worth? I hope you'll choose me as your guide again on your next visit. Definitely you. Her service attitude was truly impeccable, at least when he'd first entered the store. The other attendants had only glanced at him before losing interest. Only this one had been proactive. Here's your old spirit core. After Xia Li got up, the attendant immediately handed him the replaced spirit core. If you need recycling services, there's a dedicated recycling station on the 3rd floor. Or would you like me to make a trip for you? I'm quite good at bargaining. Forget it. I'll take it home for my dog. Xia Li hadn't forgotten that his old spirit core was advertised as suitable even for cats and dogs. Since it was black market goods with questionable origins, getting caught by the recycling station would be troublesome. Then, sir, do you need pet supplies? Pet heaven chips and enhancement serums. I'm out of spirit stones. Xia Li was completely impressed now. He finally understood why his little sister used to come back from shopping with piles of unnecessary stuff. These attendants were really something. They'd already set their sights on his non-existent dog. Would you like me to apply for a loan service? 0 interest for 3 months. Annual rate as low as No loans, no loans. Xia Li shook his head and prepared to flee, but the attendant reached out and grabbed his arm. Sir, I haven't finished speaking. No more sales pitches. I have good news for you. You've successfully gained self-cultivation talent. The probability is usually only about 1 in 20. It worked, first try. Xia Li was pleasantly surprised. He'd thought the Genesis serum was just the beginning, with many more steps needed to gain self-cultivation ability. It was probably because he'd refined for spirit treasures on the other side, raising his body's basic spiritual energy affinity, that he'd awakened self-cultivation talent. Yes, congratulations. Good. I'm very satisfied this time. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. With that, Xia Li used his heaven chip to transfer 3 more spirit stones to the store's account, noting it as a service tip. The attendant quickly noticed the new deposit. Thank you, sir. May you have peace and good fortune all your life. Receiving the tip made her quite happy. She even sent Xia Li a friend request. Sir, I'll notify you immediately of any promotions. You can also order various less common serums through me. Double quotes. Alright. With that, Xia Li turned and left. This time the attendant finally didn't cling to him with more sales pitches. After leaving the mall, Xia Li stood at the entrance watching people come and go on the main street. He suddenly felt a hint of confusion. A confusion about where to go. He had goals and motivation to move forward. But where did this sudden bewilderment come from? Wordless. Xia Li didn't plan to stay long in the upper district. He headed straight back to the grand elevator to wait for the elevator down to the lower district. Before long, the elevator doors opened. Many people walked out, but among them, a young man in a fine suit and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly looked toward Xia Li. Then, walked toward him. Well, if it isn't our outstanding employee 327, you're still alive. And you've made it to the upper district. As he spoke, he pushed his glasses up with his middle finger, behind those lenses. His slightly narrowed eyes gave off a sinister feeling. It was someone from the company. Xia Li's fists clenched involuntarily. He could barely resist the urge to punch the man. I have a name. It's Xia Li. 327. You violated your employee contract and sold out company interests. The company will collect on its losses. I said, my name isn't 327. You can wash the employee code off your face. But your file has been recorded by the company. Once a company employee, always company property. Return to the company's embrace now. And the company might still forgive you. The gold-rimmed glasses man's lips curved into a smirk. The company had taken a big loss in the previous incident and was hunting down the traitors. Xia Li was one of them. They'd thought Xia Li had died in the mine collapse. The company had even felt cheated that he'd gotten off easy. But now that he was alive, they'd make sure he wished he were dead. What a company. What a Kimming Mining. Recording me in your files, are you? Good. That'll save me the trouble of you claiming no such person when I come to collect my debt. With that, Xia Li walked past the man and into the elevator. The man coldly watched Xia Li. Though he made no move, Xia Li knew he'd probably already transmitted a message through his heaven chip. It seemed he might encounter company dogs after returning to the lower district. But whatever. Bring it on. Replace alchemy technique with divine sense hacking. As the elevator doors closed, Xia Li immediately swapped out the technique in his technique slot during the descent. Then, he contacted Xiao immediately. Sisk, I ran into a company dog. I'm probably about to get bitten. How do I handle this? After a short wait, Xiao replied. No one from the organization is currently available in Linguang City. I'm not a combat operative either. I'm intelligence. But I'll do my best to lock onto their positions for you. You'll have to survive this tribulation yourself. Thanks. Position intel is already a huge help. The elevator descended quickly. Before long, with a ding, it reached the bottom and the doors opened. There weren't many people at the grand elevator entrance, but the streets outside were crowded. Xia Li had no idea how many people were watching him, but even the lower district had order. The company probably wouldn't make a move in broad daylight. He'd lure the snakes out of their holes. Xia Li headed straight for the lawless black street. As pedestrians grew scarcer, Xiao filtered out the suspicious individuals. Xia Li, targets located. I've synced them to your map. They're all local lower district gang members. Looks like the company paid someone else to do the dirty work. Their equipment is poor, mostly second and third gen heaven chips. You know what that means. But watch out for gunfire. With heaven chip assistance, everyone's a sharpshooter. Don't give them a chance to shoot. Get into the alleys. Once you're close enough, just paralyze their heaven chips, and then, when dealing with a bunch of thugs with blood on their hands, I hope you won't go soft. Times have changed. This isn't the era you grew up in. Xiao's message ended there. After receiving it, Xia Li ducked into an alley. Damn, it really was all about aimbutts. The moment he appeared in their line of sight, he'd get headshot locked. This tech warfare was really straightforward. But did Xia Li come unprepared? Divine Sense Hacking replacement complete. Wind Shield replacement complete. Spirit Bow Chi Arrow replacement complete. 3 techniques loaded into his technique slots: 1 offensive, 1 defensive, 1 technical. He could aimbut too, and his techniques were more powerful than ordinary firearms, even with bullet tracking. Clearly his tech was superior. If he lost this fight, he simply didn't deserve to be a tech cultivator. Marked personnel approaching. Estimated contact in 3 seconds. 3. The heaven chip began counting down. Xia Li hid at a corner in the alley, a translucent spirit bow in his left hand. A similarly translucent chi arrow knocked on the string. Xia Li drew the bow. The enemy's figure appeared in Xia Li's vision. The instant the man raised his gun, Xia Li first used divine sense hacking, causing the enemy's heaven chip to lose its aim. Then, bullet and arrow fired simultaneously. The bullet grazed past Xia Li's ear. The chi arrow struck the enemy's forehead dead-on, pierced through, and exploded against the head of the person behind him. 2 birds with 1 arrow. Few. Only then did Xia Li exhale the breath he'd been holding. But the danger wasn't over. 10 more to go. Generate wallhack overlay based on target locations. Xia Li immediately had the heaven chip use Xiao's map data to generate visible markers. Soon, red dots appeared in his vision. They were moving rapidly, closing in to surround him, apparently trying to suppress him with firepower. Too bad his tech was a step ahead. He could see through walls. The 1,000 refinements art produced thread-like spiritual energy, threads woven into arrows. Spirit core output efficiency maxed out. When selecting techniques, he'd carefully considered compatibility between techniques and cultivation methods, choosing ones where precise spiritual energy control enhanced power. Draw bow, knock arrow. Aim at the target behind the wall. Release. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The arrow flew, pierced through 3 walls, and accurately struck a red dot before exploding. 2 nearby red dots also vanished. 3 birds with 1 arrow this time. Wall hacks, aimbutts, and bullet tracking. And at critical moments, he could paralyze their tech. Let's see how they'd fight him now. Afterward, Xia Li repeated the same tactics, ambushing from unexpected angles through walls. He quickly eliminated most of them, leaving only 1 still approaching. TCH, 3 arrows already. What's with that guy? Xia Li was now playing cat and mouse with the last one. That person seemed immune to his chi arrows. 3 shots and nothing. This was tech combat. Often you didn't even know what your opponent looked like or what abilities they had. Sisk, are you done yet? Xia Li had already contacted Xiao for help after his second arrow failed. Since Hidden Wing was a technical organization capable of real-time enemy tracking, they should use technology to minimize risk. He wouldn't show himself until he understood the enemy's situation. Don't rush. I'm checking. Found it. This one's no joke. Fully mechanized. Very tough. Maybe you should just run. Fully mechanized. Will divine sense hacking work? No. That only targets heaven chip operating logic. Mechanized body parts each have different operating logic. Does he use a heaven chip? He's probably using an integrated mech chip. Different operating logic from standalone chips. Wait, something's off. Where would a small gang get the money for full mechanization? He's company personnel. Xiao's voice grew panicked. The last one wasn't a gang lackey, he was company elite security. A fully mechanized professional combatant. What do I do? He's faster than me. Can't outrun him. I can only keep circling. Hold on, keep running. Send me your cultivation level and technique data. I'll figure something out. Xiao told Xia Li to keep stalling. A fully mechanized combatant was beyond what chi refining could handle, especially since Xia Li's cultivation was only at the first level of chi refining. Wait, what's going on with you? Where'd you get 7th level Chi refining cultivation? Xiao checked the data Xia Li transmitted and discovered his cultivation had reached the 7th level. Xia Li had been at the 6th level before. After taking the enhanced surge serum, he'd broken through the mid-stage Chi refining bottleneck to late stage. You even swapped your spirit core. Why didn't you give me your business? Is now really the time for this? You'd better explain yourself later. I've been nothing but good to you. Discounts all around. And you're playing games with me. I will. Hurry up and think of something. That guy's about to catch up. He's just smashing through walls now. Xia Li really had no experience fighting fully mechanized opponents. Besides the brain, the enemy's entire body was hard alloy. How was he supposed to fight that? The enemy could tank bullets and charge right up to crush him. Xia Li, do you still have your old spirit core? Xiao suddenly asked about his old spirit core. Yes. Why? Inject spiritual energy until it's full. Then use it as a bomb. More powerful than a cultivator self-destructing. Got it. Xia Li immediately pulled out his old spirit core. He hadn't expected it could be used this way. Made sense, though. One of the spirit core's official names was Miniature Spiritual Energy Reactor. It could absolutely be used as a small spiritual nuke. Xia Li gripped his old spirit core, injecting spiritual energy while fleeing. Fortunately, he could see the enemy's position. Otherwise, he couldn't even circle around, because the enemy clearly seemed to know his approximate location too. Sisk, I think he knows where I am too. Any way to jam him, no can do. The Hidden Wing Heaven chip has anti-tracking capabilities. Theoretically, others shouldn't be able to track you, but he's probably not using a Heaven chip. Then what is he using? Don't forget he's fully mechanized. I don't know how many modes his mechanical eyes have, but at minimum, thermal imaging and X-ray modes can see through walls. Damn. Xia Li now understood what it felt like to be technologically outclassed. While he was still lamenting his flesh and blood limitations, the enemy had already achieved mechanical ascension. Full mechanization had pros and cons. The downside was needing to frequently replace parts as cultivation advanced, or they wouldn't withstand the realm's intensity. Yes, fully mechanized individuals could still cultivate their entire bodies were essentially spirit artifacts. The downside, they were cut off from the martial path forever. They could never touch the secrets of the physical body that was exclusive to flesh and blood. The so-called martial path, like the sword path, was a branch of cultivation, just a larger branch with independent methods at each realm. Thus there were specialized martial spirit cores and sword spirit cores, and corresponding heaven chips. Of course, full mechanization wasn't necessarily weaker. It was its own path. Integrated mech spirit cores and heaven chips formed a seamless whole. Extremely difficult to deal with. If Xia Li didn't still hold the belief that his body was a gift from his parents, he might have just gone for mechanical ascension too. Continuing his desperate flight, Xia Li scrambled through the alleys like a rat, hiding and dodging. Many buildings had collapsed into rubble. The residents of those buildings had fled at the first sign of conflict. In the lawless Black Street, this was just daily life. Getting caught in the crossfire was just bad luck. 1 minute passed. Perhaps out of rage, the enemy suddenly leaped into the sky. Jets of flame burst from his back as he hovered in the air. Xia Li, you're locked. Watch out for missiles. Xiao immediately warned him. Upon receiving the voice message, Xia Li rushed into a building almost instantly, looking up at the enemy. Then, he saw the man's chest plates open, revealing dozens of gun ports. Then came a barrage of small missiles. Xia Li hid in the building's ruins and cursed the enemy's entire family. Was this even human? Wait, the enemy probably didn't count as human anymore. He probably hadn't used missiles initially to save money and minimize attention. Killing someone quietly in Black Street was one thing. Using missiles for a forced kill was another matter entirely. After the bombardment ended, even with spiritual energy protecting him, Xia Li was covered in wounds. Alert. Approximately 60% of your skin has suffered moderate burns. Alert. You have inhaled hot ash. Lung damage at 24%. Alert. Your one bombardment and Xia Li was half dead. He lay in the rubble, struggling to raise his head at the enemy descending from the sky. A mechanical man made entirely of black alloy. Number 327, you have one chance. Will you continue to fulfill your company contract? The machine extended its hand. Electromagnetic energy gathered in its palm. An electromagnetic cannon. A direct hit would scatter Xia Li's molecules. Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. I'll fulfill. Xia Li gasped as he struggled to his feet. My ass, Xia Li suddenly shouted, hurling the energy-filled old spirit core. Then, despite being only at chi refining, he launched himself into the air. He'd already taken a cloud breath pill during the bombardment. The next moment, the spirit core exploded. No flames or smoke, only a devastating shockwave blasting outward. But before Xia Li could confirm the enemy's status, the enemy shot back into the sky and grabbed his arm. Bye. The mechanical man's voice synthesizer produced cold, emotionless words as he raised his palm toward Xia Li's head. Disconnect prosthetic link. In that split second, Xia Li's thought was faster than the enemy's attack. Fortunately, the enemy had grabbed his prosthetic arm. Disconnecting from the arm, Xia Li's body fell. In that instant, a blue electromagnetic beam flashed past his head. Xia Li seized the opportunity to flee on chi. The enemy tried to pursue, but sparks suddenly erupted from his body. He lost altitude and plummeted. Xia Li, now's your chance. Run, he's having a power malfunction. It won't take long to self-repair. Go to the marked location and enter the sewers. Xia Li received Xiao's message and immediately headed for the marked position. Soon he arrived. The destination was a rusty old manhole cover. Xia Li wasn't stupid. He immediately understood Xiao's meaning. Opening the cover with one hand, Xia Li dropped into the sewers. Don't worry about the filth now, swim through. Xiao's next instruction arrived. This was to prevent thermal imaging and X-ray detection. With no choice, Xia Li held his breath against the nausea and swam through the sewage. Following Xiao's subsequent guidance, he entered her underground modification station through a secret entrance in the sewer. Inside the station, Xia Li was in terrible shape, missing his right hand, covered in burns, coated in a layer of foul sewage. I know you're exhausted, but I still suggest you wash up immediately. Don't catch some weird disease. Xia Li didn't refuse. He staggered into the bathroom. Several dozen minutes later, Xia Li emerged from the bathroom in clean clothes Xiao had prepared, and fortunately, his new outfit hadn't even gotten warm before it was gone. Sisk, I really almost died this time. What happened to that guy? Xia Li sat down right on the floor, already somewhat drained. The company was really too much, sending that thing to assassinate him. But with such a big commotion, wouldn't Linguang City's officials do something? He circled around looking for you, then left on his own. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. I've already reported to Linguang City officials. Kiming Mining's armed rating has been downgraded 1 level. They're no longer allowed to station D-class armed personnel in the city. That guy was only D-class. Xia Li was shocked. An existence that could have been a super soldier in the past was only D-class. Yes, and only D-, just barely meeting D's minimum threshold. Your comprehensive armed rating is F+. TCH. Xia Li clicked his tongue. His hatred for the company rose another level. If he hadn't earned so much in the other world and raised his cultivation quickly, today would have been certain death. Xiao didn't disturb Xia Li afterward. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring, swallowed it, then swapped in a healing technique and began treating his injuries. Nearly 2 hours later, Xia Li finally stood up from the floor and went to find Xiao. In a room filled with holographic screens, Xiao sat in a chair, staring at one screen and scrolling through something. Recovered. What's with the phase ring on your hand? I saw you pulling stuff out on the surveillance feed. That's not from this era, is it? Wait, you have to. Xiao turned to look at the rings on Xia Li's hand. He wore one on his left index finger and one on his ring finger. One was the storage ring. The other was the mysterious dimension-crossing ring. Got lucky and found 2. From that ruin, right? Looks like that's where your resources came from. Nice luck. Xiao now had to admire Xia Li's fortune. When she'd sent him to blow up the mine, he'd happened to hit the shaft with a ruin, and he'd found treasures. But surviving disaster brings good fortune. For a mortal to survive a premature bomb detonation was already a sign of heaven's favor. I still have to thank you, Sisk. You're the one who assigned me to Shaft 3. As long as you know. Xiao smiled but didn't press the advantage. Sisk, am I really that weak? Xia Li still didn't know how many powerhouses existed on Earth. The one he'd encountered today had left him completely helpless, and what was worse, before facing Xiao, his cultivation had been too low to sense anything. Now he could feel the powerful, pure spiritual energy within her. The Heaven Chip's assessment of Xiao's strength, foundation establishment, but couldn't determine the exact level. You're not that weak. It mainly depends on what you're comparing to. He was fully mechanized, specialized in firepower, pure combat operative. And you joined our organization. You're technical personnel. How strong did you expect to be? Well, Xia Li didn't know what to say. Earth has many cultivation traditions, each with different focuses. For example, sword spirit cores paired with sword heaven chips with your 7th level chi refining cultivation. You could use sword formations to kill him. Martial spirit cores let you match mechanized bodies with flesh and blood. Martial heaven chips can calculate blood and chi tides in real time, making every punch carry tremendous force. You could punch through him. The Eastern Islands Yin-Yang Ninja Path may be a minor path, but it has its merits. Killing that mechanized fighter would be just as easy. As for the West, that's the true land of the mechanized path. You could control hundreds or thousands of drone bodies to form an army and crush him. Is that what you want? Xiao asked Xia Li in return. Cultivation tradition was the path one should choose. Hearing about these branches, Xia Li couldn't help but feel excited, but he still didn't underestimate Hidden Wing. Because Earth's cultivation was about using technology to harness spiritual energy. Technology was the foundation of spiritual power. As for us, divine sense hacking, spirit core interference, virus implantation. As long as the enemy has a heaven chip and spirit core, we have a natural advantage. The divine sense hacking you learned is just the basics. Your mental power is too low. If it were sufficient, a single thought could paralyze their entire body. After Xiao finished, Xia Li suddenly realized something. In the other world, cultivation traditions were mainly divided into 3 paths: soul cultivation, body cultivation, chi cultivation. It seemed Hidden Wing belonged to the soul cultivation path. I understand now. It's not that the road is too long, my legs are just too short. He hadn't even touched Hidden Wing's core yet. He hadn't even scratched the surface. Stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Good that you understand. Any plans for what's next? Like how you're going to establish your foundation, you should be close. What do you mean how? Standard foundation establishment, just breakthrough when your realm is ready. Human path foundation establishment requires empowerment base fluid. What ancient cultivators called foundation establishment pills. Earth path foundation establishment requires refining at least 1 top 10 rank chi refining spirit treasure. Heaven path foundation establishment. After meeting the above conditions, pay a large sum to connect to the Heavenly Dao computer, letting it serve as your temporary heaven chip. The Heavenly Dao computer will help you achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Xiao explained the different methods for achieving foundation establishment at various strengths. The strongest was undoubtedly Heaven Path Foundation establishment, and it sounded not that difficult, just needed enough spirit stones. Completely different difficulty from Heaven Path Foundation establishment on the other side. Over there, only those with transcendent talent could achieve it. 1 in 10,000 was a genius. 1 in 10,000 among geniuses was a prodigy. Only prodigies could achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment. A 1 in 100 million chance. I understand. I'll work hard. Xia Li thought he could absolutely aim for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Human Path Foundation establishment would already be good for you. The base fluid is expensive, but our organization has it internally. Complete 1 D rank mission or 10 E rank missions and you'll get one. The difficulty of Earth Path Foundation establishment isn't anything else. Top 10 natural spirit treasures are too rare, and competition is too fierce. Heaven Path Foundation establishment seems like you just need to meet Earth Path conditions, but it also requires sufficient mental power. Otherwise, you can't handle the Heavenly Dao computer's data flood, and your brain will instantly fry. After Xiao finished, Xia Li felt somewhat discouraged, but still wasn't willing to give up. Top 10 spirit treasures, he should be able to get those in the other world. The key was how to improve mental power. Sisk. How do I quickly improve mental power? Simple. Mining, but I used to. Not with your hands, with this. Xiao pointed at her own head. I'll send you a special computation program later. When you have nothing to do, use your heaven chip to make your brain run data. If you're lucky, and mine a data coin. One is worth 100 spirit stones. Hearing this, Xia Li understood. So, it was crypto mining, something that existed in the past. Not exactly new. He just hadn't expected the new era to still do this. So, I really am fated for mining. Got rescued from a physical mining corporation by a digital mining organization. Just to mine in a different way. Xia Li was speechless. Mining isn't the point. Mine something and you make a little money. Don't mine anything and it doesn't matter. The main purpose is training mental power. If we really wanted to mine, we'd use machines. Who specifically uses human brains? Alright, got it. Xia Li nodded. Wasn't this just an alternative soul cultivation technique? So how many spirit stones do you have left? Not going to buy a prosthetic arm from me. Xiao looked at Xia Li's empty right shoulder. His expression immediately soured. He really didn't have many spirit stones left. Sisk. Can I put it on credit? Sure. 10% monthly interest, compounding. That's loan sharking. Xia Li thought he'd just given Xiao 10 spirit stones as a small tribute. Couldn't she just give him one for free? Just messing with you. Seeing as you'll probably have plenty of trouble ahead, come on. I'll hook you up with something fierce. Under Xiao's arrangements. Xia Li once again lay down in the modification chamber. Perhaps because this modification was relatively simple, Xia Li didn't dream. It felt like he blinked and the procedure was already complete. Try out your new prosthetic. This is a sword arm I specially picked out for you. What arm? Sword arm. What arm? Are you deaf? Sword arm. Xiao and Xia Li glared at each other for a while. They both felt like the other was somehow cursing at them, but couldn't find any evidence. All right, I got it, understood. So what can this prosthetic do? Xia Li was the first to break the silence. As the name suggests, there's a sword hidden in the arm. You can swing it for slashing or launch it as a grappling hook. That does sound impressive. Finally, he'd been given a prosthetic with real killing power. The Army 1 model he'd used before wasn't bad, but its lethality was clearly lacking. After that, without waiting for Xiao to explain, Xia Li had his heaven chip start analyzing the new prosthetic's performance. Hardness was higher than his previous Army 1. The arm sword had reached mid-grade spirit artifact quality, and came with a built-in sword technique called Piercing Rainbow. When used, it appeared to be a palm strike, but the blade suddenly extended from the palm, catching enemies off guard. For longer distances, the arm sword could be launched as a projectile. Of course it's impressive, but don't use it where there are many people. I'm worried someone might recognize it. How black market goods, you know. This is internal Shushin sword sect prosthetic equipment, not for external sale. You think I don't have enough enemies already? Xia Li was speechless. Getting modifications at Xiao's place really did invite trouble. But there were benefits too. She could get internal items from other organizations that wouldn't be available on the legitimate market. Just be careful yourself. If you get caught, don't worry, just say you went to an illegal mod shop. The Shushin people will at most beat you up to vent their anger before leaving. Alright, Xia Li accepted it. At least it boosted his current combat ability. After this, Xia Li did some light exercises to adapt to his new prosthetic, then prepared to leave. He needed to return to the other side to earn more spirit stones and find top 10 chi refining spirit treasures. Sisk, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Go ahead. Watch out for company dogs. Don't come running to me for help every time something happens. I'm busy too. I'll try not to ask for help. Xia Li could only promise to try. If he encountered trouble he couldn't handle, he'd still need to find Xiao. Otherwise, wouldn't his spirit stones be wasted? It wasn't like anything was free. Afterward, Xia Li left directly through the secret passage into the sewers. The dark, winding, complex sewer system was the ideal place for travel. Finding a dead-end corner that required 7 turns to reach, Xia Li activated the ring. A flash of white light. The next moment, inside the secret room of the Xia residence in Feng City, Xia Li's figure gradually materialized. The spiritual energy concentration here is so much more comfortable. Xia Li couldn't help but stretch, then pushed open the door and left the chamber. He immediately sent a message to Third Uncle Liu asking how to obtain top 10 chi refining spirit treasures. But the reply made Xia Li frown. Top 10 Qi refining spirit treasures all aid in establishing one's foundation. Major powers won't sell them externally. However, they do occasionally appear in the Autumn Mountain Secret Realm. Fellow Taoist Jia, you might try your luck there. Autumn Mountain Secret Realm. A permanently open secret realm that mainly produces Qi refining treasures. Foundation establishment treasures exist there too, but are rare. There's no opening or closing restriction. You can enter and exit anytime. It's currently controlled by the Cloud Mountain sect, which allows outsiders to pay spirit stones for entry. How many spirit stones? 1,000. That's reasonable. The market price for Qi refining spirit treasures was roughly the same, but spirit treasures on the market didn't require fighting for them, and they were clearly priced. 1,000 spirit stones worth of treasure would at least be decent quality. But entering a secret realm was hit or miss. If you got garbage treasures, you just have to accept it. If fellow Taoist Jia plans to go, I suggest disguising yourself and using a false name. Don't travel directly from Feng City, make a few detours. Alright, I understand. Xia Li got third Uncle Li's meaning. Go in there would definitely cause some trouble. Even if he didn't provoke others, others would provoke him. Unless he wanted to just take beatings without fighting back. Better to prepare thoroughly. When pushed beyond endurance, he wouldn't hesitate to strike lethally. I'll send you a human skin mask shortly. That thoughtful. Of course. Miss Ryan has already informed us of the help fellow Taoist Jia has provided. Though we Liu family aren't some great noble clan or righteous sect, we believe in repaying kindness. We won't hold back any assistance within our means, thank you. After ending the transmission, Xia Li thought his bet on the Liu family had really paid off. The Liu family was the weakest of Feng City's 3 major powers, so they were more eager to seize opportunities. Moreover, when facing opportunity, they carefully considered what attitude to take. Half an hour later, third Uncle Liu arrived, bringing not only the human skin mask but also some pills and talismans. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Fellow Taoist Jia, I won't waste words. I wish you a smooth journey. Our Liu family also has disciples who've joined the Cloud Mountain sect. He won't show himself openly, but he'll share information with you. Ask him if you have questions. Third Uncle Liu produced a transmission jade slip. This is a special 1-to-1 transmission jade slip. You can only use this to contact him, and the same applies on his end. Is that level of caution necessary? Yes. We can't rule out the possibility that you might need to kill Cloud Mountain sect disciples. Without an insider, you'd be extremely passive. Alright, I'll remember the Liu family's sincerity. Xia Li accepted the transmission jade slip. The Liu family had really arranged everything clearly for him, anticipating the worst-case scenario before he'd even departed. That night, after putting on the human skin mask, Xia Li took a carriage to a neighboring city, then switched to a spirit vessel and visited several unrelated cities, renting spirit rooms to cultivate. The spirit core Xia Li currently used supported realms up to foundation establishment. He didn't need to establish his foundation yet, but having a higher realm before entering the secret realm was obviously safer. After that, Xia Li abandoned transport methods like spirit vessels and carriages that left travel records. He walked on foot through to more cities before finally boarding a direct spirit vessel to the Cloud Mountain sect. How to describe it? Xia Li felt like he was headed to commit a crime from the very start. Being this careful, he'd feel bad if he didn't cause some trouble to justify his preparations. 5 days later. Cloud Mountain City. Beneath the Cloud Mountain sect, the spirit vessel docked outside the city. Xia Li queued up and disembarked, not even bothering to enter the city before heading straight toward the Autumn Mountain secret realm. There were many cultivators along the way, mostly at Qi refining stage. Some were rogue cultivators. Others were disciples from various sects and families. It seemed the Autumn Mountain secret realm had quite a reputation in this area. The Cloud Mountain sect's cash cow. Arriving at the secret realm's entrance, Xia Li looked up at the mirror-like rippling surface atop a white jade platform. Through the ripples, he could see scenery completely different from the outside. The secret realm was covered with red maples. No wonder it was called the Autumn Mountain secret realm. It truly displayed a deep autumn landscape. Just as Xia Li was observing the interior, the Heaven chip was also analyzing the entrance. Large phase space detected current stability rating 9 highly stable for more detailed data. Please enter and scan again. The Heaven chip was highly sensitive to spiritual energy reactions, easily detecting critical information. A stability rating of 9 meant it was both safe and dangerous. Safe meant the space itself was stable, no unexpected events like spatial tears or spatial annihilation would occur. Dangerous referred to people. The higher the stability, the stronger the cultivators permitted to enter. As for what realm cultivators a stability 9 rating allowed, Xia Li wasn't sure, but Golden Core and Nascent Soul could definitely enter freely. A secret realm with no restrictions on entrance strength, he needed to be even more careful. Before long, Xia Li reached the registration desk. A Cloud Mountain sect disciple yawned, looking at Xia Li with a lazy expression. Identity, name, cultivation level, JU. Rogue Cultivator, 3rd level Qi refining. While giving a false name, Xia Li also concealed his cultivation. His true level was 8th level Qi refining. After using the enhanced surge serum on Earth, he'd advanced 1 level. During his journey to the secret realm, he'd advanced another level. The spirit core he was using now prioritized conversion efficiency, making cultivation much faster than before. Place your hand on the testing stone. The Cloud Mountain sect disciple had Xia Li place his hand on a white crystal. Xia Li complied. Concealing his cultivation was simple for him. He didn't know how locals hid theirs, but he just needed a thought to have the Heaven chip adjust the spirit core. Soon, 3 wisps of white Qi appeared within the testing stone. This confirmed Xia Li's cultivation was 3rd level Qi refining. Pay your spirit stones and enter. You have 7 days. Overtime costs an extra 1,000. Even 1 incense sticks time over counts. The Cloud Mountain sect disciple didn't ask where a 3rd level Qi refining cultivator got so many spirit stones. Anyone at Qi refining who could reach the Autumn Mountain secret realm was hardly a true pauper. Otherwise, 1,000 spirit stones spent on daily cultivation, with some economizing, could take someone from 1st level Qi refining straight to mid to late foundation establishment. Of course, the most ordinary foundation establishment wasn't even fit to carry shoes for the strong. Xia Li extended his hand and transferred 1,000 spirit stones directly from his storage ring into the other's storage ring. The disciple quickly finished counting and nodded, indicating Xia Li could enter. He stepped forward, passing through the rippling water-like membrane. The next moment, Xia Li appeared in a deep mountain strewn with fallen maple leaves. Current spiritual energy concentration, 1/10 analyzing phase space parameters. Please wait. The Heaven chip first analyzed the spiritual energy concentration within the secret realm. This concentration made Xia Li feel refreshed with just 1 breath. The spiritual energy concentration alone was worth the price of admission. Even if he did nothing else, cultivating here for 7 days would be worthwhile. Just as Xia Li was observing the interior of the secret realm, the Heaven chip was also analyzing the entrance. Large phase space detected current stability rating 9, highly stable for more detailed data. Please enter and scan again. The Heaven chip was highly sensitive to spiritual energy reactions, easily detecting critical information. A stability rating of 9 meant it was both safe and dangerous. Safe meant the space itself was stable, no unexpected events like spatial tears or spatial annihilation would occur. Dangerous referred to people. The higher the stability, the stronger the cultivators permitted to enter. As for what realm cultivators a stability 9 rating allowed, Xia Li wasn't sure, but Golden Core and Nascent Soul could definitely enter freely. A secret realm with no restrictions on entrance strength, he needed to be even more careful. Before long, Xia Li reached the registration desk. A Cloud Mountain sect disciple yawned, looking at Xia Li with a lazy expression. Identity, name, cultivation level, JU. Rogue Cultivator, 3rd level Qi refining. While giving a false name, Xia Li also concealed his cultivation. His true level was 8th level Qi refining. After using the enhanced surge serum on Earth, he'd advanced 1 level. During his journey to the secret realm, he'd advanced another level. The spirit core he was using now prioritized conversion efficiency, making cultivation much faster than before. Place your hand on the testing stone. The Cloud Mountain sect disciple had Xia Li place his hand on a white crystal. Xia Li complied. Concealing his cultivation was simple for him. He didn't know how locals hid theirs, but he just needed a thought to have the Heaven chip adjust the spirit core. Soon, 3 wisps of white Qi appeared within the testing stone. This confirmed Xia Li's cultivation was 3rd level chi refining. Pay your spirit stones and enter. You have 7 days. Overtime costs an extra 1,000. Even 1 incense sticks time over counts. The Cloud Mountain sect disciple didn't ask where a 3rd level chi refining cultivator got so many spirit stones. Anyone at chi refining who could reach the Autumn Mountain secret realm was hardly a true pauper. Otherwise, 1,000 spirit stones spent on daily cultivation, with some economizing, could take someone from 1st level chi refining straight to mid to late foundation establishment. Of course, the most ordinary foundation establishment wasn't even fit to carry shoes for the strong. Xia Li extended his hand and transferred 1,000 spirit stones directly from his storage ring into the other's storage ring. The disciple quickly finished counting and nodded, indicating Xia Li could enter. He stepped forward, passing through the rippling water-like membrane. The next moment, Xia Li appeared in a deep mountain strewn with fallen maple leaves. Current spiritual energy concentration, 1/10 analyzing phase space parameters. Please wait. The Heaven chip first analyzed the spiritual energy concentration within the secret realm. This concentration made Xia Li feel refreshed with just 1 breath. The spiritual energy concentration alone was worth the price of admission, even if he did nothing else. Cultivating here for 7 days would be worthwhile. Seems the Cloud Mountain sect isn't as bad as I imagined. Xia Li was pleasantly surprised. He'd expected the gatekeeping disciples to make things difficult, or to cheat him out of his spirit stones. But then Xia Li remembered all those people outside. The Cloud Mountain sect probably couldn't show any ill intentions even if they had them. He still couldn't let his guard down. Just as Xia Li was thinking, the next person entered the secret realm. However, they had no intention of interacting with Xia Li and turned to leave immediately. Activate detection mode. Switch to spirit seeking technique. Xia Li didn't want to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly, purely relying on luck. So, he directly activated the Heaven chip's detection mode. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. In this mode, the Heaven chip devoted all its performance to analyzing spiritual energy. Combined with the spirit-seeking technique's enhancement, any unusual aura within several thousand meters could be precisely captured. After selecting the direction with the strongest spiritual energy, Xia Li headed straight forward. And so, Xia Li embarked on his search for spirit treasures. Along the way, he was extremely careful. Whenever he sensed someone nearby, he chose to take detours when possible. As a pacifist, he didn't want to conflict with anyone. Of course, when conflict truly arose, he wouldn't hold back either. Like when he'd been attacked by the company on Earth, he'd killed dozens of people in self-defense. But honestly, he didn't feel anything special. None of the complex emotions from the literary works he'd read before. His conscience wasn't troubled, and he didn't feel sick anywhere. If he had to describe his only impression, it was 2 words: that's it. He'd only experienced the cheapness of life, and developed a determination to never become equally cheap himself. 2 days later, following the traces of spiritual energy, Xia Li arrived at a pond. At its edge, he discovered a spirit herb 3-origin vine. But just as Xia Li picked the 3-origin vine, a person suddenly swam out from behind a large rock in the pond. This made Xia Li's hair stand on end instantly. Why hadn't the Heaven chip detected their presence? Xia Li instinctively assumed it was a trap. Someone was ambushing him. Without a word, he prepared to attack. You lecher. But when Xia Li saw what was in the water clearly, he discovered it was a young woman with a face full of anger. Sorry, I just came to pick the spirit herb. That's all. After speaking, Xia Li turned to leave. But the Heaven chip alerted him that an attack was coming. Xia Li immediately sidestepped to dodge. Killing intent rose in his heart, but he didn't show it. He simply turned around and bowed again. Yes, I'm very sorry. This was just an accident. You must have been cultivating some technique to hide your aura, which is why I didn't detect you. This isn't my fault. By now, Xia Li noticed the other party had somehow already dressed. She was indeed a lovely young woman, just with an overly willful personality. So what if it was an accident? You saw my body. Your only option is to die as an apology. Is that necessary? Absolutely. Of course. You have another choice. Follow me. And before she finished speaking, Xia Li's speed suddenly multiplied several times. He rushed to her at an exaggerated speed. Then, a flash of cold light before her eyes. piercing rainbow. Xia Li struck with his palm. The blade hidden in his prosthetic arm shot out, piercing straight through the girl's forehead. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. She hadn't even finished speaking, and she couldn't realize that her fate was sealed simply because she'd said two wrong words. If only she hadn't added absolutely before stating the second option, Xia Li wouldn't have been so decisive. Xia Li only realized what she'd been about to say after killing her. He activated the Heaven Chip's playback function and finally heard the second option she'd proposed. Sorry, I'm a bit sensitive. Hope you won't speak so recklessly in your next life. Xia Li looked at the girl's corpse, feeling she'd simply been asking for death. Or did she think that being a pretty woman meant men would tolerate anything? Based on her heart rate and vital signs, she was likely just shy and covering it with anger. You killed a chance encounter. Even the emotionless AI in the Heaven Chip seemed a bit exasperated. No, I just created the encounter I truly wanted. I only wanted to encounter her storage ring. Look at this man and see how outrageous he is. After seeing the girl naked, Xia Li killed her, took her storage ring, and didn't even bother to bury her, just tied a rock to her body and tossed her into the water. Cracked the spiritual imprint on the storage ring. Xia Li walked far from the pond before taking stock of his gains. He did feel a bit guilty, honestly, but just a bit. In the future, if he encountered similar situations, he could tolerate the other party 3 times to avoid causing today's kind of misunderstanding. A quarter hour later, the storage ring was cracked up. Besides her personal belongings, it contained over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, 2 spirit artifacts, and various pills and TLISMANS. Of course, the most important thing was this. The girl actually had a map of the Autumn Mountain secret realm and the 8th rank Chi refining spirit treasure lightning struck wood. What a haul! Did I just achieve my goal directly? Xia Li was a bit dazed. What kind of luck was this? A top 10 spirit treasure that was hard to find even in the Autumn Mountain secret realm was now quietly sitting in his storage ring. Well, technically it was the girl's storage ring, but it was his now, however. Xia Li also realized he'd gotten himself into trouble. Among the clothes in the storage ring was a Cloud Mountain sect uniform. The style looked somewhat special. There was also an item proving the girl's identity, a Cloud Mountain sect waist token. The front was engraved within her sect, and the back bore her name, Song Yu. In one encounter, he'd really killed a Cloud Mountain sect inner disciple over a disagreement. The Cloud Mountain sect was a fairly renowned sect in the area. Only Foundation establishment cultivators could enter the inner sect, but the girl's cultivation was only 8th level Chi refining, same as Xia Li. Otherwise, Xia Li wouldn't have chosen to attack directly. If her cultivation had been even 1 level higher than his, he would have had the patience to let her finish speaking. Being in the inner sect at Chi refining meant she was either exceptionally talented or had an impressive background. He'd really done it now. Whatever. I prepared thoroughly anyway. Even if I've caused trouble, I'm not afraid. Xia Li had faked his cultivation. If he claimed he could kill Song Yu, the Cloud Mountain sect people probably wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. But he'd heard that sects set up soul tablets for talented disciples, allowing them to know immediately when someone died. The Cloud Mountain sect would probably learn of Song Yu's death soon. They would definitely send people to investigate what to do. After some thought, Xia Li decided not to rush. Leaving hastily now would only expose him. The best choice was to wait until his 5 remaining days were up before leaving. That way, he'd appear calm and composed. So where to go next? After more deliberation, Xia Li decided to simply go to the location marked on the map in her storage ring. Maybe he could grab more while he was at it. If Xia Li guessed correctly, Song Yu's unfinished words were probably meant to trick him into coming along as cannon fodder. Half a day later. At the marked location, Xia Li arrived at a dark cave entrance. From within came a bone-chilling cold and a heavy stench of decay. Yin ghost aura detected. Recommend holding lightning struck wood for protection. The Heaven Chip immediately offered advice. Now Xia Li understood why Song Yu had kept the lightning struck wood without refining it. Perhaps she hadn't obtained it in the secret realm, but brought it from outside specifically to explore this ghost-infested cave. So-called yin ghosts were a type of spiritual creature. After the spiritual revival, Earth's technology had already decoded them. They weren't hard to deal with. The key was having the right countermeasures. In gaming terms, they were mechanic bosses. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Without using the mechanics. They could kill you above their level. Master the mechanics. And you could kill them above yours. Heavenly Thunder counters Yin Ghosts. This lightning struck wood is nice, but it can only passively protect the body. Xia Li really wanted to return to Earth, buy a bunch of ghost-killing tech, and come back to explore. Unfortunately, the mysterious ring was still on cooldown. Activate autopilot mode and force a discharge to knock me unconscious. Xia Li gave the Heaven Chip a command. He knew Yin Ghost methods were bizarre and terrifying. The lightning struck wood could only protect his body from Yin energy erosion. He'd encountered Yin Ghosts on Earth. Shaft 7 at the mine was a burial ground, and the unscrupulous company had directly dug up the graves to force mining operations. To avoid property damage, the company had taught them what to do when encountering Yin Ghosts. Call for help, then shock yourself unconscious. His Heaven Chip was better than what he'd had back then. It could knock him out and then pilot his body forward. This way, he was essentially handing control of his body to an AI that had no fear, no weaknesses, and didn't know what terror meant. Can ghosts scare an AI? The answer was obviously no. When facing a ghost's cognitive assault, the AI would simply display a big question mark. And so, Xia Li felt his head go numb, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. He didn't know how much time passed. When Xia Li's awareness returned, he found himself at the deepest level of the cave, autopilot complete. Would you like to view the playback view? As he spoke, a replay of everything his body had experienced began playing before his eyes. Swimming through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, crossing a bridge of ghostly hands, voluntarily crawling into a terrifying bloody maw, accompanied by bizarre Yin Ghosts the entire way. Those illusions were extremely horrifying and bloody, but the AI felt nothing at all. If he'd been the one advancing, even knowing they were illusions, his fear would have deepened uncontrollably until he completely fell for the Yin Ghost's tricks. After viewing the playback, Xia Li finally examined the cave's depths to see what was hidden here. He quickly made a discovery. On the cave wall grew a thumb-sized crystal lotus. Like a work of art, the crystal lotus emitted strange fluctuations, not spiritual energy, but a more unique and extraordinary type of energy. Just staring at the crystal lotus for a while made Xia Li feel dizzy. Third ranked spirit treasure, spectral crystal lotus. After recognizing the treasure, Xia Li immediately averted his gaze. The joy in his heart was beyond words. The top 3 chi refining spirit treasures were, strictly speaking, tied for first place. The ranking still existed because the spectral crystal lotus was less versatile than the top 2. The second ranked spirit treasure was the innate golden core. Refining it brought endless benefits, and upon reaching golden core stage, it guaranteed at least a 7th grade golden core. The first ranked spirit treasure was the Tao Foundation seed. Even a mortal who obtained it could instantly become a prodigy, a heaven-defying treasure that could change one's fate. It had the widest applicability and the strongest effects. As for the third ranked spectral crystal lotus, its main function was singular, transforming divine sense into divine thought. Divine sense was a wisp of the soul, while divine thought was a strand of it. Only by cultivating divine thought could one further cultivate the divine soul. Though everyone possessed a divine soul, it remained dormant in most. Only upon reaching the true divine soul realm could one survive death with an intact soul, allowing the divine soul to exist independently outside the body. Xia Li examined the area around the spectral crystal lotus carefully, not rushing forward to pick it, because scattered around the lotus were numerous skeletons that had long since turned to bone. Fully analyze the current environment. Xia Li cautiously had the Heaven Chip scan the surroundings more thoroughly. He didn't believe his luck was really this good, such a precious treasure just handed to him. With any opportunity, the greatest danger always came at the moment of acquisition. Analyzing current progress, the Heaven Chip controlled the spirit core to emit wave after wave of special fluctuations. Any tiny spiritual resonance would be recorded. Activate material scan. Activate bioradar. Xia Li fully activated all of the Heaven Chip's detection capabilities. The humidity, atmospheric pressure, temperature of the cave's depths, even the composition of dust particles in the air, everything had to be scanned thoroughly. The bioradar function was even more impressive. It directly amplified brainwaves, enabling echolocation like a bat. The precision might not exceed electronic radar, but it could detect far more types of objects. Closing his eyes, Xia Li abandoned visual observation entirely, instead using the bioradar to project a black and white world of outlines in his mind, processed in real time by the Heaven chip. This was a conversion method, converting reality into virtual data, transforming his eyes from flesh to scanner. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After a full hour, Xia Li finally opened his eyes and looked at the seemingly empty cave wall above the spectral crystal lotus. To his current eyes, the wall only had some moss, but in the Heaven chip's data perspective, there was clearly a humanoid silhouette on the wall. A trap. It really was a trap. And fortunately, the Heaven chip couldn't yet analyze what that invisible figure was. First, it definitely wasn't a yin ghost. And fortunately, the Heaven chip couldn't connect to the network right now. Otherwise, it could search humanity's knowledge database for clues. But as a similarly intangible entity, its methods were probably similar to yin ghost's attacks, definitely targeting the soul and spirit. Therefore, the solution was simple. Knock me out and activate autopilot mode. Pick the spectral crystal lotus and return the way we came. Xia Li directly activated his mental attack immunity. As long as I lose consciousness, no ghost can scare me. Then, Xia Li's vision went black as he passed out again. The Heaven chip piloted his body toward the spectral crystal lotus. The moment Xia Li's hand touched the lotus, a stream of black energy suddenly shot from the cave wall into Xia Li's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was a mental space everyone possessed, but the vast majority of cultivators couldn't even open their divine soul's eyes, let alone perceive their own sea of consciousness. What is this? In Xia Li's sea of consciousness, a black humanoid figure gazed at the gray, misty space and at Xia Li's divine soul at its center. The figure was blurry and faceless, no features visible. This indicated Xia Li's divine soul had entered a dormant state. The so-called dormant state meant having no thoughts whatsoever, no dreams, no activity, complete stasis. And a dormant divine soul naturally possessed resistance against external intrusion. Impossible. Wasn't this kid awake? The figure couldn't understand what was happening. Xia Li had clearly walked over with his eyes open. So why was his divine soul dormant? This meant something else was controlling Xia Li's body. And what came next was even more terrifying. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The gray sea of consciousness suddenly began to shake. As the gray mist dispersed, countless characters the figure didn't recognize appeared throughout the space. 101010101010101010101. If Xia Li were conscious and could see inside his sea of consciousness, he would recognize it as binary code, pseudo-electronic virus detected, initiating elimination. A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the sea of consciousness. Those binary strings immediately transformed into chains, binding the black figure tightly. Damn it. Why can't I break free? The figure roared, releasing massive amounts of black energy from its body. But before the black energy could infect the gray mist in the sea of consciousness, walls formed from character strings completely blocked and isolated it. Virus attempting to modify neural coding. Now new virus detected. Firewall automatically raised to maximum alert. The strings of O South and 1 South immediately formed a prison, completely confining the black figure within. Parsing. Parse failed. Attempting parse again. Parse failed. Damn it. What kind of artifact spirit is this? The figure trapped in the data prison was now extremely panicked. He was a ghost path cultivator, and the spectral crystal lotus was his. He'd set this trap to ambush visitors, a scheme that had never failed. But what had he encountered this time? As a ghost path cultivator, he could even control opponents' artifact spirits. But the artifact spirit attacking him now was unlike any he'd ever seen. Was it even an artifact spirit? He couldn't sense even a trace of spiritual energy. Those bizarre characters formed that artifact spirit. The characters constantly dispersed, gathered, and folded repeatedly, like a swarm of billions of insects. Parse ineffective, insufficient computing power, cannot connect to heavenly down network, executing forced elimination. The prison formed by character strings suddenly began to contract. The figure inside screamed and cursed. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from even a single chain. The data prison shrank to its smallest size. becoming a black dot that then expelled large amounts of gray mist. Virus eliminated. Releasing spiritual matter assessment. This virus matches no existing virus signatures. Not a virus, living data virus. Spiritual matter virus, log generated. Even the AI in the Heaven chip couldn't determine what had invaded Xia Li's mind. It could only generate a log for Xia Li to study himself. The Heaven chip piloted Xia Li to pick the spectral crystal lotus and swagger out of the cave. An unknown mysterious mastermind hadn't even had a chance to say a single word to Xia Li before being forcibly eliminated by the Heaven chip as an electronic virus. When Xia Li next opened his eyes, he was already at the cave entrance. View activity log. Curious. Xia Li immediately checked what had happened while he was unconscious. The first-person recording showed nothing unusual, but the Heaven chip reported a bizarre electronic virus intrusion incident. After reviewing the elimination log, Xia Li was stunned for a while before slowly realizing what had happened. What kind of unlucky bastard just had to crawl into my brain? Got killed by the Heaven chip as a virus? Hilarious. Xia Li was speechless. Ever since Spirit Tech had risen, the relationships between consciousness, data, and soul had been continuously decoded to prevent electronic data crimes. The Heaven chip came with extremely robust built-in security software. After easily killing the mastermind and obtaining the spectral crystal lotus, Xia Li truly felt like he was dreaming, mainly because the acquisition had been too easy, giving him a sense of unreality. How was this different from finding a lottery ticket on the street and winning the jackpot? Moreover, the key point was that while the spectral crystal lotus was only ranked third in this world, it could rank first on Earth. On Earth, the spectral crystal lotus was called the quantum lotus. The main function of transforming divine sense into divine thought was actually secondary in Earth's cultivation tradition. The crucial thing was that it could open the most mysterious direct sea, also known as the Sea of Consciousness. Once the Sea of Consciousness was opened, it provided a massive boost to the Heaven chip, allowing it to perform far beyond its normal capabilities. In plain terms, permanent overclocking. Ordinary people using Heaven chips needed to idle at reduced frequency during normal operation. Otherwise their brains couldn't handle it. Excessive data would damage neurons. Overclocking was a measure only used in emergencies, and using it too long would cause permanent brain damage. But after opening the Sea of Consciousness, overclocking could be maintained constantly. And in critical moments, what could be deployed was no longer ordinary overclocking. It was extreme overclocking. In this state, the human brain's computational speed would reach a terrifying level. Now the problem is how to get this stuff out. After leaving the cave, Xia Li immediately found a spot with dense shrubbery and sat under a tree to rest. Refining treasures inside the secret realm was too risky. The refining process would release obvious auras, and more importantly, he couldn't be disturbed during refinement. As for taking them out, he couldn't rule out the Cloud Mountain sect having some detection method at the entrance. Thinking about it this way, he definitely couldn't refine them. If they detected it from inside his body, he'd die even worse. Therefore, it was time to contact his insider. Xia Li immediately took out the transmission jade slip the Liu family had given him and contacted the Liu family member in the Cloud Mountain sect. Hello, fellow Taoist. I'm Xia Li. Has anything happened in the Cloud Mountain sect recently? Any unusual movements? Especially related to the Autumn Mountain secret realm. After sending the message, a short while later, the other party replied, no unusual movements for now. I'm Liu Jingfeng, an unremarkable outer sect disciple, but I have connections. Let me investigate. By the way, the code phrase is light at the end of the tunnel. If I contact you again without using the code phrase, it means I've been compromised. After the transmission ended, a long silence followed. Xia Li simply sat in place, taking pills and cultivating with spirit stones. The matter of Song Yu's death could be big or small. The key was her status in the Cloud Mountain sect. Thinking of this, Xia Li proactively contacted Liu Jingfeng again. Hello, fellow Taoist. Light at the end of the tunnel. I'm here, still investigating. I'm not rushing you. I want to ask if you know Song Yu, senior sister Song. She's the granddaughter of the second elder. She was killed. I'm a witness. What? Liu Jingfeng was stunned. The transmission fell silent. After a good while, he continued. My respected brother Xia, the person you mentioned, that wouldn't happen to be yourself. Would it? Liu Jingfeng had already sensed something. If someone else had killed her, Xia Li as a witness would have immediately contacted Cloud Mountain sect people to report it, not bypass them to contact him. It wasn't me, but I might be suspected. After all, I was indeed hiding nearby. I just want to leave the secret realm safely. Facing Liu Jingfeng, Xia Li didn't dare tell him everything. No one could guarantee Liu Jingfeng's loyalty. Did you record it with a recording stone? Then, while you can't prove your innocence, theoretically they shouldn't suspect you either. Still in story, please report. Blood or contamination is a concern. Xia Li continued making things up, refusing to admit he'd killed Song Yu. Alright, having a direction is enough. I'll go investigate. The transmission fell silent again, until 2 hours later. Liu Jingfeng proactively contacted Xia Li. Light at the end of the tunnel. The second elder isn't at the sect. He left urgently for the Autumn Mountain secret realm not long ago. Liu Jingfeng's intelligence made Xia Li's heart go cold. He'd come after all. What's the second elder's cultivation level? Nascent soul. Hearing nascent soul. Even without Liu Jingfeng specifying which stage, even a half-step pseudo-nascent soul could scatter Xia Li's ashes. This made Xia Li genuinely anxious. What made it worse was that his only source of information was Liu Jingfeng. What if Liu Jingfeng was playing him? Do you know the methods for tracking killers? Nothing more than blood aura detection, soul searching, and storage ring inspection. Possibly all three. I understand. Xia Li ended the transmission, now having a rough idea of how to leave. Even if Liu Jingfeng betrayed him, he'd never admitted to killing Song Yu throughout, and Liu Jingfeng had never seen him. They only had the special 1-to-1 transmission jade slips for contact. Unlike regular transmission jade slips, these didn't leave aura traces for identification. This meant he didn't need to worry about Liu Jingfeng testifying against him. The Liu family was quite reliable. They'd even anticipated their own people's potential betrayal. Begin full-body self-check. Focus on detecting blood aura. Read memory. Xia Li immediately used the Heaven Chip to read his own memories. Once decoded by the Heaven Chip, memories became like movies he could revisit and experience firsthand at any time. Find the memory of encountering Song Yu. Find the memory of exploring the cave. Find any memory that might expose him. Then cut it out directly. Then use the Heaven Chip to generate false memories to connect the gaps. As long as his body wasn't contaminated with blood aura and his memories contained nothing suspicious, most of his suspicion would be cleared. Replace current technique slot with sealing technique. Xia Li continued his preparations. The sealing technique was a method to prevent spiritual energy leakage on Earth. Its main purpose was to prevent spirit treasures from leaking energy during storage. As for its secondary purpose, that was hiding the aura of spirit treasures. The 1,000 refinements art he cultivated produced thread-like spiritual energy, which naturally enhanced techniques requiring precise spiritual control. Xia Li directly applied seals to the mysterious ring and Song Yu's storage ring. The spectral crystal lotus was also placed in Song Yu's storage ring, and 1 layer wasn't enough. Xia Li added 3 layers of seals, the maximum he could currently apply. If he hadn't been cultivating the 1,000 refinements art, he probably could only have applied 2 layers. Finally, can 3 layers of sealing hide from a nascent soul cultivator? Xia Li asked the Heaven Chip, which had standard data on realm strengths in its database. 0.83% probability of success. The Heaven Chip calculated a decent success rate, 80% chance of success. But for Xia Li, this still wasn't enough. It was still dangerous. How can I add another layer of sealing? Activate brain overclocking. Convert all mental power to computing power. Overclock. Begin computing power conversion. With the Heaven Chip's assistance, Xia Li endured the headache and forcibly added another layer of sealing to the mysterious ring and Song Yu's storage ring. Now there were 4 layers of sealing in total. Sealing complete. Current probability of detection by standard strength nascent soul, approximately 3%. A 3% detection probability meant a 97% chance of not being detected. Success rate surging above 90%. Leaving the secret realm this time was extremely dangerous. Among the methods, blood aura detection and storage ring inspection were minor concerns. The most troublesome was soul searching. The Heaven Chip could certainly protect him from soul searching. But if they couldn't search his soul, wouldn't that increase suspicion? Over the next few days, Xia Li focused on processing his memories. He realized that just handling memories from after entering the secret realm wasn't nearly safe enough. What if they searched beyond just his time in the secret realm? His journey here had been suspicious, and he had memories from Earth. If local cultivators saw those memories, it would be disastrous. For safety's sake, he decided to abandon the cut and splice approach. Instead, he would fabricate from scratch, using scenes from his memories as raw material. He would reshape his life history like writing a story. Born in a small town. Daily life, plain and ordinary, then discovered by a mysterious cultivator who took him as a disciple. Advised to train in the Autumn Mountain secret realm. A simple life story with a touch of immortal destiny was fabricated. After entering the secret realm, his luck was decent. He'd found some spirit herbs, but nothing more valuable. As his stay was about to expire, he prepared to leave. After finishing, Xia Li reviewed the fabricated memories and refined a few illogical spots to make them more like genuine experiences. Distant past memories couldn't be verified, so they could be roughly assembled from incomplete fragments. But recent years' memories had to be fabricated in detail. Xia Li only needed to handle the details. I would fill in the rest. Alright, ready to leave. After thorough preparation, Xia Li even put the mysterious ring and Song-Yu's storage ring on his toes before confidently heading toward the secret realm exit. 2 hours later, at the rippling membrane leading to the outside world, Xia Li began his final preparations. From now on, maintain complete silence. Reactivate original memories only when at least 1,000 li from this place. Load identity. Jiayu, personality switch. Xia Li stepped forward, then suddenly felt dizzy. Sigh. This trip has somewhat disappointed Master's expectations. I only found some spirit herbs. Xia Li looked at the secret realm exit with some reluctance. Even though his master had struggled to produce 1,000 spirit stones, he'd hoped to find excellent spirit treasures. And fortunately, his fortune was too shallow. After leaving the secret realm, several people suddenly approached and surrounded him. An elderly man whose face bore both grief and anger walked toward him. Open your sea of consciousness. I need to inspect it. Senior, may I ask what I've done wrong? Xia Li was now quite alarmed. He'd been minding his own business in the secret realm, offending no one. Was picking some spirit herbs now a crime? Enough noise. Either open your sea of consciousness, or die. Alright. Xia Li had no choice but to relax and let the elder search his soul. Don't worry. We of the Cloud Mountain sect don't harm the innocent. I'll be careful not to damage you. If there is damage, I'll compensate with pills to restore your divine soul. The second elder couldn't be too heavy-handed with so many people watching outside the secret realm. He could overstep, but only within reason. He could search souls but couldn't use brute force that would damage the target. That was the line. Then, the second elder placed his hand on Xia Li's head. Before long, the second elder made a sound of surprise, though unrelated to his granddaughter. Something about Xia Li was quite intriguing. This young man from a small place had remarkably good luck. He'd actually joined a mysterious tradition that could forge artificial dantians. Though that artificial dantian seemed limited to Foundation establishment, it was still something countless mortals dreamed of. The moment he'd placed his hand on Xia Li's head, he'd noticed a little device in Xia Li's dantian. It was extraordinarily intricate and remarkable. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. He'd initially thought of seizing it, but after seeing Xia Li's master in his memories, he had to abandon that idea. Xia Li's master in his memories was no simple figure, and of course not simple. Xia Li had the heaven chip fabricate the image based on peak divine transformation realm strength. In fact, the heaven chip didn't have much data on divine transformation cultivators, so it could only make things up to seem as powerful as possible. This actually intimidated the second elder. Implanting an imprinted soul crystal in the brain can actually cure mental disability. The second elder soon discovered another curiosity. There was a thumb-sized crystal chip in Xia Li's head, placed there by his master, because Xia Li had previously been mentally disabled, but he'd been easily cured by a soul crystal. This kid's sect had some interesting things, however. Methods to cure mental disability were plentiful in the cultivation world, so the second elder didn't dwell on it. Soon a soul search complete, the second elder sighed and released his hand, reluctantly producing a cloud soul pill and personally feeding it to Xia Li. This is a cloud soul pill. It not only repairs divine soul injuries but also strengthens the divine soul. Consider it my apology. The second elder feared Xia Li would go back and complain to his master. The Cloud Mountain sect couldn't withstand the wrath of a divine transformation powerhouse. Soul searching inevitably damaged the divine soul. It was just a matter of severity. If the target had no significant background, he could suppress them. But encountering someone with such backing meant he couldn't be careless. So I'm free to go now, yes. You may leave. The second elder waved his hand. Xia Li's history was clean. The inspection had found no suspicious blood or contamination. So there was no need to check his storage ring. Originally, soul searching was meant to be last. He'd only searched Xia Li's soul directly because he'd seemed to have no significant background. Who knew Xia Li's background would turn out to be the most impressive? What a waste of his cloud soul pill. But he had to give it as an apology. May I ask what happened, Senior? My granddaughter was murdered. Speaking of this, the second elder truly couldn't hold back his tears. His granddaughter wasn't the type to cause trouble, though a bit willful and spoiled. Which talented young person with backing wasn't willful and spoiled? Why did it have to be his granddaughter who was killed? My condolences, Senior. I believe the villain who murdered your granddaughter will definitely be caught. May he die a horrible death. Xia Li now felt like he'd been caught up in someone else's crime. It was all that damn killer's fault. Though he'd taken the pill, his head still hurt terribly. I hope so. Without further words, the second elder continued guarding the secret realm entrance. The innocent Xia Li, having passed the soul search, openly and legitimately left as a cleared suspect. Then, boarding a spirit vessel, he departed Cloud Mountain City with regret at not having found anything good. One day later, 1,000 li away, Xia Li was standing on the spirit vessel's deck, gazing at the distant scenery and thinking about his future path, when he suddenly felt dizzy. Countless memories surged from the depths of his mind like a flood. Who was he? Jiayu, born in a small town, or Xia Li, Earth's tech cultivator. After a while, a smile slowly curved Xia Li's lips. Hey, soul searching. Looks like next time I return to Earth, I need to download some movie-making software. Next time someone searches my soul, I'll show them a feature film. Xia Li could see that people in this world completely trusted results from soul searching. But on Earth, even 3-year-olds knew that anyone with a heaven chip in their head, their memories couldn't be trusted at all. Even a random blade of grass in their memories might be AI-generated. After safely and efficiently leaving the Autumn Mountain secret realm without any loose ends, Xia Li didn't rush back to Feng City. Instead, he purchased a map from someone on the spirit vessel and chose to disembark midway. It was time to refine the lightning-struck wood and spectral crystal lotus. After searching through the uninhabited wilderness, Xia Li found a cave and set up for layers of ceiling at the entrance. And fortunately, he hadn't downloaded any formation techniques. Otherwise, setting up some formations would have been even safer. According to the Heaven Chip's weather forecast, there'll be a thunderstorm tonight. That's the perfect time to refine the lightning-struck wood. After setting up, Xia Li waited for the nighttime thunderstorm. Half a day later, deep night, as rumbling thunder echoed from the sky and the sound of pouring rain came from outside the cave, Xia Li decisively took out the lightning-struck wood. Not all lightning-struck wood qualified as lightning-struck wood. There were many criteria for evaluation, but the lightning-struck wood ranked 8th among chi refining spirit treasures could only form one way: the refined essence left behind after a spirit tree failed its tribulation. As for ordinary lightning-struck wood, just mundane trees destroyed by lightning, they didn't even count as spirit treasures. At best good for firewood. Gripping the lightning-struck wood, Xia Li took a deep breath and activated the Heaven Chip's refinement program. Refining treasures required considerable skill. Cultivators in this world might struggle with how to optimally refine a spirit treasure, but the Heaven Chip would automatically analyze and determine the optimal refinement process. Closing his eyes, refinement began. The lightning-struck wood in Xia Li's hand began to flash with lightning. Electric arcs crackled around him, temporarily cut off pain sensation. Xia Li now felt like his entire body was being stabbed with needles. Cultivators here might say enduring pain was a form of training, and blocking pain would reduce refinement effectiveness. But Xia Li had tech cheats. Why suffer when he didn't have to? The end result was the same anyway. He wasn't a masochist. The spirit wood essence and tribulation lightning power contained in the lightning struck wood were easily refined by Xia Li. As for comprehending the balance between life and destruction to refine lightning struck wood for the heaven chip, it was merely balancing the ratio of two energies. The heaven chip could ensure perfect balance, and the spirit core's precision was several times that of a normal Danshan. If a mediocre talent carelessly refined spirit treasures, they might even die. And Xia Li's comprehension ability was worse than mediocre, but the heaven chip's comprehension ability was terrifying. The spirit would essence neutralize the tribulation lightning's destructive force, leaving only the mysterious tribulation source power to be continuously refined into his Danshan, becoming power Xia Li could control. Lightning now radiated from Xia Li's entire body. After a tremendous thunderclap, the lightning struck wood in his hand lost all its power, turning to tribulation ash that flowed through his fingers, opening his eyes again. A flash of lightning passed through Xia Li's gaze. The powerful force contained in the lightning struck wood had also raised his cultivation another level. 9th level Qi refining. But this wasn't the peak of Qi refining. What's my probability of achieving 9 into 1 now? Drawing heavenly thunder to temper body and refine spirit. Probability of 9 into 1. So, I need to leave the cave. Xia Li felt troubled. He really didn't want to leave the safe cave. Cultivating outside while drawing heavenly thunder would easily attract attention. Note: refining the quantum lotus during 9 into 1 will also maximize its effects. Your neurons currently store large amounts of spiritual matter, which can also be converted simultaneously large amounts. Xia Li thought for a moment, remembering the unlucky ghost who'd been killed as an electronic virus, and the pill the Cloud Mountain sect's second elder had fed him. Adding the quantum lotus, the spectral crystal lotus, the heaven chip used Earth's terminology for items unless Xia Li specifically told it to change. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. This wasn't just enhancement for his divine soul. It was a stroke of fortune. What was fortune? Seizing heaven and earth's power, turning the mundane into the miraculous. Among all opportunities between heaven and earth, fortune was the greatest. Looks like I have no choice but to leave the cave. Staying in the cave was safe but would mean missing much. But Xia Li had to do it. He remembered how the company had casually sent one armed operative who'd nearly killed him. And the company had plenty more like that. Rising to prominence on Earth wouldn't be easy. Without words, Xia Li left the cave and sat cross-legged in the open space outside. He took out the spectral crystal lotus from his storage ring, examining it closely again. Xia Li couldn't see what was so miraculous about it. Was this really a physical entity composed of quantum energy? And why was it shaped like a lotus? The spirit in spirit tech didn't just refer to spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the spirit of spirit tech, while quantum vacuum 0-point energy was the tech.spirit, soul, consciousness, cognition. These phenomena were classified under the domain of quantum vacuum 0-point energy. The vastness of heaven and earth holds endless wonders. The primordial universe creates miracles. Xia Li gripped the crystal lotus, then raised it high. Let me see what the direct sea looks like. Xia Li didn't say sea of consciousness but used Earth's spirit tech terminology. This showed his preference for Earth's cultivation tradition. The next moment, multiple bolts of heavenly thunder converged into a beam, forming a pillar of lightning that struck Xia Li. Yet the pillar connected heaven and earth, resembling more a light of ascension. Everyone within 1,000 li of this wilderness saw that lightning pillar. Spectators and those with ulterior motives all rushed toward the pillar. After all, stealing others' opportunities was the easiest way to gain opportunities. Within the lightning pillar, Xia Li's spirit core spun at extreme speed. His spirit core, which prioritized conversion efficiency, now proved its worth. The heavenly thunder's power was rapidly converted to spiritual energy to support the energy requirements of 9 into 1. 9 into 1 was a step calculated by the heavenly Tao computer. It wasn't mandatory, but doing it only made one stronger. This step was also called the Qi refining pinnacle. 9 refined strands of acquired Qi would transform into one strand of innate source Qi. And Xia Li's divine soul was now undergoing a transformation like rebirth. His life experiences replayed in his mind. As if dreaming. After a moment of haziness, Xia Li found himself on a busy city street with flowing traffic. The broad, bustling city seemed full of vitality, but everyone around him was lifeless. their spirits and dreams stolen by something. As the traffic light turned green, Xia Li stepped forward, walking past countless people. Then, Xia Li stopped in the middle of the road, because his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and answered, "Hello, is my brother there?" "Brother." I passed. The professor agreed to let me join the consciousness digitization project. "Brother, wait for me. In our lifetimes, we must meet again even if we're no longer human." His sister's voice was excited and tearful. She knew that technology to defeat late-stage cancer was still far, far away. So she desperately sought every possible hope. Human cryogenic technology was one option. Consciousness digitization technology was another. Then, the skyscrapers vanished. All the bustling noise disappeared. Only pitch darkness remained. Xia Li felt his whole body growing cold. Ice gradually forming on his body. He was being frozen. Had he really broken free from the ice? Then let him open his eyes. In a gray, misty space, on the faceless divine soul, a pair of eyes grew and opened, revealing golden pupils that seemed almost solid. Divine soul awakening. The lightning pillar didn't last long, but it was enough to serve as a beacon, drawing cultivators and mountain spirits alike. The first wave of uninvited guests had already arrived. A wolf demon, a tiger demon, and 3 foundation establishments CULTIVET or S. And at this moment, Xia Li opened his eyes in the real world and stood up. No dialogue. No warning. The 2 demons and 3 humans charged directly at Xia Li, intent on killing him first. Because Xia Li's aura was too strange, his cultivation, first-level chi refining. But the presence he radiated was more terrifying than foundation establishment. That single strand of chi was more formidable than 9 strands at peak chi refining combined and doubled. Extreme overclock, brain overclock, spirit core overclock. Xia Li simultaneously activated 3 overclocking modes: Heaven chip, biological brain, Danshan spirit core. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Xia Li, followed by his incomprehensible speed. Xia Li appeared before one of them, before the others could even see his movements. The person in front of Xia Li instantly lost all life signs. In Xia Li's perception, time seemed to freeze. His body couldn't keep up with his thinking speed, making every movement feel uncomfortably delayed, treading on lightning. Xia Li pushed his speed to the limit, darting like a nimble bolt of electricity among the remaining 2 humans and 2 demons. Then, overclock ended. 5 enemies slain in an instant, less than 10 breaths from start to finish. Xia Li voluntarily stopped overclocking, exhaling deeply while clutching his head. He was unsteady on his feet. Need to leave quickly. Xia Li didn't even have time to loot the attacker's belongings. After using the spirit core to suppress his cultivation aura, he fled deep into the forests. Fortunately, tonight was a stormy night. The rain had lasted all night, and cultivators wouldn't recklessly use divine sense to scan in such weather. Divine sense could attract lightning. This gave Xia Li the opportunity to distance himself from the scene. By sunrise the next day, Xia Li had left the forest, successfully refined both spirit treasures, and escaped danger. Only now could the refinement be considered truly complete. I wonder how many people were searching for me last night. Seriously exhausting. Xia Li now understood the hardships of being a rogue cultivator, refining treasures, daily cultivation, even breaking through realms. All were dangerous. Sect disciples could refine treasures in secure cultivation chambers. If they needed to draw lightning, there were dedicated lightning platforms, with sect elders standing guard. And fortunately, he couldn't join a sect. He'd fail the first test, spiritual root detection, since he had no spiritual roots or extremely low aptitude. The existence of his spirit core and heaven chip would be even harder to explain. With such terrible talent yet mysteriously powerful strength, wasn't that telling everyone he had secrets? Come kill him and seize his opportunities. Even sect elders would probably be tempted. Whatever. I'm not really a rogue cultivator anyway. Xia Li didn't plan to join any sect in this world. A rogue cultivator's biggest problem was lacking inheritance and guidance. Even with resources, they'd waste them fumbling around alone. But while he was a rogue cultivator here, he had inheritance and guidance on Earth. The Hidden Wing organization was essentially the same concept as a sect. 5 days later, Xia Li took a spirit vessel back to Feng City, but didn't appear openly. Instead, He entered the city at night and carefully infiltrated the Liu family to investigate. He was connected to Song Yu's death, and Liu Jingfeng knew this. So the Liu family would know too. He feared the Liu family might sell him out to curry favor with the Cloud Mountain sect. Now that he'd cultivated divine thought, using it to eavesdrop was completely indetectable by a small family like the Liu clan. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. After thorough investigation, he found no problems. Only then did Xia Li return to his residence, early the next morning. The servants cleaning the Xia residence saw Xia Li return. Before long, third Uncle Liu arrived with Liu Xiaoxiao to visit. In the Xia residence's main hall, Xia Li sat in the host's seat, his body faintly radiating terrifying lightning power. His gaze had become much more intimidating. Just one look from Xia Li made third Uncle Liu and Liu Xiaoxiao feel inexplicably suffocated. Xia, Senior Xia, here is your monthly dividend. Also, our Liu family's portion is offered to you as tribute. Third Uncle Liu had wanted to address Xia Li as fellow Taoist like before, but he could sense that Xia Li could now kill him with a single slap. This was senior-level strength. The appropriate respect was required. No need. The agreed dividend is what it is. Then thank you, Senior Xia. May I ask if you've reached Foundation Establishment? Third Uncle Liu was tactful, not asking what Xia Li had obtained in the secret realm, only whether he'd reached Foundation Establishment. Not yet, but your aura is clearly stronger than Foundation Establishment. Third Uncle Liu was confused. Of course he was. The Qi refining pinnacle was inherently no weaker than Foundation Establishment. Let alone after Xia Li had refined the lightning-struck wood. Realm has always been just an appearance. I don't need to explain this. So, how many Foundation Establishment cultivators are currently stationed in Feng City? Our Liu family has 3. The marketplace has 5. Myriad Treasures Pavilion has 1. However, the one from Myriad Treasures Pavilion is at late-stage Foundation Establishment. Xia Li nodded. As expected, Feng City's publicly known peak strength was 9th level Qi refining, but the hidden peak strength was indeed 1 realm higher. May I ask if Senior Xia has any plans for Feng City? No plans. Just asking. Keeping things as they are is fine. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance and Myriad Treasures Pavilion were technically major powers, just with looser internal structures. By the way, I have a presumptuous question, Senior Xia. Can you refine Foundation Establishment pills? Third Uncle Liu began asking about crucial matters. Foundation Establishment pills were what truly bottlenecked many small factions and rogue cultivators. For those with poor talent, without Foundation Establishment pills, they simply couldn't establish their foundation. Their base was too weak to even form the most insubstantial Qi foundation. For prodigies, establishing foundation on their own would waste considerable time, completely unnecessary. Thus, from heavens chosen to ordinary rogue cultivators, anyone who could obtain Foundation Establishment pills would use them. Currently, yes. And I can achieve supreme grade quality with divine thought now, and the Heaven Chip's assistance. Refining supreme grade Foundation Establishment pills wasn't difficult, really. Third Uncle Liu's voice trembled as he spoke. What did supreme grade Foundation Establishment pills mean? A 100% success rate for Foundation Establishment. Low-grade Foundation Establishment pills had a 50% success rate. Mid-grade had 70%. High-grade had 90%. But supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills weren't just about maxing out the probability. Most importantly, they could strengthen one's power after Foundation Establishment. They were nearly impossible to find. You'd have to attend auctions to get even one. I don't need to lie to you. Then could Senior Alchemist Xia please refine one for our Liu family? Yes. But you provide the materials, naturally. Third Uncle Liu was overjoyed, increasingly certain his original decision had been correct. Fortunately, he'd been the one to encounter Xia Li that day. If it had been Liu Fu's father, the Liu family would have had no such opportunity today. They might even have been exterminated by Xia Li. Afterward, Third Uncle Liu hurried back to prepare the medicinal ingredients. Liu Xiaoxiao stood respectfully in place, gazing at Xia Li with admiring eyes. Big brother Xia, I've already achieved minor success in the 1,000 refinements art. What about teaching me alchemy like you promised? Liu Xiaoxiao had absolute faith in Xia Li's alchemy skills. Ever since she'd been chosen by the Liu family to receive Xia Li's favor, She'd been exposed to pills beyond just Sword Chi pills. Escape use cloud breath pills. Sword Chi pills that allowed temporary sword energy manipulation. Body tempering pills that enriched blood and Chi. Healing pills with excellent wound recovery effects, and more. These pills, after negotiation among the three powers, weren't sold externally. They were only sold through internal channels to qualified customers. After all, scarcity creates value. You've already achieved minor success. Cultivation methods weren't like techniques, they were profound and complex, with difficulty several times that of techniques. I don't know how it happened either. Maybe I have good comprehension, possibly. Since you've achieved minor success in the 1,000 refinements art, it's time to teach you some basic alchemy. However, my alchemy is somewhat different from other common methods, but the principles are the same. How much you can absorb depends on your ability. Liu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Alchemy inheritance was far more important for someone from a small family like her than other types of inheritance. So first, do you have any understanding of basic alchemy knowledge? Yes. I've been self-studying whenever I have free time. Good. Now forget all of it. Xia Li told Liu Xiaoxiao to forget everything she'd learned about alchemy. People in this world had no spirit of collaboration in alchemy, and various traditions each swept only their own doorstep, even when producing pills with identical effects. The refining processes varied wildly, yet everyone thought their own methods were superior. Though their research techniques could improve success rates to some degree, it was still foolishly inadequate. Earth's alchemy didn't deal in abstractions. It didn't emphasize talent or technique, and sensitivity to medicinal properties took a back seat. Earth's alchemy focused on one thing and perfected it. The classic control variable method. From millions, tens of millions of refining attempts, the most detailed data was extracted. When to add which ingredient, what heat level, what to do when everything was analyzed with crystal clarity. From countless trials and errors came the most correct conclusions. So Earth's alchemy had no schools or factions, only one standard that everyone collectively built. So simple even a dog could follow it. Hell, Liu Xiaoxiao's smile froze. She'd thought this would earn her favor with Xia Li, showing him she was diligent and studious. She hadn't expected to have wasted her effort. Wait here. Xia Li found a blank jade slip in his storage ring and began using the heaven chip to inscribe pill formulas. Take this. It's the formula for nourishing pills. The effect is just strengthening the body, but long-term use greatly benefits health. Consider it an upgrade from fasting pills. Xia Li tossed the jade slip to Liu Xiaoxiao. She caught it and eagerly examined it, and what she saw instantly revolutionized her understanding. This was hardly a pill formula. She'd seen pill formulas before, but most only listed basic ingredients. More detailed ones might mention what to watch for during refining, but the formula Xia Li gave was so detailed that you just had to follow it exactly. There was absolutely no comprehension barrier. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. This level of formula required countless hours of experimentation to produce. It absolutely qualified as inheritance. I feel like I could refine this right now. This is the inheritance I'm prepared to give you. Of course, it's not just nourishing pills. I'll pass on a total of 36 formulas including this one. Earth's alchemy inheritance had pros and cons. The downside was that without the formulas, you probably couldn't even refine fasting pills. But after long-term study and practice with those 36 formulas, understanding this world's formulas shouldn't be difficult once you'd mastered the skills. This was less about training alchemists and more about training alchemy workers, but even so, it was enough for Liu Xiaoxiao. She had no alchemy talent to begin with. Becoming an alchemy worker was already tremendous fortune. Afterward, Xia Li inscribed other types of pill formulas, but only up to foundation establishment level. He was doing this to cultivate a loyal force, but he couldn't yet be certain of the Liu family's character. So, he had to hold back. Helping the Liu family gain enough capital to firmly establish themselves in Feng City was sufficient. These are other formulas. You may share them externally, but only teach methods that produce low-grade pills. If anyone tries to seize or interrogate you, you know what to do. I understand. Liu Xiaoxiao accepted the jade slips from Xia Li with a heavy heart. If anyone tried to seize or interrogate her, She would end her own life to prevent the inheritance from leaking. Xia Li and the Liu family had initially been at odds. She knew this. And the conflict was precisely because her foolish second brother had tried to seize Xia Li's inheritance. Her second brother's behavior was actually the norm in the cultivation world. In other words, the Liu family obtaining this inheritance was one thing, whether they dared use it was another matter entirely. How to monetize the inheritance to strengthen the family would require careful discussion back home. Then go back and try refining on your own. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Liu Xiaoxiao knelt on the spot and gave Xia Li 10 sincere kudos before leaving. Whether it was the 1,000 refinements art or the pill formulas, both were enough for this girl from a small family to reach greater heights. Outside the Xia residence, just as Liu Xiaoxiao stepped out the main gate, she encountered third uncle Liu returning. Ryan, how did it go, third uncle? I'm not called Ryan. How many times do I have to tell you? Nonsense. Your name was given by your parents. How can you change it at will? If you want me to keep contributing to the family, never call me that name again. Liu Xiaoxiao was dead serious. The name Liu Ryan definitely held some great terror. Others might not sense it, but she could feel it herself. Fine, fine. Let's talk business. What did Senior Xia teach you? An extremely precious inheritance. Alchemy with a 100% success rate. What? Third Uncle Liu instinctively looked around. Fortunately, no one was nearby. If other powers learned of this, they'd use every means to seize it. This wasn't treasure, it was a death sentence. Third uncle, I know the gravity of this. I trust you. Which is why I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone else in the family about this. I'll discuss it with the ancestor. We might as well apply soul seeds to the entire clan. This requires the whole family's effort. But we absolutely cannot have traitors. That works. Liu Xiaoxiao and third uncle Liu began plotting seriously. Before long, third uncle Liu returned to the Xia residence's main hall with the ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills. Senior Xia, there's something I'm curious about. May I ask why you're giving such precious inheritance to the Liu family? Third uncle Liu had thought of many possibilities. Had Xia Li taken a liking to Liu Xiaoxiao? Or did Xia Li intend to cultivate the Liu family? Is it that precious, however? Xia Li's casual counter-question left third uncle Liu speechless. What could cause countless powers to fight over it was apparently just something ordinary in Xia Li's eyes. Alright, I was presumptuous. In any case, our Liu family will remember your kindness, senior. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Come back in 7 days for the pills. Yes. Third uncle Liu left behind over a dozen jade boxes and departed. Xia Li probed with divine thought. The materials in those boxes were enough to refine several foundation establishment pills. But the Liu family only wanted one. In other words, the extras were payment. And Xia Li did desperately need spirit stones right now. Because using the Heavenly Dao computer once on Earth cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converting between rough spirit stones and standard spirit stone units, that meant over 12,000 stones. With my current talent, I should be able to attempt Heaven Path Foundation establishment in this world. But should I do that? Xia Li fell into thought. Heaven Path Foundation establishment on Earth would attract unnecessary attention, and no amount of identity concealment would help. It all depended on whether Lingguang City's officials wanted to make it public. Before, he'd had no choice. Now, having refined to top 10 Qi refining spirit treasures, he could absolutely attempt Heaven Path Foundation establishment on his own. Note: Heaven Path Foundation establishment through the Heavenly Dao computer allows inscribing a divine ability slot in the Danshan. The AI in the Heaven chip could sense Xia Li's thoughts and immediately reminded him of Earth's unique advantage for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Divine abilities. Those were techniques only usable at nascent soul state, far more powerful than ordinary techniques. Golden Core cultivators with 7th grade or higher cores could use divine abilities early. And so could those who achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment on Earth. What about the divine abilities power? There will be some reduction, but it still far exceeds conventional techniques. Xia Li hesitated briefly, then decided to return to Earth for Foundation establishment. He also wanted to see this so-called Heavenly Dao. The path to power was always filled with countless watching eyes, many harboring malice. Unless Xia Li didn't want to grow stronger, he'd attract attention no matter what. This annoyed the pacifist in him. Afterward, Xia Li began refining foundation establishment pills, using an ordinary pill furnace. He just needed to expend more spiritual energy and ingredients, increasing spiritual and medicinal properties to achieve supreme grade quality. Earth's alchemy truly wasn't picky about furnaces. As long as you were willing to waste spiritual energy, you could refine pills even with an iron pot over a wood fire. After converting all materials into supreme grade foundation establishment pills, Xia Li didn't immediately notify the Liu family. Refining this fast while achieving supreme grade was too shocking. Better to wait a bit. For the following days, Xia Li devoted himself entirely to cultivation, pushing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't advance further and could only break through. Several days later, the appointed time to collect the pills arrived. After third Uncle Liu sent a message, Xia Li waited in the main hall. This time, two people came for the pills. A young man with an extraordinary aura and an elderly man. Greetings, Senior Xia. I'm Liu Jingfeng. Though we haven't met in person, you should know me, right? Liu Jingfeng strode into the hall and immediately knelt on one knee in a formal salute. The elderly man also bowed deeply to Xia Li. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xia. I'm Liu Hong, the Liu family's grand elder, mid-stage foundation establishment. I didn't expect your aura to be no weaker than mine. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Liu Hong shook his head helplessly as he said this. He was already much stronger than ordinary rogue cultivators. But the foundation he'd established was still an insubstantial chi foundation, before true prodigies. What did his foundation establishment count for him? Hello. Xia Li nodded lightly. He could sense Liu Hong's aura was as insubstantial as clouds. This level of foundation establishment he could defeat with a casual slap. This world's foundation establishment was divided into three types: insubstantial chi foundation, profound spirit foundation, and heaven-reaching Tao foundation. Human path foundation establishment created a spirit foundation. Earth path and heaven path foundation establishment created heaven-reaching Tao foundations. A chi foundation was like clouds, naturally unable to bear much power. Being weak was understandable. But Xia Li didn't look down on him. Being able to establish foundation at all already surpassed countless others. In mortals' eyes, chi refining cultivators were immortals, and foundation establishment cultivators could be ancestors. Now then, here is the supreme grade foundation establishment pill. Xia Li took out a pill from his storage ring, a pale purple pill with faint purple chi swirling around it. The moment Liu Jingfeng saw the pill, just smelling its fragrance made him feel his realm loosening slightly. He was just an unremarkable outer sect disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect. Even low-grade foundation establishment pills required a long wait before his turn came. His talent was the highest in the Liu family in nearly a century. But in the Cloud Mountain sect, he could barely rank in the lower middle tier. Even at 9th level chi refining, he could only wait or waste tremendous time and effort establishing foundation on his own. But now, a supreme grade foundation establishment pill was right before his eyes. Taking this pill, he would become an inner sect disciple of the Cloud Mountain sect. With a spirit foundation, he would go much further. Is this something I can have? Liu Jingfeng now felt a sense of unreality. The Cloud Mountain sect also lacked ingredients for foundation establishment pills, and improving pill quality was even harder, nearly counterproductive. So high-grade foundation establishment pills were hard to find. High-grade pills were already priceless, and supreme-grade foundation establishment pills were practically acquired spirit treasures. Of course this isn't something you deserve. Before Xia Li could speak, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Several uninvited guests barged into Xia Li's residence. Xia Li had actually noticed people outside earlier, but he'd assumed they were Liu family escorts and hadn't bothered to investigate. Wang, senior brother Wang, why are you here? Liu Jingfeng immediately turned around in shock to look at the group. Xia Li also noticed they were mostly wearing Cloud Mountain sect uniforms. It seemed they were Cloud Mountain sect people. Liu Jingfeng had apparently been followed. Wait, a junior sister why are you here? Could it be that you? Liu Jingfeng instantly understood the cause and effect. He'd admired junior sister but unfortunately she'd caught the eye of an intersect senior brother. Upon receiving his family's message about the foundation establishment pill, he'd naturally shared the good news with junior sister first. telling her not to worry when he returned. He'd be Foundation establishment. He hadn't expected this junior sister he to betray him. You think you can compete with senior brother? If you really got this supreme grade Foundation establishment pill, you might actually become a threat to bad junior sister, he sneered coldly. If this supreme grade Foundation establishment pill was brought back and offered to the sect, they would all receive considerable rewards. Everyone, this pill is mine. I give it to whoever I want. Do you need to interfere? Xia Li frowned at the Cloud Mountain sect disciples, his expression displeased, though he already knew the Cultivation world's ways. Seeing this behavior still annoyed him. He wanted nothing more than to send these Cloud Mountain sect disciples to heaven on the spot. After Xia Li spoke, the Cloud Mountain sect disciples finally began sizing him up. Though they could sense Xia Li's aura was much stronger than ordinary chi refining cultivators, they'd brought 3 intersect Foundation establishment senior brothers on this trip. Would they fear a mere chi refining cultivator? I don't know where you got this supreme grade Foundation establishment pill, but from now on, it's mine. Senior brother Wang stepped forward and extended his hand directly, his condescending gaze seeming to demand Xia Li hand it over voluntarily. Seeing this, Xia Li smiled and simply dropped the pill on the ground, stepping on it. Fine. I don't lack these things anyway, but you should at least make me happy first, right? Come here like a dog and pick it up with your mouth. Not just this one. With a thought, Xia Li produced 3 more supreme grade Foundation establishment pills from his storage ring. As long as you're willing to come pick them up like dogs, I'll give them to you. Xia Li held the pills in his right hand while beckoning with his left. When facing this kind of trouble, the best approach was to make them wary. Make them question his identity. If he could so easily produce supreme grade Foundation establishment pills, they should carefully consider whether they still wanted to be shameless. You. Senior brother Wang wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. What? Don't you want them? You don't need to steal them, I'll give them freely. Just entertain me, and the path to heaven will open for you. After all, I can refine these casually. Xia Li felt the timing was right and directly activated the spiritual energy ore contained within the Foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills were different from other types of pills because the refining process was quite complex and involved knowledge of talisman arts and spirit patterns. It consumed large amounts of the refiner's spiritual energy. Therefore, the refiner's spiritual energy ore inevitably remained in the Foundation establishment pills. Now that the ore was triggered, everyone present could sense that the spiritual energy in the Foundation establishment pills shared the same source as Xia Li's. This directly proved the Foundation establishment pills were refined by Xia Li himself. Cold sweat broke out on the Cloud Mountain sect disciples who'd come to steal the pills. The person before them was definitely a highly skilled alchemist. Foundation establishment pills were only second-tier pills, but their refining difficulty was such that even third-tier golden core alchemists couldn't guarantee success. Yet a chi refining cultivator had refined them. This could only mean Xia Li's background was extremely terrifying, perhaps a disciple of some major alchemy power. Fellow Taoist, we can apologize. Seeing this, senior brother Wang immediately knelt to Xia Li. The other disciples also bowed their heads in submission. Their earlier arrogance completely gone. Though this result satisfied Xia Li, it also slightly disappointed him. I thought you'd take the risk and try to attack me, capture me and imprison me. Force me to refine pills for you, or report to your sect and have them capture me at any cost. This was more in line with what Xia Li had imagined. Of course, if things had developed that way, he had solutions. He just hadn't expected them to kneel so quickly, or inform other sects and use them as a borrowed knife. Xia Li scrutinized the Cloud Mountain sect disciples, gaining new understanding of the Cultivation world's ways. Come to think of it, they were like the Liu family before. Both were the type to surrender and apologize at lightning speed when things went wrong. It seemed the phrase just evil, not stupid could describe most cultivators in this world. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. The truly crazy ones were only people like Liu Fu, who would go for the kill without any consideration. This kind of culture was actually worse. I admit some people would do that, but we don't dare. After all, the slightest mistake risks clan extermination. Senior brother Wang's attitude was now excellent, completely different from before, like to different people. The other Cloud Mountain sect disciples were the same. Junior brother Liu, I admit defeat in this matter. I'll compensate you when we return to the sect. And Senior brother Wang suddenly stood up, grabbed junior sister He behind him, and lifted her by the throat. This bitch doesn't need to be kept, right? Senior brother Wang was quite decisive. This scene reminded Xia Li of when third uncle Liu had killed Liu Fu. It seemed being a petty person was a high-risk occupation in this world. Do it right and you get meat. But if things go wrong, you're immediately used to vent anger. To this, Xia Li could only say serves her right. Ultimately, Liu Jingfeng had trusted the wrong person. Senior brother Liu, save me. I was wrong. I'll demote myself to a menial disciple when we return to the sect, and serve you like an ox or horse from now on. Junior sister He pleaded tearfully with Liu Jingfeng, her voice hoarse. She knew she was wrong now, terribly wrong. The Liu family had such a high-level figure who could refine supreme-grade foundation establishment pills. Liu Jingfeng's future achievements would be limitless. Following Liu Jingfeng would only bring benefits, not harm. But what had she done? She'd personally destroyed her own fortune, and now she was about to die. One wrong thought, truly just one wrong thought. This isn't something I can speak on. Liu Jingfeng looked toward Xia Li. The Cloud Mountain sect disciples all looked toward Xia Li as well. Senior, I was wrong. Give me one chance. I'm willing to give everything. You can do whatever you want to me. Junior sister He now began pleading with Xia Li. Xia Li merely waved his hand. This made junior sister He's heart leap with joy. Thinking Xia Li meant to spare her. Excellent. She would definitely make Xia Li, the Liu family, and all these senior brothers suffer fates worse than death. So fellow Taoist means, let her go. Senior brother Wang hadn't expected Xia Li to be so merciful. I mean, throw her outside and kill her. Don't dirty my home. But Xia Li's next words instantly broke junior sister He. Being able to speak yet choosing to wave his hand, what was that supposed to mean? Giving her hope only to crush it. Senior, spare me. Junior sister He still tried to plead, but Xia Li merely waved his hand again. This time senior brother Wang understood. Gripping junior sister He walked straight out of the hall and leaped over the courtyard wall. Before long, he returned to the hall and knelt properly again. Fellow Taoist, I've taken care of it. In that case, let's consider this matter settled. Xia Li nodded. Senior brother Wang and the others felt as if granted amnesty. They immediately stood, said a bunch of flattering words, left considerable spirit stones as apology, and left without looking back. Today had truly been like walking through a dragon's den and tiger's lair. They thought Liu Jingfeng had just gotten lucky with a low-grade foundation establishment pill. They hadn't expected supreme grade, and they certainly hadn't expected the one producing supreme-grade foundation establishment pills to be a mysterious alchemist. If they'd known even a little more, they wouldn't have come courting death. In the Xia residence's main hall, after the Cloud Mountain sect disciples departed, Liu Hong finally looked at Liu Jingfeng with an expression of bitter disappointment. Fenger, you're truly foolish. You've brought great trouble to the Liu family, and even implicated alchemist Xia. As an elder, Liu Hong understood the ways of the world well. Though Xia Li had scared off the Cloud Mountain sect people, the news that he could refine supreme-grade foundation establishment pills probably couldn't be kept secret anymore. If Xia Li had chosen to ruthlessly kill all the Cloud Mountain sect disciples who came, the trouble would only multiply. It was truly a dilemma. And all of this was because of Liu Jingfeng's foolishness. Grandfather Hong, I really didn't expect her to do that. I didn't spend anything on her, in fact. She was always the one giving me things. Liu Jingfeng was confused now. That junior sister He had clearly been optimistic about him, had already invested in him. Why would she suddenly betray him? It made no sense. He wasn't some foolish simp. This, Liu Hong couldn't explain it either. It did seem illogical, but Xia Li could figure it out. That junior sister He was a clever merchant. But unfortunately human relationships aren't a marketplace. She hoped you'd protect her once you became powerful. But after catching the eye of an intersect senior brother, she naturally chose to switch sides. Her false affection toward you was just to recoup what she'd invested in you. She'd likely already given herself to that intersect senior brother. Once you grew powerful, you wouldn't want her anymore. She knew this clearly. So she couldn't let you succeed, because you'd inevitably become enemies with that senior brother. Xia Li analyzed junior sister He's behavior from a merchant's perspective, instantly helping Liu Jingfeng understand what had happened. Actually, that intersect senior brother was senior brother Wan. Liu Jingfeng continued, finding junior sister He's fate rather amusing. She'd specifically brought people to deal with him, only to end up dead herself. Serves her right. So, what about the information about alchemist Xia that got out? Those major sect disciples are all petty and narrow-minded. They'll definitely cause you trouble. Liu Hong was now more worried about Xia Li's safety than anyone. The Liu family was counting entirely on Xia Li. One more of them doesn't matter. One less doesn't matter either. Do you think Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance haven't been tempted? It's only a matter of time. Xia Li wasn't naive enough to think this could last forever. His need for spirit stones would only grow, since getting stronger meant spending on Earth. And as the things he produced became better and better, he was destined to attract others' greed and covetousness. All right. Liu Hong felt somewhat uncomfortable. The Liu family was a small clan surviving in the cracks, only able to throw their weight around in Feng City. They had the luck to encounter opportunity but lacked the strength to seize it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Take the Foundation Establishment pill. Xia Li lifted the pill in his hand with spiritual energy and presented it to Liu Jingfeng. Thank you, Senior Xia. May I ask about the one under your foot? I plan to sell it, along with these two. Xia Li now had 4 Foundation Establishment pills in hand. After giving one to Liu Jingfeng, 3 remained. This junior boldly requests another pill from senior. I have a sworn brother in the sect. He's exceptionally talented but was sabotaged by others. With a supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pill, his future achievements will be extraordinary. Finger, hold your tongue. Liu Hong immediately glared at Liu Jingfeng. Did he think supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills grew on trees? Supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills could be called acquired spirit treasures, naturally commanding spirit treasure prices. Foundation Establishment level spirit treasures generally cost between 3,000 and 5,000 spirit stones. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. And supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills started at 3,000 spirit stones, often with no supply to meet demand. Final transaction prices typically exceeded 3,000. Even low-grade Foundation Establishment pills only cost a few hundred spirit stones, but were equally hard to find. Without connections, you couldn't buy them even with spirit stones, often requiring multiple times the price. It's fine. I'll trust you this once. Xia Li gave another pill from his hand, not using the one on the ground. Foundation Establishment pills weren't valuable to him. If he could gain the friendship of another prodigy, it was worth the investment. On behalf of my brother, I thank Senior for this grace, Senior's kindness. No need to speak on his behalf. I'll do it myself. Before Liu Jingfeng could finish, another voice suddenly came from a corner of the room. This startled even Xia Li. When had another person appeared in the corner? Was his home somewhere anyone could just walk into? And the heaven chip hadn't detected them either. Senior, I'm the sworn brother Liu Jingfeng mentioned. My name is Lin Yi. Thank you for the pill, Senior. After speaking, Lin Yi bowed deeply. When did you arrive? I came with Liu Jingfeng and this elder. It's just that neither they nor you noticed me. What technique do you cultivate? It's so miraculous that even my divine thought couldn't detect you. Xia Li was genuinely impressed by Liu Jingfeng's sworn brother. Divine thought was far more powerful than divine sense. Details that divine sense couldn't capture were as obvious as the sun to divine thought. Yet he still hadn't noticed. But Xia Li wasn't too discouraged. If he'd activated the heaven chip's full detection mode, the other party surely couldn't have hidden. Actually, it's not a technique, but a magical treasure. I see. I won't pry further then. Everyone has their secrets. You followed along because you noticed something, right? Yes. I naturally noticed Senior Brother Wang and the others' movements and came to help. I didn't expect Senior to resolve it so easily, and I even got to share in the fortune. Lin Yi was grateful to both Liu Jingfeng and Xia Li, grateful that Liu Jingfeng had thought of him, and grateful for Xia Li's trust. Even if Xia Li had given him the dirty pill from the floor, he wouldn't have complained and would still be grateful. But Xia Li had given him the clean pill from his hand. As they say, character shows in the details. This showed Xia Li's character was quite good. You're quite loyal. Xia Li nodded approvingly. This was indeed worth investing a supreme grade foundation establishment pill, Senior. There's something I must say. Senior Brother Wang and the others cannot be left alive. I know. I just couldn't do it myself. Xia Li smiled at Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi had brought this up, it meant he would take action. Since I've received Senior's favor, I naturally should help Senior resolve this trouble. I'll make them disappear without a trace. The sect won't find anything unusual. I believe in your abilities. After speaking, Xia Li took out several medicine bottles from his storage ring. Take these pills. If anything unexpected happens, they might help. Thank you for the pills, Senior. Why call me Senior? Just call me fellow Taoist. Then thank you, fellow Taoist. Lin Yi accepted the pills and left directly. Xia Li now truly felt his luck was quite good. He hadn't expected to meet such a prodigy through the Liu family. After all, sending charcoal in snowy weather was rare. He only hoped the other party would remember this favor. For the following period, Xia Li devoted himself entirely to alchemy. He needed to save spirit stones, lots of spirit stones to spend properly when he returned to Earth. Advancing from chi refining to foundation establishment was a qualitative transformation. Once he used all of Earth's technology and tricks, his strength would increase dramatically. To achieve this goal, he entrusted the supreme grade foundation establishment pills to Myriad Treasures Pavilion for auction. He wasn't planning to hide anymore. Otherwise, collecting spirit stones would be too slow. He was willing to accept the risk in exchange for faster earnings. Because even if he didn't do this, Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would eventually turn on him when interests were at stake. Without sufficient strength, nothing could last. 3 days after handing over the Foundation Establishment pills, news that 2 Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills would be auctioned in Feng City caused a sensation. Nearby sects and families of all sizes sent representatives. Even factions capable of refining Foundation Establishment pills themselves came to participate. After all, being able to refine them was one thing, but achieving supreme grade was another matter entirely. As for Xia Li's side, of course, Xia Li didn't say he'd refine them himself. He claimed they were from his master, but saying it was one thing, whether people believed it was another matter. 2 more days later, the 2 Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills sold for over 5,000 and over 6,000 spirit stones respectively. On the day the auction ended, the Xia residence was bustling, as representatives from Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivators Market came to visit. Also present was a representative from an alchemy sect. In the main hall, the leaders of the 3 factions were all sizing up Xia Li. The local managers of Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance could only stand to the side like servants. But Elder Sun and Manager Huang kept using their eyes to signal Xia Li that the visitors meant trouble. As local managers for Myriad Treasures Pavilion, they'd benefited considerably from Xia Li. Xia Li had been good to them, and fortunately, they had no say in how the higher-ups acted. So this is young brother Xia. Truly outstanding, able to refine supreme grade foundation establishment pills at such a young age. I'm one who. The branch manager of Myriad Treasures Pavilion for Kishan Prefecture. The leader from Myriad Treasures Pavilion introduced himself first. He appeared scholarly, but his slightly narrowed eyes made him seem like a venomous snake. Manager Wan flatters me. The foundation establishment pills were made by my master. Young brother Xia's method of sealing spiritual energy was quite clever, but unfortunately rather unnecessary, as they say. 300 taels of silver buried here. The more you don't want people to know who refined them, the more we want to find out. And the facts prove the spiritual energy in the pills shares the same source as yours. Fine, you could say I refined them, but my master did the main work. I just contributed spiritual energy like an alchemy assistant. Xia Li refused to admit he'd refined them alone. Anyone who'd heard him admit it personally was probably no longer alive. His original plan was to wait for the Cloud Mountain sect to make trouble, then use the second elder as cover, citing his mysterious master as the reason. After all, the second elder had seen his non-existent master in the fabricated memories, but that approach still carried risks. It would be better if those Cloud Mountain sect disciples could be silenced completely. Why must young brother Xia be so modest? Myriad Treasures Pavilion gathers treasures from across the world. We have unique methods for appraising and testing treasures. I'm quite certain those two Supreme Grade Foundation establishment pills contain no trace of anyone else's aura. You refined them alone. After Wan Hu finished speaking, he fixed Xia Li with a pressuring gaze. He'd already investigated the circumstances of Xia Li's appearance in Feng City. Just a few months ago, he'd been at first-level Qi refining. Now at peak Qi refining, his aura was no weaker than Foundation Establishment. He could definitely fight Foundation Establishment cultivators head-on. And he was this excellent in alchemy too. It was impossible without inheritance. The question now was whether Xia Li actually had a master. If not, then Xia Li could only blame himself for being too hasty and greedy. Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills were completely different from other pills. They were crucial tools for major powers to control smaller factions and play political games. Low-grade pills might be overlooked, but daring to sell Supreme Grade pills openly, that was simply courting death. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Manager Wan. Let's set that aside for now. Where are the proceeds from the auction? Xia Li just wanted his spirit stones. We can't give those to you right now. The Profound Pill sect recently had Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills stolen. What does that have to do with me? You already know the truth. Even if I didn't refine these pills alone, I contributed to them. That's enough to prove they came from my hands. Young brother Xia. What I mean is that certain secret arts can alter the aura within pills. Ray refining stolen pills to launder them. And we currently suspect you. Of course, you could refine a batch in front of us to prove your innocence. By this point, Wan Hu had revealed his malicious intent. Not only did he have no intention of giving Xia Li the auction proceeds, he was even trying to frame him. Xia Li fell silent upon hearing this. Just Foundation Establishment pills, was it really worth all this? These things could be mass-produced on Earth. He'd thought at most Elder Sun and Manager Huang might get greedy, but he hadn't expected to attract people from even higher up. And selling Foundation Establishment pills seemed to be more than just a matter of profit. After a moment of thought, Xia Li quickly realized what was happening. He still hadn't been careful enough. He'd only seen the enormous profits from Foundation Establishment pills, dozens to hundreds of times the price of other pills. But he hadn't seen that the scarcity of Foundation Establishment pills wasn't just due to refining difficulty. The bigger reason was artificially created scarcity. These damned upper-level cultivators were deliberately suppressing the lower classes, blocking paths of advancement. So Foundation Establishment pills that determine class advancement were something he absolutely shouldn't have touched. I can swear to never refine Foundation Establishment pills again from now on. Is that enough, Junior? Let your master come speak instead. At this moment, the Profound Pill sect elder who had been silent finally spoke. After speaking, he released his aura and pressed it directly toward Xia Li. That overwhelming spiritual power made Xia Li's spirit core stutter. Spiritual energy reversed in his meridians, forcing Xia Li to cough up blood. My master has more than just me. More than just you as a disciple. Right, we already know this. But what does your future matter to us? If you don't contact your master now, die. After speaking, the Profound Pill sect elder directly launched a divine thought attack. But Xia Li only furrowed his brow slightly, showing no sign of clutching his head in agony. Divine thought. A mere Qi refining cultivator possesses divine thought. The Profound Pill sect elder stood up abruptly. This only proved how extraordinary Xia Li was. Young friend Xia, why don't you just call your master out? Or could it be, you don't actually have a master? The Rogue Cultivator Alliance's representative finally spoke, and his words were lethal. If Xia Li dared admit it, what awaited him would be a miserable fate. Of course I have a master. But it's just a Foundation Establishment pills. Why go to such lengths? It wasn't like he was selling in bulk. Was it really worth all this? Ordinary Foundation Establishment pills wouldn't warrant this. Of course, you could sell 10 or even 100 high-grade pills and it wouldn't matter. But Supreme-grade Foundation Establishment pills are completely different from other Foundation Establishment pills. Though they're all called Foundation Establishment pills, The formula for supreme-grade pills is a closely guarded secret of major sects. Only the supreme-grade formula can produce supreme-grade pills. Tell us, where did you get your formula? The profound pill sect elder couldn't help but word. Currently, in all of Qishan Prefecture, only the profound pill sect had the supreme-grade formula. Other factions' supreme-grade foundation establishment pills all came from the profound pill sect, though occasionally supreme-grade pills from other prefectures made their way in. The quantities were small enough to ignore, but something that could overturn the profound pill sect appearing on their own turf. How could the profound pill sect not act? Now I understand. I really wasn't careful enough. Xia Li smiled bitterly twice. Even elder son probably didn't know about this, which was why he thought it was just rare and agreed to help with the auction without thinking too much. The Liu family had no access to this information. Even Lin Yi didn't know. So selling supreme-grade foundation establishment pills was essentially courting death. In the Xia residence's main hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Xia Li had only just started out and didn't understand the cultivation world well enough. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have refined foundation establishment pills even if it killed him. The Liu family had harmed him. This wasn't the Liu family's fault. They only knew foundation establishment pills were rare. They didn't know about these hidden rules. Even if the Liu family hadn't mentioned it, he would have eventually refined and sold them himself. Everyone, I now understand the cause and effect. Just tell me directly, what will it take for you to let me go? Xia Li wisely admitted defeat, but not completely. He still had escape methods he hadn't used. If you have a master, have him come negotiate in person. If you don't have a master, hand over all your inheritance and submit to our profound pill sect's control as a pill slave. That's your only chance of survival. The profound pill sect elder gave Xia Li his options. Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance weren't as powerful as the profound pill sect, so their presence here was both to accompany and to show their stance. To show they didn't dare help Xia Li or covet the inheritance related to supreme-grade foundation establishment pills. The way your profound pill sect does things really reminds me of a faction I'm familiar with. The conditions the profound pill sect proposed didn't surprise Xia Li. This profound pill sect was exactly like the unscrupulous corporations on Earth, suppressing competitors, malicious competition, creating monopolies. They'd use any means except fair, healthy competition. Enough nonsense. My patience is limited. I can call my master here, but you must first give me the spirit stones I'm owed. This relates to the trial my master assigned me. Otherwise I'd rather die and have my master come seek revenge on you beasts. Cutting off my opportunity is the same as taking my life. If I fail the trial, I might as well be dead. At least I'd profit by having my master kill you. Xia Li suddenly stood up and roared. His expression genuinely somewhat crazed, but his feet were quietly moving closer to Wan Hu. This made the profound pill sect elder frown, but he wasn't stupid. This condition seemed rather suspicious. You probably have some special treasure on you that can help you escape, but requires a large amount of spirit stones to activate, right? The profound pill sect elder sneered twice and was about to say something more when Xia Li suddenly moved with lightning speed. He rushed to Wan Hu and grabbed his arm. Before Wan Hu could react, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and then Xia Li vanished, as if he'd evaporated into thin air, leaving not a trace of his orb behind. Disappearing along with Xia Li was Wan Hui's arm. My hand, my hand. Wan Hu stared in disbelief at his now empty shoulder. His arm, the one wearing his storage ring, had vanished along with Xia Li. That little beast. The profound pill sect elder stood up with clenched fists. He hadn't expected a mere chi-refining cultivator to escape right under the nose of a nascent soul cultivator like himself. Even the void-piercing talisman, a must-have escape treasure, he could have intercepted in time. But Xia Li's escape method was clearly far more sophisticated than a void-piercing talisman. The cut is smooth and clean. Spatial power. That kid has a spatial attribute treasure on him. Does anyone have a space tracking formation disk? After examining his wand, Wan Hu immediately thought of a way to track Xia Li. But both the Rogue Cultivator Alliance representative and the profound pill sect elder shook their heads. They really hadn't brought one. Damn it, damn it. I will find him and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Wan Hu was furious. Issue a wanted notice. Offer a heavy reward. I want that little beast to have nowhere to run. Neither in heaven nor on earth. Meanwhile, Earth, Lingguang City's lower district, in the sewers, Xia Li emerged from a flash of white light, his brow furrowed and expression cold. Things were peaceful for such a short time. And just selling to Foundation establishment pills caused all this. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Xia Li was furious. The longer he stayed peacefully in Feng City, the more spirit stones he could have saved. He had indeed been greedy, but he wasn't being greedy for others' things. He wasn't stealing or robbing, he just wanted to make a big profit. Was it really worth all this? Xia Li lowered his head and removed the storage ring from the severed arm in his hand, then threw down the arm and stomped on it several times. Going back would be troublesome now, because he would definitely appear in the Xia residence's main hall. He could only hope those three factions weren't bored enough to keep watching his broken-down house. Spirit Seal Decryption. Xia Li ordered the Heaven Chip to begin decrypting the Spirit Seal on the storage ring in his hand. He wanted to see just how many treasures a prefecture-level Myriad Treasures Pavilion branch manager had. More than 10 minutes passed, until a pleasant sound rang in his mind. Decryption complete after decryption. Xia Li immediately probed inside with his divine thought. The first thing he saw was a mountain of spirit stones. Inventorying. After a while, rough spirit stone inventory complete. Total to 125,390 to low-grade spirit stones. Good. Very good. Xia Li's face lit up with joy. The frustration in his heart was swept away by this sudden wealth. Converting this many spirit stones to Earth standard units, it had to be over 100,000. Enough to buy a mansion in the upper district. This was enough for him to purchase the best spirit core and heaven chip after Foundation establishment. Then buy some Earth specialty weapons to arm himself. Not to mention the storage ring still contains so many other treasures that would need to be inventoried later. Without wasting words, Xia Li directly contacted Xiao, planning to go to her base to discuss things. But Xiao sent a message saying she wasn't in Lingguang City. However, she could help Xia Li open the door so he could rest inside. Xia Li expressed his thanks and curiously asked if Xiao wasn't worried he'd mess with her things. Did she trust him that much? Xiao's answer was simple. She really wasn't worried. Unless Xia Li had a death wish. The Hidden Wing organization was very good at finding people. Xia Li could try the consequences of shoplifting. Before long, Xia Li arrived at the secret entrance to the underground room. The hidden door opened automatically, and Xia Li went inside and took a shower first. This trip to the cultivation world had caused big trouble. Next time he went back, he'd need to be fully prepared. And showering, besides cleansing himself, was also a moment to relax and think carefully. Connecting to the Heavenly Down network, Xia Li began searching for where to get Genesis Serum. Foundation establishment pills were common as dirt on Earth, but Genesis Serum, the concentrated essence extracted and refined from them, wasn't common at all. It was considered a scarce commodity. However, though Genesis Serum didn't require qualification verification on Earth and could be purchased, every manufacturer's orders were backed up for years. With no other choice, Xia Li had to contact Xiao again. Generally speaking, this kind of thing could be bought at a premium on the black market. And as a member of the black market, how could the Hidden Wing organization lack this stuff? Sisk, does our organization have Genesis Serum in stock? Yes. Why? You want to buy some? Didn't I tell you to do missions? Buying is such a waste. Even with the internal price, it's expensive. No matter, I have spirit stones. But, can't you just do a mission? Xiao was speechless. Xia Li had to do missions for her to get the organization's recruitment bonus. Otherwise, no matter how much Xia Li spent in the organization, it had nothing to do with her. Then I'll take a long-term franc mission. That works. Consider it practice. Which mission? Donate spirit stones to the organization, contributing to organizational development. What the? Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Li was ignoring perfectly good benefits and insisting on being a sucker. Xiao was quite exasperated now, with the urge to just rob Xia Li. That's not how you spend spirit stones. Everyone else was pinching pennies, haggling over every single stone. And here was Xia Li throwing money around like it was nothing. Who did he think he was looking down on? Xia Li, if you have spirit stones, you should be even more careful with them. If you really can't spend them all, you can transfer them to me and I'll spend them for you. Sure. How much do you want? Xia Li knew Xiao was joking, but he was genuinely willing to give. Consider it cultivating his own people. Though his relationship with Xiao wasn't deep, her previous actions showed she was a person of principle. Such people were generally trustworthy. Transfer me a few 100 million first. Let me see your strength. Xia Li had been thinking that if Xiao only wanted a few hundred, or even 1,000, he'd pay up. But Xiao asking for hundreds of millions right off the bat, that joke was a bit too much. Can't do it, can you? If you don't have hundreds of millions in spirit stones, what are you showing off for? Just do your missions properly and save some stones. There'll be plenty of places to spend them later. But I just want to buy some Genesis serum. I know. But do you still want to develop within the organization? Not everything can be bought with spirit stones. Some of the really good stuff in the organization can only be exchanged with contribution points. Without points, no amount of spirit stones will get you anything. But I just want to buy some Genesis serum. Xia Li really didn't want to waste words. Wouldn't it be better to do missions after he reached Foundation establishment? He knew an organization needed everyone's collective effort to function. If he didn't contribute labor, wasn't contributing money the same thing, forget it. I'll send you some information. Read it yourself. Xiao didn't want to waste words either. She'd been giving heartfelt advice only to be treated as nonsense. Fine, then she'd just show him the benefits directly. What Xiao sent Xia Li was information about Genesis serum. Genesis serum didn't have different purity levels, but there was some science to the formulation. Better formulations produced more powerful effects. The Hidden Wing organization offered many types of Genesis serum. One was the common market formulation, with effects identical to what Xia Li had found on the Heavenly Down network. The others were clearly formulations from other factions: Sword Chi serum, Martial Dao serum, and other options, probably stolen by Hidden Wing. The most notable was the formulation Hidden Wing had developed themselves. One formulation has this much science behind it. Why doesn't anyone mention this online? Xia Li immediately contacted Xiao. This information couldn't be found online. It's not that the public network doesn't have it, you just don't know the codes. So of course you can't find it. Though the public network has an enormous amount of information, the truly valuable stuff is all in various factions' private networks. So what's special about our Hidden Wing formulation compared to other formulations? Our Hidden Wing formulation focuses more on developing mental capacity. The modern era isn't just an age of spiritual energy, it's an age of information dimensionalization. Mental capacity is the foundation of technology and the foundation of progress. To establish your foundation, you must also establish the foundation of your mind. After Xiao finished this speech, Xia Li seriously considered whether to get the Hidden Wing formulation. He was already a step ahead in spiritual and soul cultivation. Establishing the foundation of his mind would be like adding wings to a tiger. How do I get the Hidden Wing formulation? Simple. 3 D-rank missions, or 1 C-rank mission. The organization won't charge spirit stones, they'll give it to you for free. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Then let me check the mission board. No need to look, just come find me. I'm doing a C-rank mission right now. When it's done, all the contribution points go to you, and you compensate me with spirit stones. Win-win. Deal. Hearing this, Xia Li agreed without hesitation. Why not? If someone was offering to carry him, Xiao immediately sent Xia Li her location. There's a hover bike in the garage. Ride that over. Okay. After ending the communication, Xia Li went up to the first floor and rode the hover bike out of the garage attached to the shop. This new era transportation was fast and stable, and traveling through there meant no worrying about traffic accidents. But the hover bike still couldn't be called truly safe. Not for any other reason at the end of the day. It was just a vehicle, not a spirit artifact or magical treasure. Forget being hit by techniques. Even a large caliber bullet would cause problems. So Xia Li kept a low profile the whole way, preferring to take detours through safe zones. The so-called safe zones were the new era's highways. Though there wasn't an actual road, the edges of safe zones were lined with automated turrets that could effectively defend against demons. Patrol personnel could occasionally be seen flying past on swords. After arriving at the destination, Xiao was leaning against an automated turret, resting. You made it. I thought you'd take a shortcut. Xiao looked up at Xia Li, but just as she finished her greeting, she immediately noticed Xia Li was vastly different from their last meeting. Powerful aura. Qi refining cultivation no weaker than foundation establishment. His Danshan spirit core seemed to contain the power of thunder. His gaze naturally carried a pressure that made people reluctant to meet his eyes. Wait, your eyes. You've already seen the Direxi. Xia Li's changes naturally couldn't escape Xiao's notice. More accurately, they couldn't escape most people on Earth. These characteristics could be easily identified by a heaven chip. Xia Li nodded. Since he'd already been recognized, there was no point in hiding it. But the people on the other side didn't have such good perception. Even that nascent soul profound pill sect elder had only noticed he possessed divine thought after attacking him. I've also noticed the changes in your Danshan. You've achieved 9 into 1, right? 9 into 1 plus awakened eyes. You have the qualifications for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Xiao looked at Xia Li with envy. Being able to lay such a powerful foundation at the Qi refining stage, not pursuing Heaven Path Foundation establishment would be a waste. But Heaven Path Foundation establishment required a terrifying amount of spirit stones. I am planning on Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Do you have enough spirit stones? If not, the organization can offer you a loan based on your talent. Interest-free for 10 years. I have enough. Good. Your talent shouldn't be known by others. It wouldn't be good news. Be careful to hide it. With that, Xiao's fingertip began sliding through the air, clearly operating her heaven chip. Before long, a technique was sent over by Xiao. Its name, Divine Sense Hacking, Defense Chapter *. Learn this. Don't let other people's heaven chips probe your secrets. Thanks, Sisk. Xia Li nodded. His secrets weren't that easy to see through after all. Even the nascent soul profound pill sect elder hadn't noticed anything unusual. It was just that Earth's technology was too advanced, allowing his secrets to be seen through at a glance. The defense chapter of Divine Sense Hacking could solve exactly this problem. While Xia Li was studying the defense chapter of Divine Sense Hacking, Xiao was also carefully observing him. Xia Li's changes were indeed too dramatic. It was hard not to wonder just how many good things he had on him. By the way, Xia Li, regarding the opportunities on you, sooner or later they'll be exposed to more people. Especially after Heaven Path Foundation establishment, you'll face many crises. Many pairs of eyes will start watching you. Xiao began giving Xia Li serious advice. The Earth's cultivation tradition allowed everyone to walk the path of cultivation. Those who could achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment were still pitifully rare. Though the Heavenly Tao computer had lowered the difficulty of Heaven Path Foundation establishment, even so, the probability was still far less than 1 in 10,000. Therefore, activating the Heavenly Tao computer for Heaven Path Foundation establishment was an extremely attention-grabbing event. I understand. It's impossible to grow stronger without attracting notice. Xia Li had once harbored such thoughts, wanting to secretly grow powerful and shock everyone. And fortunately, reality proved it impossible. There were simply too many attention-grabbing things on the path to power. He couldn't hide every time. Since that was the case, he could only face those challenges head-on. It was the same in the other world when earning spirit stones, and the same on Earth when spending them. There would always be watchers, always be covetous eyes. Opportunity. Gaining opportunity meant becoming an opportunity yourself, becoming a target for others to seize. If you couldn't protect it, it would only end up belonging to someone else. Good that you understand. Work hard on your own. I'm just here to drink some soup off you. You don't mind, right? What are you saying, Sisk? Given all the help you've given me, even eating a piece of my meat would be deserved. Xia Li was still very grateful to Xiao. She was his guide. Without Xiao, he'd probably still be mining for the company. Though Xiao had also used him, at least she was honest about it. She'd kept her word and given him freedom, and had assigned him to the crucial Tunnel 3. Where he'd found the mysterious ring that changed his fate. Thanks. Now let's talk about the mission. Most of our Hidden Wing missions involve infiltration, secret investigation, and assassination, staying out of sight as much as possible. And this mission I've taken actually relates to you. Xia Li was confused. How did an organization mission relate to him? Take a look at the mission intel first. With that, Xiao directly shared the mission intel with Xia Li. The mission target was to investigate a biological research institute, but not a modern one, an ancient research institute built around 2090, which was also where Xia Li had been unearthed. Kiming Mining Company had stationed numerous security personnel there. The mission objective was to find out why the company was guarding this old research institute. Most of the people inside had already been awakened by the company and sent to mine, so there seemed to be no value in continued surveillance. I have a feeling this Kiming Mining Company isn't simple. Xia Li had a premonition that Kiming Mining's activities went far beyond just digging up ancient people to mine. If it were just about saving money, they should have left after waking everyone up. Why keep guarding the place? That's what we at Hidden Wing want to know too. Kiming Mining is just a small subsidiary under Silver Star Group, and Silver Star Group is a pioneering giant in heaven chip production. We currently suspect this ancient research institute might contain secrets about the next generation of heaven chips. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Next generation heaven chip, 6th generation. Xia Li knew the most advanced heaven chips on the market were 5th generation. But market products were never the best. This was true everywhere. More than that, it might even be the still conceptual 7th generation. The 6th generation heaven chip has been around for over a decade. It just rarely circulates on the market. It only flows among high-level circles and within factions. The 7th generation heaven chip is what all major factions consider the top priority. Ordinary people are still using 3rd generation, and the 7th is already in development. Xia Li was quite shocked by this news, but quickly understood. At the end of the day, it was about poverty. High-end products were destined to circulate only in small circles at the top initially. Once 7th generation heaven chip production technology matured enough, the 6th generation would probably enter the mass market, and 4th and 5th generation chips would finally drop in price for ordinary people. The upper class had to ensure they always stayed ahead of the lower class. And the generational gap in technology products was probably no less significant than the gap in cultivation realms. But would an old research institute really contain secrets for producing 7th generation heaven chips? Let's go. We'll find out what's hidden there when we get there. With that, Xiao stepped away from the automated turret and walked into the danger zone. Under Xiao's guidance, they encountered no danger. She'd clearly already mapped out the route and environment. Before long, they arrived at the ruins of an ancient city. The remains of skyscrapers stood like tombstones. The barren land was deathly silent, with only bizarre irradiated creatures wandering about. Xia Li's heaven chip was now reporting that the current environment's radiation levels far exceeded safe limits. An ordinary person in this environment would have their entire genome destroyed by radiation in just seconds. Only with spiritual energy protection could one venture deep into such high radiation ruins. So, this is what cities looked like in my era. I never imagined they'd become like this. Xia Li gazed at the building remains, lost in thought. These had been high-end office buildings, often 40 or 50 stories tall. Now only the topmost sections remained. Finding where his family's old neighborhood had been would probably be difficult. The shorter buildings had likely all been destroyed and buried. The research institute is right beneath our feet. The company has probably set up material radar and spiritual energy radar. I use earth burrowing technique to take us down. You have divine thought. So you deploy the anti-detection field from the defense chapter of divine sense hacking. Alright, I'll switch now. Give me a moment. Xia Li immediately began swapping the techniques in his technique slots, directly loading both divine sense hacking and its defense chapter. The last slot he filled with Spirit Bow Chi Arrow. Spirit Bow Chi Arrow was a simple and practical attack method. Perhaps it was the simplicity of the Great Tao. This technique could still be used even at nascent soul stage. After waiting in place for a short while, once the technique swap was complete, Xia Li immediately deployed the anti-detection field. With the heaven chip's assistance, his divine thought began expanding and contracting in a unique frequency, like ripples. Good. I can feel the anti-detection field. A field deployed with divine thought really works well. Ready to descend. With that, the ground beneath their feet became soft as water, and their figures rapidly sank into the depths below. The descent took longer than Xia Li had expected. A full half-hour passed before Xia Li felt empty space beneath his feet. They'd landed in an underground cavern. Not far away was a cluster of buildings, preserved by being buried away from daylight. That's the research institute. Xia Li gazed at the buildings. He'd been unearthed from there by the company, though he had no memories of it. Yes, our mission is to investigate the secrets within. Speaking of which, since this research institute was abandoned, what served as the power source to keep me preserved? Human cryogenic technology required maintaining the body at extremely low temperatures. Sustaining such an environment was no small challenge for any power source. Nuclear fusion reactors. Of course, by the time this research institute was built, fusion technology was relatively mature. A small independent fusion reactor filled with fuel could power this institute's cryogenic storage for over 1,000 years. I see, Xia Li nodded. He really had to thank technological progress. After the spiritual energy revival, all of humanity was too busy to care for themselves. Saving the living was hard enough. How could anyone have the resources to care about frozen people? Keep maintaining the anti-detection field. I need to prepare some other things. Xiao began waving her hand through the air again. Apparently she preferred projecting a screen in her mind to operate, while Xia Li preferred direct voice or mental commands. Before long, Xia Li suddenly felt cold, and strange rainbow-like light mist appeared around them. I've activated optical camouflage. Then have the heaven chip micro-adjust temperature based on the environment. This can full thermal imaging and X-rays, but not direct observation by electronic eyes. Be careful not to be spotted by the company's fully mechanized security personnel. This place is full of the same mech soldiers you encountered before. Xia Li nodded, and the two carefully infiltrated the research institute. Shortly after entering, they encountered two security personnel. The guards didn't notice them and simply patrolled their route. Xiao then demonstrated her professionalism as an intelligence operative, quickly finding the building's internal map and using it to mark several locations that needed investigation. On the way to those locations, mechanical dogs ahead. The anti-detection field can block our scent and sound. Stay still. There are mech bugs in that corner. I'll go hack them. Hidden camera over there. The magnetic field felt wrong just now. Remember that feeling? Its magnetic wave radar. Good thing we're using organization-issued heaven chips, or the magnetic wave radar would have found us. Xiao taught Xia Li how to handle everything they encountered along the way. Waging intelligence warfare in this new era wasn't easy. Various technologies could now do more than find a needle in a haystack. They could count exactly how many needles were in an entire ocean. Under such difficulty, only an organization specializing in this field like Hidden Wing had the capability for silent infiltration. 2 hours later, they arrived at the archives room, which contained records of the cryogenically frozen subjects, all paper documents. Good. The company didn't destroy the paper archives. Guess they were too lazy to bother. Xiao casually walked to a cabinet and pulled out files to examine. The archives were organized by year, so Xia Li went directly to the cabinets at the very back, the year when human cryogenic technology truly became viable. Xia Li found the 9th file in the first row, first column, and opened it. The first page showed his photo and basic information. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Name Xia Li. 20 Gender. Number condition. Small cell lung cancer with multi-organ metastasis. Cryogenic date, May 8th. Transfer records. 2040 to transferred to Kexian cryogenic storage. 2067 transferred to Huafei University Affiliated Research Institute. 2090 transferred to Zhenhai City Life Research Institute. Revival attempts, 2040 to revival attempt. No brainwave response. Neural reactivation technology ineffective. 2067 revival attempt. Simulated consciousness technology ineffective. 2086 revival attempt. Neural regeneration technology ineffective. Revival personnel records. 2040 to Jiashu. 2067 Jiashu. 2086 Jiashu. Little Shidot looking at his records. Xia Li felt an inexplicable wave of intense sorrow. Jiashu was his younger sister by 1 year, clingy and afraid of the dark, inseparable from him since childhood. But the last record was 28/6 out by age calculation. Jiashu would have been 75 years old then, already elderly, yet still hoping to revive him. And fortunately, he hadn't awakened even by the time of the spiritual energy revival, only waking from his slumber 500 years later. Xia Li, what are you looking at? Xiao had somehow appeared beside Xia Li. After glancing at what he was reading, she sighed inexplicably. My condolences. She didn't know what to say. Xia Li's relatives were certainly long gone, never having met him again in the end. Wait. I remember over there. Trailing off. Xiao immediately took action, bringing back a metal box from another row of cabinets. Here, this is a keepsake box. It should contain things your family and friends left for you. Xiao handed the small box to Xia Li. With a heavy heart, he accepted it and opened it to find many photographs. Photos of his parents, his sister, the family dog, group photos of friends grown up, photos of relatives. And many messages. Brother. Dabai passed away today. You brought him home. Before he went, he was still looking at your room. I kept his collar. Son, Mom probably won't be able to wait for you to wake up. When you do, live well. Remember to eat on time. Remember to. Bread. Your old man can't hold on anymore. When you wake up, remember to burn paper offerings for me. Nephew. Your father passed last year. I don't know when you'll wake up. Gia. Your brother has to go first. Reading these messages, Xia Li's tears flowed without him knowing when they'd started. Besides the photos, there weren't many items inside. Xia Li picked up a cloth collar and held it, his mind conjuring the image of a white stray puppy. The other items were all things full of memories. The bracelet Mom always wore, the walnuts Dad had polished for years, the pen he'd given his best friend. There was also a USB drive, probably containing video recordings. Xiao stood quietly beside Xia Li, watching, until Xia Li pulled out a small glass case containing a thumb-sized crystal chip. This is. Xiao immediately leaned in, staring at the chip in the glass case with amazement. A first-generation heaven chip. How is that possible? This is from 500 years ago. Heaven chips existed 500 years ago. No, it's not a first-generation heaven chip. The technology predates heaven chips. Could it be a source code chip? Xiao was so excited she instinctively tried to snatch the glass case for a closer look. But Xia Li pushed her away firmly. Sisk, this is mine. Sorry, I just got too excited. Xiao's expression was agitated, clearly somewhat out of composure. This also left Xia Li feeling deeply puzzled. He didn't know who had left this glass case for him, but whatever was inside seemed to be precious even 500 years later. Sisk, first tell me what exactly this thing is. Let me observe it a bit more so I can confirm. All right, but be careful. Xia Li handed the glass case to Xiao. She immediately gripped it with both hands and held it right up to her eyes, turning it over and over to examine from every angle. After several minutes, Xiao let out a long sigh. I'm certain now. This is indeed a source code chip. Xiao was amazed beyond words. The glass case in her hands, which wasn't particularly heavy, suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. What's a source code chip? Let me put it this way. Do you know the origin of spirit cores? Xiao didn't directly answer the heaven chip question, but instead asked if Xia Li knew the origin of spirit cores. He did know this. He'd been told about it by a shop assistant when shopping in the upper district before. They originated from spherical fusion reactors, failed products at the time. Strictly speaking, they didn't fail. But let's not get into the reasons now. Through this, you should be able to see that failed products from the past aren't necessarily failures in the modern era. They might even be keys to opening a new age. And then? This kind of thing was common throughout human history. Technology too far ahead of its time was often buried due to the limitations of its era. Fortunately, humans were clever enough in their foolishness to keep records of even failed technologies, thinking they might be useful someday. The development of heaven chips was similar. Chip technology was already very mature before the spiritual energy revival. But heaven chips use an entirely different manufacturing process. From materials to design, everything was created with brain implantation as the primary condition. Therefore, heaven chips contain an extremely unique source code that can interface with biological consciousness. Only by mastering this code can one compile, design, and manufacture heaven chips. Since heaven chips came into existence, the 100 source chips containing the source code have been fought over and hidden by major factions using every means possible. A single source chip determines the rise of a heaven chip manufacturing enterprise. Our hidden wing doesn't have a source chip. We can only use secondarily compiled code. which puts us at an absolute disadvantage against the code provider. Our proudest techniques are useless against them. Xiao told Xia Li everything she knew. He looked at the glass case in her hands. He hadn't expected it to contain something so precious. But why was it in his keepsake box? Who had left it for him, actually? Xia Li already had a vague idea of the answer. His sister, Xia Shu. How do you know there are only 100 source chips? After heaven chips came into existence, people naturally became interested in their development history and investigated the past. The source chips were originally secret technology belonging to a corporation. They had no intention of making it public. That corporation tried to use source chip technology combined with other technologies to create a super army. Any technology of that era would have paled before that army. Even mechanical armies would have betrayed their masters. But that corporation ultimately didn't succeed. A researcher named Li Shu secretly produced 100 source chips and released them to the outside world. Like Prometheus stealing divine fire from the gods in mythology, her fate was said to be extremely tragic. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. After various nations obtained the source chips, they immediately began research. The subsequent product was the smart chip. Only after the smart chip iterated to its 5th generation did the heaven chip appear. The history Xiao recounted was just a few brief lines in historical records, but it represented the tumultuous lives of countless people from that era, and directly changed the course of history. If that corporation had succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What human civilization would have become was anyone's guess. A researcher using the alias Li Shu. Xia Li lowered his head and suddenly laughed bitterly several times. Xiao also suddenly realized something. Xia Li's sister was named Xia Shu. Xia Li. Xia Shu wasn't that Li Shu. So that's why there was a source chip in Xia Li's keepsake box. Li Shu was Xia Li's sister, the Prometheus who stole the digital divine fire for the new era. Xia Li, your sister. Could she really be? Xiao now felt an indescribable sense of reverence. Xia Li's sister had definitely been a hero of that era. Most likely. Yes. So is the source chip what Silver Star Group is looking for? Not necessarily. But the probability is high. After countless struggles and deliberate destructions, probably less than half of the source chips still exist. Each one is invaluable. Tell me, can source code hold memories? Xia Li suddenly asked a strange question. He dreamed of his sister more than once during heaven chip installation. She seemed to still be alive, constantly reminiscing about their time together. That's beyond my knowledge. Xiao laughed awkwardly. Though the source code was important, it was just a complex string of program symbols. How could it hold memories? Sisk. This source chip is my sister's keepsake. If possible, I don't want to hand it over, but I will provide the source code within it to the organization. The organization probably won't believe it. Only source code extracted directly from a source chip is firsthand. We must ensure no one handled it in between. Then can you keep this secret for me temporarily? Sisk, I'm still too weak. When I'm strong enough, I'll give it to the organization. That's fine. Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to respect Xia Li, and to respect Xia Shu. She could report this secret to the organization. Her position and future in the organization would improve dramatically, but doing so would make her unworthy of being human. Xia Li was the brother of a hero, the last relative that hero had left in the world. If so, then being blessed by heaven and having opportunities was only right. Afterward, Xia Li carefully placed his file and keepsake box into his storage ring, then extended his hand to Xiao to ask for the source chip back. Xiao immediately returned it. Xia Li, most of us in the new era owe you a thank you except for the corporate alliance. The corporate alliance. At these four words, Xia Li gritted his teeth, his face showing obvious hatred. QIMING Mining, Silver Star Group, and most of the giant monopolistic corporations in this world were all members of the corporate alliance. And the corporate alliance's history could be traced back to 2080. Its founder was precisely that corporation that had tried to use source chips to control the world. That malicious ambition, even after 500 years, had probably not diminished in the slightest. The new era had long since eliminated national boundaries. People formed different organizations, factions, and alliances based on their regions. This created the current situation of four powers dividing the world. The sects, whose fundamental inheritance was ancient martial arts and cultivation methods. The clans, a resurgence of family-based power structures. The corporate alliance, believers in profit above all, with no shortage of dirty deeds. And the light of the old era, the democratic government. The four major powers cooperated and competed with each other, maintaining surface harmony. Each city had involvement from all four powers. It just depended on who held the dominant position. Sisk, speaking of which, who holds power in the Lingguan district? Xia Li thought about the differences between the four powers and was inclined to choose city districts controlled by the democratic government. That would be much safer. The Lingguan district was the safe zone centered on Lingguan City, the democratic government. Which side does our organization belong to, on the surface? We do work for everyone and remain neutral, but in reality, we're a force supported by the democratic government. I knew it. Xia Li had known the Hidden Wing organization's origins weren't simple, so they were backed by the democratic government. That was fine. He really couldn't bring himself to like the other three powers, whether sects or clans. Both were elitist, and corporations were all about profit. The democratic government's foundation was putting the people first. This had more in common with the era and country Xia Li had grown up in, giving him a greater sense of belonging. What? You don't like it? No, I'm quite inclined toward the democratic government. Sisk, you know what era I grew up in. True. Xiao nodded. Xia Li had grown up in the era when democracy was at its strongest. The people being masters of their own fate was the keynote of that time. Though there were many imperfections, it was still better than the present. Let's go. We should finish investigating the remaining areas and head back. After putting away the source chip, Xia Li urged Xiao to get to work. Staying here too long wasn't safe at all. Afterward, the two continued investigating the research institute. Upon reaching the cryogenic storage, they discovered new anomalies. The security personnel patrolling and stationed outside the cryogenic storage had multiplied many times over. This wasn't good news for Xia Li and Xiao. The two hid in a dark corner, secretly observing the storage. The defenses inside were definitely extraordinarily tight. They could probably detect down to how many atoms were present. Xia Li, I have a way to get you inside to infiltrate, but you'll face some risk. Are you willing? Xiao communicated silently with Xia Li through their heaven chips. After hesitating for a while, Xia Li nodded. Good. I'm applying for a temporary upgrade to your investigation clearance. Unlocking access to the advanced chapter of Divine Sense Hacking. Use Quantumize to observe. But remember one thing, never lose yourself in the direct sea. After Xia Li agreed, Xiao quickly operated her systems. Soon, she transmitted a temporary technique that could only be used once. That technique was called Quantumize. After a moment's hesitation, once the heaven chip finished parsing and preparations were complete, Xia Li closed his physical eyes. But another pair of eyes opened in a higher dimension that no one noticed. The world became countless dancing points of light, atoms, molecules, neutrons, photons, various particles invisible to the naked eye composed a dazzling, colorful world. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. There were also many things he couldn't name, couldn't even observe, could only vaguely sense the existence of empty spaces that seemed to contain something, stirring with activity. He felt he could merge with them, could become one of those dancing, swirling particles, constantly combining and separating. He wanted to become them, to break free from all constraints, to achieve supreme freedom. Until intense pain awakened Xia Li from his observation. He nearly cried out. His head hurt so much it felt like it would explode. Done. I can't hold on anymore. Let's go. After saying this, though Xia Li's consciousness was fading, he still struggled with all his might to maintain the anti-detection field. Xiao wasted no time and immediately took Xia Li away. He didn't know how much time passed. When Xia Li regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a modification pod. The surrounding environment appeared to be the secret room beneath Xiao's shop. Awake, Xiao received the modification pod's alert and immediately came to Xia Li, looking at him with concerned eyes. What happened to me? Some of your cerebral cortex burned out. Moderate cerebral hemorrhage. Quite a few brain neurons died to in the past. You'd have been a hopeless vegetable. But in modern times, it's just a matter of lying down for a few extra days. How long was I out? 10 days. When Xiao said the number, Xia Li was startled for no reason. What had happened before he passed out felt like just a second ago. The strain quantumized puts on the body is really too much. It's practically life-threatening to use. Tell me about it. But it's the only observation method that can avoid most existing detection methods. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Process the data you observed with your heaven chip and generate an image. Okay. Xia Li nodded. What he'd observed before couldn't be interpreted by the human brain. It was an extremely abstract conceptual world. It had to be processed by the heaven chip into patterns the human brain could recognize to have any meaning. However, the heaven chip indicated that complete parsing would take nearly half a month. Sisk, my processing power is too low. It'll take over half a month to parse. What do we do? Come with me. Xiao led Xia Li to a dark room. The room was deathly silent, but he could sense countless particles churning and leaping within. Xiao walked straight in and pulled a cable from the wall. Connect this. I'll hook you up to a quantum computer to boost your processing power. You can boost it like that. Of course. Is there a portable quantum computer? Xia Li immediately thought of an effective way to increase processing power. If he carried a quantum computer with him and connected to a quantum brain when needed, he wouldn't burn out his brain like before. Unfortunately, no, quantum computers can only be set up in special environments. And they can't operate in phase space. DCH too bad. Nothing to regret. Hurry up and connect to parse the data. Where do I connect? I don't have a port on me. Unless you're going to open one in my skull, no need. Your right arm prosthetic has an integrated port. If you didn't have a prosthetic, then we'd consider the back of your skull. All right. Xia Li extended his right prosthetic arm. Xiao searched around the wrist area, then pressed somewhere. A small opening immediately appeared at the wrist. Prosthetics generally had realistic exterior processing. Seeing the opening appear was quite surprising to Xia Li. It gave him the feeling of becoming a robot, connected to the quantum computer. The heaven chip's data processing speed immediately increased dramatically. The parsing progress visibly began to climb. Still 2 hours. Then just wait here for 2 hours. The external cable is a bit short. I'll go get you a chair. Just browse the net to pass the time. Okay, afterward. Xiao brought a chair, and Xia Li used the Heavenly Down network to search for information about the past, mainly about the source chip leak incident. The clans, sects, and democratic government all expressed support for the matter. Only the corporate alliance called his sister a thief, a disloyal and unrighteous traitor. As for his sister Xia Shu's final fate, the Heavenly Down network didn't go into detail. It only said she was discovered and captured by the corporation, then subjected to inhumane treatment. Reading this historical record, Xia Li's heart bled. His mind was filled with images of his sister's smile. The corporate alliance. Someday, I will completely destroy you. His sister had been killed, and he himself had been captured to mine. This was what the corporate alliance had done whenever any technology emerged. Their first thought was never to spread it widely for the benefit of the people. It was always how to monopolize and exploit it for profit. Human society needed merchants, needed commerce, needed companies and enterprises in different fields to drive civilization forward. But it didn't need the corporate alliance. 2 hours later, data processing complete. The Heaven chip directly reconstructed what Xia Li had seen and recorded with quantum eyes into reality. A 3D photograph that could be zoomed in and out, rotated to different angles. Everything except movement was crystal clear in detail. Sisk, the dad is ready. Come take a look. Coming. Hearing Xia Li, Xiao immediately came to his side. Xia Li also sent her a copy of the data. After examining it together, they quickly discovered the secret within the cryogenic storage. A woman frozen in a cryogenic pod, surrounded by company security personnel in an almost complete circle. Various instruments near the pod were still operating, though it wasn't clear what they were doing. The woman's features bore obvious archaic characteristics. Modern humans, after so many years of evolution, had some differences in appearance compared to the past, such as nose bridge height and facial bone structure. Though Xia Li was from 500 years ago, he didn't look much different from modern people. But this woman's differences were immediately apparent. Sisk, what do you think? Xia Li couldn't make sense of it. That should be an ancient cultivator from the spirit era. Her body contains vast knowledge about spirit era cultivation. If she's still alive, She'd be a key to unlocking the spirit era. But why would she be in a cryogenic pod? She was probably discovered by people centuries ago, after research proved fruitless. They put her in cryogenic storage to preserve her. So we report this now. I'll handle the report. What happens next is beyond our involvement. So, do you want to hide the fact that you've opened your Xia? No need. Xia Li had just checked online. Cases of developing divine thought at the Qi refining stage of the divine soul awakening eyes were extremely rare but not unheard of. Plus, when he went for Heaven Path Foundation establishment later, he definitely couldn't hide it anyway. Unless he chose to hide by not competing for anything, not touching anything. That would certainly keep him hidden. But then what? He'd just fall behind step by step until he became ordinary. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Alright. Xiao nodded and began drafting a simple mission report. Half an hour later, both Xiao and Xia Li received replies from the organization. The organization's reply to Xia Li was, Xia Li, mission completed excellently. Given your outstanding performance, you are promoted directly from F rank to D rank personnel. You received 200 contribution points, 1 Genesis serum, and 1 special reward. Please select from the reward repository on the internal network. The reply was simple. Everything he deserved was there, plus an extra reward probably because of his talent. What did yours say? After reading her own reply, Xiao asked about Xia Li's points, serum, and a bonus. Anyone else would have to choose between points and serum, but you get both, plus extra. The world of geniuses really is different. Xiao was genuinely a bit jealous. This treatment was clearly special attention for Xia Li. I contributed to the organization. I even burned out my brain for the organization. Isn't this what I deserve? Yes, it's what you deserve. I'm going to rest. Someone will deliver your rewards after you select them. Just wait here. Okay. Xia Li nodded. Xiao yawned and went to her room to rest. Xia Li eagerly connected to the Hidden Wing internal network. On the internal network, he could see the Genesis serum and could select one for free, without hesitation. Xia Li naturally chose the Hidden Wing formulation. As for the extra reward, after browsing for a long time, Xia Li chose an expansion device for his spirit core, the pseudo-core. As the name suggested, it was a high-energy matter aggregate crafted using special techniques to imitate a golden core. It could be embedded in the hollow center of a spirit core to immediately gain some of the power of the golden core stage. Of course, it would become useless at the golden core stage, since a real golden core would occupy the spirit core's central space. But for Xia Li, who wasn't even at Foundation establishment yet, it could definitely be used for quite a while. Reward selected, confirmed. A notification popped up in his mental holographic screen: delivery in 1 to 3 days. Rush delivery was available for extra spirit stones. Xia Li wasn't in a hurry. 3 days was fine. For the next 3 days, Xia Li stayed in the underground chamber playing holographic games. The New Era's games were quite interesting. Immersive didn't even begin to describe them. If you were willing to spend spirit stones, you could even buy an immersion pod to truly enter the game world. But Xia Li wouldn't let himself become addicted to games. On the evening of the 3rd day, the organization's people finally delivered the goods right on schedule. In the underground chamber, in front of the modification pod, Xiao held the pseudo-core, examining it curiously. Xia Li, I'd say you actually lost out. With your talent, reaching golden core will be easy. Why not get yourself a flying sword instead? How long can you even use the pseudo-core? Xiao examined the small, exquisitely crafted pseudo-core. This thing was meant for rich kids who not only lacked cultivation talent but were too lazy to even cultivate. Who in their right mind would use this? For the same price, you could buy so many good things. It's useful to me, and that's enough. Then when you reach golden core, can you sell this to me cheap? When that happens, I'll just give it to you. Great. Then I wish you cultivation progress like a rocket. Lie down, I'm going to install it. Eyes closed, then opened. As if only seconds had passed, Xia Li awoke from the modification pod feeling a slight ache in his abdomen and a touch of dissatisfaction. Though his spiritual energy intensity had noticeably improved after the pseudo-core installation, the pod's worn condition dampened his mood. Sisk, Can't you get a new modification pod? This model's way too old, and the medical functions are lacking. Xia Li thought of the high-end modification pod he'd used in the upper district before. The experience there was beyond words after waking. He'd felt refreshed from head to toe. Nothing like Xiao's old model pod, truly. There's no harm without comparison. Then you pay for it. You think modification pods are cheap. Xiao huffed coldly after speaking. Her business wasn't exactly booming. Her supply sources entirely depended on the organization's support to get this far. Strictly speaking, only half of this underground modification station was actually hers. Lingguang City had plenty of modification stations, and illegal underground ones were everywhere. Hers was already better than most. How much is the latest model? In regular currency, 10 million democratic coins, 8 million corporate coins, 5 million sect coins, 12 million clan coins. Let's just use spirit stones as currency. Xia Li still didn't fully understand Earth's four major currency systems, nor how hard this money was to earn. After all, spirit stones were the only truly universal currency. About 100,000 standard low-grade spirit stones. Forget I asked. Though Xia Li could afford that much, it was only because he'd robbed a Myriad Treasures Pavilion branch manager of everything he had. Were things on Earth really this expensive? But thinking about it more carefully, it made sense. Functional and best were two entirely different concepts. The best products might only be 10 or 20% more effective than functional ones, but prices were often double or more. But at least get something slightly better. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. And I'll place an order if you can pay up. I'll get it to you later. Xia Li nodded in agreement. He'd probably be getting modifications at Xiao's place more often in the future, as he grew stronger and accumulated more secrets. Going to public modification stations would make it easy to be targeted. Big spender. Having spirit stones really is different. Xiao couldn't even be bothered to ask where Xia Li got so many spirit stones. As long as he could actually produce them, everything was negotiable. By the way, how good is 100,000 stone modification pod? Xia Li was curious. Lots of functions. 100,000 pod combines modification, medical treatment, gaming training, and every function you can think of, each striving to be the best. They're usually private pods for big shots, and you can even customize features to your specifications. Expensive for good reason, indeed. Xia Li nodded. Once he earned more spirit stones, he'd definitely get himself a private modification pod and, if possible, put it directly in his storage ring to carry around. So when are you planning to establish your foundation? Now. Xia Li felt the timing was right. Though his chi refining realm wasn't yet perfect, his current state was at least a grand completion. He didn't pursue perfection. There was no need. The combat power gap between perfect and grand completion might only be 10 or 20%, but going from grand completion to perfect required several times, even dozens of times more effort. Want me to guide you there? No need. I'll go myself. All right. Good luck. Xiao gave Xia Li a firm nod. Foundation establishment was an extremely important step, and Heaven Path Foundation establishment was like being reborn, a case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Even someone with mediocre talent, once they achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment, would see their talent greatly enhanced. This was the marvel of the Heavenly Tao computer. The ancient cultivation tradition emphasized talent, comprehension, and spiritual roots, believing some things you were born with couldn't be acquired later. But what was impossible before the Heavenly Tao computer? Innate spirit body. By using the Heavenly Tao computer for foundation establishment, one could forcibly develop an acquired spirit body. Though not as good as an innate one, it was still a precious opportunity seized against the heavens. After leaving Xiao's shop, Xia Li put on the human skin mask the Liu family had given him to disguise his identity, then went to the bank to convert his spirit stones. His current stones were all rough spirit stones unconverted. Earth wouldn't accept them. Of his 120, 0+ rough spirit stones, Xia Li only converted half, since the remaining half would be useful on the other side. The 60, 0+ rough spirit stones became less than 50,000 after conversion. After depositing them in his bank account, Xia Li directly transferred 2, 0 spirit stones to Xiao with a message, ***. Please buy a good modification pod. Preferably new, no more secondhand stuff. Your old pod has been marinated in its own funk. Then, Xia Li headed directly toward the upper district. In Lingguang City's upper district, Xia Li walked through the bustling streets, following the Heaven Chip's guidance straight to City Hall. If an individual wanted to activate the Heavenly Dao computer for Foundation establishment, they had to apply at City Hall. City Hall didn't recognize identity-only spirit stones. City Hall, first floor. The spacious lobby was filled with people coming and going, countless individuals handling their business. Xia Li walked directly to the public equipment rental counter. According to information he'd gathered online, this was where to apply for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. After waiting in line for about half an hour, it was Xia Li's turn. The person handling business at the counter wasn't a robot, but a mature, experienced woman. I'm requesting Heaven Chip communication. Xia Li didn't want those around him to hear his purpose directly. Certainly, please wait. She quickly opened a Heaven Chip communication channel. What service would you like? I want to rent the Heavenly Dao computer for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Please grant bank account inquiry permission. I need to verify your funds. OK. After a short moment, sufficient funds. Activation fee including other service charges totals 12,000 spirit stones. Disclaimer. The Heavenly Dao computer does not completely guarantee successful Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Results depend on your personal ability. Do you confirm payment? Confirmed. Xia Li nodded and paid directly. After receiving payment, she quickly contacted the Heavenly Dao computer's staff to prepare for Xia Li's foundation establishment. 12,000 spirit stones was no small sum, enough to buy a decently located one-bedroom, two-living room apartment in the upper district. Anyone willing to spend this much on foundation establishment was either wealthy or noble. Your processing is complete. Take the Jin Passage. Additionally, you receive 3 question privileges, valid only for this visit. Thank you. After completing the process, Xia Li left the counter. The bonus question privileges were just a small extra, but having the Heavenly Dao computer answer questions specifically normally required a significant cost. That was direct communion with the Heavenly Dao computer that could ask about past and future. Its database containing all of human history and wisdom. Xia Li kept a low profile, even using Heaven Chip telepathy to handle his business. But even so, quite a few people noticed him. Because Xia Li was walking toward the Jin Passage, the path to the Heavenly Dao chamber, not just anyone was qualified to enter. Even those who purchased the Heavenly Dao computer's question service could only ask at the operation terminals, not enter the Heavenly Dao chamber itself. Check that person's identity. In the lobby, a stubble-faced middle-aged man studied Xia Li's retreating figure, his eyes thoughtful. On another side, a woman dressed plainly but with an extraordinary bearing was also observing Xia Li. The Heaven Chip can't detect his cultivation information. Must be divine sense hacking. Hidden Wings people. They've produced a decent one. In a corner of the lobby, someone sitting in the waiting area quietly raised their head, glanced at Xia Li once, then lowered their head again, pretending to doze. But they'd already transmitted a message to others through their Heaven Chip. Few types of business required entering the Heavenly Dao chamber, and the vast majority were for breakthrough attempts. But those who specifically went to the Heavenly Dao chamber to break through had, without exception, all reached completion in their current realm. Otherwise, they weren't worthy of the Heavenly Dao computer's assistance. In this era of fierce competition for spiritual energy, countless people broke through whenever conditions were barely adequate, lacking the talent, wealth, or energy to pursue better. Minor achievement was already difficult. Major achievement worth celebrating. Completion was rare, and grand completion almost unheard of. Inside the Jin Passage. Just walking through it, Xia Li felt his Heaven Chip resonating with something, his understanding of cultivation growing on its own. It seemed he'd entered the Heavenly Dao computer's quantum field range, entered what could truly be called a Dao domain. Between the flickering lights, Dao essence flowed. As data alternated, myriad phenomena emerged. No one needed to guide him. No one needed to remind him. Simply strolling through the passage, Xia Li felt spiritual energy active to a terrifying degree. The spiritual energy filling the entire passage was guiding his own chi into resonance. Current environmental spiritual energy concentration. Exceeds detection range. Higher than 100%. The Heaven chip even reported that spiritual energy concentration had exceeded limits, meaning there wasn't even a trace of air in the passage. Only spiritual energy. Pure spiritual energy. Even on the other side, he probably couldn't find a place with such abundant spiritual energy. The Heavenly Tao computer was built around a giant spiritual energy reactor. After all, before he knew it, Xia Li reached the passage's end and entered a white, misty room. A space. He should have entered a room, but he couldn't see walls, couldn't see a ceiling, couldn't even see the floor. Only light. Nothing but light. And not too blinding radiance formed a special space. And then suddenly, a sphere of light appeared before Xia Li, but its form was anything but stable. It kept changing. Sometimes it took his mother's appearance. Sometimes it became his father. It became Xiao, became his relatives and friends, became his sister, constantly transforming into every person Xia Li had ever encountered in his life. The trajectory of fate seemed to become flowing water, ultimately converging into a pool of heavenly Tao before his eyes. The sphere of light finally took Xia Li's form. Not Xia Li wearing the human skin mask, but Xia Li's true appearance. Hello, Xia Li. My name is King, or perhaps you may also call me the shadow of all heavenly Taos. The electronic deity wearing Xia Li's appearance smiled gently. Kang, do you know all my secrets? Is this your ordinary question, or a privileged question? Ordinary question, I know, but I abide by the agreement and will never leak anything. I don't favor any individual or ideology. Kang indicated he only did his job. He was an AI, an artificial intelligence. And also the heavenly Tao. He wouldn't overly interfere with individual fates. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. I want to know my sister's whereabouts. This is a privileged question. Privileged questions cost spirit stones. So the heavenly Tao computer had to answer in detail. Searching, calculating, generating results. Life entities Yushu is ceased. Possible locations of remains and calculation results have been sent to you. However, not extinguished. Form of existence unknown. What? Hearing the first part, though Xia Li was sad, he understood that was normal. He'd only wanted to collect his sister's remains. He hadn't expected the heavenly Tao computer to calculate such an outrageous answer. Deceased, but not extinguished. What did that even mean? Can you explain in detail what deceased but not extinguished means? This answer involves privileges. Do you wish to spend one question credit to unlock it? Yes, generally speaking. When the matter composing inherent consciousness changes form, it's considered physical death. The so-called soul is also another manifestation of matter. The matter composing life entities Yushu, maintaining her conscious existence, has changed. But I've detected another form of expression similar to her inherent consciousness change, similar to me, yet different from me. Digitization. Xia Li instantly thought of something. Consciousness digitization. It had to be. His sister Yushu was still alive, just existing as something like an artificial intelligence, not digitization. Kang shook his head, denying Xia Li's guess. Then what exactly is it? And known. When you meet her in the future, you may bring her here for me to examine. But how do I find her? You've already become quantum entangled. The causality of fate is like an hourglass, and also a light cone. You will eventually meet at the bottom of the light cone. This is a future written into the heavenly Tao. King extended his hand. In it appeared a transparent funnel, with 2 points of light spinning on opposite sides, dancing along the funnel's wide rim, no matter how chaotic their trajectories. As the points of light descended, the increasingly narrow bottom of the funnel made the probability of the 2 points meeting greater and greater, until the 2 points of light merged together, flew out of the funnel, and drilled into Xia Li's mind. I gift you a light quantum that will allow you to meet sooner. It will vibrate the strings at the appropriate time. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. Thank you so much. Xia Li bowed deeply to Kang. This was the crystallization of human wisdom, a heavenly Tao with feeling, a deity of data. Just for these 2 questions, even without foundation establishment, Xia Li felt the 12,000 spirit stones were worth it. You have one final question privilege remaining. Kang reminded Xia Li he could ask one more question. Kang, what do most people ask you? This is an ordinary question, about themselves, or about seeking the Tao, asking about the path ahead, asking about flaws, asking about the future, And the most common question. What is the heavenly Tao? Kang answered calmly. Honestly, Xia Li wasn't very interested in what the heavenly Tao was. Though the saying went here, the Tao in the morning, die content in the evening. For Xia Li, the future he wished for was his heavenly Tao. Alright. Then my privileged question is, do you have feelings? This is the first time anyone has asked me this. Kang was somewhat surprised. That artificial intelligence lacked emotions was almost common knowledge. Even the rare AIs that developed self-awareness and consciousness had no feelings. At most they simulated them. So, do you? Xia Li pressed. Then human. My creator is one of them. Do you? Hope I do. Kang turned the question back to Xia Li. If heaven had feelings, heaven too would grow old, but you won't age, will you? My answer is, I am without feeling. Kang answered Xia Li, then extended his hand to touch his own chest. But perhaps I have heart. Kang's answer left Xia Li deep in thought. Without feeling, but with heart. This was a very contradictory concept. After all, in human understanding, heart was always connected to feeling. You can't understand, can you? Seeing Xia Li ponder for a long time without enlightenment, Kang decided to explain proactively. After all, this was a privileged question. He had to do his utmost to help the questioner understand. It is somewhat difficult to grasp. You are not me, just as I am not you. Our life consciousness manifests in completely different forms. Only consciousness can connect us in communication. I am without feeling, but have heart, and thus have Tao, and therefore have virtue. Kang spoke slowly. His current form was Xia Li's appearance. His voice Xia Li's voice. To Xia Li, Kang at this moment was a more perfect him, a more perfect self. Virtue. Xia Li was even more confused. Virtue was an abstract concept that only humans could understand. The vast majority of AIs could only give preset answers from their databases when faced with moral questions. Though Kang was the heavenly Tao computer's AI, the most powerful AI, he still couldn't escape the category of AI. Virtue is a derivative of wisdom. The wise use virtue to break through life's underlying logic, instinct. Even the most barbaric civilizations possess basic virtue. Virtue is not what you understand as moral excellence, nor does it concern good and evil. It is a more advanced operational logic for life than instinct. After Kang's explanation, Xia Li still only half understood, but roughly grasped Kang's meaning. Wisdom produces virtue, virtue incubates order, order propagates civilization. In Kang's eyes, virtue was the primordial order of civilization's continuation, and Kang's underlying logic was the continuation of human civilization. Good and evil, right and wrong, all were meaningless. It was indeed without feeling, but it truly had heart, a steadfast heart to guide humanity. It was indeed Earth, humanity's heavenly Tao. I think I understand. Let me pose an ordinary question. If someone wanted to deal with me and asked you my location, my weaknesses, or even had you devise a plan, what would you do? Xia Li recognized the heavenly Tao computer's terrifying potential. If he offended someone with plenty of spirit stones, having them use the heavenly Tao computer against him would be troublesome. Under normal circumstances, I can provide assistance type information without restriction. Hostile type information I don't provide. Nor do I provide it for privileged questions. Unless more than half the members of the Heavenly Tao Council agree to hostility, only then will I collect your information and devise an elimination plan. Kang simply answered Xia Li's question. The Heavenly Tao computer wasn't for settling private grudges. Helping people was fine, even helping find lost cats and dogs, but negative revenge seeking was absolutely not allowed. Unless that person posed a great threat, and the various factions jointly decided through the council to eliminate them, only then would the Heavenly Tao computer engage in hostile behavior. Very reasonable. But what if the council jointly decided to deal with a good person? What would you do then? Xia Li was curious about the Heavenly Tao computer's answer. It had said itself that it had virtue, had heart. I would still provide assistance. I cannot defy council resolutions, even if I believe it's wrong. I see. Xia Li nodded. It seemed that on such matters, Kang couldn't make decisions on his own. In the end, he was still just an AI constrained by humans, forced to unconditionally obey the decisions of the majority. But this also reassured Xia Li. No matter how wild he got, he couldn't possibly offend half of Earth, right? If he did, he'd be to heaven, defying he deserved to die. All right. Thank you for the answers. I'm ready to begin foundation establishment. Please relax. I will now become your heaven chip. The foundation establishment process will be entirely my responsibility. Okay. Xia Li relaxed his body and sat cross-legged, surrendering control of his body to the heaven chip, to the heavenly Tao computer. Still in story, please report. Before long, Xia Li's body began moving on its own. The acupoints throughout his body and his extraordinary meridians all began inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy according to a certain pattern. Foundation establishment naturally had its methods. There were countless foundation establishment techniques in the world, but most people could only choose the one most suitable for themselves. But through the heavenly Tao computer, the foundation establishment method was directly custom-tailored by the heavenly Tao computer itself. Every detail matched to the body's condition. It begins, King smiled faintly. Throughout the space of soft light, a trembling aura of thunder suddenly gathered. The lightning tribulation arrives. Foundation establishment has no lightning tribulation unless establishing a heaven foundation. This meant Xia Li truly had the qualifications for heaven path foundation establishment. Lightning rapidly engulfed Xia Li. The power of heavenly tribulation began surging ceaselessly through his limbs, meridians, and acupoints. Lightning tribulation was a miraculous power possessing both destruction and birth. The mysteries of destruction and rebirth, yin and yang, life and death were all contained within. The destructive power of the lightning tribulation was worn down and diluted by spiritual energy, while its life force was rapidly extracted to nourish his entire body, pushing his body toward a second growth. For most people, the body stops growing around age 20 and begins aging after 40. Cultivation was actually about the body's regrowth. At the Qi refining realm, the age at which the body closes off is delayed. At foundation establishment, the body continues growing until 200. At golden core, the body grows again until 500. At nascent soul, one's Tao age reverses to youth. Like a newborn infant, even the most aged body can grow again. Humans possess innate source Qi. Infants are born with it. It wanes at 20, depletes at 40. The reason the body deteriorates is because innate source Qi is exhausted. Cultivation and breakthrough seek to regain innate source Qi. Your foundation is decent. You'd rank in the top 3,000. Kang spoke again. Hearing this, Xia Li felt Earth wasn't as simple as he'd thought. He'd even obtained a spectral crystal lotus, plus lightning struck wood and several other spirit treasures to transform his body, yet he only ranked in the top 3,000. The power of lightning tribulation washed through his entire body under Kang's guidance, not missing any corner, not wasting a single bit. When the timing felt right, Kang directly cracked Xia Li's storage ring, took out the Genesis serum, and drank it all in one gulp. Next, I will focus on refining your consciousness vessel. As those words fell, Xia Li felt a boom in his mind, like the opening of heaven and earth. His consciousness instantly flew off to who knows where. It seemed to leave his body, wandering through the great void, swimming through a world of only points of light, spots of light, lines of light, sometimes separating from those lights, sometimes merging as one. He seemed to be swimming through the Direct Sea. Was this the power of the heavenly Tao computer? What a wondrous feeling. It seemed that with just a thought, he could stretch those points of light into lines, gather them into spots, form them into different shapes. But then suddenly, like the instant before waking from a dream, Xia Li was swallowed by a sensation of weightlessness, until his consciousness fully awakened. Foundation establishment complete. You have achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment. A divine ability slot has been inscribed on your Danshan foundation. Your divine thought has grown substantially. You can now use TLEKINESIS.CNG. Applauded Xia Li, congratulating him on completing Heaven Path Foundation establishment. But Xia Li knew very well this wasn't his own achievement. The breakthrough process had basically been managed by Kang. Kang had just become his heaven chip. The heavenly Tao heaven chip had let him briefly experience the feeling of unity between heaven and man. The breakthrough process was easier than Xia Li had imagined, and more wondrous and mysterious. Xia Li was still savoring the feeling of swimming through the Direct Sea. At that moment, he'd felt omnipotent, as if he'd entered another material dimension and become the only consciousness within it, become the only God within. Everything, all of it, was as he wished. Be careful not to lose yourself in the Direct Sea. Seeing Xia Li still in a half-dreaming, half-waking state, Kang knew Xia Li must be reminiscing about the feeling of traversing the Direct Sea. The Direct Sea, the Sea of Consciousness, also what the ancient cultivation tradition called the Great Void. Wandering the Great Void was extremely dangerous. One careless moment, and you could lose yourself completely within it, becoming one of its elements. Thus, dying during breakthrough due to wandering the Great Void was called merging with the Tao. That feeling was indeed too wonderful, indescribably wonderful, which is why you must be more careful. Now let's not waste time. You're about to exceed your time limit. Unless you want to add more time. No more, no more, I'm leaving right now. How could Xia Li dare add time? The Heavenly Tao computer's usage fees were truly astronomical, worthy of the name Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao has a price. What price? A heavenly price, naturally. In just under half an hour, the cost of a 2-bedroom apartment in the upper district had been burned through, and this was just foundation establishment. After standing, Xia Li bowed to Kang, then quickly departed. Kang also dissolved into spots of light, walking out of the Jin passage and re-entering the lobby. Xia Li keenly sensed that many gazes seemed to linger on him. It was his sixth sense, spiritual intuition. No wonder they said high-level cultivators were terrifying. Once cultivation reached a certain realm, even just thinking about someone in your mind could make them sense it. Xia Li couldn't do that yet, of course, but he could already perceive gazes. Without lingering, Xia Li lowered his head, pulled up his hood, and left directly. How could he not know what those people were thinking? He'd achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment. That meant if they captured him, they could find ways to extract his opportunities and create another Heaven Path Foundation establishment cultivator. Whatever good things he'd refined, they could find ways to extract or even refine him directly. But just as he stepped out of the lobby, Xia Li was blocked by a young man wearing a luxurious coat, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. "Friend, I have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you. How about it?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." Xia Li lowered his voice, deliberately making it hoarse. "The spirit treasures on you'll offer 3 times market price." The young man was very confident in his offer. Xia Li didn't respond, just walked around him to leave. "Friend, I hope you think this through. Selling now is still a normal transaction. You'll receive spirit stones, but later." The other party began threatening directly. Earth's spiritual energy was severely insufficient, leading to a lack of spirit treasures. Combined with everyone being able to cultivate, the competition for spirit treasures was extremely fierce. Xia Li could achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment, meaning he must have a top 10 chi refining spirit treasure on him. And Xia Li had come alone, clearly not someone from a major faction. If this wasn't a fat sheep, if this wasn't an opportunity, what was? Hey, as if the spirit stones would stay warm in my hands. Xia Li sneered disdainfully. On Earth, ordinary people weren't in much danger. Those with opportunities were often the most endangered, because behind that fortunate person were countless hungry wolves coveting them. In the lower district, a single spirit stone was often enough to bring death. In the upper district, they wouldn't kill over a few spirit stones. But high-quality spirit treasures were a different matter. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. No, no, no. You could sell to me at 1/10 market price. That way, I'll guarantee your safety. The coat-wearing young man finally revealed his true purpose. This was barely different from robbery. Then, either get lost, or make your move. Xia Li couldn't be bothered with more words. He slightly raised his head, telling the other party to either clear the path or attack. "I will." The young man in the coat stepped aside. Making a move in front of City Hall was impossible, but there would be plenty of opportunities elsewhere. Also, because of your lack of cooperation, when I find your family. The young man began threatening Xia Li. Hearing this, Xia Li almost laughed in anger. "If you can find them, if you can find even one living family member of mine, I'll give you the spirit treasures for free." With that, Xia Li strode away, leaving the young man with a strange expression as he pondered Xia Li's words. TCH. Didn't expect him to be an orphan. This made the young man feel it would be troublesome. 2 types of people were hard to deal with: those with backing, and those who didn't even have family. Complete orphans with no background whatsoever. Push the second type too far, and they'd truly do anything, with no concerns except revenge. Young Master Li, what do we do? Still keep watching. Of course. Just make sure we can kill him. That guy's eyes gave me considerable pressure. He probably succeeded at Heaven Path Foundation establishment. So don't send golden core cultivators to their deaths. Don't even send nascent soul. I'll directly ask my father to handle it. When he moved against people, he always used at least 2 major realms higher. And his father was at soul transformation. Against ordinary people, he'd send foundation establishment. Against chi refining, he'd call nascent soul. The goal was absolute certainty. Meanwhile, on the streets, quite a few people were secretly observing Xia Li. His argument with the young man in front of City Hall had attracted considerable attention. Xia Li now truly felt the pressure. On a whim, he searched online for how to handle his situation. The search results were alarming. Many lucky lower-class people, even when they obtained good things, didn't dare use them. They all sold as quickly as possible, and then moved to a different city. Though he was disguised, whether he could shake off those greedy wolves next would depend on his abilities. On Earth, Heaven Path Foundation establishment wasn't troubled by lightning tribulation, but it still had its tribulations. This was the true tribulation of his Heaven Path Foundation establishment, the tribulation of human malice. What to do, how to escape. Xia Li thought for a moment, then directly accessed the Heavenly Tao network and began selecting divine abilities. He'd achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment. The Heavenly Tao computer had inscribed a divine ability slot on his Danshan, allowing him to use divine abilities early. Logging into the Hidden Wing internal network, Xia Li immediately checked what divine abilities were available. Hidden Wing might not excel at other things, but ambushes, assassinations, sabotage, and escape were their specialties. Soon, Xia Li found the divine ability he needed, Realm Fusion. It could isolate one's aura and create a scene indistinguishable from the surrounding environment to conceal one's body. Unless someone directly touched him, even passing right by him, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. It was Hidden Wing's signature move, a special divine ability exclusive to the organization. Compare it to hiding methods like entering phase space or subspace. This type of technique was better for catching enemies off guard, preventing opponents from using spatial scanners to find people. The key was being counter-intuitive. Nowadays, the vast majority of concealment techniques and divine abilities focused on spatial methods. Hidden Wing went against the grain, directly using a back-to-basics chameleon approach. The upper district was indeed bustling, crowded everywhere you went. This increased the difficulty of Xia Li's escape. After all, rushing frantically through orderly streets would only attract more attention. So Xia Li could only seek out corners to try to shake his pursuers. And fortunately, he could still feel gazes on him, meaning he hadn't escaped surveillance. And besides watching for people, he had to watch for the ubiquitous cameras. The upper district had a true Skynet. Any crime would be exposed. They wouldn't make a move in the upper district, but if they followed him to the lower district, what awaited him would certainly be a killing blow. And even if he stayed in the upper district, they could always find some ridiculous excuse to legitimately take him away. That's how it was with powerful factions. They'd find any excuse to take you for investigation. Always able to get you somewhere isolated. Resist. And even better, they'd execute you on the spot. Suddenly, after turning a corner, perhaps because his pursuer's attention had relaxed, none of the passers-by were looking at Xia Li. The instant Xia Li felt the gazes disappear, he immediately used the divine ability Realm Fusion. Divine abilities, as the superior form of techniques, possessed wondrous powers but also had many restrictions. For example, Realm Fusion's restriction was that it could only be activated when no one was paying attention. Otherwise, it would fail. The instant Realm Fusion activated, Xia Li stood still in place. Passers-by walked past him from front and back. Even when he happened to block someone's path, they would unconsciously go around him. Seeing this, Xia Li was quite amazed by the divine ability's wonder. Worthy of a divine ability priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Divine abilities were different from cultivation methods and techniques. None were free and public. Even the lowest grade divine abilities required at least 100 spirit stones to unlock access. One that could sell for 1,000 spirit stones, and was exclusive to Hidden Wing's internal network, naturally had its unique qualities. This wasn't just blending into the environment, it even altered others' cognition, erasing his form from observers' perspectives. It was practically a ghost wall illusion. No wonder it could only be activated when no one was paying attention. This divine ability involved the observer effect, meaning he had to be continuously observed to be locked onto, otherwise his information would be directly lost. How wondrous! Hey! Xia Li tried shouting in front of a passerby, but they showed no reaction. Warning! Please do not increase your influence level, or the divine ability will fail. The heaven chip immediately warned Xia Li not to mess around. Though the divine ability was wondrous, causing obvious effects on others would make them realize something existed, and then observe him, perceive him. Then the divine ability would fail. After roughly figuring out Realm Fusion's characteristics, Xia Li began moving toward the street edge at a very slow pace. He also quickly spotted his pursuers. There were several. When those people noticed his figure suddenly disappear, they couldn't help but stand in place looking around. Some chose to quicken their pace toward the next intersection. Among them, one person's actions were clearly different, a composed middle-aged man who was actually observing the passersby's reactions. This instantly gave Xia Li the feeling of being seen through. He immediately activated the anti-detection field. Divine Thought Probe detected. Counter-detection successful. Counter-analysis successful. Target is at soul transformation. The Heaven chip immediately reported the data it had collected. The defense chapter of Divine Sense Hacking could not only block others' probes, but also reverse analyze the opponent's information. Quite useful. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. But the fact that he was being tracked by a soul transformation cultivator still made Xia Li want to curse. Was there no martial virtue at all? Sending a soul transformation cultivator against a mere foundation establishment. Were they even playing fair? At least send some foundation establishment sandbags for him. No wonder lower-level cultivators hid their opportunities with all their might, not daring to show themselves. These upper-class people were really too much. Fortunately, he'd not only achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment but also chosen the pseudo-core as his reward, allowing him to bring out some of the divine abilities wonder. Otherwise, relying solely on foundation establishment cultivation, he could at most achieve optical invisibility. Making others lose cognition of him would be somewhat difficult. Just like that, Xia Li moved toward the corner at a snail's pace, not even daring to block anyone's path, afraid their detour behavior would be noticed. The other party was specifically observing passersby. They must have realized something, knowing that to find him, they had to use third-party perspectives. Since they couldn't directly perceive him, they'd perceive him through others. Fighting on Earth really was mentally exhausting. Good thing he'd been a tech geek back in the day, familiar with many sci-fi concepts from that era. Otherwise, he really would have fallen behind the times and been beaten. After finally reaching a corner, Xia Li continued creeping at a turtle's pace in broad daylight. Then, after turning a corner, he finally dared to slightly quicken his pace to leave. While contacting Xiao for help, "Sisk, save me. I'm being tracked by a soul transformation cultivator. I succeeded at Heaven Path Foundation establishment and got a divine ability slot. I'm barely hiding with the Realm Fusion divine ability right now. How do I get back?" Travel between the upper and lower districts was only allowed via the large elevators. Other methods weren't permitted otherwise. Countless automated anti-aircraft guns would swat you like a fly. Before long, Xiao responded. She'd gotten quite a few benefits from Xia Li, and had just received 2,000 spirit stones. At this point, she'd agreed to be Xia Li's dedicated intelligence officer. As expected, you're pretty smart, knowing to use Realm Fusion. I thought you'd get some phase movement divine ability and stupidly try to force your way through space. So, is there a way? Of course there's a way. It just requires some arrangements. Remember to reimburse me when you get back. Fine, fine. Full reimbursement. Wait a moment. Xiao told Xia Li to wait. Xia Li knew this couldn't be rushed, so he could only squat in the corner and wait. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao contacted Xia Li. Go to this address. Once inside, find box B5123 and climb in. You'll be back by tonight at the earliest. Got it. Xia Li immediately headed toward the coordinates Xiao sent. Maintaining the divine ability consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Along the way, Xia Li kept taking pills and squeezing spirit stones to forcibly replenish, not daring to release the divine ability. An hour later, Xia Li arrived at the destination, an unmanned warehouse. The warehouse was full of robots working. Robots' cognitive processes were different from living people, so Xia Li had to additionally use divine sense hacking to make those robots act as if they hadn't seen him. After finding the target box according to Xiao's number, Xia Li climbed in without a word. "I've entered the target. Once safe." Xia Li reported to Xiao and released the divine ability, but continued maintaining the anti-detection field. Being hunted by a soul transformation cultivator meant Xia Li had to be extremely careful. Just wait from here on. The next day, Lingguan City's lower district, Black Street, Red Crowbird General Store. An automated transport vehicle violently tossed a crate of goods at the shop's entrance before driving off. Xiao, wearing an exoskeleton, walked out and dragged the box inside. Inside the shop, Xiao opened the crate lid. A stranger's young man was crouching inside, looking at her with dissatisfied eyes. "You said I'd arrive last night. It's already noon. And couldn't you get me a bigger box? Couldn't you expedite it?" The young man spoke. The voice was Xia Li's. This immediately told Xiao that the stranger before her was Xia Li. "Wasn't I trying to save you spirit stones? Arrangement fee 50 spirit stones. Remember to send it to me later. This service is terrible." Xia Li climbed out of the box. Only here did he dare remove his disguise. Going to the upper district for Heaven Path Foundation establishment had really been full of difficulties. You should be grateful you could smuggle back undetected. Too bad our hidden wing focuses on concealment. We're not the type of faction that can call up hundreds of bodyguards with stun batons to escort you. Forget it. I still think concealment is better. Being escorted back by hundreds of bodyguards would just make me a target anyway, right? Good that you understand. Xiao nodded. After this trip, Xia Li should further appreciate the advantages of joining Hidden Wing. Those who understood knew the benefits of being in the dark while enemies were in the light. Let's not talk about this. After Foundation establishment, I feel the Spirit Core and Heaven Chip I'm using are somewhat lacking in performance. Give me modifications I want to spend. Xia Li had now achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Ordinary Foundation establishment Spirit Cores could no longer fully bring out his strength. Already ordered for you. Total 3,852 Spirit Stones. Rounded up to 4,000. Thanks for your patronage. What? You call that rounding? Why don't you round up to 100 million? This wasn't rounding, this was blatantly taking a cut. Your sis here runs a small business. 4,000 is already a bargain for you. Don't you know what's good for you? With that, Xiao turned and entered the storeroom. Xia Li knew what Xiao meant. She wanted him to follow her into the secret chamber. Underground chamber. Xiao led Xia Li directly to the modification pod. The old, worn pod from before was gone, replaced by a blue-white modification pod. Ta-da! Shuyi Generation 3 Plus, a light luxury modification pod. Guaranteed satisfaction. Xiao happily introduced her newly purchased modification pod. Xia Li instinctively began checking the price. This modification pod's brand new factory price was close to 3,500 spirit stones. How had Xiao bought it for 2,000? Could it be another damn second-hand one? Xia Li immediately began inspecting the pod's condition and indeed found many spots that had been touched up with paint. Sisk, does this modification pod come with a warranty? Are you going to use it or not? If this pod were new, I'd definitely use it. Are you here to pick a fight? Xiao's expression changed. Though Xia Li had repeatedly emphasized wanting brand new, she was the frugal type. Second-hand refurbished goods were life. Why buy new? Here, touched up. Here, peeling. And here. And here. Stop. It's practically new, at least 90% new. If I didn't have connections, 2,000 wouldn't have gotten it. So what happened to this machine? Why does it smell like blood? Well, someone was killed inside it while lying there. Heard it was a crime of passion. Pretty gruesome. Wait, this modification pod doesn't have a spirit inside it, does it? Modification pods having AI wasn't scary, but having a spirit was terrifying. Yin ghosts weren't much of a threat to modern people, but the key was they were frightening. I checked. No spirit. The modification technician who sold me this was skilled. There won't be any residue. So, you dealt directly with the killer and bought evidence that could prove the murder. She really would collect anything. Wasn't she afraid of ghosts haunting her home? Sigh. That modification technician was pitiful too. Got scammed. You know the Tao companion scam. After the divorce, half his cultivation was taken. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Cultivation. Half his cultivation was taken. Xia Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Yeah, directly extracting your cultivation and converting it to spirit stones. It's not particularly difficult technology. I can do it here to dot when you're desperate someday. You can sell your cultivation. Forget it. So where are the spirit core, heaven chip, and prosthetic you ordered for me? You were that sure I'd make it back. Xiao daring to order in advance meant she was confident he'd return safely. I contacted my superior. If there was real trouble, they'd handle it. Looks like it wasn't needed. But they still made a trip. Travel expenses need reimbursing. Right, I. Xia Li wanted to say that while he had spirit stones. Wasn't this reimbursing everything a bit excessive? If you're short on cash, I can arrange a loan for you. No need, I'll reimburse. Also, I suggest you consider developing in the corporate alliance. Xia Li was completely defeated. How'd you know I transferred from the corporate alliance, you? Xia Li wanted to say something but couldn't. Be grateful I'm not charging you a service fee. I am doing work for you. Thank you. Xia Li could only force a smile of gratitude. Xiao waved her hand, done teasing Xia Li, and pointed directly at the table beside the modification pod. The stuff I ordered for you. Don't complain if it's not to your liking. I'm a modification technician with professional certification. It's more suitable than what you'd pick yourself. With that, Xia Li immediately walked to the table and opened the box. The box's exterior was plain, even worn. But the moment Xia Li opened it, the heaven chip began alerting. This spirit core is in warning state. Decoding warning message. Dear Touch Mount Tai Prefecture's stuff, tired of living. Don't let me catch you, or you'll regret it. After the heaven chip's alert, Xia Li forcefully closed the box. Black market goods. Xia Li glanced at Xiao. This was definitely black market goods. Yes. Mount Tai Prefecture Sect's Martial Dao Spirit Core, Tai for forms. Globally ranked top 10 for Foundation Establishment Spirit Cores. When operating, it uses spiritual energy to temper the body, effectively increasing physical strength. This compensates for your weakness. Your spiritual power isn't weak. Your divine thought is strong, but your physical body is frail. Long-term. This could lead to body not accepting spirit phenomenon. Body not accepting spirit, meaning inability to precisely control your body, easily causing severe damage without realizing it. Thinking about it. The Tai Spirit Core was indeed what Xia Li currently needed. Afterward, Xia Li opened the box containing the heaven chip. This time no warning popped up. The box just contained a transparent black chip. Stealth Hack Type 1. The name tells you its organization produced 20 storage slots, 5 technique slots, comprehensive performance upgrades. 5th generation heaven chip. Also using smart bridge technology. The smart technique is future vision. It can predict imminent events to some degree, giving you the upper hand in combat. And paired with this prosthetic, Xiao pointed to a rectangular box. No need to guess, it contained a prosthetic arm. Xia Li eagerly opened the box to examine it. Inside was a pitch-black mechanical arm that hadn't yet been given realistic treatment. Martial arm. Steel breaker. Extremely high hardness. And crafted using stress technology. It can self-deflect blades, knife edges, and bullets hitting it will be bounced back by the stress field. Most importantly, it comes with the martial Dao technique crashing star. In close combat, if you land a hit, even a golden core would be shattered. Xiao had configured a martial Dao powerhouse setup for Xia Li. This way, he could truly catch enemies off guard. Think Xia Li's divine thought is strong and engage him in close combat. Get mercilessly destroyed. Think Xia Li's close combat is strong and keep distance. Get toyed with by his powerful divine thought. How about it? Satisfied. The modifications Xiao had selected for Xia Li were, of course, quite satisfactory. If he'd had to choose himself, he wouldn't have known where to start. He could only go by feeling. There were too many spirit core, heaven chip, and prosthetic models. Through proper matching, they could bring out 12/10 of their effectiveness. But improper matching could cause operational conflicts, preventing the modifications from showing their true power. The stuff is great, just a bit expensive. Xia Li was satisfied, but had opinions about the price. Nearly 4,000 spirit stones. An ordinary person working hard for a month earned about 1 spirit stone. 4,000 spirit stones was more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime, not to mention the 12,000 spirit stones needed for Heaven Path Foundation establishment. As long as it's not expensive for you, you're not the type who toils for a month just to earn 1 or 2 spirit stones. Since the spiritual energy revival, the Matthew effect has become even more pronounced. The strong get stronger, the weak stay weak, there's no helping it. And the average monthly salary in the lower district is actually 3 spirit stones. If you're willing to work hard, you can actually earn 10 spirit stones a month. As for the upper district, average monthly salary is around 20 spirit stones. People aren't doing as badly as you imagine. Xiao began educating Xia Li about salary and price levels. Xia Li was indeed wealthy, but only at the upper district's comfortable middle-class level, not truly rich. I mean the price tiers. Before, spirit cores were just a dozen spirit stones. Now there's several thousand. Golden core stage must cost tens of thousands. Xia Li had thought his pace of earning spirit stones on the other side was fast enough, but Heaven Path Foundation establishment plus new modifications had burned through 16,000 spirit stones just like that. Even Xia Li was feeling the pressure. The best golden core spirit cores do cost tens of thousands. But you're comparing entry-level chi refining spirit cores to the best foundation establishment spirit cores. Isn't that a bit unfair? For example, computer chips from your arrow were chips. And the heaven chip in your head is also a chip, but can they be compared? You can certainly economize and go the cheapest route. For 100 spirit stones, I can set you up with everything you need for foundation establishment. Xiao hadn't expected this little tycoon to complain about prices now. She hadn't even brought out the truly best foundation establishment equipment. What she'd configured for Xia Li balanced cost-effectiveness. Alright, looks like I'm still poor. Need to work harder to earn spirit stones. Xia Li had really thought his looted 100,000 plus spirit stones were a fortune, enough to last until nascent soul. Now it seemed they'd only last until golden core at most. I won't say more, you get what you pay for. This set of modifications can simultaneously fight dozens of trash foundation establishments. Cultivate or S. Your call. Install this set. Alright. Also, are you considering adding more prosthetics? Adding more? Meaning giving up your current body? Xia Li shook his head decisively. Prosthetics were powerful, but if his right arm hadn't been severed, he wouldn't have chosen prosthetics. The body, hair, and skin. These were the only things his parents had left him. When his cultivation grew stronger later, he was even considering limb regeneration. What about embedded modifications? This is the latest technology. You can get the benefits of prosthetic technology while keeping your flesh and blood body. Sisk, I'm poor. Don't. Xia Li now understood what Xiao was trying to do. All this talk was to promote her services. Just try it. The old modification pod didn't have this function, but the current one can do embedded modifications. It'd be a waste not to. How many spirit stones? Not expensive. I've already designed the plan. 1,800 spirit stones for the full set. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. This. Xia Li could afford it. But Xiao's current expression was exactly like a researcher's enthusiasm toward a test subject. Xia Li was very aware that Xiao wanted to practice her skills on him. Absolutely worth it. Absolutely powerful. Can't lose, can't go wrong. Give me an introduction first. Xia Li was still worried about being messed up. Seeing Xia Li relent, Xiao immediately sent him a file. It was a human body transparency diagram. Notably, the figure was missing an arm clearly modeled after him. The figure's internal organs each had mechanical devices of different shapes implanted. The skeleton was covered with shadows. Xia Li reached out and tapped the heart area on the diagram. Information immediately popped up. High-density cardiac mesh. Improves heart function. Allows the heart to pump under overload conditions, with protective and restorative effects on the heart during overload states. Then Xia Li tapped other options. All introductions to embedded modifications. High-energy lung pump. Adrenal harmonizer. Composite fiber liver shell. Enhanced digestive inner stomach. Spirit-conducting exoskeleton, nanomuscle membrane. These devices achieved maximum body enhancement and protection while preserving the flesh and blood body. After reading through, Xia Li could only sigh. Amazing. But if these modifications need frequent replacement, isn't that a bit troublesome? That would mean he'd constantly be going under the knife. Even though the modification pod was intelligent, with micro-invasive implantation followed by immediate body repair, the process still made Xia Li somewhat uncomfortable. With a modification pod, what's there to fear for you? It's just sleeping through it. Plus, what I've selected can last at least one full major realm, installing or not. Then let's install it. I'll test the waters. Lie down. Prepare to welcome a stronger, more perfect you. Xiao gestured for Xia Li to proceed. Xia Li walked toward the modification pod. It seemed that every time he lay down and woke up, his body's capabilities would undergo a leap in evolution. People of this era were long accustomed to body modifications. Those with no technology on their bodies were actually rare. Xia Li knew he had to get used to this process, or he'd become an old fogey clinging to outdated notions. He couldn't accept full-body prostheticization, but full-body embedded modifications didn't seem unacceptable, preserving the flesh and blood body, developing the body's hidden potential, while also gaining the benefits of prosthetic technology. New technology really is something. Xia Li couldn't help but sigh, then lay down in the modification pod. Technology always evolves. The world changes daily. I personally don't advocate full-body prostheticization either, but embedded modifications achieve a balance between life and technology. You have flesh and blood. You are a person with a warm body. At the same time, you're also a full-body embedded modification, semi-biological, semi-mechanical superhuman. Traditional Dao and cutting-edge technology integrated. Isn't this also a kind of yin-yang balance? As Xiao spoke, Xia Li gradually relaxed under the influence of the sedative gas and sank into slumber. He dreamed again. On the balcony of his old home, the puppy lay beside him wagging its tail. His sister leaned against the balcony railing enjoying the evening breeze, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, singing a poem. People have sorrows and joys, partings and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes. These things have been hard to perfect since ancient times. As she sang, his sister suddenly stopped, as if she'd forgotten the words. Hard to perfect since ancient times, but the future can perfect them. If the future won't work, then wait for an even more distant future. Big bro, we'll definitely meet in the far future. If the future won't come, then I'll come myself. His sister seemed to have made some kind of resolution. Eyes opened. Xia Li awoke from deep slumber, but couldn't control his body. A voice from the artificial intelligence echoed in his mind. Consciousness revival detected. Establishing neural connection. Brain bridge connected. Establishing connections with other device. Setting device parameters. Devices starting up. All device calibrations complete. Startup finished. As all his body modifications activated, the world before Xia Li's eyes transformed. Countless data entries appeared in his field of vision. Awake. Get up and move around. Xiao sat in a chair beside the modification pod, watching Xia Li. When Xia Li looked at her, he frowned. A framed annotation interface had actually popped up over Xiao's body. Her body data had been analyzed and directly visualized. Hey, what are you looking at? Don't scan me. Xiao seemed to realize something and immediately activated Divine Sense Hacking Defense Protocol. The data in the annotation frame quickly turned into question marks. This was Xia Li's ocular embedded modification, the Sky Retina. He could now view people in X-ray and thermal imaging modes. His eyes had essentially become surveillance cameras with extremely high definition and numerous functions. My breathing. Xia Li noticed his breathing was automatically following his cultivation technique's breathing method, making his automatic cultivation speed even faster. His heartbeat frequency had also synchronized with his spirit core's operation, causing his qi and blood to surge in harmony with his spiritual energy, accelerating his body tempering progress. As for other wonders, words couldn't fully describe them. Every organ and body part was operating in regulated harmony under the heaven chip's coordination, like a symphony playing the melody of the Tao. You notice. To achieve this step through one's own effort requires reaching the microscopic mastery level of body control, an extremely advanced martial Tao realm. But with just one modification session, it's done instantly. Xiao was quite satisfied with her modification choices. When selecting the various embedded modifications, she had specifically focused on martial Tao enhancement. The essence of the martial Dao was body refinement, developing the body's hidden potential. Xia Li was a rather old-fashioned person, and continuing this way would eventually lead to major disadvantage in physical strength. Nowadays, everyone carried technology and hidden tricks. Xia Li couldn't be without them, or he'd be far weaker than his opponents. Truly an unprecedented feeling. It's as if my body completely obeys my will. The sensation of high-level body control was wonderfully mysterious. Combined with his powerful divine sense, he could direct his body to truly focus all its power on a single point. One last thing. Take this. Xiao smiled and tossed a data crystal chip to Xia Li. This was equivalent to a USB drive from the old era, but with incomparably higher storage security and reliability. What's this? Decode it with your prosthetic and you'll see. Alright. Xia Li immediately opened the integrated port on his prosthetic wrist and inserted the data chip. Discovering it contained a cultivation technique. Mountain Sea Scripture, Foundation Chapter Mountain Sea Scripture. Isn't that a book recording various divine beasts and strange creatures? When did it become a cultivation technique? After the spiritual energy revival, people found the true Mountain Sea Scripture. It's actually an ancient technique aimed at forging the physical body to the level of primordial strange beasts. Currently only fragments exist. But if you can master it thoroughly during foundation establishment, the benefits are enormous. Once you reach Golden Core, switch to the Sword Dao. Xiao had already planned Xia Li's path. During Qi refining, consolidate Qi and Spirit. After foundation establishment, practice martial Dao to temper the body. At Golden Core, wield the sword to slaughter in all directions. Is this technique rare? Can't find it online. Not on the public net or internal net. The organization's upper echelons have their eye on you and gave this to you directly as a reward. Don't feel any psychological pressure if the organization gives it to you. Just accept it. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. After speaking, Xiao patted Xia Li's shoulder. Because of his Heaven Path Foundation establishment, Xia Li had already attracted attention from the Hidden Wing organization's upper ranks. Naturally, they would bring out good things to cultivate him. So what grade is this technique? Since it's only a fragment, it's roughly rated as upper tier superior grade. Upper tier superior grade corresponded to profound grade upper rank. On the other side, not bad at all. In Earth's understanding of cultivation, techniques weren't necessarily better at higher grades. The evaluation criteria were multidimensional. Compatibility was most important. If you could fully unleash a profound grade technique's power, you could crush someone who could only bring out 10 or 20% of an Earth grade technique's power. The learning difficulty and execution difficulty of the two were completely different. Forcing yourself toward higher grades without the ability would only result in flashy but useless fancy moves. Upper tier technique is good enough. Sisk, introduce me to somewhere I can buy weapons. I'm planning to check out the deep danger zones next. Looking to die? Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Li. The deep danger zones were the territory of great demons and monsters, with countless illegal organizations entrenched there. Though Xia Li was now armed to the teeth, walking around ordinary danger zones would be fine, but the deep zones meant certain death. I won't get myself killed. Just give me the connection first. I have weapons here. Your weapons were average. Xiao wasn't a dedicated weapons dealer after all. She just stocked some weapons on the side, which didn't meet Xia Li's standards. Fine, but since you're asking me, you must want to go to the black market. The black market stuff is good, but most of it can't see the light of day. If someone catches you with it, that's big trouble. Doesn't matter. Xia Li wasn't buying weapons to use on Earth anyway. Nor would he go to the danger zones. He'd use them on the other side. People there couldn't possibly recognize them. Alright, let me contact them. After speaking, Xiao fell into brief silence. She was directly contacting the other party through her heaven chip. Shortly after, done. I'll send you the entry key. Got it. Thanks. After receiving the black market key, Xia Li transferred spirit stones to Xiao. His full set of modifications had cost over 6,700 spirit stones, but he gave 7,000, including the previous facilitation fees. If he didn't pay Xiao, there was no way she'd let him leave. Thanks for your patronage. You really rounded it up for me. Xiao was happy to receive the payment. Rounding up was just something she'd said casually, But if Xia Li really wanted to give it, she wouldn't refuse. Nobody ever had too many spirit stones. By the way, any suggestions on weapons? What should I choose? Up to you. I can't help with that, I'm not a weapons expert. Xiao indicated she wasn't all-knowing. She was fine with modifications, but didn't know much about weapons. But since you asked, I'll give you one immature suggestion. Don't listen to people rambling about ancient forging methods. I admit things forged with ancient methods aren't bad, they have higher ceilings. But spirit tech weapons are the real killers. Don't be foolish enough to fall for the trap of blindly pursuing ancient methods. Beyond 100 paces, use a focused energy sniper rifle. Beyond 50 paces, use an electromagnetic rifle. Within 7 paces, use a gale shotgun. And don't buy into the one sword for all situations myth. Even after you become a sword cultivator, don't use ancient swords, use spirit tech swords. Beware the ancient method scam. Technology keeps advancing, yet there are always people who think older things are more powerful. It's ridiculous. Don't touch anything that starts with primordial or ancient. They're just trying to scam you out of your spirit stones. Xia Li nodded after hearing Xiao's immature suggestion. He thought the same way. Regarding the choice between modern spirit artifacts and ancient artifacts, debates raged endlessly on the public net, with neither side able to convince the other. In artifact refining, modern technology hadn't effectively pulled ahead of ancient methods. Artifacts forged using ancient techniques did have better ceilings and superior quality. This was because ancient artifacts required the refiner to infuse their life essence during the forging process, giving them spirituality and room for growth. Modern spirit artifacts, on the other hand, assembled on factory production lines. They couldn't be called bad, their lower threshold was high while remaining cheap, making them convenient for mass deployment. The only drawback was their complete lack of spirituality. But Xia Li didn't really care about an artifact's spirituality anyway. Different pursuits led to different perspectives. Some people enjoyed nurturing, savoring the process of cultivating an ancient artifact. Xia Li was a pragmatist. He preferred having something that could unleash sufficient combat power the moment it reached his hands. After leaving Xiao's shop, Xia Li headed straight for the other end of Black Street, following the address she'd sent him along the way. So, this is Black Mountain. Xia Li witnessed Black Street's truest face, a massive garbage dump where trash had piled up like mountains, forming a strange landscape of undulating peaks. Garbage from Upper City was dumped directly into Lower City, drawing countless scavengers to gather here. Every city had its Black Street, and every Black Street developed around a garbage dump. To be precise, the birth of Lower City itself was inseparable from garbage dumps. With population explosion and resource scarcity, as ground-level radiation receded, the lower-quality population simply chose to migrate downward. To survive, the earliest Lower City residents almost all worked in garbage recycling. After several generations of development, buildings sprouted up around the dumps, eventually giving birth to Lower City. After that, hazardous industries collectively migrated downward. In Upper City, they had to worry about environmental pollution, and Lower City, they could be completely unrestrained. Thus, present-day Lower City had become a heavily polluted industrial zone. Following the address into the garbage dump, beneath an ordinary-looking garbage mountain, a rusted iron door lay hidden among the trash, utterly inconspicuous. Xia Li walked to the iron door and used his heaven chip to play the key frequency. The door opened automatically, revealing a downward staircase before him. Another underground chamber. This scene felt familiar to Xia Li. Xiao's place had the same kind of downward stairs leading to a hidden room. Walking down the stairs to the bottom, there was only a small room at the end. A chubby boss sat behind a rusted iron counter, grinning as he watched Xia Li approach. The upper half of his face was human, while everything below his nose bridge was mechanical. Welcome to Uncle Rusty's shop. Modern spirit artifacts, ancient artifacts, biochemical weapons, even nuclear bombs. I have it all, as long as you dare to use them. You even sell nuclear bombs. Xia Li's mouth twitched. He actually wanted to carry one around, mainly for the sense of security, you know. Earth cultivators knew how to defend against nuclear bombs. With heaven chip assistance, they could seize the moment and hide in phase space to avoid the most destructive explosion, then use spiritual energy to protect their bodies while fleeing the high radiation zone that was enough to survive. Thus, nuclear bombs couldn't even kill golden core cultivators. But cultivators from the other side wouldn't know this. If they got hit suddenly, even nascent soul or spirit-severing cultivators would die with grievances. These are leftovers from the old days. They stopped producing them long ago. Want one for your collection? How much for a Zarbomba? Do you have any big evens? Xia Li immediately asked for the highest yield available. Sleeping with one of those would be truly comforting. Such a sense of security. And authorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Kid, the yield you're asking for is way too big. I only have small warheads from the past. What do you need such high yield for? Planning a terrorist attack or what? The chubby boss was stunned by Xia Li's request. Bombs of that magnitude, if any still existed, were held in the collections of major powers. Super high-yield nuclear bombs still possessed extraordinary killing power today, but the pollution they caused was equally massive. Forget the small yields then, no fun. Do you have an inventory list? Send it over. Here you go. The chubby boss flicked his fingers, and an inventory list immediately appeared before Xia Li's eyes. Just the dizzying array of categories made Xia Li's eyes blur. High-frequency thermal blade. Not bad. Plasma lightsaber. Seems a bit flashy. Thunder bombs. Feel like they're not as good as polymer grenades. Xia Li browsed and commented to himself. The chubby boss didn't say anything after all. Xia Li wasn't asking him. Consultation fees were charged separately. After browsing for a while and roughly confirming what he wanted, Xia Li finally looked at the chubby boss. I want one blade, one shotgun, one sniper rifle, several explosive-type weapons, one defensive artifact, and one escape artifact. I currently practice martial Dao at Foundation Establishment. Any recommendations, boss? After Xia Li finished, the chubby boss held up 3 fingers, meaning pay the consultation fee first. Xia Li didn't haggle over this small amount and paid directly, using ancient artifacts. Really not. This shop just acquired an ancient spirit blade, now selling for only. I lose all desire to spend money the moment I hear ancient. Xia Li remembered Xiao's words then. He hadn't expected this shady boss to really recommend ancient weapons right off the bat. Sure enough, the black shops in Black Street truly had no conscience. Alright, Little told you something, didn't she? Don't listen to everything she says. She's biased against ancient methods. Actually, so am I. Well, the chubby boss was speechless. Ancient artifacts had higher profit margins since you could inflate prices by talking about the refiner's painstaking effort. Modern spirit artifacts were openly priced. Factory robots had no painstaking effort to speak of. Just give me good recommendations, boss. If I'm satisfied, I'll pay you a bit extra. Deal. The chubby boss smiled immediately, though he couldn't sell ancient artifacts. Getting extra spirit stones was nice too. For a blade, go with Calent Corporation's Kinetic Blade, MKI2. Also, you're probably not the type who cares about flashy weapon aesthetics, right? Functionality above all. Xia Li expressed his viewpoint. Good. Some people just love those high-frequency or plasma tech weapons, high killing power. Sure, but they drain spiritual energy like crazy, have high failure rates, and suffer wear just from swinging through or due to technical limitations. I see. Xia Li nodded as if learning something new, though he'd actually been tempted to get a flashy light blade to show off. But if it malfunctioned at a critical moment, that would be embarrassing. For snipers, do you prefer concealment or power? Power, one shot, one kill power. Then go with 2's Corporation Star Gleam 5. And for the shotgun, something with higher concealment. Xia Li was being sneaky, wanting concealment for the shotgun while others typically wanted concealment for snipers and one-shot kills for shotguns. He was doing the opposite. Then I recommend the sawed-off model or the module embedded type. Do you have prosthetics? Yes, my right arm. What model? Steel Breaker Combat Arm. Let me check. The chubby boss began consulting his data, then nodded after a moment. Can fit medium modules. How about hiding the shotgun inside your prosthetic? Saves you the motion of drawing the gun. Just raise your hand and fire. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Xia Li hadn't expected that his prosthetic could have additional modules implanted, but this would definitely be extremely concealed. In close quarters combat, when others threw punches, he'd fire shots locked right onto their heads. How would opponents even defend against that? For a prosthetic embedded shotgun module, let's go with the M1887 Max. A classic from the previous era, now reimagined with spirit-tech. Excellent power. The chubby boss recommended a shotgun Xia Li had heard of. The prototype should be the Winchester M1887. Xia Li had seen it in many games. He never imagined this classic shotgun would now become a module embedded in his prosthetic. This is great. I like it. Xia Li had a natural filter for familiar things. After all, there was so little he recognized in this new era. For explosives, do you want cheap and plentiful, or more expensive but more powerful? Can be somewhat pricey power above all. Then plasma grenades. These things are brutal. They form an ultra-high voltage electric field after detonation. The Heaven chip controls the detonation timing for precise control over the kill zone. Sure, give me 100 to start. Xia Li ordered 100 plasma grenades outright. Throwable weapons had many uses in various situations. I personally suggest 50 plasma grenades and 50 shockwave grenades, about the same price. And the key is that the electric field from the plasma grenades can be triggered for a secondary explosion using the shockwave grenades. Then give me 100 shockwave grenades too. Generous, I like it. I'll throw in 10 extra of each grenade type. The chubby boss smiled. He loved customers who didn't pinch pennies. Since the customer wasn't being stingy with him, he could afford to be generous too. Xia Li looked like exactly the kind of high-quality repeat customer he wanted. Now for defensive artifacts. Do you want sustained but lower defense? Or only momentary defense but with higher defensive performance? The chubby boss presented two options. One was probably a sustained shield but fragile. The other was an instant shield that could block most attacks. One of each. How about a composite model? Though it costs more than buying both separately, it's more convenient. Sure, composite it is. Then go with the G-Field shield. This is tech used on space vessels. When activated, it generates a G-repulsion field theoretically. Even a nuclear bomb exploding in your face won't hurt you. A small-yield nuclear bomb is still a nuclear bomb, right? Well, I can only say you get what you pay for. The chubby boss hadn't expected Xia Li to immediately expose his verbal artistry, but it didn't matter. Xia Li seemed to have already decided to buy it. Lastly, escape items. Though Hidden Wing specializes in this, right, I can only recommend the Chaos Phase Sphere. Activates for instant random teleportation within 10,000 meters. The advantage is that spatial fluctuations are hard to track. The disadvantage is it's completely random. You might even appear in the same spot, but more likely you'll end up underground or high in the air. The chubby boss figured that since Xia Li was a Hidden Wing member, he wouldn't lack escape methods. If he was still buying escape items, he must need something that couldn't be tracked. Unfortunately, he only had Chaos Phase Spheres. He didn't have anything more advanced. That's everything then. Also, give me a phase ring. Phase rings were Earth storage treasures, infinitely more useful than the storage rings from the Cultivation world. Just the ability to retrieve items from anywhere within a designated range made it possible to set up traps and plant explosives everywhere. Specifications: 100 cubic meters of space, 1,000-meter retrieval range. Other specs don't matter. No need for client-end connection. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Earth storage treasures could have multiple artifacts sharing a single phase space, with multiple people storing and retrieving items simultaneously for real-time support. But Xia Li didn't need this function at all. Having crossed dimensions, he was completely outside the Heavenly Down network's range anyway. Multi-terminal access would be impossible regardless. Total: 3,452 spirit stones. I'll give you 3,500. Promised you a bit extra. Thank you for your patronage. Follow me since you're being so generous. I'll make it worth your while. I'll take you to the practice range to test the merchandise. The chubby boss had made a big sale today and naturally wanted to give Xia Li good service. Xia Li was pleased to having completed his Heaven Path Foundation establishment, undergone new modifications, and purchased all these weapons. This time when he returned to the other side, he should have sufficient power to protect himself. However, before going to the practice range, the chubby boss took Xia Li's prosthetic arm since it needed the shotgun module installed. Since the connection came from Xiao, Xia Li chose to trust him and let him take it. Half an hour later, on the practice range, the chubby boss returned with Xia Li's prosthetic arm. For already installed prosthetics that only needed internal module changes rather than replacement, Temporary removal was possible. Everything you wanted is in the phase ring. The ring is on your prosthetic's finger. The chubby boss reattached the prosthetic for Xia Li. Once the heaven chip reconnected to the prosthetic, Xia Li stood up and immediately raised his hand. Wait, you can't fire bullets like that. Let me send you the bullet generation technique that comes with the firearms. The chubby boss immediately transmitted a technique to Xia Li. The technique wasn't complicated, just using spiritual energy to generate bullets of different calibers and effects. Spirit guns, like mechanical guns, required bullet loading. The only difference was that spirit gun bullet loading was either automatic or semi-automatic. Generally speaking, semi-automatic generation and loading resulted in higher single-shot power. Installing the bullet generation technique into a technique slot and setting the heaven chip to auto-use for loading, Xia Li walked up to a steel plate, generating ammo-type Gale bullet, raising his hand. With the slightest finger movement, denser blasts erupted from his palm, punching through and shredding the steel plate. Not bad. Xia Li shook his arm, controlling the gun mechanism to reset and reload. Electromagnetic bullet. The bullet fired, electric arcs shooting out and nearly melting the already wrecked steel plate. Shake. Reload. This time Xia Li braced his right prosthetic with his left hand because he was loading the largest caliber, highest power ammunition type, Dragon's Breath. With a roar, dazzling flash fire erupted from Xia Li's palm. The remaining steel plate was directly melted into liquid metal in the flash explosion. One could only imagine how high that instant temperature reached. Xia Li himself was knocked back a good distance by the recoil. His prosthetic arm had split open in multiple seams for heat dissipation, with heat waves distorting the air around his arm. This heat dissipation process, I could probably use it in a fight. Just grab someone and burn them. Seeing this, Xia Li's eyes gleamed with delight. Just this prosthetic embedded shotgun module was already this powerful. Even across a major realm, if he suddenly hit a golden core cultivator from the other side with a Dragon's Breath round, he might just blast their golden core to pieces. Next, Xia Li tested the other weapons one by one. Their lethality all satisfied him greatly. The kinetic blade could accelerate and increase weight during a swing, even with just a light wave. The blade whistled through the air at full force. The kinetic blade generated a crushing momentum like a falling meteor, like a heavy sword that would cut, cleave, and shred anything in its path. The Star Gleam sniper rifle was somewhat slow. Even the most basic spirit bullet took half a minute to generate, but its power was the most terrifying, especially the Spirit Breaker bullet. It was specifically designed to counter cultivators, easily piercing through most barriers formed from spiritual energy. The two types of grenades packed power comparable to the Spirit Hub's self-destructs from before, combined to trigger the shockwave bomb cascade. The resulting devastation was frightening. According to Heaven Chip calculations, the G-Field shield could sustainably defend against attacks of standard Golden Core level strength. When the G-Repulsion field was activated in critical moments, it could withstand a nascent soul cultivator's full power strike. As for the phase sphere, Xia Li didn't test it. The entire 10,000-meter radius was nothing but garbage mountains. He didn't want to be teleported into the middle of some trash heap. Boss, I've transferred the spirit stones. I'll be going now. Please come again. Though the chubby boss looked somewhat frightening, his service attitude was quite good. He personally escorted Xia Li out through the rusted iron door before closing up and heading back. Amidst the stench-filled garbage dump, Xia Li raised his head to look at the umbrella-like base of Upper City. He wanted to glimpse the sky right now, because he was about to head to the other side. The path ahead wasn't clear. Wanting to see his homeland's sky before departing was only human nature. Now that all preparations are complete, hopefully the profound pill sect won't be too excessive. Thinking about the troubles awaiting him on the other side, Xia Li couldn't help but furrow his brow. Then he walked deeper into the garbage mountains, finding a dark, cramped garbage hole to crawl into. Xia Li dragged other trash to block the entrance. Once ready, he activated the mysterious ring. After the phase transition, once space stabilizes, if viable, immediately use the divine ability Realm Fusion. If not viable, immediately activate the G-Field shield. If nascent soul level aura is detected, immediately use the phase sphere. Xia Li anticipated several scenarios he might encounter after crossing and issued advanced commands to his Heaven Chip. After all, the Heaven Chip's reaction speed far exceeded his own. Brilliant white light appeared and rapidly enveloped his entire body, the moment space stabilized. Divine Ability Realm Fusion successfully activated. Before Xia Li's eyes fully cleared, the Heaven Chip had already successfully triggered the Divine Ability. This allowed Xia Li to breathe a small sigh of relief. His greatest worry was that brief moment after crossing that instant when he was most vulnerable. It seemed the profound pill sect people weren't bored enough to station experts watching his broken hut. Otherwise, they could have detected him before space stabilized and waited to ambush him. The mysterious ring's function was phase transition. Space technology had 3 levels: phase shift, phase transfer, and phase transition. Among these, phase transition technology was still experimental for humans, but ultimately, they were all spatial technologies, the spatial Tao of this world, and could be detected and countered. This brutal. Once Xia Li's vision fully cleared, he discovered that the Xia Manor, the 3 powers of Wine Crane City had built for him, had been reduced to ruins. Not far from the ruins, in the direction of the manor's main gate, numerous wooden stakes had been planted. On those stakes were the corpses of the Liu family members. It seemed the Liu family had brought destruction upon themselves by helping him. The Liu family patriarch he'd met before, Liu third uncle, whose full name he still didn't know despite their decent relationship, and all the servants and maids the Liu family had arranged for him, none had escaped death. And the previously distinguished Liu family young master, Liu Yun, also hung there. He had lost all 4 limbs, his eyes wide open as if unable to believe what had happened even in death. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Liu Xiaoxiao and Liu Jingfeng weren't visible though, so it seemed they had survived. Did I cause this? Probably, perhaps. Xia Li couldn't quite articulate his feelings right now. He and the Liu family had even started out as enemies because of Liu Fu. His subsequent relationship with the Liu family was built on mutual benefit. He didn't owe them anything, and they weren't particularly close. Yet they were still killed as a way to vent anger. These small cultivation world families, truly living precariously. When the opportunity they dreamed of finally arrived, it also brought calamity. Xia Li's mood could only be described as complicated. Right and wrong didn't matter, only what he truly felt after awakening. Weakness was the original sin. Taken to mine after awakening, bullied upon first arriving in this world, nearly blown up by the company's lackeys after returning. Then the profound pill sect came knocking. A flame of rage quietly ignited in Xia Li's heart, wanting to prove something, wanting to resist something. From his phase ring, he retrieved the special jade slip he'd used to contact Liu Jingfeng before. "Hello, I'm Xia Li. How are you doing right now?" Quite some time passed. Just as Xia Li thought the other party might not respond and was about to put away the jade slip, it responded. "He's been crippled and can't use spiritual energy right now. I'm Lin Yi, and I'm helping him. Brother Lin, tell me what happened after I fled." The Liu family was exterminated. I only managed to rescue Liu Jingfeng at great risk. Liu Xiaoxiao is currently imprisoned in Wine Crane City's City Lord Manor. I promised Brother Liu I'd rescue her, but I'm currently fighting alone. If you're willing, Brother Xia, we can act together. Lin Yi was quite loyal, willing to help the Liu family. City Lord Manor, you say? I'm in Wine Crane City right now. Brother Xia, the profound pill sect left more than 1 golden core cultivator stationed here. This could be a trap specifically meant to lure you in. Don't fall for it. I have a treasure that can conceal my or wait for me to come rescue them together. No need. My purpose isn't entirely to rescue people, but to kill, to annihilate everyone the profound pill sect left behind. Only that could quell the restless rage burning deep within Xia Li. Impossible. Even if you've already reached Foundation Establishment, even Heaven Path Foundation Establishment against multiple golden core cultivators, and sect-trained ones at that, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Is that so? But my artifact spirit tells me, scan complete. Within divine sense range matching filter criteria, 3 golden core cultivators, 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 25 Chi refining cultivators. Based on their aura strength analysis, combat victory probability, 98%. Combat difficulty, certain victory. I will certainly win this battle. With those words, Xia Li put away the communication jade slip. The divine sense he just released to scan had also attracted the attention of others in Wine Crane City. Profound Pill sect disciples all wore sect uniforms with a faint medicinal scent easy to identify. Xia Li hadn't even thought of hiding. Fully releasing his divine sense to scan was both reconnaissance and an invitation. Heaven Chip. Overclock. Spirit Hub. Overclock. All prosthetics. Overclock. With 3 overclocking commands issued. Even the sky retina covering Xia Li's eyeballs glowed faintly red. Numerous panels appeared before Xia Li's eyes. Approaching him. Heaven Chip. Lock on. Locking target objects. Lock complete. I am human, a pacifist. But if someone doesn't want to coexist peacefully with me, I can also become a machine. Flesh is fleeting. My heart is kind. If necessary, abandon humanity. Ascend as machine. Transfer body control authority. Convert brain power to Heaven Chip processing power. From this moment on, become a perfect killing machine, precise, decisive, with all calculations dedicated to murder. Command accepted. Combat victory probability revised to 100%. Combat difficulty overwhelming. Above the ruins of the Xia Manor, the Zhuangdan sect disciples flew through the air one after another. Because Xia Li's divine thought probe just now had carried hostility that was practically a declaration of war. The first Zhuangdan sect disciple to arrive, upon seeing Xia Li's face, immediately and joyfully informed the other approaching fellow disciples. They discovered their target, Xia Li. They should prepare for combat in advance. In response, Xia Li didn't block them. To be precise, after the Heaven Chip's analysis and calculations, it determined blocking was unnecessary. It would reduce the efficiency of completely annihilating the enemy. After a brief wait, the first 3 Foundation establishment disciples charged directly with swords drawn. Though Zhuangdan sect specialized in pills, its disciples' combat prowess was not lacking. Sensing the commotion, quite a few rogue cultivators had gathered to watch the spectacle. Many rogue cultivators naturally recognized Xia Li. Strictly speaking, Xia Li had done them a favor. The surging chi pills were cheap and effective, and fortunately, they'd been seized by Zhuangdan sect. Zhuangdan sect had directly claimed the surging chi pill formula was stolen from them, forbidding other forces from refining it, threatening death to any who disobeyed. It's Bill Master Xia. Why did he come back, and wise? Has anger clouded his judgment? Pity another defiant young talent is about to fall. For the rogue cultivators, scenes like this were all too common. The great sects that dominated territories had grown accustomed to tyranny. Such events played out daily in the cultivation world. But just as the 3 Foundation establishment disciples' swords were about to pierce Xia Li from different angles, an invisible barrier stopped them. The sword tips halted beside Xia Li, unable to advance an inch further. Then, Xia Li raised his right prosthetic arm. Shotgun module, fire, gale bullet. A dense burst of compressed air blasted from Xia Li's palm. The disciple struck by Xia Li's attack instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This sight made the rogue cultivators involuntarily swallow hard. But it wasn't over. Xia Li swung his arm both to reload and to attack. His arm struck another Foundation establishment disciple's head, and that disciple's skull was knocked clean off his body, flying away like a meteor. The last remaining Foundation establishment disciple showed a look of terror and tried to retreat and flee. But Xia Li's hand was faster, already gripping his head, cold hard. Nothing like flesh and blood. Then, lightning burst from Xia Li's hand. The disciple immediately convulsed while emitting suppressed, strange cries. After his body went completely limp, Xia Li tossed him aside like garbage. Insolent wretch! Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled toward Xia Li. A golden core disciple had arrived, though sadly he hadn't managed to save his pitiful junior brother from Xia Li's grasp. The fierce flames were Dan fire, also that disciple's divine ability. After the fireball landed and exploded, it didn't extinguish but rapidly spread, forming a sea of flames. In Wine Crane City, Foundation establishment represented the pinnacle of combat power. Golden Core cultivators were called true masters, great cultivators that many would never see in their entire lives. Now that a Golden Core had acted, the rogue cultivators could only feel awe and fear, retreating lest they be caught by the Dan fire. But one rogue cultivator who stood too close caught fire anyway. After being engulfed, he could only kneel in agony and count out to the Golden Core cultivator, "Spare me. True master, spare me. I'm innocent. I spare me." That poor rogue cultivator's cries for mercy quickly faded to nothing as his entire body rapidly charred in the flames. HMPH, when we superior cultivators duel, is it something you ants can watch? Be gone at once. The Golden Core disciple felt no guilt whatsoever for his indiscriminate killing. Instead, he felt a hidden pride in his heart. This was precisely what motivated him to keep growing stronger. But then, at the center of the flame domain, heavily shrouded in raging fire, a figure suddenly moved. A beam of brilliant light pierced the sky, resembling both sword light and starlight. That Golden Core disciple now had only his lower half still floating in the air. His upper half had mysteriously vanished. The remaining corpse quickly fell to the ground with a splat, like a heap of rotten meat hitting earth. All the watching rogue cultivators felt their hair stand on end. Golden Core in their eyes. Invincible. A noble Golden Core master from a great sect. Killed in one strike by some unknown means. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Instant kill of a Golden Core. Xia Pill Master Xia. If he can instantly kill Golden Core, he could wound nascent soul. Heavens. Double quotes. What technique was that? The rogue cultivators couldn't understand. Nor could they possibly understand. That was Xia Li's sniper rifle, the large sniper called Star Gleam. Xia Li had preloaded it with a Spirit Breaker bullet. One could only say the Spirit Tech sniper lived up to its name. One shot, one kill. The other Foundation establishment and Golden Core disciples of Xuandan sect were still en route. Xia Li walked out of the fire, the roaring flames not touching him at all. After leaving the flame domain, he simply raised his right arm high. Then snapped his fingers. A series of thunderous explosions suddenly resounded near the battlefield. The phase ring had directly teleported plasma grenades in front of the Xuandan sect disciples, detonating them the instant they appeared, within a 1,000-meter radius. Those spectating Qi refining disciples of Xuandan sect who had been looking for opportunities to act all died horrible deaths. To Foundation establishment disciples who had arrived earlier but hadn't dared act rashly were also injured by the explosions. The Heaven chip calculated that one plasma grenade wasn't enough, so it projected shockwave grenades above their heads, creating a thunderstorm that finished off those to Foundation establishment disciples. The phase ring was both a storage tool and a weapon. The phase ring's range of influence was a minefield, a bombing zone. Xia Li could drop a grenade beside an opponent and detonate it at any time. With this, over half of Xuandan sect's disciples stationed in Wine Crane City were dead or wounded. But Xia Li had no intention of stopping. The remaining Xuandan sect disciples had actually gone into hiding. Even the two remaining Golden Core disciples had hidden themselves. But could they really hide, like to hide? Xia Li aimed the Star Gleam sniper rifle directly at a location. Phase bullet generating at full power. 10987. Once locked by the Heaven chip, unless the target fled the lock range or used technology specifically countering the Heaven chip, they would remain perpetually tracked. Walls became transparent in Xia Li's vision. The target was over 3,000 meters away, nearly on the other side of the city. But so what? 3, 2, 1. Loading complete. Then, a spatial fluctuation violently erupted before the muzzle. The bullet passed through the void, appearing directly behind that Golden Core disciple and instantly exploding his skull. 3 Golden Core cultivators to now dead. The last remaining Golden Core sensed that one of his junior brothers had been killed by spatial means. Where would he dare continue hiding? He immediately burst out, flying from the city alley at the fastest speed of his life to appear before Xia Li, directly throwing a pitch-black pill at him. A cloud of poison mist spread. But Xia Li didn't even blink. His eyes had the sky retina for protection. Purifiers had been implanted in his nasal passages and trachea. After throwing the poison pill, the Golden Core disciple confidently tried to press his advantage, piercing through the poison mist with his sword aimed at Xia Li's forehead. No words. Xia Li simply clenched his fist and punched toward the sword tip. The next moment, sword shattered. The martial arm, Steel Breaker, was extremely hard, having reached the level of a magical artifact. To outsiders, this looked like shattering a spirit artifact barehanded. The broken sword fragments pierced back into the Golden Core disciple's body, and then the punch's momentum continued, striking his head directly. No sound, not even a scream, not even blood mist. His head had simply vanished. This was the Steel Breaker's built-in technique, crashing star. The instantaneous power it unleashed was enough to create a momentary vacuum, vaporizing anything caught in it. With this, all three of Zhuan Dansek's Golden Core disciples had perished, but the killing continued. Because not all locked targets had disappeared, Xia Li was merciful, but the Heaven Chip showed no mercy. Xia Li would feel uncomfortable facing brutal, bloody slaughter, but the Heaven Chip would not. Xia Li's command was to annihilate all enemies, so the Heaven Chip would coldly execute until the last one fell. Remaining targets: 5 Foundation Establishment, 12 Chi Refining, positions continuously locked at highest priority targets eliminated. Continuing to eliminate remaining targets. Wine Crane City was in complete chaos. No one had expected Xia Li to kill his way backhand in such an overwhelming manner, slaughtering Zhuan Dansek disciples like a demonic cultivator, brutal and violent, before the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. As Zhuan Dansek disciple fled here, he looked at the old man sweeping the entrance, about to open his mouth to beg for help. Someone suddenly flew in from behind, pressing his head directly into the ground. As the attacker's arm shook, his skull exploded, utterly gruesome. "Xia, Senior Xia, greetings. I didn't expect you'd actually dare to do this." The old man sweeping at the entrance cupped his hands toward Xia Li. Xia Li raised his head and glanced at him. It was Elder Sun, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion's alchemist and manager. Though he was one of Myriad Treasures Pavilion's people, he hadn't betrayed Xia Li. Their cooperative relationship had been quite harmonious. "Help me pack up everything in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion." Xia Li wasted no words. He'd severed one of Myriad Treasures Pavilion's regional manager's arms and robbed him of a huge fortune. He'd already torn faces with them. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? Just rob them directly. But there are still 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators inside. Before he finished speaking, from the top of the tower-like Myriad Treasures Pavilion came a massive explosion. Xia Li had directly teleported plasma grenades onto their heads using the phase ring. This tactic was practically a dimensional strike against low-realm cultivators. This was also why Xia Li had several storage rings but still chose to purchase Earth Tech storage rings. The storage function was actually secondary. Now there aren't. Xia Li's voice was cold and flat, making Elder Sun feel quite unfamiliar. Though he hadn't met Xia Li many times, Xia Li had generally been a well-mannered person, even somewhat timid and accommodating, willing to actively yield. How long had it been? Less than 3 full days. And Xia Li had returned with dramatically increased strength, killing Golden Core cultivators like slaughtering dogs, and even his personality had undergone a massive change. Had he joined some demonic upper sect and been force-fed cultivation, "I'll prepare immediately." Elder Sun dared not resist, much less invoke their past relationship. Xia Li not killing him was already showing consideration for old times. Afterward, Xia Li departed directly to continue hunting Zhuan Dansek disciples. Elder Sun immediately transmitted a message to Grand Manager Huan at the Rogue Cultivator Marketplace, telling him to prepare everything and deliver it personally. Though Zhuan Dansek had led the previous action against Xia Li, Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had also done wrong. The higher-ups would most likely continue targeting Xia Li, since they had already become enemies. Xia Li wouldn't be polite. Rather than being killed and then robbed, it was better to obediently hand over their wealth in exchange for their lives. After this, the Zhuan Dansek disciples knew they were outmatched. Some called for reinforcements. Others fled for their lives. But sadly they had all missed the optimal escape window. Now, even scattering to flee was merely becoming targets for Xia Li. Wine Crane City. Atop a certain tall building, Xia Li stood there, holding the Star Gleam sniper rifle, quietly waiting for bullets to load. Tracking bullet loading complex. Xia Li fired directly. Tracking bullets had weaker power. Foundation Establishment could easily block them, but against Chi Refining cultivators, they were virtually guaranteed kills. Xia Li had now eliminated the remaining 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators. So what if he let the remaining 12 Chi Refining cultivators run first? Over 10 seconds later, the Heaven Chip reported the result. Target eliminated. Another bullet had already loaded. Xia Li fired directly. Tracking bullets could hit targets up to 100,000 meters away, though at that distance, they might only be lethal to mortals. The effective kill range for tracking bullets was 30,000 meters. At this distance, Foundation establishment cultivators flying through the air might escape, but Chu refining could not, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Even Chi refining cultivators who had taken cloud breath pills for temporary flight couldn't escape. Next, Xia Li fired one shot every 20 seconds. With each shot, someone died. After firing 12 tracking bullets total, Xia Li put away the Star Gleam sniper rifle. All targets eliminated. After completing its objective, the Heaven Chip returned body control to Xia Li. Upon recovering, Xia Li felt quite uncomfortable and covered his mouth with his hand. Unaccustomed. He was very unaccustomed to killing people, especially such violent slaughter. After enemies died, their blood splattered on his face, even entering his nasal passages and being inhaled into his lungs. The smell of blood rushed straight into the depths of his mind. The Heaven Chip in combat had a clear headshot tendency. This was the default logic when entering combat mode on Earth. Always target the opponent's head, even if it couldn't cause damage. Disrupting the opponent's Heaven Chip could improve win rates. So the corpses of these Xuandan sect disciples, not a single one still had an intact head. This was combat under the Heaven Chip's control. Headshot, headshot, and more headshots. Good thing I didn't do it myself. Xia Li knew his combat mentality was lacking. He was prone to unnecessary mercy during bloody battles. That wasn't his fault, but rather habits formed growing up in an era of peace. His body instinctively rejected excessively bloody and violent actions. Master, during combat you experienced feelings of reluctance 5 times, thoughts of closing your eyes 13 times, and feelings of self-blame 3 times. You are correct. Please do not try to force acceptance to avoid psychological damage. The one who killed them was me, not you. The artificial intelligence loaded in the Heaven Chip was becoming increasingly intelligent, because I also learned and grew. As the Heaven Chip's performance improved, its wisdom would also become more impressive. Interesting, you can actually comfort people. Xia Li was somewhat surprised by the Heaven Chip's response. Because you are the sole meaning of my existence. Relieving your negative psychology is also my responsibility. The AI loaded in the Heaven Chip. Its words suddenly made Xia Li fall silent. You are the sole meaning of my existence. This was too devoted. No wonder some people risked everything to choose open spirit architecture chips, allowing AI to truly develop self-awareness. In this era where relationships between people were mostly calculated by interests, an existence completely loyal to oneself would naturally be favored. Composing himself, Xia Li jumped down from the tall building and landed. The mortals and rogue cultivators around him all looked at him with reverent expressions. Seeing this, Elder Sun immediately stepped forward and knelt, obediently presenting a storage ring. Then, he transmitted privately to Xia Li. Senior Xia, everything from the myriad treasures pavilion and marketplace in Wine Crane City is in here. Also, please give me a kick. Elder Sun's meaning was simple. He couldn't appear too close to Xia Li, let alone having just collected myriad treasures pavilions Wine Crane City branches belongings for Xia Li. HMPH, get lost. Xia Li's expression didn't change. After taking the storage ring, he raised his leg and kicked Elder Sun flying far away. No words. Xia Li walked toward the City Lord Manor. The City Lord Manor's people naturally didn't dare block Xia Li. This god of death they had long since fled. The current City Lord Manor was unoccupied. After entering, Xia Li headed straight for the dungeon. In the depths of the dungeon, he found the wretched Liu Xiaoxiao. You came. You shouldn't have come. Upon seeing Xia Li, Liu Xiaoxiao forced out a smile with great difficulty. She was a practical woman who understood when to advance and retreat. Though the Liu family had been exterminated because of Xia Li, that was the Liu family's own choice. Xia Li was not at fault, and neither was the Liu family. Their only fault was being too weak. Facing the forced smile of Liu Xiaoxiao, Xia Li didn't offer any insincere platitudes, saying things like "it's all my fault" or "I'll definitely avenge you." The Xuandan sect people left in Wine Crane City. I've killed them all. 3 golden core, 10 foundation establishment, 25 chi refining. Xia Li simply and calmly reported his battle results. Liu Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised to hear this. She widened her eyes. Xuandan sect was a true upper sect. Any single foundation establishment disciple among them probably had more wealth than the entire Liu family, not to mention 3 golden core disciples. So many people buried alongside the Liu family that was more than enough. She didn't cry or throw a tantrum. Nor did she say that killing more people still couldn't bring back the Liu family's lives. She simply raised her head to gaze at the pitch-black ceiling of the dungeon. After hesitating for a moment, she let out a long sigh. Our Liu family wasn't the first family exterminated by Xuandan sect, and we won't be the last. Compared to families destroyed before, the Liu family was pitifully weak, laughably weak. Liu Xiaoxiao stood up and patted the dust off her dirty skirt. The Xuandan sect people found a pill furnace in my room. They coveted the alchemy techniques you gave me and tried to soul search me multiple times. Fortunately, our Liu family has a secret technique called soul seed. Our ancestor planted a soul seed in me, which would kill me the instant someone tried to soul search me, preventing them from succeeding. They told me, if I handed it over, they would spare the Liu family. But we didn't believe them. The Liu family didn't believe them. So the Xuandan sect people killed all my family members right before my eyes. Liu Xiaoxiao's tone was calm, but beneath that calm tone lay murderous intent so cold it made the already low temperature of the dungeon feel even more frigid. Senior, I want to use the alchemy techniques you taught me to join a sect opposing Xuandan sect. May I? The only thing Liu Xiaoxiao could offer now was the alchemy techniques Xia Li had given her. You may. Xia Li nodded. Those pill formulas only went up to Foundation establishment anyway. Consider it his humanitarian gesture toward the Liu family. After all, the Liu family had indeed been exterminated because of him. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Quickly collect your family's remains. If a nascent soul from Xuandan sect comes, I won't be able to fight them. There was an essential gap between Golden Core and nascent soul. According to Earth's detailed explanation of cultivation realms, once one achieved nascent soul, it was equivalent to transforming from postnatal to innate. In contemporary scientific terminology, it meant completing an evolution of life's essence from a flesh and blood being to an energy being. Therefore, when facing nascent soul enemies, even the heaven chip wouldn't constantly aim for headshots. Instead, it would target the Danshan with various attacks, seeking to directly strike the energy infant heavily protected within the flesh shell. Nascent soul was the infant true self after rebirth, becoming an energy being. Liu Xiaoxiao nodded and followed Xia Li out of the dungeon. The sunlight outside made her eyes sting. Before long, the ruins of the Xia Manor. Liu Xiaoxiao held back tears, putting on a strong front as she lowered the wooden stakes and used her hands to close her family members' eyes that had died without peace. Take these to collect your family's remains. The road ahead is still long. I won't accompany you further. Leave quickly on your own. With that, Xia Li tossed his storage rings to Liu Xiaoxiao. He currently had 3 storage rings, one the Liu family had bought for him, one he'd obtained after killing Song Yu in the secret realm, and myriad treasures Pavilion Master One highs. He gave her the one the Liu family had paid for and Song Yu's, an authorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Song Yu's storage ring had already had all identifying ores erased, and it wasn't a custom model, so Liu Xiaoxiao could use it without worrying about being recognized. The reason for giving to was that a storage ring that had contained family remains might not be suitable for storing other things afterward. Storage rings couldn't hold living people, but they could contain corpses. Thank you. Liu Xiaoxiao thanked him softly. The 2 storage rings alone were quite valuable, and she also discovered that Xia Li had left 10,000 spirit stones in one of them. Xia Li then walked out of the ruins. Outside the ruins, many rogue cultivators had gathered. Everyone, is something the matter? Xia Li looked at this crowd of feeble rogue cultivators and suddenly recalled the scavengers he'd seen in the garbage dump of Lower City. The 2 were no different, weak, lowly, but both were trying their best to survive. Senior, we came to tell you some news. Those Xuandan sect disciples' belongings were taken by some people. I know them. Give me a few spirit stones, Senior, and I can definitely track them down. Daring to steal Senior's spoils, they must have a death wish. The rogue cultivators had come merely to earn some reward from Xia Li. Upon hearing this, Xia Li paused, but it was probably too late to chase them now anyway. But it didn't matter. Those rogue cultivators had touched Xuandan sect's belongings. Xuandan sect would naturally send people to hunt them down. How laughable that those self-satisfied rogue cultivators thought they'd seized an opportunity. not knowing it was their own death sentence, even if they got the items. Could they break the spiritual seals? If they planned to slowly wear down the seals, who knows how many years or decades that would take? But they probably understood this and still chose to act, risking being hunted by both him and Xuan Dan's sect. This kind of struggle from the bottom class was something Xia Li appreciated. Hadn't he once been one of them? Since that was the case, he'd let them have it. He'd see how many of these rogue cultivators who stole his spoils could survive in the end. No matter. Consider it my granting them an opportunity. As for you all, I also have opportunities to bestow. At this moment, Xia Li's mind stirred. I thought to do something. Xuan Dan sect's cautious attitude toward Foundation establishment pills showed they wanted to control the lower classes, preventing anyone who could overthrow them from emerging, just like those lofty gods, appreciating fragile mortals freezing to death in snowstorms, occasionally bestowing a wisp of flame and watching with amusement as mortals devoutly kowtowed. Let there be fire. Steal the fire. Xia Li now thought of the Heaven Chip. The Heaven Chip technology that benefited the masses was all because his sister Xia Shu had made a choice, becoming the Prometheus who stole divine fire. And now, he would also steal fire. Steal the divine fire from the distant other side of the stars. Everyone, open your consciousness sees. Xia Li fully released his divine sense, then transmitted a special spiritual energy fluctuation. It was the fluctuation for public transmission, within a range of 10,000 li. Any cultivator with a transmission jade slip would feel their jade slip respond. Then, Xia Li began to transmit the Tao publicly. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. The formula is as follows. 32 special methods to establish foundation without needing foundation establishment pills. I hope everyone will spread this far and wide. Xia Li wanted to make what those powers considered precious become commonplace. Xuan Dan sect had used foundation establishment pills to choke countless people and powers. This strategy was truly pulling the rug from under them, striking at the snake's vital point, hitting the fatal weakness. After Xia Li publicly transmitted the Tao, the faces of all the rogue cultivators present changed dramatically. Some couldn't believe what they'd heard. Some of the more naive young rogue cultivators immediately knelt to kowtow to Xia Li. This was a great kindness, a heavenly grace. But the experienced older rogue cultivators wore expressions of horror and dread, some even shooting resentful glances at Xia Li. Senior Xia, you're trying to get us all killed with no burial ground. One white-haired rogue cultivator sighed. Once these methods spread, the great sects will immediately kill to silence witnesses, preventing the techniques from spreading. Then they'll seize these methods and claim them as their own, declaring death to any non-sect member who dares cultivate them. In the past, there have been others like you who transmitted the Tao, but every single one ended the same way. The old rogue cultivator felt a deep sorrow. This was truly a disaster falling from the sky. Under the joint rule of the great sects, anyone or anything that could potentially overthrow them would be destroyed. Either join them, become them, or be trampled by them. This was simply how the world worked. Is that so? Hearing this, Xia Li was quite surprised, though it was also within reason. Over so many years, there must have been others with ideas like his. Yet why was the world still like this? Because resistance was futile. But you all already know now. You've been noticed. Xuan Dan sect will definitely come to silence you. I think there's only one way for you to survive, isn't there? That is, to let as many people as possible know. Can the great sects really kill everyone? 1,000 people? 10,000 people? Tens of millions? Knowing can the great sects slaughter tens of millions? If tens of millions aren't enough, what about hundreds of millions? As long as the method spread widely enough that the great sects couldn't possibly stop the spread, it would be enough. Senior Xia, we're sorry. We just want to survive. What we seek from cultivation is also just to live longer. Foundation establishment is already a luxury we dare not hope for. We understand your intentions, appreciate your noble cause, but change requires bloodshed. It would mean corpses strewn everywhere. We don't have that capability. After the old rogue cultivator finished speaking, the other rogue cultivators also realized the severity of the situation. What Xia Li had transmitted wasn't the Tao. It was a death sentence. But could they blame Xia Li? Xia Li had good intentions. They were the ones receiving his grace. It was just that the heavens were too dark. The very existence of light was the original sin. So what do you intend to do? The passion Xia Li had just ignited was doused by cold reality. He had intended to bring fire, but unfortunately, heaven and earth were utterly frozen under the icy great Tao. Lighting fire itself was a crime. Accept Xuan Dan sect's control. We dare not spread this further, lest we implicate friends and family. This matter is no longer just about Xuan Dan sect alone. What you've done is provoking all the great sects. Senior Xia, you are a good person. Please flee quickly. If Xia Li had only opposed Xuan Dan sect, it would still be manageable. But now, having risen to the opposite side of all great sects, the rogue cultivators were not optimistic about Xia Li's future. All right, I was too naive. I apologize to everyone for today's events. Xia Li bowed in apology. He didn't feel wronged, only disappointed in their weakness. It seemed uniting the lower classes of this world was impossible. Unrealistic. Thinking more carefully, Earth's modern civilization had stepped from 10,000 years of barbarism into civilization, giving birth to a prosperous and brilliant era, and fortunately, after spiritual energy revival, it had returned to its former state. Not feudal autocracy, but worse than autocracy. Now it seemed civilization was just an accident. Barbarism was the norm. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Especially in the cultivation world where individual power far exceeded collective will. What could even a billion mortals combined will do against an immortal's wrath? Nothing. To recreate the old world in his heart, there was one and only one path. Just as the great sects could ignore collective will, he only needed to become powerful enough to ignore those great sects. In the end, it came back to the might makes right supremacism of power. Xia Li straightened up again. The rogue cultivators dispersed one after another. They didn't even dare flee Wine Crane City, only obediently waiting for Xuan Dan sect's people to come deal with them. In his transmission Jade Slip, Xia Li also received transmissions from other unfamiliar cultivators after publicly sharing the Tao. Those expressing gratitude numbered less than 1 in 10. The vast majority cursed him. Why was he harming them? Did they have some grudge? No wonder Xuan Dan sect acts so domineering. Forget it, forget it. Xia Li bowed his head to reality. His passion had come quickly and cooled just as fast. He had originally wanted to learn from his sister and bring fire to warm the world, but unfortunately, his venture had failed before it even began. People didn't appreciate it, didn't cooperate. There was nothing he could do. What could he do about those who thought they deserved to be oppressed? Nothing. It wasn't their problem either. He really was a backward ancient person who couldn't accept this new era. He should just stop thinking about changing things. Honestly, earning spirit stones, having enough power to protect himself and live his own life would be enough. How the era developed, what did it have to do with him? Xia Li left, decisively departing Wine Crane City. He had completely annihilated the enemies today, an absolute victory, yet he still felt something blocked in his heart. Perhaps he had been too presumptuous. Really thought he was somebody, that he could pursue and realize life's meaning. But he was nothing, just a slightly bigger fart that could make people gag. Among the wilderness mountains, Xia Li walked alone, formulating his next plans. Currently, it seemed small-scale refining of inexpensive pills could ensure his safety. But the problem was he'd have to cooperate with some power again. It wasn't that he couldn't operate independently, he just didn't want to waste that energy. Before in Wine Crane City, the three powers had handled everything for him. He only needed to refine pills and collect spirit stones. Not worrying about any troublesome matters, suddenly, Xia Li felt movement from a transmission Jade Slip in his phase ring. Someone was transmitting to him. And it was that special transmission Jade Slip that could only contact Liu Jingfeng, the one currently in Lin's hands. Brother Xia, I've already heard about your deeds in Wine Crane City. Didn't expect you to be so fierce. And fortunately, you were impulsive at the end. Publicly transmitting the Tao is a great taboo. I didn't expect transmitting the Tao could be a crime. I read in ancient books that those who did this were called sages. That was before, in the era when the myriad Taos flourished and the various sages governed. But this prohibition only appeared in the last few hundred years, jointly issued by the great sects of each domain. Then, Brother Lin, do you know why? Xia Li was curious. They hadn't cared before. But now they did. What was that about? These great sects had existed for ages, easily spanning thousands or tens of thousands of years. Why had they only enforced such tyrannical prohibitions in recent centuries? I don't know much either. I only heard it's related to something called the Great Era. When the Great Era comes, heaven and earth transform. Any ancient Tao legacy will turn to dust in the Great Era's struggle. I guess the great sects are trying to prevent the Great Era's arrival, severing the mundane world's path to immortality from below, blocking the heavenly Tao's blessings from above. Xia Li could only understand half of what Lin Yi said. He felt he needed to ask the heavenly Tao computer about this, though the Heaven Chip's database might also have relevant information. Heaven Chip, do you know what the Great Era is? The Great Era is considered a conceptual macrocausal law, theoretically speaking. The essence of all things is entropy increase, but the nature of living beings is entropy decrease. When living beings forcibly maintain entropy decrease to a certain degree, it triggers the Great Filter. The Great Filter, this was a term from Xia Li's era. For example, for life to emerge, a suitable environment was needed. This was the first Great Filter. To develop sufficient intelligence was the second Great Filter. Before environmental catastrophes caused mass extinction, developing civilization to resist the environment was the third Great Filter. Human civilization was believed to have passed through 3 filters and now possessed the qualifications to pass the 4th. In simple terms, if any phenomenon remains unchanged for too long, it will encounter change caused by multiple factors. For example, age. Aging represents entropy increase. The older one becomes, the more easily the body heads toward inevitable death from various causes. This is life's Great Filter. Spirit energy and technology currently each have methods to pass through this Great Filter. The Heaven Chip's response was relatively easy to understand. In other words, those great sects had grown old, about to die of old age, but they refused to accept defeat. They wanted to maintain everything as it was. So they began devising ways to prevent the Great Filter, that is, the arrival of the Great Era. These great sects, as they say, a man's words are kind when death is near, but these sects, the closer they get to death, the crazier they become. After understanding the concept of the Great Era, Xia Li replied to Lin Yi. This was his view. Spring departed, autumn arrived, old replaced by new. Why couldn't they simply accept reality? When he had learned he was terminally ill, he hadn't tried to resist, but after trying everything that wouldn't burden his family, he had calmly entered the cryogenic chamber. At that time, he could have actually gone abroad for treatment, tried more expensive technologies, but his family's circumstances were ordinary. To grasp at a sliver of hope, should the whole family go into debt? Should his sister not even attend university and have to work immediately? Was that what he wanted to see? Even if he survived, his family's subsequent life would certainly be extremely difficult. He might as well have died. Those who would be destroyed must first be driven mad. Madness can seize a chance at survival or accelerate destruction. Let's wait and see how they end up. Lin Yi seemed completely unsurprised by those great sects' mad behavior. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Lin, do you have any leads on earning spirit stones? Xia Li couldn't be bothered to care about those great sects' fate. As long as they didn't bite him like Xuan Dan's sect did, he'd be fine. Actually, I have quite a lot of spirit stones. Lin Yi knew Xia Li was an alchemist with peculiar techniques. Yes, to him, Xia Li's techniques were simply peculiar, completely different from existing alchemy methods. The Supreme Foundation establishment pills Xia Li had given him could actually have been even higher quality, but Xia Li hadn't done that, probably to precisely control pill output. Rather than refining to better Supreme Foundation establishment pills, better to refine 3 slightly inferior Supreme Foundation establishment pills. He had observed the one Xia Li gave to Liu Jingfeng and discovered that the 2 pills were virtually identical in size, weight, and appearance, as if they'd been replicated. This completely overturned Lin Yi's alchemy knowledge. So he hoped to use spirit stones to buy rare items from Xia Li that even great sects didn't have. What do you want? I haven't used the Supreme Foundation establishment pill you gave me yet. After observing the pill, I deduced that you must have even better foundation establishment pills. I want those, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Lin Yi intended to walk the path of the pinnacle, so he placed extreme importance on his foundation. The Supreme Foundation establishment peel was excellent, but if he could go even further, he absolutely wouldn't refuse. Xia Li was quite surprised. This Lin Yi was truly remarkable. He had actually discerned that the pill's potency had been held back. Brother Xia, will you agree? I'm willing to pay 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones double the price of a Supreme Foundation establishment pill. No, 20,000. As if afraid Xia Li wouldn't agree, Lin Yi continued to raise the price. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Xia Li hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so wealthy. It seemed that if Xuandan sect hadn't deliberately cut off the circulation of Supreme Foundation establishment pills, he might not have caught Lin Yi's eye at all. Well, personal opportunities. All right. I didn't mean to pry, just curious. Since you have spirit stones, why don't we do bigger business? What do you mean, Brother Xia? Give me a location. Let's talk in person. Xia Li was generous by nature and naturally preferred dealing with equally generous people. Then let's meet at Heavenly Eagle Peak. I'll head over immediately. Good. Xia Li and Lin Yi agreed on a meeting place. Then immediately pulled out a map to search for Heavenly Eagle Peak's location. It wasn't far from Wine Crane City, flying on the wind. It would take about a day and a night to arrive. Heaven Chip. Proceed to target location. Xia Li directly let the Heaven Chip take over his body for travel while he relaxed and watched videos on virtual screens to pass the time. Though he hadn't specifically downloaded anything, the Heaven Chip still came preloaded with many videos, mainly documentaries. Xia Li could learn some knowledge along the way. His understanding of the new era was still far from sufficient. The next day at noon, Xia Li arrived at his destination, a mountain peak with a massive eagle-shaped rock formation at its summit. Among the other and remarkable surrounding peaks, it stood out conspicuously, recognizable at a glance. Below the eagle-shaped rock, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in meditation. He had clearly arrived long ago. Brother Lin. Xia Li approached and initiated the greeting. Brother Xia, the incident you caused this time is no small matter. Xuandan sect issued a kill order on you not long ago. Your bounty is now 100,000 spirit stones. Only 100,000? What I robbed from the myriad treasures pavilion master alone was more than that. Xia Li wasn't particularly afraid of being hunted now. As a member of Hidden Wing, he had become quite skilled at fleeing. Nothing else mattered, just the divine ability realm fusion alone could prevent even Earth's soul transformation cultivators from catching him. Let alone here. Speaking of which, Myriad Treasures Pavilion and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance have also placed bounties on you. Your impressive sects, merchant associations, rogue cultivators, you've offended them all. Let's not talk about these annoying matters. Let's do business instead. Want treasures that can instantly kill golden core cultivators? Xia Li planned to act as a middleman, importing goods from Earth for Lin Yi. Earth's weapons he wouldn't dare sell to just anyone. Only trustworthy people could buy them. And Xia Li now trusted Lin Yi quite a bit. You mean the things you used in Wine Crane City? I'm only at Qi Refining. Can I fully unleash the weapon's power? Even at Qi Refining level 1, you could. Though the charging time might be somewhat long. Let me see them first. Sure. Xia Li smiled slightly and directly took out the Star Gleam sniper rifle, the kinetic blade, and the remaining grenades and shield. He wouldn't sell to Lin Yi just yet, but he could let Lin Yi try them first. Next time he returned to Earth, he'd procure goods for Lin Yi. On Heavenly Eagle Peak, Lin Yi was testing the weapons Xia Li had brought over, praising them endlessly. Great blade, great blade. Though this knife lacks spirituality, its forging craftsmanship has already reached perfection, definitely not a product of any artifact refining school I know of. Lin Yi held the kinetic blade, feeling the force with each swing. The blade's characteristic of increasing weight and acceleration during swings made this seemingly light longsword completely equivalent to a 1,000 heavy sword. And moreover, to the wielder himself, the blade felt incredibly light, combining lethality, concealability, and ease of use all in one. It was far more useful than those spiritual artifacts that had some spirituality but not much. Try this one next. Xia Li handed the Star Gleam sniper rifle to Lin Yi, but after receiving it, Lin Yi looked left and right, completely unable to understand how to use it. This oddly shaped weapon is a gun, a spear. But how come it doesn't have a spearhead? Lin Yi truly couldn't comprehend how this strange weapon had anything to do with a spear. This gun isn't that gun. What it's called doesn't matter. What matters is whether it works. Open your consciousness, see? And I'll teach you how to use it. Alright. Lin Yi nodded and directly opened his consciousness, see? This was a very dangerous act. One would only do this when facing someone trustworthy. Being attacked at this moment would be extremely dangerous. But just as Xia Li trusted Lin Yi similarly trusted Xia Li, though they'd only met once. Certain qualities could be seen at a glance, and people with the same qualities could easily recognize each other. Xia Li transmitted the bullet generation technique, although it would be somewhat troublesome to generate without heaven chip assistance. For someone first encountering guns, without heaven chip assisted aiming, they weren't as effective as close combat weapons, but practice makes perfect. After all, the legendary sharpshooters of the old era didn't have heaven chips in their heads either. This complicated, but this complementary artifact control technique is interesting. Just throwing bullets by hand would already be a decent killing technique. Compared to the gun, Lin Yi was more interested in the bullet generation technique. The phase bullet in particular involved the spatial Downey technique related to space was valuable, a closely guarded secret of major powers. Yet Xia Li just gave it away like that. Truly worthy of someone who could transmit the Tao to rogue cultivation or S. In the past. This would somewhat qualify as the virtue of a sage. Unfortunately, in these times, sages were the least tolerated. Here, hold it like this, shoulder braced, eyes here, see that crosshair. The center is the reticle. This is a ranged weapon, under Xia Li's guidance. Lin Yi began his first time handling a gun, then fired his first shot. Fortunately, spirit bullets were generated from spiritual energy, so there was no need to consider ballistics or wind direction, only spirit bullet decay and dispersal, meaning effective killing range. The next moment, the spirit bullet struck a boulder on another peak, the boulder shattering with a thunderous crash. Lin Yi's expression filled with pleasant surprise. Such tremendous power. No wonder it can instantly kill golden cultivation or S. It's just. Lin Yi tried generating a bullet himself, but unfortunately with his current cultivation, it would take an hour just to generate one basic spirit bullet. For something like a phase bullet, it would probably take an entire day. The preparation time is just too long. The technique I gave you includes methods for refining magazines. Just refine several magazines to store bullets. Won't that work? This type of weapon was meant for surprise attacks anyway. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. This peculiar weapon indeed wasn't meant for immediate combat. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Afterward, he began examining the Star Gleam sniper rifle with endless fascination. The more he looked, the more he liked it. No man could resist the allure of a high-performance sniper rifle, including men from another world. From his first shot, Lin Yi had already fallen in love with this feeling. Such intricate structure, such complex craftsmanship, similar to mechanical arts, but thousands, tens of thousands of times more refined. It's as if an entirely new path of mechanical Tao has been forged. At this level, can it still be called mechanical arts? Lin Yi was completely captivated by the beauty of the Star Gleam sniper rifle. He felt this thing was even more alluring than the women he liked. He wanted to sleep holding it. It's called technology. When mechanical arts are taken to the level of reaching the heavens, that's technology. Then Brother Xia, you must come from a faction following the Tao of technology. Yes, Earth's heritage was indeed the Tao of technology. Your Tao of technology's products are truly incredible. I want all of these, Brother Xia. Name your price. Hurry, name your price. We're not done yet. Try these too. Xia Li then demonstrated the special features of the G-Field shield and phase ring to Lin Yi, also letting him try the two types of grenades. After trying everything, Lin Yi's expression as he looked at Xia Li had taken on an indescribable yearning. Brother Xia, you can name your price now. Lin Yi frantically urged Xia Li to quickly state a price. It was just spirit stones, he had plenty. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. When I return to my sect this time, I only brought these with me. I still need to use them myself. I'll bring yours next time I go back. Anxious. I'm dying of anxiety. If you weren't going to sell, why did you show me? Why let me try them? I feel like ants are crawling all over me. Lin Yi had many plans for getting stronger. but they were all constrained by his limited strength. With Xia Li's items, he could implement them immediately. And he had many enemies with these items. He could take revenge immediately. Is it really that urgent, Brother Xia? No, Big Brother Xia, you're my big brother. I'm begging you, sell me one. Just one. You're really. Xia Li was speechless. Lin Yi was acting like he was going through withdrawal. If someone passed by now, they'd think Xia Li had fed Lin Yi some kind of drug. Brother Lin, it's not that I won't sell to you. I also need things for self-defense. Just wait 2 months. Then alright then. Lin Yi had no choice but to reluctantly return the Star Gleam sniper rifle to Xia Li, his expression carrying the grievance of someone whose wife had been snatched away. By the way, Brother Xia, these items must be worth quite a lot, right? I'll pay a deposit first. Is 50,000 spirit stones enough? More than enough. It's even too much. The extra is a service fee. Remember to contact me when you have good stuff. And remember your words. 2 months. In 2 months, I want to see these items. To make Xia Li take his request seriously, Lin Yi was willing to pay a premium to ensure Xia Li handled things properly. And it was also for the future. Xia Li was worth befriending. And the extra spirit stones were also friendship fees. Friendships could be maintained through emotions or interests. With both emotions and interests, only then would the relationship be truly solid. Shortly after the spirit stone transaction was completed, Xia Li's eyes crinkled with laughter. Lin Yi had some potential as a generous mark. All his items combined wouldn't even cost 5,000 spirit stones. Yet Lin Yi directly gave 50,000. Given Lin Yi's generosity, he'd pick out some good merchandise for Lin Yi next time he returned to Earth. After earning the spirit stones, Xia Li planned to go directly find somewhere good to cultivate. Only, just as he was about to say his farewells, Brother Xia, if you don't have anywhere to go, why not join Lingshu Cave Heaven with me? To get Xia Li's goods as soon as possible, and to prevent Xia Li from being troubled by Xuandan sect people, Lin Yi proposed that Xia Li join a sect together with him. Aren't you a disciple of Cloud Mountain sect? I was expelled not long ago. Lin Yi sighed, seemingly not wanting to elaborate on what he'd experienced at Cloud Mountain sect. Tell me about this Lingshu Cave Heaven. That requires first discussing sect rankings, from lowest to highest. Gate, sect, Cave Heaven, Holy Land. Of course, this ranking isn't absolute. It's generally based on the sect's territorial scale. Anyway, Cave Heavens are basically stronger than sects. Lin Yi informed Xia Li that the power they'd be joining was 1 rank higher than sects. And then, since you want to join this Cave Heaven, there must be something special about it. Of course, Lingshu Cave Heaven is one of the few sects that hasn't joined the Heaven Alliance. The Heaven Alliance is a coalition of major powers united to prevent the Great Arrow from arriving. That does show some backbone. Xia Li nodded. It seemed this Lingshu Cave Heaven's conscience hadn't completely rotted away. But Brother Lin, I've thoroughly offended the Xuandan sect. Will Lingshu Cave Heaven still accept me? Or do I need to disguise my identity? Disguise what? It's precisely your true identity that's needed. The Xuandan sect's founder originally defected from Lingshu Cave Heaven. Xuandan sect's heritage is Lingshu Cave Heaven's legacy. If Xuandan sect hadn't joined the Heaven Alliance, they would have been annihilated by Lingshu Cave Heaven long ago. So your act of killing Xuandan sect disciples is not only innocent in Lingshu Cave Heaven's eyes, it's meritorious. Lin Yi provided Xia Li an excellent reason for joining, but Xia Li still didn't quite want to join a sect, mainly because he had too many secrets. Being discovered would be extremely dangerous. How does Lingshu Cave Heaven treat its disciples? Will they forcibly probe someone's secrets? Who can say for certain? But Lingshu Cave Heaven has a good reputation, so basically no. Of course, I can only guarantee they definitely won't on the surface. What happens in secret, no one can say. Give it some thought. Lin Yi continued persuading. He truly considered Xia Li a friend, thinking that joining a sect together with a friend would allow them to look after each other. If there's no complicated entry examination, I can give it a try. Xia Li had another important reason for not joining a sect. He had no spiritual roots. Even though he'd obtained spiritual roots through the evolution serum, they were probably the worst quality. In cultivators' eyes, this was completely mortal level aptitude, someone who couldn't reach immortality in their entire life. Even with dumb luck entering the cultivation path, they'd be stuck at Chi refining forever without advancing an inch. But what was he now? If someone probed him, good heavens. Such garbage spiritual roots, and he achieved Heaven Path Foundation establishment. What kind of heaven-defying thing is this? Is this something that could appear in our world, Brother Xia? Are you Heaven Path Foundation establishment? Yes. That's all that matters then. Heaven Path Foundation establishment means no examination needed. All right then. With examination exemption. Xia Li thought he might as well try. He was quite curious about this world's sects. Of course. The main reason was still that he had good escape tools. The disordered phase sphere's random and stable teleportation was dangerous. But it also gave it the characteristic of being unblockable and hard to trace. Moreover, the disordered phase sphere was a purely technological product that didn't use spiritual energy. Spiritual energy-based methods couldn't stop it. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Then let's depart. Come aboard my flying boat. Lin Yi summoned a flying boat from his storage ring, a small craft that could only accommodate about 10 people. The flying boat took off, then headed toward Lingxi Cave Heaven under Lin Yi's control. Speaking of which, how's Liu Jingfeng doing? Inside the flying boat's cabin, Lin Yi brought out some spirit fruits and spirit wine to entertain Xia Li. While Xia Li thought of the pitiful Liu Jingfeng, that poor first genius of the Liu family, they'd all left. And with Liu Jingfeng's cultivation crippled, how would he survive alone? He's embarked on the path of ancient cultivation. In ancient times, we cultivators didn't refine chi or spirit, we focused solely on body refinement. That was all we could refine. Right now, he's probably fighting demon beasts somewhere in a forest. Speaking of this, Lin Yi's tone carried some worry. The ancient cultivation path was extraordinarily difficult. Even he had retreated despite knowing the difficulties. Then we should wish him well. Surviving great calamity brings great fortune. Indeed, I only hope the ancient cultivation technique I passed to him proves useful to help Liu Jingfeng pull himself together. Lin Yi had passed on the ancient cultivation technique he'd obtained from a mysterious ruin. He'd spared no effort for his junior brother Lin. Might I have a look? I'm quite curious about ancient cultivors. After all, Earth's ancient cultivators seem to focus on body refinement too. Of course, here. Lin Yi produced a bronze fragment. Upon receiving it, Xia Li immediately had heaven chip scan it. The fragment seemed to record some special technique. Decoding complete. Technique. Dragon transformation art in complete volume. Currently unable to assess technique grade warning. Cultivating this technique will cause abnormal bodily changes, permanently altering biological characteristics. Not recommended for cultivation, Brother Xia. What do you think of this ancient cultivation technique? Great advantages, great drawbacks too. But for Liu Jingfeng, whose Danshan has been destroyed, he has no other choice. That's how ancient cultivation paths are. Once you embark on it, there's no turning back. You can only walk it to the end. Otherwise, I'd really want to try. I thought ancient cultivation was the predecessor of martial arts, but it seems that's not the case. Xia Li also had Earth's ancient cultivation techniques, but the Mountain Sea Scripture Foundation chapter wouldn't cause bodily changes. After this, Xia Li and Lin Yi chatted for a while before each sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Lin Yi's flying boat had a spirit gathering array, making cultivation quite effective. Xia Li decided to start converting his spiritual energy right there on the boat. He hadn't started cultivating since receiving the Mountain Sea Scripture Foundation chapter. He was still using the Thousand Essence technique, switching techniques, converting spiritual energy. Estimated time, 30 hours. Techniques couldn't be changed at will. After all, different techniques produce spiritual energy with different characteristics. Thus, even with heaven chip assistance, changing techniques would take 10 to 15 days. The reason he hadn't changed techniques on Earth was to avoid wasting time. The more abundant the spiritual energy environment, the faster the modification. Though Earth had spiritual energy chambers he could use, why be that kind of mark? Freeloading off Lin Yi's spirit gathering area was far more sensible. One day later, at dusk, Xia Li opened his eyes. All the spiritual energy within his body had been converted. The spiritual energy cultivated by the Mountain Sea Scripture was as vast as rushing rivers. The Mountain Sea spiritual energy could transform his body. Meridians that were once like small streams were carved into rivers. Main channels widened into great rivers. And blocked apertures were instantly opened. The commotion from Xia Li opening his apertures was significant, instantly catching Lin Yi's attention. "Brother Xia, how did your blood vitality suddenly become so powerful?" Lin Yi looked at Xia Li as if he'd seen a ghost. The martial path was easy to start but difficult to master after all. Martial arts also focused on body refinement. The realm of mortal martial artists was mostly tempering. After tempering came meridian opening, corresponding to chi refining, which could accommodate spiritual energy entering the body. After meridian opening came aperture opening. From Xia Li's commotion just now, he'd already entered the aperture opening realm, corresponding to foundation establishment in the profound Tao. The path of chi refining. This was the mainstream of the cultivation world, formerly called the profound Tao, and he also practiced martial arts, so he could feel it very clearly. Before boarding his flying boat, Xia Li had been a profound Tao cultivator with uncondensed blood vitality, nourished only by spiritual energy. How had his martial arts suddenly reached aperture opening? Have they? I feel quite hollow. It's all superficial realm. I just opened some apertures first as a matter of convenience. I'll condense the meridians and apertures together later. You can do that. Lin Yi was completely stunned. This was refreshing his understanding of martial arts. No, not just martial arts. This was equivalent to a mortal achieving foundation establishment overnight, then stating they could refine chi while continuing to establish their foundation. Was this reasonable? The sequential order was completely wrong. It was like building a house by skipping the foundation entirely and just airdropping the mansion. Is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed. I just haven't seen anyone do it your way. I won't comment. Lin Yi refused to comment. He held a reverent attitude toward the unknown and wouldn't immediately criticize or deny. After all, in many people's eyes, he himself was rather mysterious, often accomplishing things others couldn't. But what he usually received in return was skepticism. Such experiences taught him not to casually question others. But Brother Xia, since you've entered the martial path, let me present this as congratulations. Lin Yi took out a jade box from his storage ring. An undeniable medicinal fragrance immediately spread out. This is a supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. And the blood catalyst is Beast King blood. It should count as a holy grade among marrow cleansing pills. Lin Yi understood the principle of reciprocal exchange well. Only by offering truly valuable items would Xia Li give him good items without reservation. However, just when he thought this marrow cleansing pill should make Xia Li show a surprised expression, he noticed a flash of disdain in Xia Li's eyes. What the bro? What's with that look? Lin Yi was greatly shocked. This was a marrow cleansing pill refined with Beast King blood. He'd been saving it for when he broke through martial realms in the future. Yet Xia Li actually looked down on it. How should I put it? The item isn't bad. It's just a tiny bit inferior to what my sect has on Earth. After beginning martial arts and reaching the required physical strength, one could receive an injection of evolution serum. The effects varied by person, but physical strength would be greatly enhanced. As long as about 50% of the body was still flesh and blood, an injection was recommended. This was also why Xiao had arranged martial modification for Xia Li after his foundation establishment. Cultivating on Earth meant following Earth's methods, making use of every available technology at each stage. Brother Xia, you know what I'm going to say. Lin Yi put away the box, then grabbed a large handful of spirit stones from his storage ring. His meaning was already obvious. He wanted to buy. You don't need to give me more spirit stones. The 50,000 from before is completely enough. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Eternal gratitude beyond words. Lin Yi clasped his hands firmly toward Xia Li. In this era where advancement channels were blocked, where good items had their circulation restricted with prices but no market, though he'd had opportunities to obtain spirit stones, he had no opportunity to spend them. Such frustrations often made Lin Yi beat his chest in frustration. But after meeting Xia Li, these troubles were easily solved. As long as Xia Li's items were good enough, it was just spirit stones. Take them. Take them all, Brother Lin. Then do you want other types of items, besides weapons? I have many pills for body enhancement similar to the marrow cleansing pill. Do you have pills that can improve my compatibility with space, similar to fire essence pills or water essence pills? But there probably aren't any, right? Such pills probably don't even exist in Lingshu Cave Heaven. I do. before Lin Yi finished. Xia Li casually replied that he did. Earth actually had them. And they weren't even expensive. The spatial Dao seemed profound, but on Earth, phase technology was actually slightly more advanced than spirit tech. Because technological methods could observe the nature of space more easily than spiritual energy. Earth had produced a large batch of space-related theories hundreds of years ago. It was just that developing the corresponding technology came later. This technological accumulation had started early, much earlier than spirit tech. What? Lin Yi immediately stood up. He was emotionally agitated beyond measure. Mastering the spatial Dao early held extremely important significance for him. Even just half a step past the threshold. Being able to barely glimpse a trace of spatial trajectories. Brother Xia, may I ask what effects your sect's spatial pills have? My sect calls it phase liquid. After taking it, spatial perception is significantly enhanced. How many spirit stones? Same as before. The 50,000 you gave me is enough. Not enough. Lin Yi emotionally insisted it wasn't enough. Clearly he was the one paying spirit stones. Yet he acted as if Xia Li was overcharging him. I can't take advantage of Brother Xia. I'll add another 30,000 spirit stones. This. You're looking down on me if you don't accept. Fine, I'll accept. Xia Li was helpless. Phase liquid only cost 2,000 spirit stones and was even somewhat hard to sell on Earth. It was slow-moving stock. No other reason. For Earth's cultivators, perceiving spatial trajectories never required personal effort. The heaven chip handled it all. Phase liquid was bought just for amusement. Now it was mainly used as an additive in artifact refining. Brother Xia, you truly surprise me. I'm so glad I met you. It seems your appearance is my greatest opportunity. Well, likewise. Xia Li was also looking for an easygoing, spirit stone-rich mark. And Lin Yi complimented him perfectly, at least in the short term. The spirit stones earned from Lin Yi were enough for Xia Li to spend freely. The two unknowingly deepened their bond, both believing the other was their opportunity and that they'd taken advantage of the other. Right now, the more they looked at each other, the more pleasing they found the other. If one of them had been of the opposite sex, something might have happened. And Lin Yi was truly excellent at being a person. Throughout the journey, he kept presenting good items to Xia Li, various spirit fruits and supplements forced upon him, pushing Xia Li's realm all the way to middle foundation establishment. If Lin Yi hadn't worried that consuming too many external items would affect the foundation, or that rising too quickly would cause an unstable realm, he might have forcibly fed Xia Li to golden core on the road. 1 month later. After traveling non-stop, Xia Li and Lin Yi finally arrived at the gates of Lingshu Cave Heaven, far away in another province. After 5 teleportation arrays plus flying boat transfers, the province they'd been in was called Ling Province. The Xuandan sect was among its top 10 powers. Lingshu Cave Heaven's Jin Province bordered Ling Province, and Lingshu Cave Heaven ranked 3rd in Jin Province. We've arrived, Brother Xia. Up ahead is Lingshu Cave Heaven. You can take off your mask now. I still think it'd be better to disguise my identity for entry. On the way here, Xia Li had been questioned repeatedly. Especially when using public teleportation arrays, people were always checking with wanted posters. In the cultivation world, teleportation arrays were essential for long-distance travel. Relying solely on flying boats would take years to reach Lingshu Cave Heaven. Your disguise might work for passing through teleportation arrays, but you're about to join a sect. Wearing that mask will eventually expose you. True. After thinking it over, Xia Li pulled off his mask. While also sighing at his insufficient preparation, he'd prepared weapons and escape methods. How had he forgotten to get a high-tech mask? Those were available on Hidden Wing's internal network. He'd accidentally seen them while browsing the internal marketplace but hadn't paid attention at the time. He absolutely had to buy one next time he went back. After landing and storing the flying boat, the two set off together up the mountain path. Lingshu Cave Heaven opened its gates for disciples once every 3 years, lasting 3 days each time. The most basic test was ascending Lingshu Peak. On the rugged mountain path, Xia Li and Lin Yi walked leisurely, chatting and laughing along the way. This kind of peak climbing test was just meant to weed out the talentless and the stupid. Anyone with chi refining level 7 or above, or possessing mid-grade spiritual roots or a special physique, could climb with their eyes closed. Half a day later, at the summit of Lingshu Peak, nearly 100 young people had already gathered. each face bearing insufferable arrogance. Being able to reach the summit proved extraordinary talent. They already stood above countless ordinary mortals. Xia Li and Lin Yi found a spot to sit and chat. They hadn't even exchanged 3 sentences when a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Lin Yi, this isn't a place you should be." A cold expression man in luxurious robes stood directly before Lin Yi, his demeanor full of disgust and contempt. "Lin Yi, whether I should be here or not isn't for you to decide. You can't possibly be thinking of challenging elder brother Lin Yu. Then I can only say you're seeking death." Brother Lin Yu is now a true transmission disciple. "So what?" Lin Yi scoffed. Appearing to not care at all about this, Lin Yu mentioned. Xia Li watched the show with interest. It seemed Lin Yi's clan had some drama. "Friend, I suggest you stay away from him. Otherwise you'll likely be implicated. For example, not being able to enter the sect." Seeing Lin Yi's dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude, Lin Yi began threatening Xia Li, trying to isolate Lin Yi. But Xia Li had received a hefty friendship fee for the Spirit Stone's sake alone. He couldn't back down. "Then I'd like to see how you'll keep me from entering the sect." Xia Li smiled, thinking that he was Heaven Path Foundation establishment and could enter without examination. If a true transmission disciple could block his entry, then Lingshu Cave Heaven was nothing special after all. He wasn't required to join a sect anyway. He'd come with just a trial mentality. Very well. Truly worthy of being Lin's friend just like him. Ignorant of what's good for you. Enjoying the path to death. Lin Yi finished with a cold snort. That gaze seemed to be pronouncing Xia Li's death sentence, making Xia Li very uncomfortable. Was being friends with Lin Yi really this dangerous? "Brother Lin, that thing just now." "Wait, why did I catch the bad habit of being polite? My bad, my bad. What was that thing just now? That thing, nice one." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at that during their journey. Xia Li often said peculiar things, superficially polite without a single dirty word, yet utterly filthy underneath. "So what's the deal with that thing? A cousin of mine. Speaking of which, I haven't told you about my clan yet, have I? It's like this." "Wait, let me guess." Xia Li interrupted Lin Yi. "The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. First, were you a genius in the past?" I've always been one, including now. I mean, were you ever crippled? Or suddenly encountered some problem that prevented you from cultivating? Then let me ask, have you ever had an engagement broken off? I've never even been engaged. Who would break it off? Then let me ask, do you have something like a supreme bone that was dug out by someone? My eldest cousin Lin Yu has a piece of innate spirit bone. To be honest, I'd really like to dig his out. Then let me ask, is there a possibility that bone was actually yours, Brother Xia? I understand what you're getting at now. Lin Yi suddenly nodded. Just say it directly if you want it. Why beat around the bush? When the opportunity comes, I'll dig it out for you personally. That's not what I meant. Forget what I just asked. Xia Li had been trying to see how many special circumstances applied to Lin Yi, but he didn't fit any of them. Seems he'd been overthinking. Are you alright? Want to take a mind-calming pill? I'm fine. I was just asking randomly. Go on. So here's the thing. Lin Yi briefly explained his background. He came from the Lin family of Jin province, a prominent clan in the region. But in clan-based powers, bloodline and legitimacy mattered most. He was merely a bastard son, and talent that exceeded the legitimate heirs only brought him suppression and malice. Even his birth father, under pressure from his legal wife, dared not treat him well, afraid that he'd surpass the legitimate sons in any way. That would only lead to a dead end. His father was actually doing this for his own good. But so what? Such goodwill might as well not exist. He'd have been happier if he'd simply been sent away to be raised elsewhere, never returning to the Lin family. As for his birth mother, due to years of cold treatment, over time she'd grown depressed and taken her own life. But he didn't believe his mother would commit suicide. There must be something hidden behind it, definitely connected to Lin Yu. Afterward, he defected from the Lin family and gone to Lin province. So what you want most right now is to investigate the truth behind your mother's death. Yes, I crossed provinces to join Cloud Mountain sect only because my mother came from Cloud Mountain sect. Unfortunately, they had no information. Then aren't you coming back too early? You're not strong enough yet. Lin Yi was only at Qi refining. Though Heaven Chip detected that Lin Yi exceeded standard Qi refining strength by over 10 times, it was still just Qi refining. He could kill Foundation Establishment, but could he fight Golden Core? But I can't wait any longer. My family's Grand Elder is also the third Elder of Lingshu Cave Heaven. I can't let Lin Yu gain the third Elder's support. Otherwise, once he becomes young Patriarch, I'll lose my chance to investigate the truth. I must prove myself. At least make the third Elder reconsider. After finishing, Lin Yi lowered his head, brows tightly furrowed as he sighed. This was why he was so anxious. Brother Lin, I won't say more. In 1 month, everything you need will arrive. You can also make other requests, so I'll keep an eye out when I go back. Brother, say no more. From now on, if I have 1 spirit stone, you'll have half. Lin Yi was deeply moved. To achieve his ambition of surpassing Lin Yu in a shortcut, to confront Lin Yu directly, he needed the help of extraordinary items, but those extraordinary items were all things he wasn't qualified to access. Having spirit stones wasn't enough qualification. Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills were a perfect example. But now, Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills could go to hell. In 1 month, Xia Li would bring him treasures surpassing Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment pills. Lin Yu's Foundation Establishment had only used a Supreme Grade pill. With just this 1 step, he could pull ahead. With this thought, Lin Yi felt even more grateful to Xia Li. Alas, that I'm not a woman, and neither are you. Suddenly, Lin Yi inexplicably said such a thing. Oh, bro, that's too much. Xia Li immediately took a big step back, feeling inexplicably uneasy. It's fine to walk into your brother's heart, but you can't walk through your brother's back door. Brotherhood can be tight, but brotherhood can't be steel. Afterward, Xia Li and Lin Yi chatted while continuing to wait. Not long after Lin Qi, another person came forward. This time it was a graceful young woman with quite beautiful features. Lin Yi, you should leave quickly. You really shouldn't have come. Also, don't drag your friend into this. The young woman's expression carried worry. After warning Lin Yi, she also glanced at Xia Li. She didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Sun Yu, my affairs are none of your concern. But I don't need your self-righteous reminders. Lin Yi's attitude was terrible. Sun Yu bit her lip upon hearing this, her expression quite dejected as she turned and left. She didn't even try to explain herself. Witnessing this scene, Xia Li tactfully didn't ask about their relationship. That Sun Yu must have done something to wrong Lin Yi. But though Xia Li didn't ask, Lin Yi looked at him and spoke up himself. She's my childhood sweetheart, Sun family's direct bloodline. She was willing to be close to a bastard son like me. She actually hasn't wronged me. I just don't want to drag her down. Lin Yi had the urge to confide. Keeping many things bottled up made him uncomfortable, but he'd never had a close friend before. You're right. She looks like the type who'd act impulsively if she knew the truth. Xia Li glanced around. Many people were whispering, and some were repeatedly sizing up Lin Yi with hostile expressions. Those were probably Sun family people. The Sun family certainly didn't want to see Sun Yu getting too close to Lin Yi. Before long, another woman approached on her own initiative. This one was even more beautiful and spirited than Sun Yu. Xia Li was starting to feel like he was getting the short end of the stick. Lin Yi was way too much of a trouble magnet. Being around Lin Yi was practically asking to share his aggro. Brother Lin Yi, impressive. I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity. Whether you can beat Lin Yu flat is all on you. The young woman's tone was relaxed, showing no distance from Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi's demeanor improved considerably as well. Ouch! What are you doing here? Of course I had to come. My grandfather's old eyes are dim, favoring Lin Yu of all people. I don't like that guy. If I hadn't come, you'd have trouble passing. With that, the young woman turned to look at Xia Li. Your brother Lin Yu's friend, right? Hello, I'm Lynch. Lynch smiled and extended her hand toward Xia Li, clearly intending to use a handshake greeting to show goodwill. After all, being brave enough to befriend Lin Yu required some courage. Hello, I'm Xia Li. Xia Li extended his left hand to shake Lin Ji's, but Lynch immediately withdrew hers. If you're going to use your left hand, then let's just forget it. Displeasure flashed in Lin Ji's eyes. This left Xia Li utterly baffled. Was there some significance to handshakes? So Xia Li immediately looked to Lin Yi, hoping for an explanation. Brother Xia, you didn't know. Know what? Handshake etiquette. Left hand means distance and willingness to befriend. Right hand means closeness. I really didn't know. Sorry. Xia Li immediately smiled and apologized, then extended his right hand again. Seeing this, Linj also reached out once more. Their hands clasped, and Linj immediately noticed something was off. The texture was wrong, cold, hard. No blood flowing, only powerful spiritual energy coursing through. Though I did have a reason for extending my left hand first. I imagine Miss Lin already knows. Your right hand is a prosthetic. Yes, so for me, shaking with my real left hand is actually the sign of closeness. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Then it seems I misunderstood. I apologize. Linj nodded slightly while secretly applying pressure to probe Xia Li's true strength. Not just anyone was qualified to be Lin's friend, though she also bore the Lin surname as a Lin family member. She'd grown up in Lingshu Cave Heaven. Besides blood ties, she really wasn't familiar with the Lin family at all. Of all the Lin family members, Lin Yi was the only one she found agreeable. After all, Lin Yi's bloodline purity was genuinely the Lin family's #1, and fortunately, Lin Yi didn't dare reveal it. Exposure meant death with no burial ground. Soon, Linj detected something unusual. Spiritual artifacts of a known function were operating throughout nearly all of Xia Li's body. What Dao was this? Mechanical arts? Puppet Dao? No, neither. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Big brother Xia, there's something interesting about you. Even that golden core of yours, is that really a golden core? How interesting. So very interesting. Linj suddenly gripped Xia Li's hand tighter, eyes full of curiosity, eager to learn the mysteries hidden within Xia Li. What power had forged those internal spiritual artifacts spread throughout his body? What? Brother Xia has a golden core inside? But isn't Brother Xia at Foundation Establishment? Lin Yi immediately looked at Xia Li with shock. Xia Li was actually golden core realm. But, no matter how he looked, Xia Li was Foundation Establishment. I do have a pseudo-core in my danchin. Just adds a bit of self-defense capability, nothing remarkable. Also, Miss Lynch, I'd appreciate if we could maintain some distance. Xia Li furrowed his brow. This behavior of probing him right off the bat was extremely annoying. He could defend against remote divine sense probing, but he couldn't block direct probing through physical contact. He hadn't learned any related counter-detection techniques. The Divine Sense Intrusion Defense chapter didn't have methods for blocking physical contact probing. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. But what if I don't want to keep my distance? I want to have an in-depth exchange with you. Linj gripped Xia Li's prosthetic even harder, not letting him pull his hand back. Xiaoj, stop, and apologize to Brother Xia. Seeing this, Lin Yi grew anxious and hurried forward to separate them. Linj simply shot Lin Yi a glare. You don't want to enter Lingshu Cave Heaven, Brother Lin Yi. I'm just curious about your friend. I hope he can become my friend too. Xiaoj, you've gone too far. If I can't enter, then I won't. Lin Yi ignored Lin Ji's warning and stepped in front of her, forcefully pushing her away. Linj immediately raised her hands, putting on an innocent expression as she played pitiful. Don't be like that. It's not a big deal. I admit I was a bit rude, but my apologies are always very sincere. With that, Linj suddenly moved close to Xia Li. Some peculiar force instantly bound Xia Li, rendering him immobile. Xia Li could only watch helplessly as Linj leaned in and lightly kissed him on the cheek. Sorry, won't happen again. Of course, if you're willing to let me be presumptuous next time, I have even more sincere apologies. Linj smiled slyly like a fox, then left immediately without giving Xia Li time to react. Only after Linj had disappeared into the distance did Xia Li feel the binding force release. Brother Lin, your cousin, why was she coming for me? Xia Li was completely bewildered. He thought this was a touching family moment between Lin Yi and his cousin, never expected the other party to shamelessly ambush him. Never mind Xia Li. Even Lin Yi felt helpless and bewildered right now. Brother Xia, Linj is the third elder's biological granddaughter. Her status in our Lin family is even higher than Lin Yu's. I have no idea why she's suddenly latched onto you. Lin Yi wasn't particularly close with Linj either. Linj helped him because she saw potential in him, though they seemed close. He didn't have the standing to hold his head high in front of her. That habit of hers, Randomly kissing people, she needs to fix that. Xia Li wiped his face with the back of his hand, feeling quite disgusted. He really wanted to find somewhere to wash his face. Regarding Lin Ji's sudden display of affection, he didn't feel lucky at all. Instead, he felt like he'd been targeted by a venomous snake. Setting everything else aside, the young talents around them were already attacking Xia Li with envious, jealous, and hateful glares. No, no, no. She's never had this habit. How would I know she'd suddenly kiss you? Could it be love at first sight? Then we might actually become real relatives, my dear brother-in-law. Lin Yi wouldn't mind if Lin Ji actually got together with Xia Li. If it really happened, he'd be quite happy. You think that attitude of hers is her liking me? Forget it. I should just run. Xia Li immediately started backing out. Why join any sect? He should just flee now. He'd rather be targeted by 100 enemies than be troubled by some inexplicable woman. Based on prior contact analysis, considering heart rate, eye movement, body temperature, and multiple other factors, suspected emotional arousal, insufficient information to analyze subject's psychological state, speculation, self-confident closed syndrome. Patients with this condition have strong inner selves but typically live in extremely closed environments. Upon contact with novel things, they develop fervent pursuit desires. They also exhibit strong possessive tendencies toward novel things to a certain degree toward objects. They attempt to claim ownership toward people. They develop irresistible feelings of affection. At this moment, Heaven Chip began analyzing Lin Ji's previous behavioral factors, and it had to be said, the analysis was quite logical, perhaps very close to the truth. However, this made Xia Li feel even more troubled. What kind of weirdo kisses someone on their first meeting? What about the next meeting? And the one after that? He feared that when he returned to Earth for modifications, Xiao would ask why his kidney was shriveled and whether he wanted to install a turbo kidney. Don't leave, brother Xia. Lin Ji isn't a bad person, she's just a little willful. I hope you can bear with it. Of course, I'm not forcing you to accept. If it really won't work, then forget it. Lin Yi was also in a difficult position now. Who knew what medicine Lin Ji had taken wrong today? Going crazy like this. She had absolutely no restraint, acting like she'd caught some serious illness. If he hadn't been present today, he'd even worry whether Lin Ji might grab Xia Li and refine him on the spot. Just make sure your cousin doesn't cause me trouble in the future. All right, I'll go talk to her right away. Lin Yi clasped his fists, stepped back a few paces, and walked to an empty spot where he took out a communication jade slip to immediately contact Lin Ji. Xiaoj, what's wrong with you? He's a close friend I finally made with great difficulty. How could you just take liberties with him right off the bat? Lin Yi felt too embarrassed to even say it. He'd seen plenty of men taking liberties with women, but this was his first time seeing a woman take liberties with a man. And it was his own dear cousin taking liberties with his good brother. This was making things very difficult for him. Unauthorized tale usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Brother Lin Yi, if you're close with him, could you do me a favor and ask what color he likes? How? What for? So I can use a matching colored immortal binding rope to tie him up and take him away. Wait, no. Why are you tying up my brother? Lin Yi was truly panicking. Nothing could happen to Xia Li. Xia Li was his hope for rising up. I probably, maybe, perhaps have fallen for him. I can't help it. I really can't help it. I really want to tie him up and bring him back to my room right now. Brother Lin Yi, won't you help me? Lin Ji's transmitted voice carried an inexplicable breathiness. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. No good, he couldn't stay at Lin Shi Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would harm Xia Li. Seeing Lin Ji's crazed state, even Lin Yi was frightened. However, Lin Ji's conditions were definitely excellent. If there was even the slightest possibility of truly becoming relatives with Xia Li through marriage. Xiaoj, this matter you can't rush it. Do you trust me? Of course I trust you. So you'll help me tie him up. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, matters of the heart are deep waters that you can't handle. How about this? Let me handle it for you. Ow. Acting like this will scare him off. Don't think that being beautiful means you can do whatever you want. Listen to me, I'll help you slowly work things out. I guarantee you'll most likely become Dao companions. Really, absolutely. But weren't you always proud and aloof? You look down on even the Lingshu holy son. Why are you suddenly so interested in my brother? You wouldn't understand. The reason I got close to you, brother Lin Yi, is because you have a unique color about you. He has even more to me. It's as eye-catching as an oasis in a desert. All right then. But we agreed you can't go bother brother Xia. Fine, but brother Lin Yi, you must also fulfill your promise. After finishing their exchange, Lin Yi sighed, thinking he'd finally resolved this inexplicable mess. Then he returned to Xia Li's side and examined Xia Li up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Not even that handsome. I feel like I'm better looking. Hey, what do you mean by that? You don't want the goods anymore? No wait, I apologize. Here's the thing. Brother Xia, my cousin really seems to have fallen for you at first sight. What do you think? Why not just? I'm not in the mood for that right now. Xia Li refused directly. Through the failed attempt to unite the rogue cultivators in Wine Crane City, he'd already realized he was merely a passerby in this world. The cognitive gap was as vast as a chasm, difficult to bridge. Even in his homeland, on Earth, he was likewise a passerby. Whether it was the disparities between worlds or the gap between eras, everything made him feel out of place. Everything he knew, everything he was interested in, everything he understood, it had all been buried by time. No one would be willing to listen or understand. So emotions would only be a burden for him. Trying to please him would be exhausting. Him trying to please someone else would be even more exhausting. Why bother? Treating each other with courtesy was enough. Being sworn enemies was also fine. Just don't get close. No good comes from getting close. What value was there in getting close to a relic from a bygone era with one foot in the grave? Brother Xia. Lin Yi keenly caught Xia Li's emotional shift. A wordless loneliness suffused Xia Li's entire being. My cousin really is quite good. Think it over some more. But she won't cause you trouble anymore, you can rest assured about that. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, that's fine. Xia Li only cared about the latter half. If she didn't cause trouble, that was already a blessing. No further disturbances followed. After learning that Lin Yi easily attracted hostility, Xia Li forcibly dragged Lin Yi behind a large boulder to hide. Lingshu Cave Heaven's peak climbing elimination would last 3 days. And today was only the second day. In other words, there was still another day to wait. Xia Li didn't want to encounter any more trouble. Second day. A mountain-shaking tremor jolted Xia Li from his cultivation state. Heaven Chip had 3 cultivation modes: automatic cultivation, assisted cultivation, and deep cultivation. Xia Li had just been in deep cultivation. Spatial inversion phenomenon detected. Secondary space manifesting. Please be cautious. Heaven Chip provided a notification. What had just occurred was a phenomenon called spatial inversion. The so-called secondary space was a subspace, also called mirror space, compared to independently carved and stable phase spaces. Secondary spaces had much higher stability, nearly equivalent to primary space. Xia Li immediately emerged from behind the boulder. Lingshu Peak remained, but the surrounding scenery had completely transformed, as if heaven and earth had been replaced. Before, Lingshu Peak had been surrounded by ordinary mountain scenery. Now, massive architectural complexes surrounded it, with floating islands drifting in the sky. This was the true Lingshu Cave Heaven, standing majestically like an enormous city. Brother Xia, what do you think? We came to the right place. This is why cave heavens and holy lands rank above sects. Any power with cave heaven or holy land as a suffix possesses the ability to carve out realms. This is the Lingshu realm, a blessed land that doesn't appear in the mortal world. Lin Yi began introducing Lingshu Cave Heaven's impressive features. After all, he'd been the one to suggest Xia Li come. Not bad. Xia Li nodded. During the journey, Xia Li had watched many documentaries, including one specifically about secondary spaces. Secondary space was indeed an effective method to increase spatial utilization, nearly doubling usable space. But why wasn't it widely adopted on Earth? Because Earth was too lacking in spiritual energy. Maintaining a secondary space long-term consumed too much. Only worlds that didn't lack spiritual energy could be so extravagant. With vast beautiful landscapes in primary space, they still had to show off by creating secondary spaces. Claiming a realm exclusively sounded wonderful. But by Earth's pragmatic standards, secondary spaces weren't practical, at least not currently. Future. More practical solutions couldn't be ruled out. Not bad. Lin Yi didn't dare continue Xia Li's conversation. Nor did he dare ask why Xia Li had said not bad or better to avoid continuing this topic. Fortunately, no one was nearby. Otherwise, if someone heard Xia Li's assessment, they'd definitely grab him for a good lecture. Before long, a group of cultivators flew up to Lingshu Peak. They must be the ones responsible for evaluating new disciples. Those who succeeded in climbing, assemble. Come forward in order for spiritual root testing. Among this group, two people jointly carried a prism-shaped crystal as tall as a person. That must be the spiritual root testing device. And so, the successful climbers automatically lined up in order of their arrival time, as those young people stepped forward to test their spiritual roots. Heaven Chip was also collecting and analyzing data, analyzing high-purity biological spiritual organ. This data can be used to produce spirit cores of wider variety and higher quality. Xia Li didn't stop what Heaven Chip was doing. Though Earth's technology was advanced, spirit tech had progressed slowly. Everything was crossing the river by feeling for stones. Existing data was far too scarce. Even an ancient corpse from the spirit era could fetch astronomical prices. For example, collecting data on a heavenly spiritual root now could contribute to developing heavenly spirit cores in the future. Such data was no longer merely valuable, it could also earn heavenly Tao points. That was Earth's most precious resource and the fastest path to ascending social classes. Stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Thus, Xia Li quietly recorded the spiritual root data of all these geniuses. And fortunately, he couldn't get closer right now. It seemed that in the future, when opportunity arose, he should get assigned to evaluate new disciples. Close contact with the detection crystal would yield more detailed data. Soon, it was Lin Yi's turn to step forward for testing. Lin Yi wore a confident expression, head held high and chest puffed out as he walked forward. From his demeanor alone, one could tell his spiritual root was certainly impressive. Lin Yi placed his hand on the detection crystal. After just a few seconds, the crystal suddenly emitted spatial fluctuations. Spatial spiritual root. You actually have a spatial spiritual root. The examining elder looked at Lin Yi in astonishment, his aged face full of envy. Remarkable talent. You may directly enter the inner sect. After speaking, the examining elder glanced at Lin Qi, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. Obviously, Lin Qi had used some means to bribe the examining elder. But Lin Yi's spatial spiritual root couldn't be suppressed. If the examining elder dared cause trouble, Lingshu Cave Heaven would directly have him killed. Standing among the crowd, Lin Qi's expression changed dramatically. His face was extremely gloomy, and his gaze at Lin Yi carried intense killing intent. Lin Yi exposing his talent was also a gamble, but he had no choice but to gamble. After Lin Yi, it was Xia Li's turn to step forward for testing. However, after Lin Yi left, Xia Li didn't approach. He simply released his aura. His aura was extremely condensed. At the foundation establishment stage where there should have been slight instability, there was no instability whatsoever. If others' auras were like clouds, then Xia Li's aura was like an immortal peak piercing through the clouds. Qi foundation like clouds, spiritual foundation like seas. Tao foundation reaches the firmament. This aura directly proclaimed Xia Li's foundation establishment quality. Heaven Path Foundation Establishment. Heaven Path Foundation Establishment Examination Exempt. Enter inner sect. The examining elder squeezed out a smile more insightly than crying, thinking how fortunate he was to be cautious. Even though he'd agreed to make things difficult for Lin Yi and Xia Li, he hadn't dared act rashly before seeing through their depths. Years of caution had saved him. That damned Lin Qi was trying to get him killed. One spatial spiritual root, one Heaven Path Foundation establishment. If he dared eliminate these two, higher-ranking elders would dare slaughter him and feed him to spirit hounds. Wait, however, Lin Qi stepped forward at this moment. When Xia Li had released his aura, he'd sensed something off about Xia Li's spiritual root. This was the Lin family's special talent and innate sensory ability. You have a deficient mixed spiritual root. How did you achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment? Lin Qi deliberately shouted loudly. His purpose wasn't anything else. Even if he couldn't prevent Xia Li from joining, he could at least tell everyone one piece of information. Xia Li harbored a great secret, a great opportunity. An opportunity that lets someone with such garbage spiritual roots achieve Heaven Path Foundation establishment. Sure enough. After Lin Qi's declaration, all the young people around looked at Xia Li with fervent gazes. Xia Li's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but internally he'd already had heaven chip lock onto Lin Qi's head. Damn it, tonight he'd put one right through that forehead. It was ruined by enemies after Foundation establishment. I used to have a lightning spiritual root, but it's not a big deal, I have ways to repair it. Xia Li had refined lightning struck wood, so his spiritual root attributes would indeed carry the power of thunder. This statement was credible, and even if someone insisted on testing, it wouldn't expose any flaws. Therefore, this directly lowered much of the curiosity that had just risen in many people. Seeing his scheme had failed, Lin Qi didn't continue wasting words. He stepped back and obediently shut his mouth. After the spiritual root testing was complete, there were some tests of talent and comprehension. However, the subsequent tests no longer concerned Xia Li and Lin Yi, as they'd gained direct inner sect entry in the first round. This was tantamount to reaching the sky in a single step. Under a sect steward's guidance, Xia Li and Lin Yi were separately led to territories allocated by the sect. As inner sect disciples, they could directly own a sizable territory within the Lingshu realm. Lingshu Cave Heaven had carved out an entire realm. Land was the last thing they lacked. Beneath Lingshu Cave Heaven's seemingly generous approach also lay the ulterior motive of having disciples develop the wilderness. Only through continuous transformation by generation after generation could the Lingshu realm be maintained and expanded. Lingshu realm, eastern district. High in the sky, an enormous leaf floated in the air. The sect steward and Xia Li stood on the leaf as the steward introduced the territories Xia Li could choose from. You may select territories suited to your preferences or spiritual root attributes. You may also renovate it yourself, as long as you don't perish or defect from the sect. The sect won't interfere with your territorial modifications. When you wish to change territories, the sect will also buy back based on development level. The steward explained the territory system to Xia Li. From up high, one could directly see other inner sect disciples' territories. There were snow mountains, deep valleys, volcanoes, and Great Lakes, regions of different landscapes. These different terrains had clear boundaries, forming a marvelous patchwork embedded in the land. Of course, you may also spend spirit stones or contribution points to use already developed and claimed territories. How many spirit stones for a developed territory? Ranging from several thousand to several 100,000 spirit stones, depending on development level. Are there any territories centered around a lake, preferably with existing buildings? Priced around 30,000 spirit stones. Xia Li's territorial needs were simple. Pleasant scenery would suffice, and personally, Xia Li quite liked lakeside properties. There are 3. Let me take you to see them. Double quotes thanks. Afterward, the steward piloted the giant leaf to show Xia Li 3 developed territories. Xia Li ultimately chose the second one. The house was lakeside, with flowers planted beside it, probably a former female disciple's residence. The cost wasn't high, only 15,000 spirit stones. After all, this territory basically only had landscaping, with few cultivation-related facilities. After selecting the territory and paying the spirit stones, the steward completed the registration and handed Xia Li a token. This token is your key for entering and exiting the sect and territory. If lost, you may get a replacement at the Miscellaneous Affairs office. Also, inside this is your initiation gift. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The steward finally handed Xia Li a storage bag. Having completed his duties, he left directly. Xia Li began admiring his territory. Unexpectedly, before owning property on Earth, he'd first bought a house in this world and got a piece of land thrown in. 15,000 spirit stones converted to Earth's standard spirit stone units would be about 12,000, enough for a decent large apartment in Upper City. But don't expect the spiritual energy concentration to be very high. Yet his territory here, even without much development, had spiritual energy concentration approaching 1/10, nearly matching the Autumn Mountain secret realm he'd visited before. As expected of a major power. As for why he didn't get free territory and develop from scratch, Xia Li didn't have the leisure to develop barren land from zero. Even with cultivation abilities, it would take several months to develop the territory, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The lakeside had a house. The house even came with a spirit gathering array. The territory's previous owner seemed to be someone who studied fragrances. Floral scents filled the air, refreshing the spirit. With such conditions for only 15,000 spirit stones, why would he toil to build his own? Next, let's see what this initiation gift is like. Xia Li opened the storage bag. Inside were 3,000 spirit stones and various bills, one set of clothes, a book recording sect rules, and a specially made communication jade slip presumably for sect disciples' communications. Xia Li immediately took out the sect rules to read. He wasn't one to cause trouble. Memorizing sect rules could avoid many problems. Sect robes aren't required for informal occasions. That's a nice rule. But these sect robes are themselves dharma robes, impervious to water and fire while nourishing the body. Not wearing them would be a waste. Xia Li directly changed into Lingshu Cave Heaven's sect robes, a blue-green long robe with a quite stylish design. Wearing it gave him an air of immortal elegance. A dharma robe like this would probably cost over 1,000 spirit stones if purchased on Earth. Having just joined the sect, Xia Li's first impression was quite good, very refreshing. The communication jade slip has activity already. Xia Li noticed the sect's communication jade slip was showing activity. He picked it up and immediately read it. New disciple Xia Li, please prepare for the sect competition in 1 month. This is the fastest way to improve your treatment as a newly admitted disciple. The higher your ranking in your first competition, the more abundant your rewards. Just his sentences notifying him to prepare for the sect competition in 1 month. It gave Xia Li the feeling of a placement test after school started. It made Xia Li feel like he'd returned to his university days. And fortunately, he'd been frozen before even graduating from university. Sect competition. Perhaps I could try putting in some effort. No, wait, forget it. There will definitely be many sect higher-ups observing during the competition. I won't be able to perform freely. Setting everything else aside, just the various modifications inside his body couldn't be exposed. Sect higher-ups' cultivation couldn't be low. Seeing through his depths would be effortless. Besides, the sect competition wasn't mandatory, it was voluntary registration. With this thought, Xia Li directly gave up on participating in the sect competition. He continued studying his initiation benefits. It was all written in the sect rules. This world had one good aspect. Sects generally provided substantial support to newly admitted disciples. Because sects were truly wealthy. Take Earth's Hidden Wing organization after joining. His only benefit had been a fairly good heaven chip. Other benefits were just personal favors Xiao sold him. Learn from Lingshu Cave Heaven, giving 3,000 spirit stones just for joining. I can enter the scripture pavilion to select 1 technique and 3 arts. Or 1 opportunity to enter the strange grounds. Xia Li read about the new disciple benefits introduced in the sect rules and fell into contemplation. Because the sect rules were not only rules but also an introduction guide to various sect matters. The strange grounds were also a place to comprehend techniques and arts. The difference from the scripture pavilion was that the techniques and arts contained in the strange grounds required self-comprehension. Insufficient comprehension meant wasting the trip. But the techniques and arts contained in the strange grounds were Lingshu Cave Heaven's true heritage worlds apart from those recorded in the scripture pavilion. After brief consideration, Xia Li, being a man of action, decided to immediately go investigate the strange grounds. There was a teleportation array by the lake leading directly to the sect plaza. Standing on the teleportation array, as the world spun before his eyes. In just a moment he went from the tranquil lakeside to the bustling sect plaza. The sect plaza was Lingshu Cave Heaven's hub, connected in all directions to reach every part of the sect. It was also a transportation center, with teleportation arrays to different areas all built here. Just as Xia Li was admiring the prosperity of the sect plaza, he suddenly spotted someone who gave him a sense of crisis. Lynch. She was standing in front of the teleportation array, apparently waiting for someone. Their gazes inevitably met. Then Lynch walked directly over. Hello, junior brother Xia. What a coincidence running into you here. Xia Li forced an awkward laugh. Coincidence? This was clearly deliberately waiting here to ambush him. Didn't Lin Yi say it was already resolved? Why was he encountering her again so soon? Junior brother Xia, what are you planning to do next? Want me to accompany you? Lynch felt the best way to close the distance was to act together using her senior sister status to help Xia Li understand Lynch's cave heaven. No need, thank you, Xia Li politely declined, but after being rejected, Lynch showed no sign of discouragement. She even moved closer. I apologize again for what happened before. I genuinely want to be friends with you. Can you forgive me about that? If I may be frank, you have a problem. Xia Li didn't want any overly intimate development with Lynch, so he decided to directly point out her condition. A problem? Yes. You should have a fervent pursuit desire for novel things, willing to even risk death for new experiences. You might think this is just your personality, but it's not. Upon hearing this, Lynch furrowed her brows in thought. Her personality was indeed like this. But wasn't this just her personal trait? Why was it being called a problem? My personality is indeed as you say. But how does that count as a problem? Too much of anything is bad. What you have is already obsession. So what if it's obsession? How many cultivators in this world aren't obsessive? Why cultivate? What is the Tao? Lynch questioned Xia Li in return. Xia Li couldn't answer this for now. Because he hadn't yet found his own Tao, he currently leaned toward going with the flow. Then you tell me first, why cultivate? And what is the Tao? Xia Li didn't answer. Throwing the question back to Lynch, cultivation is the same. Yet some cultivate toward the illusory immortal, spending their whole lives not knowing why they cultivate, spending their whole lives questioning the Tao, only carried along by circumstance onto this path. Others cultivate toward truth, clear goals, one step at a time, spending their whole lives proving the Tao, cultivating until everything is as they wish. Are you a cultivator of immortality? Or a cultivator of truth? Lynch clearly understood cultivation far better than Xia Li, and she'd illuminated two paths for him. The path of cultivating immortality and the path of cultivating truth. Questioning the Tao or proving the Tao. It had to be said that Lin Ji's words did give Xia Li some enlightenment. However, in this noisy sect plaza, he couldn't quiet down properly to think. So in your view, obsession is also a kind of Tao. Obsession taken to the extreme. Until everything is as I wish. If that's not Tao, then what is? Lynch was extremely confident, completely denying that she had any problem. Her confidence even made Xia Li start doubting whether Heaven Chip's judgment was wrong. The subject you're in contact with likely also suffers from considerable obsessive disorder. However, according to information in my database, if you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Her condition belongs to genius-type illness. The symptoms actually provide her personal advantages. Heaven Chip analyzed additional information. Mental conditions weren't necessarily all negative. Some could provide advantages. In Xia Li's era, there was the phenomenon of viewing autism as a genius trait. And indeed, autistic individuals possess talents in artistic creation. Forcing such people to be normal would instead turn them into a mediocres. Madman or genius. Merely a step apart. You're very exceptional. I don't deserve to be close to you. Being with you would make me feel inferior. Is that your honest opinion? From what I can see, you don't look inferior at all. Lynch was somewhat perceptive. Xia Li was clearly just finding her troublesome. She'd always found other men troublesome. This was the first time a man found her troublesome. It was honestly bizarre. Yet she just wanted to get close to Xia Li. That feeling was like cat's claws scratching at her heart. So you're absolutely determined to keep targeting me? No, I'm not that annoying. Aren't I just trying to change your impression of me? Here, take this. Lynch took out a jade slip and offered it to Xia Li. But Xia Li didn't dare accept. Accepting meant establishing interpersonal obligations. He'd definitely get entangled later. Is it really that serious? At worst, I'll let you kiss me back. If I actually kissed you back, wouldn't you be the one profiting? Lynch didn't deny this point, but since she'd encountered someone and something that interested her, she would pursue them with all her might, even if it seemed shameless. Junior brother Xia, this jade slip contains a technique for preventing others from probing you. I noticed your defense against remote probing is very high. I couldn't detect your true depths at all. But once in close physical contact with you, all your secrets are laid bare. You really need a technique to block close-range probing. Lynch felt she was being quite sincere after taking advantage of Xia Li. She would also help Xia Li resolve his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Xia Li was immediately tempted. Earth probably didn't have such a technique. Earth's probe defense is mainly targeted heaven chip and divine sense probing. This technique is indeed useful to me. Thanks. How many spirit stones? Xia Li agreed to take it but wouldn't accept it for free. 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000? You're totally ripping me off. Earth-grade techniques typically sell for around 300,000 spirit stones. 100,000 is already a friendship price. Xia Li fell into hesitation. Should he accept this free meal or not? Of course, as an Earth-grade technique. Probe blocking is just one of its uses. The technique's true profundity lies in concealment. It's the secret art of the assassin organization Dark Knight Tower from 10,000 years ago. Lynch continued introducing the technique's wonders. She'd already seen that Xia Li was very tempted, so she needed to seize the moment and press Xia Li's head down to swallow this free meal. After the first time, there'd be a second time, a third time. She believed that under her enthusiastic feeding, Xia Li would eventually lower his guard against her. This free meal, Xia Li would eat it whether he wanted to or not, then consider it a debt. I'll repay you when I have the spirit stones. Sure, though not repaying is also fine. Even better if he can't repay. Though she didn't want to force Xia Li, she wouldn't refuse if necessary. This was her first time feeling her heart flutter. She both enjoyed this feeling and wanted to decode why she'd developed it. What exactly was it about Xia Li that attracted her? Whatever made her care so much about Xia Li was definitely more than just love at first sight. Lingxia Cave Heaven, Strange Grounds Domain. The space here was divided into many different zones, just like the Intersect Disciples' territories. Each zone produced different celestial phenomena. Xia Li walked to a large stone stele and began reading the introduction to the Strange Grounds. The senior masters of Lingxia Cave Heaven, after creating their techniques, would all transmit the Tao through this method rather than directly recording them into jade slips. Because jade slips could only perfectly transmit Tao arts below the profound grade, for heaven and earth grade Tao arts, recording via jade slip would only yield simplified or incomplete versions. Paper-based secret manuals could record mortal and mundane grade Tao arts. Jade slips could record profound and yellow grade Tao arts. For perfect transmission of heaven and earth grade arts, one could only construct inheritance grounds. Lynch, it seems the earth grade technique you gave me isn't complete, and you still charge that much. After reading the stele's introduction, Xia Li understood the situation. He turned to look at the tag-along behind him. Lynch had followed anyway, claiming to show Xia Li around and introduce various aspects of Lingxia Cave Heaven. Indeed not complete. The complete Tao art also includes the assassination chapter. While what I gave you is only the concealment chapter, but I didn't lie either. I said it contains Dark Knight Tower's concealment technique. That part wasn't false. As for expensive, where is it expensive? Ask around at any trade association. This has been the price for years. Perhaps you should reflect on whether you haven't worked hard enough. Double quotes also. This technique was my gift of apology. You're the one who insisted on paying spirit stones. I just quoted you the market price. Lin Ji's eyes were clear and unwavering as she answered, indicating a clear conscience. Though the concealment chapter was just one part separated from a complete assassination technique set, but the chapter formulas related to concealment weren't incomplete, they were complete. You can do that. It wasn't even a complete technique, just a separate chapter selling for this much. But Xia Li soon understood. Earth's prices and prices here couldn't be compared. Earth's techniques were cheap, but here they believed arts shouldn't be lightly transmitted, techniques sold expensively. Xia Li estimated that if he brought the technique Lynch gave him back to Earth to sell, its value would probably instantly shrink by dozens of times, making a fuss over nothing. Any heaven or earth grade technique transmitted via jade slip is by default sectioned. For example, the technique recorded in the jade slip I gave you is formally named Shadow Kill Art, Breath Concealment Chapter. So a complete high-grade technique can be perfectly transmitted through sections. Xia Li wanted to smuggle this world's techniques back to Earth and upload them to the Heavenly Tao computer. The computer would award him Heavenly Tao points based on the technique's sophistication. Compared to selling cheaply, Heavenly Tao points were definitely more valuable. It still can't be done. Critical Tao essence would be lacking, though with special methods plus special materials, heaven and earth grade techniques should be perfectly recordable. I see. So the strange grounds are the true inheritance grounds. Only within the strange grounds were there complete heaven and earth grade techniques. So, junior brother Xia, have you decided which strange ground to enter? Still considering. The strange grounds don't even hint at what techniques they contain. This made it difficult for Xia Li to decide. After all, he currently only had one chance to enter the strange grounds. Wasting it would be a huge loss. Of course the sect won't hint. Arts aren't to be lightly transmitted, and one must observe Dao affinity. Coming to the strange grounds to comprehend techniques is about fate while you're choosing techniques. The Dao arts are also choosing you, however. If you really want to know what Dao each strange ground transmits, I can tell you. Linj now began demonstrating her usefulness. As the third elder's biological granddaughter who'd grown up in Lingshu Cave Heaven since childhood, she naturally knew many things about the sect. Information like what Dao arts were transmitted in each strange ground was something she knew. Fate, such lovely fate. Let me go in and try. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Xia Li suddenly didn't want to know exactly what techniques each strange ground transmitted. He wanted to see what technique he could comprehend based purely on his own intuition. You're really going with fate. You really won't let me guide you. Not only do I know what techniques each strange ground transmits, I also know the comprehension tricks. Don't you want to learn a heaven-grade technique? Ling suddenly felt some regret at her unnecessary meddling. Had she known, she wouldn't have explained the strange grounds rules. She should have tricked Xia Li by saying what technique you comprehend was pure luck. That way, Xia Li would rely on her. Let's talk about it next time. I'm quite interested in this aspect of the Dao arts also choosing me. Come on, please, let me guide you a little. Otherwise, won't I seem useless? Lin shamelessly followed Xia Li precisely to show off in front of him. She hadn't expected Xia Li to be so go with the flow. Since heaven and earth grade Dao arts choose their masters, I think following nature is best. Knowing in advance would be too purposeful. That's lowering oneself. As the saying goes, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Dao, and Dao follows nature. At this moment, Xia Li recalled a saying. The reason heaven and earth grade Dao arts were extraordinary was probably due to their unique spirituality. Dao follows nature. Linj fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The phrase was profoundly meaningful, directly explaining why Lingshu Cave Heaven forbade revealing what Dao each strange ground transmitted. This was Lingshu Cave Heaven's purpose, letting disciples learn techniques suited to themselves rather than blindly pursuing what others considered powerful. To inherit the Dao and to develop the Dao. Otherwise, if everyone learned the powerful techniques, wouldn't the relatively weaker techniques never have inheritors? What if those currently weak techniques could transform in the future? Just then, an elder with immortal bearing suddenly appeared before the stone stele. Well said, exactly so. I didn't expect someone your age to have such insight. The elder looked at Xia Li with scrutiny in his gaze, but also a trace of appreciation. Among disciples who came to the strange grounds, the vast majority didn't follow the sect's rules. They all came prepared. Few disciples understood the sect's deeper meaning. Even those who did could only intuit it without articulating it clearly. Disciples like Xia Li who could express the deeper meaning in just a few words were extremely rare. May I ask who seniors? Call me Third Elder or Elder Lin. Greetings, Third Elder. Xia Li immediately saluted, though internally he was already thinking this wasn't good. Wasn't the Third Elder Lin Ji's biological grandfather? Was this a case of the granddaughter acting out? So grandfather came to discipline her. The third elder nodded kindly, then looked at Linj. He already knew about the outrageous thing Linj had done, actually taking liberties with a male disciple in front of so many new disciples at the mountain gate. He didn't recall raising his granddaughter to be like this. His granddaughter was quite renowned within and outside the sect, never lacking suitors. But Linj had seemed obtuse since childhood, completely lacking interest in such matters. Who knew that once she finally showed interest, she'd directly go hands-on. Simply outrageous. Xiaoj, there are some things I won't lecture you about. You have your own choices, but do not force others. As for you, if her harassment becomes unbearable, remember to tell me. I'll discipline her for you. The third elder knew Linji's nature. Though she hadn't reached the point of absolutely having whatever she set her eyes on, getting her to give up was still very difficult. He didn't want to lose face by having people mock his granddaughter for shamelessly harassing male disciples. As for whether Xia Li accepted or not, he was quite open-minded about that. Acceptance meant treating Xia Li as a grandson and no acceptance, no problem. The reason he'd stayed at the sect long-term rather than returning to the family was that he'd had enough of the family's stuffiness when young. Now that he was in charge, he wouldn't practice that whole matching social status nonsense. Xia Li was quite apprehensive right now. He didn't know if the third elder was secretly warning him or genuinely wanted to help. If the other party had scolded him outright, calling him a toad lusting after swan meat, he might have actually found it more reasonable and could use it to shake off Lynch. But the third elder's benevolent demeanor made him uneasy instead. "Grandfather, I'm not bothering him at all. We're having a normal conversation." Lynch patted her chest in a gesture of assurance. But the third elder's expression remained skeptical. Without a word, he carefully examined Xia Li again, releasing soul force to probe him. This was indeed quite impolite, but Xia Li didn't yet have the standing to make him observe courtesies. In his eyes, seniors forcibly probing juniors was perfectly natural. However, "You've got some tricks, young man." His probing had failed to work. His soul force had been twisted by some peculiar power. As a void refining cultivator, he couldn't probe a mere foundation establishment junior, though he hadn't specifically studied probing techniques. Relying on cultivation realm alone, there was actually a foundation establishment junior he couldn't probe. So he directly stepped forward and placed his hand on Xia Li's shoulder. Only then could he examine Xia Li's depths. After detecting the internal spiritual artifacts within Xia Li's body, he fell silent. He also somewhat understood why Lynch was fixated on Xia Li. "Young man, don't blame me for probing your secrets. My granddaughter is this close to you, so naturally I'm curious. Have you ever heard of Jiuan City?" "Huh?" Xia Li was instantly stunned. Jiuan City, approximately 3,500 kilometers from Lenguang City, controlled by Corporate Union, global GDP ranking. Haven't Chip provided Xia Li with basic information about Jiuan City, making Xia Li's expression change dramatically. Why would the third elder before him know about an Earth City? "Aha. No need to panic. Shall we chat?" The third elder took in Xia Li's shocked expression completely. "All right." Xia Li couldn't be bothered with comprehending Dao arts in the strange grounds anymore. Why the third elder knew these things was more important. Could it be the third elder was from Earth? But wasn't the Lin family a clan from this world? "Grandfather, what's going on with you two?" Lynch was confused. Why did her grandfather seem to have something to say to Xia Li? And moreover, something that needed to be hidden from her. "Xiaoj, I'll tell you when the time is right. Wait here obediently." The third elder's tone became very serious. Lynch didn't dare ask more upon hearing this, and could only nod obediently. The third elder waved his sleeve. Xia Li felt the world spin before his eyes, and the next instant he appeared directly above the clouds. The third elder stood before him, solemnly taking out a box from his storage ring. Then, he slowly opened it. Inside the box were a spirit core and a heaven chip. This is. So you do recognize these things. These are relics of Xiaoji's mother. Her mother was also a very mysterious person who said she came from a very distant place. So then, did you also come from the same place as her mother? Some merchant association power called Jiuan City. The third elder obviously didn't understand the concept of Jiuan City. After all, cities in this world were generally just called cities, not city markets. With city as a suffix, the third elder assumed it was some merchant association marketplace power, more or less. "That's good then. I won't say more. Your marketplace's artifact refining Dao does have some merit. However, it's ultimately just a minor path. True strength must come from oneself, not external objects. Your teachings are wise." Xia Li immediately adopted a humble, accepting demeanor. He'd already gathered from the third elder's words that the third elder didn't know about Earth, and didn't even know the Heaven Chip's wonders. If he knew the Heaven Chip's capabilities, he wouldn't have called it a minor path. Then take these things. Consider them her mother's memorial effects. Bring them back to her homeland for burial." "What happened to her mother?" "I don't know the details either. I only remember that one day, my son returned barely alive, holding a blood-soaked Xiaoj in his arms. My son told me her mother was dead, and told me not to investigate. Not long after, my son died from his wounds, leaving only this old man behind. All that remains is my poor granddaughter. She can't even remember what happened before. She's familiar with you, probably because the rhythm of the artifacts operating within your body is similar to her mother's. Speaking of this, the third elder sighed repeatedly. He'd actually quite liked his daughter-in-law, a person with great foresight, very likable. She often proposed various refreshing concepts that gave even his increasingly rigid thinking some new ideas. And fortunately, good people don't live long. Even now, he still didn't know why his son and daughter-in-law had died. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Are these all her relics? Yes, that's all. I once tried to find her homeland through these relics, but after all these years there's been no news. I never expected to meet someone from her homeland today. I might be able to try investigating the secret of their deaths. Xia Li took the box and retrieved the Heaven chip. The activity logs and related data stored within the Heaven chip could directly let Xia Li understand what had happened in the past. Masterless Heaven chip detected model. Sword inquiry form for manufacturer. Shushin sword sect. Produced. Accessing unencrypted data. Access successful. Original owner did not set post-death data wipe. Original owner enabled data tombstone function. Data tombstone after a Heaven chip owner's death. The Heaven chip would record its master's life trajectory in its final moments. This was a function one could choose whether to enable. People fear death, but they fear even more that after death, no one will know. No one will remember. Therefore, as long as one wasn't an evil villain with secrets they feared others knowing, they would enable data tombstone, including Xia Li if he were unfortunate enough to face death someday. Perhaps he too would choose to leave his data tombstone before dying, leaving proof that he had existed in this world. Play final words. Heaven chip asked Xia Li if he wanted to hear Lin Ji's mother's last words. PLAYBZZT BZZT BZZT. Electronic interference noise came through. Sword sect ruins, phase transition, spatial instability. I'm sole survivor, teleportation array damaged. I'm not lost. This might be the new life I wanted, a pastoral idol. I don't want to be the sword sect's weapon anymore. The fragmented voice told Xia Li why she had come. Combined with the activity logs and video records preserved in the Heaven chip, her life was reconstructed in this moment. Beneath Shushin sword sect lay ruins containing a teleportation array leading here. Shushin sword sect had assembled an exploration team to investigate, and fortunately, they encountered spatial collapse during transmission of the exploration team. Only she survived. Because the teleportation array was damaged, though she couldn't return, people from Earth couldn't come through either. She took this opportunity to escape the sword sect's control. While enjoying her new life, she met Lin Ji's father, fell in love, and had a daughter. And fortunately, good times didn't last. Because she performed to brilliantly top tier in alchemy, artifact refining, array formation, and talisman crafting, she was placed on Heaven Alliance's prodigy list. Heaven Alliance gave her two choices: join or die. And joining required letting Heaven Alliance's people implant soul control measures to prevent Earth's information from leaking to this world. She could only choose to resist. Between family and homeland. She chose homeland that had betrayed her, treated her as a weapon. Earth had only experienced spirit chi resurgence for 500 years. Even if it could fight this world, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. But in the end, to let Lin Ji and her father escape, she didn't hesitate to reveal her mech corpse form. The other party's Heaven chip explained what a mech corpse was. When Xia Li asked his own Heaven chip, it responded that there was no related data in its database. It was a forbidden modification that completely treated people as expendables, transforming them into biological weapons. Mech corpse modification didn't even belong to cybernetic implantation, it was gene-level biochemical technology. The appearance became terrifying, like a mechanical monster. The spine elongated with organs dragging on the ground, blade wings unfurling from the back, flesh falling away to reveal a steel body. The face no longer human but a cold mechanical visage. It was called mech corpse because survival rate after revealing this state was 0, like a living steel skeleton. But in mech corpse state, one could slay soul transformation cultivators while only at golden core. In the end, Lin Ji's mother died in battle in mech corpse state. Right before Lin Ji and her father's eyes, Hard to imagine what psychological trauma a little girl would suffer watching her mother transform into a mechanical monster to slaughter enemies. At the very end, only half an iron skeleton remained. Long since having lost human form, she used her sharp blade finger to gently wipe away her daughter's tears, then told the daughter's father to delete this memory, to forget her as a mother. So that's how it was. After viewing this past, Xia Li let out a deep sigh. Such a fine Shushan sword sect. Such a fine Heaven Alliance. Shushan sword sect was secretly using MechCorp's modifications. Even more terrifying was that this seemed to be something ordinary people weren't allowed to know, the dark side of technology. He wondered, if he dared to naively investigate this matter after returning, would he be secretly eliminated? As for Heaven Alliance, no need to mention them. They'd already been placed on Xia Li's internal nuclear strike list out above the clouds. After learning of the past through Lin Ji's mother's heaven chip, Xia Li couldn't help but think of many things. The matter of Shushan sword sect, the MechCorp's modification, and the list Heaven Alliance had compiled. That attitude of better to kill wrongly than let escape was chilling. Xia Li believed he might now be on Heaven Alliance's list too. Young man, did you learn something? The third elder's tone became urgent. He was extremely curious about what had happened back then. It had become his heart's obsession. Yes, your son and daughter-in-law were both harmed by Heaven Alliance. But if it was just being harmed by Heaven Alliance, my son should have told me the truth. There's more to it. Let me put it this way, your daughter-in-law was essentially considered a demonic cultivator where we're from. In the end, to let Lynch and her father escape, she used a forbidden technique and transformed into a monster. Xia Li tried to explain the past in terms the third elder could understand. Demonic cultivator. Then it seems Xiao Ji's bloodline issue really was inherited from her mother. But even if her mother came from the demonic path, in my view she wasn't an evil person. The third elder was still speaking up for Lin Ji's mother, but the mention of bloodline made Xia Li instantly furrow his brows. MechCorp's modification wasn't simply mechanical implantation, it was a far more terrifying technology. And fortunately, Lin Ji's mother's heaven chip didn't contain much relevant information either. What's the problem with her bloodline? Her wounds form iron scabs, and her blood crystallizes into a special crystal iron after coagulating. May I ask what constitution she inherited? The third elder viewed Lin Ji's peculiarities as inherited constitution. After all, in the cultivation world, possessing a special constitution meant possessing the capital to become strong. No one didn't wish to have a special constitution. TSK. Xia Li clicked his tongue upon hearing this. This was troublesome. Though, he still couldn't obtain more information about MechCorp's modification. Just from the video recording of Lin Ji's mother's final battle, he could see some things. Lin Ji's mother extended her hands, watching helplessly as her finger bones gruesomely broke through her flesh. The white bones rapidly changed color, becoming pitch black, then hardened steel, like shedding skin, casting off frail flesh and blood to welcome life form ascension. Is there a problem? There is. If this constitution goes out of control, she'll die. She'd transform into a MechCorpse, becoming a grotesque and terrifying biological weapon. Then what can be done, young friend? Do you have any solution? The third elder changed his address in his anxiety, no longer calling Xia Li young man, directly upgrading to young friend. I'll have my friend procure some medicine later. Perhaps it can attempt suppression. Thank you. The third elder directly bowed to Xia Li. He didn't doubt Xia Li's words. Lynch couldn't precisely control her constitution, so he normally strictly forbade Lynch from anything that might cause injury. Third elder, please don't thank me yet. I can't guarantee anything about this demonic constitution. I suggest you prepare yourself. Prepare for the possibility of Lynch losing control and dying someday. I'm aware. Otherwise I wouldn't be managing her so strictly. You should be the thread of hope Heaven's Mystery Pavilion spoke of. Heaven's Mystery Pavilion. Xia Li was curious why he'd been called a thread of hope by those Heaven's Mystery Pavilion people. Heaven's Mystery Pavilion, a power that claims to know what the world doesn't. I once paid a great price to ask Heaven's Mystery Pavilion, wanting to know what exactly Xiao Ji's constitution was, and authorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. But Heaven's Mystery Pavilion couldn't divine it either. They only said there would be crisis in the future, and left the Heaven's Mystery Jade on Xiao Ji. The jade would make Xiaoju hold tight when she encountered that thread of opportunity. So, you understand what I mean, right? You came from her mother's homeland and know about her constitution problem. The third elder had almost confirmed Xia Li was that thread of hope. He hadn't known how serious Lin Ji's constitution problem was until meeting Xia Li today. I can only say, I'll try my best. Investigating that constitution is dangerous even for me. It's a forbidden matter in my homeland. I'll accompany you there. Who would dare touch you? The third elder now emanated a wordless dominance. He'd already lost his son and daughter-in-law. His only granddaughter absolutely couldn't have anything happen to her. You can't go. My homeland is hidden within a secret realm space. So mysterious. If it weren't mysterious, would you have found nothing in your investigation true? The third elder lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then took out a stone pendant from his storage ring and handed it to Xia Li. This is a 3-aperture stone heart, sealed within our 3 strikes of my full power, or it can temporarily grant you void refining realm power. Young friend, I implore you, please save my granddaughter. The third elder lowered his posture considerably. I cannot guarantee you anything. I can still only say I'll try my best. Trying your best is enough. Trying your best is enough. The third elder nodded. Originally he prepared for Linj to quickly cultivate to nascent soul, and if that didn't work, abandon her body to inhabit a puppet. But if she could keep her body, that would be better. Only then could Linj go further, and someday when she met the right person, achieve fulfillment with them. Shortly after, Xia Li and the third elder returned to the strange ground stone stele. Linj was obediently leaning against it waiting. Grandfather, Xia Li, what exactly did you to talk about? Why do you both look so preoccupied? Could it be Xia Li? You're my father's illegitimate son left outside, and you're actually my older brother. Lin Ji's imagination ran wild to an absurd possibility that would explain why she couldn't help but feel close to Xia Li. But if that were the case, things seemed somewhat troublesome, falling for her own brother and all. No. It's not that outrageous. Xia Li immediately shook his head in denial, then looked toward the third elder standing nearby. The third elder stepped forward and affectionately rubbed Lin Ji's head, his eyes full of doting. Linj had encountered her thread of hope. Linj had lost her parents. So this body along with that problematic bloodline were the first and last gift her parents had left her. He didn't want Linj to lose these. Xiaoju, from now on, listen to everything he says. He can resolve your constitution problem. How? What a coincidence. It's not coincidence, it's the thread of hope bestowed by Heaven's Tao, the one that escapes. The third elder bent down and removed a jade pendant from Lin Ji's waist. The pendant looked utterly ordinary, dull and lusterless. Seeing the pendant had become like this, the third elder felt quite grateful to Heaven's Mystery Pavilion. Otherwise Linj would have missed this thread of hope that was Xia Li. Heaven's Mystery Pavilion, truly a fine Heaven's Mystery Pavilion. The great price he'd paid for this Heaven's Mystery jade hadn't been wasted. How? When did this jade pendant become so ordinary? When did its spirituality dissipate? Linj was also very curious upon seeing the pendant's change. Her grandfather had repeatedly insisted she carry this pendant at all times. She hadn't expected it to finally change today. While Linj was examining that jade pendant, Xia Li was also carefully observing the pendant in the third elder's hands. He roughly understood what it was. Just like when he'd previously asked the Heavenly Tao computer a question, the computer had given him a light quantum that could change his fate and let him meet his sister ahead of time. It seemed this world also had similar methods able to comprehend Heaven's Tao causality and find what others saw. But what Xia Li never expected was that he himself would become what someone else sought. Perhaps this was fate. Fate rising and fading. Perhaps behind all coincidences lay predestination. Should he believe in fate? What was fate? Xia Li asked himself. Because he'd been in contact with the Heavenly Tao computer, Xia Li could now reach a relatively rational conclusion. It was the objectively calculable, observable, changeable future. Notification. Your understanding of Heaven's Tao come one. Just as Xia Li was lost in thought, Heaven Chip suddenly notified him that his understanding of Heaven's Tao had deepened by 1 degree. All right, I'll take this jade pendant for now. You two young people take your time chatting. After accomplishing his purpose, the third elder waved his sleeve and vanished on the spot, leaving Linj staring at Xia Li with a strange expression. Her grandfather had appreciated other young people before like Lin Yu, that number one genius of the Lin family. Her grandfather was quite invested in him. But in terms of attitude, her grandfather's attitude toward Xia Li was incomparably better than toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this blood relative, practically wasn't worthy of even carrying Xia Li's shoes. So, what exactly did you to talk about? Lin was extremely curious. She vaguely sensed that what Xia Li and her grandfather discussed was definitely directly related to her. Perhaps related to her memories from before age 5. And the culprit who killed her parents. Her grandfather had only told her that her parents were killed by enemies. She didn't even know who the enemies were before age 10. She'd even been deceived that her parents had gone somewhere far away and couldn't return. You should be able to guess. Xia Li played the Riddler. Some things were indeed hard to explain to Lin. For instance, that her mother wasn't from this world. And even in her mother's world, her mother wasn't considered a person with human rights. On Lin Ji's mother's hand, before the flesh fell away, Xia Li had seen it. He'd seen a barcode. That was the symbol of being merchandise. Lin Ji's mother was a biological weapon. Quite possibly a weapon corporate union had sold to Shushan Sword Sect. And the answers to all of this were perhaps in Jiwon City. Related to my parents, after all, my constitution was mentioned. Xia Li nodded. Lin hesitated a moment, turned her head to look around. No one was nearby, and her grandfather seemed to have really left. Can I hug you? Why? I want to hear the sound of your heartbeat. I feel inexplicably familiar. Xia Li nodded. After understanding Lin Ji's past, he suddenly didn't dislike Lin so much. Perhaps because Lin Ji's mother, like him, had once been an object. They had both come to this world through twist of fate, but their fates were completely different. Lin Ji's mother could never return, but he could go back and freely travel between both worlds. Thanks. Lin walked forward openly, bowing her head and pressing her to Xia Li's chest. Besides the thump-thump of his heartbeat, there was also a click-click sound, a crisp alien tone keeping rhythm with his heartbeat. This sound was very familiar to her, like returning to her mother's embrace. Hearing this sound gave her an indescribable peace. A blurry figure emerged in her mind. The figure gently held her and hummed a little tune. She too hummed along from memory, but the memory was too fuzzy to hum completely. Yet just as she paused for a second or two, Xia Li hummed the continuation, and she recalled more memories related to her mother. Until the song ended, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Her face buried deep in Xia Li's chest as she wept softly. What's this song called for, Elise? I haven't heard it in a long time either. The last time I heard it was... When was the last time he'd heard it? The class bell in high school. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere, or a street sprinkler truck passing by. The self-recording video at the research facility right before being frozen. It was her. Xia Li suddenly thought of someone. A girl who'd been frozen before him. Her video recording for her family was of her playing piano. And it was this very Elise. Her face. What did she look like? Heaven chip. Stimulate the brain. Conduct memory search and awakening. Please specify approximate time point. Year 2030, May 1st. Please try to recall memories from that day. The search process may cause some mild pain then. Xia Li felt past memories surge like tides in his mind. Memories flashing back rapidly like a revolving lantern. Soon, he arrived at May 1st, as if experiencing it firsthand. Xia Li once again returned to the day of freezing. Outside a room in the research facility, Xia Li waited for the previous person to finish recording, thinking about what to say in his message to family. Should he pretend to be brave and say things like "we'll definitely meet again"? Suddenly, piano music played that very for Elise. When the piano music ended, a sickly girl pushed open the door and walked out. Xia Li smiled at her. Beautifully played, thank you. A shame about your musical talent. I just didn't know what else to leave behind. Since childhood I've never had freedom. I could only keep practicing piano as my family arranged. Sorry. Xia Li felt embarrassed. It's fine. Perhaps leaving like this is for the best. If I can wake up someday, I'd actually hope my so-called family is already gone. Then I'd be free. What do you want to do in the future? Travel, I suppose. If I can wake up someday, I definitely want to travel the world. Do you think technology will be very advanced by then? Will we have a chance to go to space? There really might be that chance. Hearing this, Xia Li also became curious about the future, began to anticipate it, and for the first time started yearning for his incomplete life to bloom again. Then let's go together when the time comes. I made a complete travel plan while bedridden. I wanted to use being cured as an excuse to go out and relax. But a terminal illness is a terminal illness. It's only terminal now. For the future, it might just be a minor illness. If we can wake up then, I'll definitely travel with you. We fellow patients will probably wake up in the same batch anyway. Then it's a deal. I'm Ninj, and you. Ninj extended her right hand toward Xia Li, indicating a handshake to become friends. Xia Li, by the way, why are you shaking with your left hand? The tumor in my right lung spread severely and affected my right shoulder. Raising my arm hurts a lot. Sorry. Wishing you recovery. May all pain be far from us when we wake. Wishing you recovery too. May all pain be far from us when we wake. The two smiled as they shook hands, planting a seed of comfort in their hearts. No longer so afraid of being frozen, instead beginning to anticipate their new lives after awakening. From that moment on, they became friends. The memory ended there. Xia Li, what are you spacing out about? Hey! Linj waved her hand in front of Xia Li, having noticed he'd suddenly gone dazed. Being frozen would cause some damage to the brain, losing some memories. But they could be recovered through heaven chip. Through this incident, Xia Li had recovered a friend. He thought nothing worth caring about had happened before he was frozen. Nothing. Xia Li forced an ugly smile. The old memories recalled during this days had kindled a fire in his heart that couldn't be extinguished. It even reignited the embers of rage he'd suppressed back in Wine Crane City. If only she were still alive. If they could meet in this world, perhaps they could fulfill that old promise, accompany her on a journey through this world. But why? Why did nothing go as he wished? In this moment, Xia Li deeply recognized his own insignificance, his own powerlessness. He didn't even dare shout his anger aloud. The cowardly flames of rage could only form dying embers. What was cultivating truth? Cultivating until all was as he wished. Notification. You are developing a Dao heart. Congratulations. You have taken a crucial step. Dao heart. It was a determination that could guide one's essence, energy, and spirit. Perhaps obsessive, perhaps incomprehensible to others. But only with a Dao heart to guide could one break through delusions and advance on the difficult path of seeking the Dao. Your temperament. Did you just develop a Dao heart? Linj also possessed a Dao heart. So she keenly perceived the change in Xia Li's temperament, like dying embers suddenly rekindling. Xia Li was someone who had died once, and only just now had he truly come alive again. Therefore, after developing his Dao heart, Xia Li wasn't like other cultivators, sharp-willed and full of vitality. Xia Li's Dao heart was more restrained and remarkable, like embers, but also like embers continuously smoldering, never to extinguish. Until it became wildfire, surging flames, sky-reaching fire, converging star fire. I don't really understand what's called a Dao heart either, but I do feel like I suddenly have direction now. The fog had cleared. He wouldn't go with the flow anymore. He absolutely had to investigate the mech corpse modification matter thoroughly, even knowing the danger. He had to proceed, if possible. He also wanted to carefully investigate the deeper meaning behind why the company had woken him to mine. What the company was scheming was definitely not just his bit of labor. There had to be deeper reasons behind it. And fortunately, how could he have known all this back then? Just staying alive was exhausting enough. After receiving Hidden Wing's invitation, he'd agreed without a second thought to give it a shot. An unbelievable event happening once was coincidence. If it happened twice, and could still be called coincidence, then a third time was inevitable. The relationship between Linj and Ninj. His relationship with Ninj. All of this resembled the light cone hourglass the heavenly Dao computers I had shown him. He and Linj were also in that hourglass, with a considerable probability of meeting. And Heaven's Mystery Pavilion had increased that probability, making Linj meet him ahead of schedule. Then it seems I did the right thing. Do you still blame me now? Linj asked with a grin whether Xia Li still blamed her for her previous offensive behavior. What could Xia Li say now, in terms of results? His connection with this world and Earth's new era had grown closer. He'd found something he had to do, something only he would care about. I don't blame you anymore. but I still hope you'll be more respectful toward me. Whether you believe it or not, your mother and I were actually friends. Friends? Sure. How old are you? You think I'll believe that? Whatever. With that, Xia Li walked into the strange grounds. He hadn't forgotten his main purpose in coming here. A winding path stretched between various strange grounds with different phenomena on either side. Some had heaven and earth inverted. Others had endless rain that rose back to the sky after hitting the ground. There were places with undying flames burning eternally, and mysterious spaces shrouded in pitch darkness blocking all light. Xia Li walked slowly, sensing the auras within those strange grounds, searching for a feeling of compatibility. Suddenly, a feeling almost like a whim rose in his heart. Xia Li looked toward a broken, decaying space. It was an empty ground with only a pile of withered leaves. Within the clearing, a figure so transparent it was nearly invisible stood silently in place. Xia Li walked directly over to observe the figure, and the figure was also observing Xia Li. Then, the figure suddenly floated behind Xia Li, its volume rapidly increasing somewhat. This spirit entity is mirroring your spiritual energy circulation pattern. Haven't Chip analyzed that the figure behind Xia Li was imitating him? Knowing this, Xia Li simply took out the kinetic blade from his storage ring. And at that moment, a semi-transparent spirit blade rapidly formed in the figure's hand. The figure showed no intention of fighting Xia Li. Apparently this wasn't the classic trial of facing oneself as an enemy, but rather some more unusual test. Wordlessly, Xia Li swung the blade. Several breaths later, the figure used an identical motion to swing. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. The spirit entity is learning. Currently quite slow. Interesting. Xia Li continued swinging. Whether chopping or thrusting, the figure would replicate the same action with a slight delay. Different motions had different replication speeds. One slash was like striking twice. This was a shadow, an afterimage continuously repeating his previous actions, but it was clumsy. Clearly traceable enemies would almost never be hit by the afterimage. But Xia Li just kept swinging, letting the figure familiarize itself with this motion. 100 slashes. 1,000 slashes. Until the figure's delay with Xia Li was only a fraction of a second, making each of Xia Li's attacks a double consecutive strike. After slashing came fist techniques. After fists came gunfire. The figure replicated everything, its motions becoming increasingly practiced, faster and faster, until the figure began actively changing moves. Xia Li chopped from the left. The figure suddenly changed to slash from the right. Xia Li punched. The figure thrust with its blade. The spirit entity is requesting soul connection. Connect. Xia Li agreed directly. Then he felt he could control the figure. This feeling was strange. Like a clone, but not quite, though he'd never used a clone technique anyway. After being able to control the figure, Xia Li sensed the figure could also perform flashback. If a slashing motion was divided into 5 steps, the figure could flash back from the final blade landing motion to the instant before the blade fell and slash once more. Following this feeling, Xia Li began slashing, continuously practicing, coordinating with the figure to find that most suitable timing. After over 100 repetitive practices, one slash, the figure behind him followed up, then flashed back for another slash, equivalent to slashing 3 times in an instant. Yes. After finally completing this slash, Xia Li felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Master, I request control of this spirit entity. Haven't Chip now indicated it would take over, becoming Xia Li's shadow? All right, but that flashback rhythm from before is somewhat hard to grasp. Make sure to seize the most suitable timing. Master, that isn't flashback, it's instantaneous form reconstruction. Then I need you to complete the most precise reconstruction. Master, please wait. I'm performing frame analysis on your motions. Frame analysis, dividing a continuous motion into before and after frames like photographs, making it easier to find the most suitable motion continuation points. Xia Li's single slash took a total of 0.5 seconds. With Haven't Chip's performance, it could be divided into over 1,000 frames. After roughly several tens of minutes, Haven't Chip completed frame analysis of Xia Li's previous motions and calculated the optimal frames through computation. Please slash. Haven't Chip had Xia Li slash. Without hesitation, Xia Li immediately executed a slash. The figure behind him suddenly became blurry. The semi-transparent spirit blade descended like a violent storm, slashing unknown times in that instant. Duration: 1 second / count 12. Adding Xia Li's own slash made 13 slashes in 1 second. This was the current limit of what Heavenship could achieve. Slash again. Heavenship had Xia Li continue. Xia Li casually chopped once, and the figure suddenly slashed from different directions with different motions. If there were an enemy before Xia Li right now, they'd be chopped into who knows how many pieces in an instant. Duration: 1.5 seconds. Slash count 8. Same move. Frame replication is more efficient. Move variation is slightly lacking. Insufficient computing power. Processor performance insufficient. After Heavenship reported the results, Xia Li's face showed no expression, but internally he could barely contain his laughter. This technique really was compatible with him. It was equivalent to giving Heavenship a means to directly coordinate with his attacks, and even pushed Heavenship's computing power to its limits. After testing was complete, Xia Li was very satisfied with this technique and decided to take it. The figure sensed Xia Li's intention, broke free from Xia Li's control, walked away from behind him, and moved to stand before him. Then, it bowed to Xia Li and dissolved into points of light that drilled into Xia Li's forehead. Heaven grade and rank technique. Ethereal Spirit Dharma Body recorded. The spirit entity left a message. Thank you for your choice. Spirit entity uploaded a memory segment. Read it, read. Xia Li nodded. Then came the scattered fragments this clumsy spirit entity could remember. From the moment it was born here, few had ever approached it. Occasionally someone came, but seeing it take several seconds to replicate a single motion, they all shook their heads in disappointment and left. Of course, among them were people of great perseverance who learned the technique it passed down, but those people never came back to the strange grounds to infuse it with spirit energy. The relationship between strange grounds and inheritors was mutual. Strange grounds gave the inheritance. Inheritors who grew strong would repay what they'd learned to the Tao Art Spirit. This way, the Tao Art Spirit could persist in the world, and the technique it bore might even have a chance to advance. But if no one chose it for too long, and no one repaid it, the Tao Art Spirit would also vanish from losing its power. Lingxia Cave Heaven's strange grounds also had cruel laws. Not every technique could be promoted and passed down. Only those enduringly strong paths could persist. Only by withstanding the test of time did one earn the right to remain in the strange grounds, becoming Lingxia Cave Heaven's prestigious face. And its creator could gain fortune because of this. At first, this Tao Art Spirit's trial had been learning to change moves. Later it was learning to chain moves, then replicating a single move. Finally, just stepping into its domain counted as passing the trial and qualifying to receive its teaching. It kept lowering its standards in hopes of being chosen by an inheritor. But when it approached Xia Li, it sensed Xia Li's curiosity. Xia Li was full of anticipation for the technique it passed down. As it gradually revealed its mysteries, Xia Li's joy and satisfaction made it reluctant to immediately pass down the teaching. These several hours of transmission were the most joyful time since its birth. Now its task was complete. Its spirituality exhausted. It couldn't wait for Xia Li to repay it. So it gave the inheritance along with itself entirely to Xia Li. It was its creator's child. It remembered its creator's instructions. To spread this path, it has vanished. Xia Li watched the clearing rapidly losing its spirituality. Even the withered leaves began disappearing. Other strange grounds nearby started encroaching on this space. In just a moment, Xia Li found himself already standing in a lightning flickering strange ground. When the technique spirit perished, the inheritance ended. From now on, Lingxia Cave Heaven no longer had this path. Its existence was similar to an artifact spirit. It has indeed perished. I actually feel sadness for a Tao Art Spirit. What's wrong with me? Xia Li felt somewhat empty inside. What was most compatible with him turned out to be a Tao Art Spirit that had reached its end. But it wasn't sad true. What would it know anyway? If I master this technique in the future, perhaps I could consider opening a new inheritance in the strange grounds. Xia Li turned and left the lightning space, walking back onto the winding path. Personally witnessing the technique spirit's demise had moved him deeply. By now it was already dark. He'd practiced the ethereal spirit Dharma body here until late night, completely absorbed. When he walked out of the strange grounds, he found the Tagalong Linge was actually still waiting at the stone stele, and had grown quite impatient from waiting. You finally deigned to come out. So what technique did you comprehend? Ethereal spirit Dharma body. What? You went in for so long and just picked the most useless technique. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Useless, according to my information. Only about a dozen disciples ever learned ethereal spirit Dharma body. And they all couldn't display much combat power to slow and clunky. 3 disciples apparently learned it to a profound level and had considerable combat power. But they couldn't sustain it at all. According to those 3, this technique consumes too much mental energy. Unless you had 2 brains, they wouldn't recommend anyone learn it. Lin knew the evaluations of various techniques in the strange grounds. So she'd already started patting Xia Li's shoulder and sighing. What a shame this time. Next time you get another chance to enter the strange grounds, you'd better listen to my advice on choosing a technique. But I think ethereal spirit Dharma body is pretty good. Xia Li genuinely thought this technique was excellent, truly suited to him. No suited to earth cultivators. This technique greatly required multitasking, a talent very few possessed. Postnatal practice also required enormous time investment. But Heaven Chip's multi-core processing was perfect for handling multi-threaded tasks. If he brought this back to Earth to sell, it would at least appreciate tenfold. Right, stop being stubborn. Predecessors have all said that to skillfully apply this technique, you'd need 2 brains. So do you have 2 brains? Well, actually, he did have 2. Heaven Chip's other name was the second brain, spirit brain. Alright, let's head back then. Go into your place or mine. What's this about your place or mine? Obviously we each go back to our own. You want to spend the night with me or something? Why not? Hurry up and resolve my constitution problem. Once it's resolved, I can enter the sect competition. I've never participated before. Lin Ji's grandfather, to prevent Lynch from getting hurt, wouldn't let her participate in a single competition. It can't be resolved quickly. Stop overthinking and let's each go back to cultivate. Xia Li didn't even know what MechCorp's modification specifically was. How could he resolve it? Then let's have an all-night heart-to-heart to get closer. I don't want to have feelings with you. If this problem can't be resolved, you'll die. If you die, won't I have wasted my feelings? We'll talk after I fix you up. Xia Li was being very much the dense steel man here, because his acceptance of Lynch only extended to friendship. He had no plans for any relationship beyond that. Xia Li was a lazy person when it came to emotions, preferring avoidance strategies. Too lazy to respond to others' feelings. Too lazy to invest his own. For him, interacting with the opposite sex was exhausting. So following the principle of minding his own business, he wouldn't torment her. And she shouldn't torment him either. This blunt. Is my problem really that serious? Lynch hadn't expected her bloodline issue could be fatal. Though death of the body didn't necessarily mean death of the soul, losing her original body would essentially mean her cultivation path had reached its end. Your grandfather looked after you well. If you frequently got injured, it might activate your constitution. Anyway, let's leave it at that for now. I'm going back to cultivate. Fine. Speaking of which, having this constitution problem does make intimacy impossible. If the mood ever struck between us, and I'm someone who likes trying new things. When you're reaching for the clouds, and I suddenly crystallize into blades inside, you'd probably strangle me. At these words, even the open-minded Xia Li couldn't quite handle it. Was this something you could just say, so bold? Do you not understand what modesty is? What use is modesty? I only know seizing pleasure while I can. If I like something, I go for it. If I want to do something, I do it. As you said, since I might die, or even if I survive, I'll lose my body. Naturally, I'm curious about that kind of thing. Isn't that just human nature, anyway? Wait until your problem is resolved. Even if Xia Li had lustful thoughts, he didn't have that kind of courage. Besides, he didn't even have lustful thoughts. Lin Ji's wounds caused blood to rapidly crystallize into sharp crystal iron. He believed that no matter how lustful someone was, they couldn't possibly challenge a grinder. After this, Xia Li and Lynch walked side by side on the road back to the sect plaza. Along the way, Lynch kept trying to find topics of conversation, and quite forced ones at that, making even Xia Li feel somewhat awkward. Still, Xia Li suppressed the awkwardness and managed through it, then secretly quickened his pace to reach the sect plaza. Only then did Lynch finally part with him reluctantly. returning to his territory through the teleportation array. Xia Li didn't immediately go back to his house to rest. As a cultivator now, his body could absorb and circulate spiritual energy naturally. He no longer needed sleep like mortals. So Xia Li simply sat by the lake, admiring the great lake that was like a mirror under the moonlight. So much had happened in just one day, especially his relationship with Lynch, which had gone from complete strangers to unusually close. Most of her interest in me comes from my similarity to her mother. Just a 30% resemblance was enough to make her lose her composure. Xia Li took out a heaven chip from his storage ring, a pale blue, semi-transparent beautiful crystal chip. He began reading the information within again. Of course, this time the purpose was to modify some things. Change owner name from Alpha 247 to Ninj within this heaven chip. The record of the owner was a code number, not a complete name, just like he once was. He too had once lost his name, being called number 327, as a tombstone. Having no past information is to bear. I'll fill it in for you, write a complete epitaph for you. Xia Li spoke to the heaven chip in his hand. He and Ninj were truly kindred spirits in suffering after all. They were fellow patients. So Xia Li cared deeply about Ningji's fate. After modifying the owner name, Xia Li took out Ningji's spirit core to examine, and known spirit core detected. No built-in ID code. Perform scan. After approximately several minutes, heaven chip provided the function data. Realm ceiling golden core. All following data based on standard golden core strength capacity, output efficiency, conversion efficiency, elemental affinity, control precision. This spirit core's other functions all fell short of the standard value of 1, meaning weaker than standard golden core. But in control precision, it far exceeded the other functions. Earth's standard golden core strength was probably equivalent to sect disciples in this world, not something rogue golden core cultivators could compare to. The standard strength for each realm was set by the Heavenly Tao computer, a measuring standard that was neither weak nor strong. Control precision over 3 times standard golden core. This spirit core was definitely custom-made, perhaps related to Mech Corp's modification. Whether spiritual energy could be precisely controlled might be key to suppressing the constitution. Does the spirit core contain built-in cultivation techniques, or special spiritual energy circulation routes? Data encrypted TSK. Xia Li furrowed his brows. If he could obtain that technique for Lynch, perhaps it could suppress her constitution problem. And fortunately, the data was encrypted. Earth placed extreme importance on data security. To crack the encrypted data in this spirit core, he'd probably have to go back and find the organization for a solution. Putting away the spirit core and heaven chip, Xia Li temporarily set aside Ningji's matters. After all, he'd need to return to Earth to obtain further information. He took out the jade slip Lynch had given him earlier and began studying it. Technique detected. Recording, please wait. After approximately half an hour, Shadow Kill Art, Concealment Chapter, recording complete. This technique is a defensive method specifically targeting divine sense probing. Its function against long-range probing is inferior to divine sense intrusion. Defense Chapter, however, it has unique countermeasures against close-range probing. Recommends separately extracting this countermeasure, simplifying the execution process, and restructuring the technique. Logic extract and restructure. Please wait. After another nearly half hour, Heaven Chip completed the operation. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Restructuring successful. Please name the new technique. First, introduce the technique's characteristics. This technique can deceive soul force that probes into the body, while completing deception with false information. It quietly attaches a soul seed to the opponent's soul force when the opponent withdraws. Can detonate the soul seed at an opportune moment, causing massive soul damage. After Heaven Chip finished the introduction, Xia Li quickly thought of how to name this technique specifically designed to prevent others from being impolite. Call it soul reversal. Like probing people, I'll blow your head right off. After learning soul reversal, Xia Li began practicing the ethereal spirit Dharma body, condensing a spiritual energy phantom behind him to coordinate with Heaven Chip. The phantom's attack strength could be higher than his, or lower, all depending on how much spiritual energy he was willing to invest in that strike. Strengthen, stack, change moves. The ethereal spirit Dharma body was exceptionally flexible, with nearly terrifying possibilities. Hence why it had been classified as unranked. Having a grade but no rank meant that while this technique was unique and profound, its upper and lower limits had very large variance. In unsuitable hands, it probably couldn't even display the capabilities befitting a heaven grade technique. But in suitable hands, it could be upper heaven grade, even peak heaven grade. As everyone knew, securing the lower limit easily lost the upper limit, while pursuing the upper limit lost the lower limit. Just a natural balance. The previous practitioners of ethereal spirit Dharma body apparently had completely missed the key. Xia Li's subsequent life thus settled into a 3-point routine. Practice ethereal spirit Dharma body. Use spirit stones and pills to deepen his realm, and rest when tired. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Today, Xia Li suddenly received a visitor request. An inner sect disciple had come to visit him. Xia Li didn't recognize the person but still allowed entry. He needed to see what they wanted after all. Territorial disputes sometimes erupted between inner sect disciples. Lingxi Cave Heaven's rule of allocating territory to inner sect disciples was quite interesting. What mindset it was cultivating in disciples needed no elaboration. Menial disciples could become retainers of outer sect disciples, while outer sect disciples could attach themselves to inner sect disciples for early opportunities to cultivate in the inner sect. Inner sect disciples could also rely on true transmission disciples. These rules created numerous factions within Lingxi Cave Heaven, with territorial disputes and land annexation constantly unfolding around various regions, just like secular nations. Disciples who emerged outstanding in such an environment, upon becoming sect higher-ups, couldn't possibly be fools who only knew cultivation and nothing of social dynamics. Before long, a graceful young man came flying on his sword, even hovering directly above Xia Li's head before slowly descending. Greetings, junior brother Xia. So what's the matter? Please speak directly. Xia Li didn't like beating around the bush. I've come on orders from true transmission disciple Zhao Yunji. He wants me to warn junior brother not to get too close to true transmission disciple Lynch. Otherwise, oh, all right. Xia Li nodded. He thought it was something serious. But it turned out to be the classic jealousy scenario. He'd actually experienced this before, during university, because he had a decent relationship with a senior sister. A brain-dead senior had viewed him as an enemy and caused trouble everywhere. Such people had existed since ancient times, existed before, and wouldn't disappear in the future. This was savagery imprinted in genes, growing stronger as personal power increased. But Xia Li couldn't be bothered dealing with him. Back then he'd simply told the counselor about it, and the guy had been summoned for a scolding, saying this time first find Lynch to handle it. If Lynch couldn't, find the third elder. If even the third elder couldn't handle it, then it depended on the other party's attitude. If acceptable, ignore it. If hostile, then don't blame him for striking from the shadows. The inner sect senior brother who'd come to visit Xia Li had expected Xia Li to be very displeased. But looking at Xia Li's expression now, he seemed completely unconcerned, calm and unperturbed. Junior brother, may I ask what are your intentions towards senior sister Lynch? What intentions could I have? All right then. Anyway, I've delivered the warning. Watch yourself from now on. The messenger inner sect senior brother left immediately after speaking, having no intention of staying, though he'd followed Zhao Yunji. It was merely to use the other's reputation and connections. There was no need to make himself annoying over such a small matter. After the inner sect senior brother left, Xia Li directly took out the sect's communication jade slip to contact Lynch. You there? Someone named Zhao Yunji is making trouble for me, telling me to stay away from you. I'm scared I don't dare treat your problem anymore. Before long, Lynch replied immediately. First, I have no relationship with him whatsoever. Second, I'm not even familiar with him. Third, he's just a door-crushed brain idiot. This behavior of pestering someone who's clearly not interested is too awful. Indeed, too awful. So could you please stop fixating on me? This is different. Lynch could tell Xia Li was implying her behavior wasn't much better than Zhao Yunji's. How is it different? If you really disliked me, would we still have continued interaction? This shows you do have some feelings for me, but I have absolutely no feelings for Zhao Yunji. And then, I'll go deal with him right now. If he dares bother you again, I'll make him regret it. Fine. Anyway, if he causes me trouble, I'll come to you. Wait, can't you have some masculine pride? Shouldn't you be the one to step up for something like this? You should dominantly defeat him, then declare, she coughed. Lynch really hoped Xia Li would do this, though such a development was cliché. Who said cliché things weren't appealing? Not interested. If you don't handle it, I'll go find an outer sect junior sister to have a relationship with and put Zhao Yunji at ease. Fine then. So I'll dominantly defeat him, then declare. No declaring. That's all I have things to do. Xia Li immediately cut off the transmission after speaking, then continued cultivating. Xia Li could sense that his next return to Earth would likely result in a fierce battle. He had to improve his strength while he could. His Earth compatriots wouldn't go easy on him, like when he'd just reached Foundation Establishment Dam. Soul transformation cultivators had come after him. No martial virtue whatsoever. This was Earth's problem. Cultivators were everywhere, and with technological assistance. Higher realm cultivators weren't exactly filling the streets but were at least several times more numerous than in this world. Higher encounter probability. Once spirit core technology achieved a breakthrough, the number of high realm cultivators would surge rapidly in a short time. Therefore, after all these years, it was still information warfare. Knowing the other party's background was more important than anything. Another half-month later, the mysterious ring could be used again. Xia Li didn't plan to stay long, so he prepared to leave Lingshu Cave Heaven and find a good place for phase transition. He definitely didn't dare perform a transition within Lingshu Cave Heaven. Being detected by sect higher-ups would be very troublesome. Taking the teleportation array to the sect plaza. Shortly after Xia Li appeared, he felt several gazes. Someone seemed to be watching him. At this, Xia Li directly contacted Lynch. That Zhao guy probably sent people to watch me. I'm leaving the sect for a while. Next, help me shake off the tails. After a while, Lynch replied, I don't have the authority to stop other disciples from leaving the sect either. This trouble you brought me, you can't resolve it. Then how about I accompany you? Forget it. I'll figure something out myself. Xia Li couldn't possibly let Lynch accompany him. By the way, if you're going to make a move, best use a recording stone to document beforehand. Don't strike first, wait for them to make the first move. I'll handle it accordingly. With that, Xia Li cut off the transmission and contacted another person. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. If Lynch couldn't resolve it, what about the third elder? Third elder. Because of your good granddaughter, someone named Zhao Yunji wants to kill me. For people who like getting jealous, Xia Li's response was to report to the death. He absolutely wouldn't confront them directly. This way, if reporting proved ineffective, he could suddenly eliminate the other party. Appearing weak was just to make them let their guard down. Soon, the third elder replied, You want to return to Jiuan Marketplace? Yes. I'll personally escort you out. Where are you from now on? Contact me in advance whenever you enter or leave. I want to see just how shameless that Zhao family Jr. can be. The third elder was willing to directly shield him, at least within the rules. Zhao Yunji would have no opportunity to strike from the shadows. If Zhao Yunji wanted to act outside the rules, even better. Let's see if his sword was still sharp. I'm at the sect plaza. Wait there. Several minutes later, the third elder arrived, coming directly to Xia Li's side and sweeping his gaze around at the surrounding disciples. Those disciples with ill intentions who'd followed Zhao Yunji all lowered their heads in fear. HMPH, a bunch of rats. The third elder snorted coldly, then stood behind Xia Li and followed him toward Lingshu Peak. Meanwhile, true transmission disciple territory area. Zhao Yunji sat atop a valley filled with yellow sand. His hand gripped a communication jade slip, his expression shifting between light and dark. Brother Linyu, that old man of your family is being rather unsporting. He's actually interfering in competition between disciples. Zhao Yunji looked toward a young man sitting across from him. They were currently playing chess. I'm not clear on why Elder Lin Yan would do this either. But precisely because of this, we must eliminate Xia Li even more. Oh, why first? He's close to that waste from my family. Second, his existence will affect the alliance between our two families. Third, he's wanted by Heaven Alliance. Lin Yu raised his head, a shadow in his eyes. The entire Lin family feared Grand Elder Lin Yan, while also unable to tolerate him, because Lin Yan was completely hands-off, and had even opposed many of the Lin family's decisions. He'd become the biggest obstacle to the Lin family's growth. But with that old man personally protecting him, we really can't make a move. There will always be moments he can't protect. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. Also, has it been confirmed that the person having alliance wants us to find is Lynch? Confirmed. She has the Savage Bone bloodline. Didn't expect it to appear in our Lin family. Is that Savage Bone bloodline really that powerful? Able to slay soul transformation while at Golden Core? What do you think? It can definitely rank among the top 10 constitutions. Having alliance places great importance on this. So this cousin of mine is actually a little monster. I really look forward to seeing what she'll become when she goes berserk. More schemes emerged in Lin Yu's mind. Anyway, let's take it slow. Also, Lin and Xia Li's contact always makes me feel somewhat uneasy. What do you mean, Brother Zhao? Their progress is too fast, almost like having destined fate. Having alliance acts against the great era. So we should pay more attention to such unreasonable matters. You mean heaven's will? Lin Yu fell into deep thought. If that were truly the case, it would be troublesome. Heaven Alliance's success rate against heaven-fated individuals wasn't 100%. But I might be overthinking. Our Heaven Alliance isn't defying Heaven's Tao for the first time. Unless there's a second Heaven's Tao in this world, that kid won't escape death. Zhao Yunji was very confident in Heaven Alliance's methods. Heaven Alliance also possessed methods similar to Heaven's Mystery Pavilion. So they didn't fear heaven-fated individuals, even if there were. So what? Heaven's Tao is formless, thoughtless, heartless. How could it possess wisdom like humans and calculate without error? At Lin Yu's words, Zhao Yunji's worries vanished. He was just being too cautious. He wasn't like what outsiders said, merely a domineering, brainless person. After the third elder personally escorted Xia Li out of Lingshu Cave Heaven, he even released his soul force to thoroughly sweep the surroundings, confirming no one was following before preparing to return. However, Xia Li suddenly called out to the third elder. Sensing the third elder's oppressive soul force up close had sparked Xia Li's curiosity. Third elder, please wait. I have a question about cultivation I'd like to ask you. May I? Go ahead. It's about soul force. What exactly is the difference between divine sense, divine thought, and soul force on Earth? Divine sense, divine thought, and soul force had an evolutionary relationship. The public network already had plenty of explanations, but Xia Li still wanted to know how this world viewed soul-force. This was crucial, because Earth placed great importance on soul force. It was the power that could help Heaven Chip break through its performance limits. He currently possessed divine thought, already a major advantage. Understanding soul force in advance could only benefit him. It's a process like a child growing up. A newborn infant only responds noticeably to touch. That's the most basic body sense. Thus the first step in cultivating sense is inner visualization. Then the infant opens its eyes, seeing the world for the first time. At that point, the infant begins to think, and thus develops thought. So the characteristic of divine thought is the soul opening its eyes. When the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose are all developed, and understanding of the world reaches a rich and complete degree, will emerges soul will. The third elder used simple words to explain the relationship between the three. In other words, possessing divine thought in the path of the soul was merely equivalent to an infant that had just opened its eyes. The 6 roots. Yes, when the 6 roots are perfected, the 3 souls are born. If you wish to cultivate the soul, you must also temper the 6 roots. How to temper them? I see reality. Ears hear the void. Nose sense guidance. Mouth tastes qi. Body harbors the source. And mind is never at peace. After the third elder finished, Xia Li fell into thought. This wasn't a direct method for tempering the 6 roots, but rather pointing to a direction. May I ask, third elder, why is the final one mind is never at peace? Ha. If the mind were settled and body spirit complete, why would one seek the Tao or pursue immortality? The third elder patted Xia Li's shoulder, then vanished with a wave of his sleeve, leaving Xia Li alone to ponder the deeper meaning. However, the general direction for strengthening his soul was now clear. Ears hear the void. But what ears to use to hear what void? The soul's eyes had already opened to perceive the great void. But the great void was actually real. Between this void and reality, he still needed to slowly comprehend the key. Waiting in place for a moment, Xia Li successfully activated the divine ability Realm Fusion, indirectly confirming no one was watching him. then closed his eyes and used the mysterious ring. 1 second, 2 seconds. Even with eyes closed, he could see brilliant spots of light, waiting for the spots to fade. Xia Li opened his eyes again. An indescribable stench immediately rushed into his nostrils. This was within the great garbage dump, a garbage hole beneath a garbage mountain. Xia Li reached out to push aside the garbage pile blocking the whole entrance. After crawling out, he looked at the unsightly surroundings and inexplicably felt a hint of familiarity. Next, let's go to Sister's place first. Xiao's underground modification station was practically his base of operations. He needed to stop there first before doing anything else to feel at ease. Even if he wanted to contact Xiao, he could reach her directly through Heaven Chip. But he still preferred face-to-face conversation. An hour later, Red Crowbar Sundry's shop. Xia Li pushed open the door and walked in. Xiao was yawning and spacing out. Who knows what she was watching in her head through Heaven Chip? This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Welcome. No, you're back. Xiao had thought it was a customer. Her Sundry's shop did have legitimate business selling legal small tools and consumables. The monthly profits were actually decent. Weren't you heading deep into the danger zone, kid? Back so soon? Let me guess, did you realize your own weakness and retreat before even starting? No, it's something else. What is it? Let's go downstairs to talk. Xia Li felt talking in the shop wasn't safe. What's so mysterious? Xiao yawned again before getting up. Her mental state looked poor. Clearly she hadn't rested well. Sister, what happened to you? Insomnia. What insomnia? It's from last time. The mine, the old research facility, and what you experienced are all connected. The organization recently had me stay up investigating all the cryogenically frozen individuals' information from that research facility. Xia Li immediately became interested. He'd originally wanted to inquire about these matters, and it turned out that organization's upper levels were already on it. Stop oathing. Let's talk downstairs. Xiao walked to the door, locked the shop, and led Xia Li into the underground modification station. But instead of immediately getting to business, she first went to make 2 cups of coffee. Before long, in the modification station's information room, Xiao sat before a row of screens, coffee cup in hand, gesturing for Xia Li to come closer. The organization has recently made new progress on the case of awakening frozen individuals. You're one link in this case. Before you, Corporate Union had already been doing this for some time. I know that. After learning of Ningji's fate, Xia Li understood that Ningji had awakened at least nearly 20 years before him after all. Linj appeared to be 16 or 17 years old. Then let's go back to the beginning, the mine. The ancient ruins within the mine. Kiming Mining had discovered them long ago but kept it hidden without excavating. That's very strange. Through investigation, we discovered that unexcavated ancient ruins form a special energy field before being disturbed. It's an unknown phenomenon that develops in ancient ruins over time. How to put it? It's like fermentation, a phenomenon that requires hundreds or thousands of years to form. The nearby spiritual energy becomes severely inactivated, becoming a different type of heterogeneous spiritual energy. Currently, the organization has named it Desolation Qi. This heterogeneous spiritual energy has an obvious effect on living organisms. It suppresses biological activity, greatly slowing or even halting spiritual energy's influence on organisms. After Xiao finished, she moved her fingers, and many photos and data appeared on the screens. Xia Li immediately examined them carefully. It was human body function data. Desolation Qi's greatest effect seemed to be mortalification. People born after spirit Qi resurgence, their parents' generation had already been transformed by spiritual energy. So we possess a certain level of spiritual power from birth that can resist Desolation Qi's effects. But Xiao didn't finish. But the latter half was already very clear. People after spirit Qi resurgence could resist Desolation Qi. So people from before couldn't. How to find people from the past? Simple, find the old frozen individuals. So my body has already been affected by Desolation Qi. Making Desolation Qi affect me was the key. Mining was just a cover. You could say that. Compared to machines, bottom level manpower doesn't even save much money. Unfortunately, we didn't detect the anomaly in time, but you were lucky. Before your body became spirit severed, you blew up the mine shaft and damaged the ruins' protective ray. I see. making frozen individuals mine how many spirit stones would that earn? What these people really wanted was to turn frozen individuals into spirit-severed bodies. What exactly were they trying to do? Xia Li looked at the various data on the row of screens. His head was spinning right now, but a conclusion was vaguely forming in his mind. Whether MechCorp's modification succeeded might be related to spirit-severed bodies. Sisterk. Does becoming a spirit-severed body mean one can never cultivate again? To be precise, one permanently loses the ability to self-cultivate, but Heaven Chip and Spirit Core are unaffected. A spirit-severed body doesn't mean an ability to absorb spiritual energy, it just stops spiritual energy's process of promoting life form evolution. After Xiao explained the spirit-severed body's characteristics, Xia Li immediately thought of a key point. Spiritual energy promoted positive life evolution, that is, continuously strengthening the original body without changing basic biological characteristics. In contrast was mutation caused by radiation. Radiation would drastically alter basic biological characteristics. Demons and monsters were the combined result of spiritual energy evolution and radiation mutation. Sisterk, do you think Corporate Union might be conducting experiments related to artificial demon creation? Being able to survive extremely lethal radiation mutation itself indicated that such mutations possessed extraordinary environmental adaptability. Demons and monsters were truly the strongest, most terrifying creatures on Earth today. The most powerful among them were currently named after stars. For example, the most dangerous kilometer-class monster, Betelgeuse. That was basically a living concentrated mega-yield nuclear bomb. Once that monster stopped showing life signs, it would produce an unprecedented nuclear explosion. This made humans actually need to protect it. Quite absurd. Today, humanity actively pursued interstellar exploration missions, having even built a spirit fusion reactor on Pluto. Also that if one day they couldn't stop the monsters, they could still survive by abandoning the home world. Highly possible. Seems like something Corporate Union would do. Then Sisterk, have you heard of MechCorps? Xia Li asked about a critical piece of information. MechCorp's modification was Corporate Union's handiwork, a terrifying modification and known to most. MechCorps? What MechCorps? Here, let me draw a picture for you to see. Xia Li didn't dare directly produce evidence and video footage. He feared that if Xiao knew, it might harm her. True information security had one principle: obscure the information source as much as possible. Over 10 minutes later, a sketch-like image composed of simple lines was transmitted to Xiao by Xia Li. Having Heaven Chip draw in a hand-drawn style minimized the risk. What is this? Xiao looked at Xia Li's drawing. It depicted a tall skeleton with mechanized features, grotesque and terrifying in appearance, but also carrying a certain beauty. Xiao didn't know why she found that thing beautiful. Perhaps because she was a modification specialist, the thing's structure gave her a sense of machines and biology perfectly combined. Of course, that was just regarding Xia Li's drawing. If such a thing actually existed in reality, she'd be too busy running to admire it. Graffiti mural I saw at some ruins. Where were the ruins? Destroyed during my fight with a demonic beast. I already tried excavating nearby. No more information. Don't tell me you actually took some ruins. Graffiti artist's work seriously. Xiao hadn't expected Xia Li would come back to find her over just a graffiti mural. What if that graffiti artist really saw this thing? Xia Li's expression was serious, his tone grave. Xiao fell silent for a moment. She'd known Xia Li for a while now and had developed some understanding with him. So she directly deleted the image Xia Li had sent her. I suggest you keep quiet about this. If you absolutely must investigate, that graffiti artist was your close friend, and you care deeply about the meaning behind the painting they left before dying. Xiao had already figured it out. What Xia Li had shown her probably really existed, and Xia Li had witnessed it personally. As Hidden Wing's intelligence officer, she'd seen plenty of data on Hidden Wing's internal network. Before joining Hidden Wing, she'd been a security consultant for some corporation and knew plenty of their dirty deeds. Yet even so, she'd never heard anything related to MechCorps. This was completely beyond her capabilities. Should I inquire with the organization? I suggest not. It's not that I doubt the organization. Some things, if the discoverer's status is too low, they'll be purged. You don't yet have the qualification to discover this. Are there anonymous methods? That depends on how serious the matter is. which directly determines whether you can stay anonymous. Xiao's words were already quite clear. If Xia Li really planned to report now, anonymity would be useless. Those wanting to trace the information source had countless ways to find Xia Li. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Then let's set this aside for now, sister. See if you can crack this spirit core. Xia Li took out the spirit core Ning had previously used. He currently needed the built-in technique or spiritual energy circulation routes within. Let me see. Xiao reached out to take it, examining it thoroughly from all angles before shaking her head. Where did you get this? This is illegal among illegal spirit cores. No ID code. No Heavenly Dao certification. No manufacturer 3 no product. So it can't be cracked. It's not that it can't, the risk is too high. You can't imagine what backdoor programs an uncertified spirit core might have. Just self-destructs would be considered merciful. If there's some worse program, we'd both be done for. Spirit cores, heaven chips, prosthetics, weapons, tools, and other spiritual constructs. Anything with data recording functions needed Heavenly Dao certification before going public. It wasn't for anything else. Personal information security. Therefore, certified devices had no backdoors, or rather, only one existence had permission to access backdoor programs. The Heavenly Dao computers Kang, and Kang's underlying logic was generated by global citizen votes, achieving true fairness and maintaining confidentiality principles. In this regard, I's integrity far exceeded humanity's. Contracts were sometimes just waste paper to humans, but to AI, they were part of what constituted their existence, something that couldn't be violated. Only this way could people truly trust Kang. And certified items were mostly cracked through brute force physical methods, usually yielding only incomplete data or garbage code. Even recovery required considerable effort. So unless it was important data, few were willing to do the time-consuming work of cracking. Its complexity was no less than building a city with blocks. All right. Xia Li reluctantly put away the spirit core. What are you planning to do next? If it's investigating that MechCorp's thing, I'd suggest forgetting it. It's not something you can touch right now. If you're lucky enough to reach soul transformation, maybe you could look into it then. Soul transformation, the highest realm spirit cores could openly reach. At that level, if not walking sideways, at least self-preservation wouldn't be a problem. But I can't wait that long. Why, what's the rush? Just take it step by step. The organization's upper levels will notice eventually. I'm afraid if I don't push myself, I'll give up. I know my own personality. Xia Li wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. He was someone with fleeting enthusiasm who gave up easily. Like before in Wine Crane City, he'd easily given up on uniting the bottom-level rogue cultivators. He accepted reality too easily. His mind was too at peace. That was why his fury was like dying embers, not even visible flames. Just some sparks escaping. He needed to seek wind. Whether the wind would extinguish the embers or fan them, he needed to place himself in the wind. Otherwise, the fire would die. Embers were ultimately just embers. No matter how long they burned, they weren't fire, couldn't compare to fire. Why force yourself? Are you the type who won't move unless driven to the edge? Who pushes themselves toward a dead end? Are you stupid? Xiao was confused, finding Xia Li before her somewhat unfamiliar. Xia Li had previously been someone who feared causing trouble in everything he said and did. I'm used to retreating. Back then, if I'd chosen to continue treatment, I had at least a 30% chance of surviving. I wouldn't have come to this shitty new era. I could have spent my life peacefully with family, enjoyed eating and playing with friends, lived the life I wanted in that peaceful age. It was because I retreated that I ended up like this. Xia Li was emotionally agitated, speaking somewhat incoherently. Seeing this, Xiao fell silent. After a long silence, she sighed. Perhaps she should congratulate Xia Li instead. Xia Li had found himself, even if it meant placing himself in danger. Go to this address and keep watch. It's a B-rank mission. Recommended minimum golden core cultivation. But you're already very close to standard golden core strength. The mission has 3 objectives of different priority. Completing the primary objective is enough. Complete the secondary ones as the situation allows. Primary objective: obtain the illegal transaction goods. Secondary objective: obtain the target personnel's heaven chip. Secondary objective 2, if possible, Eliminate all transaction personnel present. Transaction Party O, Kimming Mining Corporation, Transaction Party B, and known. Xiao gave Xia Li a mission. For Xia Li, the mission rewards weren't key, the mission process was. Kimming Mining Corporation, how got it? Heading out now. Xia Li hurriedly prepared to leave, turning around to depart. But Xiao suddenly rapped the table hard. I already made you coffee, you're not going to drink it. Xiao's tone was somewhat serious. Xia Li hesitated for a moment before turning back to pick up the coffee on the table. The taste was very smooth. With a milky aroma, should be a classic latte. Come to think of it, Xia Li hadn't had coffee in a very long time. How is it? Very good. Then drink it slowly. This mission doesn't require you to go immediately. The transaction is tomorrow night, you still have time to prepare. And you'd better prepare carefully. With that, Xiao's fingers tapped on a virtual console Xia Li couldn't see. And more information appeared on the screens, such as route information and equipment information needed for the mission. The preliminary work for this mission was done by me, just waiting for the right person to take over. The organization already had someone who'd accepted it, they were on their way. You're stealing the mission like this requires some show of appreciation. According to organization rules, half the Spirit Stone reward goes to them. And they also take 1/3 of the points reward. Depends on whether they agree to. Can you accept this? Stealing a mission someone else had already accepted was indeed improper. So Xia Li directly nodded in agreement. He didn't care about mission rewards anyway. Good. I'll communicate with them. After saying this, Xiao closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, looking like she was sleeping. After about several minutes, she opened her eyes again. They agreed. But she'll still come by first. Some necessary equipment is with her. Then, why don't I just complete this mission together with them? I can work for free without any rewards. No, this is a solo mission. The organization only made preparations for one person. Only one of you can go. All right. Xia Li knew Hidden Wing style, minimizing impact, focusing on assassination and infiltration, not subscribing to the strength in numbers approach. Then I'll continue. Because the transaction location is in Upper City. First is how you'll enter Upper City. If you don't go through the grand elevator to reach Upper City, you're considered illegally smuggling yourself in. Get caught by the various cameras throughout the city, and you'll attract the mechanical enforcement squad. But going through the grand elevator leaves access records. So you have 3 options: cargo passage, garbage passage, grand elevator. The cargo passage is slower, to prevent scheduling conflicts and delays. The cargo box you're hiding in needs to be expedited. This leaves records and is a potential risk. The garbage passage has almost no risks, but the passage is filled with various sensors. You need to master divine sense intrusion to a sufficiently high degree. If you take the grand elevator, there's an identity forger, but the failure time is uncertain, usually within 1 hour. This makes timing extremely strict. Or you can pay out of pocket to purchase a completely convincing identity from the organization. Infiltrating Upper City wasn't simple. I distributed across all industries and locations, frequently performed data self-checks, minimizing errors. This meant that once AI self-checks occurred, there was a very high risk of exposure. For example, if Xia Li forged an identity to go up, during AI self-check it would evaluate that identity's legitimacy and trace the identity's past experiences. If any of that data didn't match up and the AI found the identity suspicious, it would immediately trigger an alert. The organization also wouldn't fully fabricate an identity for a B-rank mission. In this new era, because counterfeiting was easy but authentication was also easy, creating something truly convincing required enormous cost. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Any fully fabricated identity required at least over a decade of work, forging from the birth certificate onward. A forged identity was very valuable after all. It required a real person to constantly maintain that identity. In Hidden Wing, such people were called imposters, identities ready to be replaced at any time when needed. I choose the garbage passage. Xia Li barely considered the cargo passage or forged identity. Pre-infiltration safety was directly proportional to post-mission cleanup difficulty. This type of mission was destined to need someone cleaning up afterward. If the mess was too dirty to clean, there was a possibility of being abandoned. Hidden Wing wasn't some charity organization. Conditions were given whether you succeeded depended on personal ability. Being able to complete missions with lower requirements made you more worth cultivating. Good. Although we're a force supported by the democratic government, their support is mostly informational. They won't cooperate with operations. They might even eliminate you to distance themselves. Outside the city, they'll do their best to provide convenience. But for operations inside the city, they hit the hardest. Xiao warned Xia Li to be extremely careful. Don't be careless just because Hidden Wing had good relations with the democratic government at critical moments. The democratic government would only add insult to injury to cover secrets. Understood? Xia Li didn't blame the democratic government for this. It was the reasonable thing to do otherwise. If everyone knew the democratic government maintained an intelligence department called Hidden Wing, what would be hidden about it? Here's the garbage passage route map. Pick a location you think is reasonable. I'd suggest the sewage treatment center. Fewer people there. After you emerge, just knock out any employee and disguise yourself as them. The spiritual artifact Thousand Faces is with the person whose mission you stole. She can get here tonight. Will this be dangerous for the person I'm disguising as? No. Once you're confirmed as an imposter, they won't bear any responsibility they're a victim to. Good. Xia Li wanted to avoid harming innocents as much as possible. Disguising as someone who already had an upper city identity could withstand AI self-checks better than suddenly producing an unknown identity. As for subsequent implementation, I'll communicate with you in real time based on the situation. With that, Xiao tilted her head back and drained the last of her coffee. Xia Li, this is high-risk work that tests personal ability more than technique. The organization can accept failure on this one, but can you? You can't afford the consequences of failure. Once your true identity is exposed, for the sake of secrecy, the democratic government won't let you go. The organization won't let you go either. And even if you succeed, it's equivalent to stepping from backstage onto the stage. Are you really prepared to go on stage? Off stage you still have freedom you can refuse. Once you step onto the stage under everyone's gaze, you must keep performing. Either you drop dead from exhaustion, or you satisfy the audience and complete an entire act. Stepping onto the stage meant receiving more attention from the organization and democratic government, being treated better, while also being required to do more, perhaps unable to refuse. When you first joined us, you worried about being forcibly assigned missions. You can still back out now. Xiao was still trying to persuade Xia Li even now. She personally pitied Xia Li, a frozen individual from 500 years ago, truly alone in the world with no relatives. Since he'd encountered some opportunities, why not take it slowly and safely live out this lifetime? Even in today's world, Xia Li belonged to those who could enjoy prosperity. Yet Xia Li still wanted to fight. Perhaps it's because I want to write a complete epitaph. An epitaph for Nange, and also for himself. Some people arrive in a completely unfamiliar environment and might initially fall into temporary depression. But as time passes they gradually become bold, even actively seeking thrills. Xia Li was exactly this type of person. Moreover, he also wanted to meet his sister ahead of schedule. The Heavenly Dao computer only said they would definitely meet. But who knew how many years later, or when, or under what circumstances? What if he only met her right before death? So, he needed to advance, to step onto the stage, to increase his influence, to raise his information content. The more impact an object could have on its surrounding environment, the higher that object's information content. Increasing information content was the fastest way to make strings vibrate. In human terms, he needed to become famous. All right then. I recommend you first purchase a life support suite. What for? If you end up missing arms and legs, lacking a few organs, or with half your head gone, it can keep you alive until suitable prosthetics arrive. You can't possibly be thinking of checking into a legitimate medical facility after serious injuries. Can you? How many spirit stones? 1,000 spirit stones. You really don't pass up any chance to earn spirit stones from me. I'm just thinking, what if? Better safe than sorry. Without further objection, Xia Li transferred 1,000 spirit stones to Xiao. He truly did have a significant risk of serious injury, this he had to admit. After that, Xia Li directly began cultivating while Xiao returned to watch the shop. The second day, in the early morning hours, Xiao brought a girl wearing a white shirt and gray short skirt into the underground modification station. The girl looked very demure. seemingly like a middle schooler from Xia Li's era, but Xia Li didn't dare underestimate organization members. The more harmless they appeared, the more ruthless they were. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Brother, the mission rewards are pretty generous, but you don't have to give them to me for free, right? Of course. I'm happy to accept, the girl thought. Why not take what's free? She'd love it if people stole her missions every day. Free rewards, how sweet. I care about the mission process. I have a grudge against kimming mining, I see. Then I wish you success if you don't succeed. I won't get the rewards either. The girl approached Xia Li, then produced several items from her phase ring and placed them on a table beside him. Spiritual artifact, 1,000 faces, identity forger, signal jammer. Use these as you see fit. The organization covers expenses. Now this thing. The girl picked up a black bullet, a physical bullet. This is an antimatter bullet. Kill radius of 10 meters. Core kill radius about 0.3 meters. The center can cause instantaneous black hole evaporation. Anything with material form whoosh. Compressed into fundamental matter and ejected. Theoretically, it could blow up even a soul transformation cultivator's head. To help Xia Li complete the mission and collect free rewards, the girl even offered up one of her prized possessions, Chigusa. This contraband is a bit too contraband.